Therefore, you can only purchase trailers from a professional. Make sure it's not the Kalila Tefillin, Yeshua, Tefillin, you put that.
Some additional reading. I know that folks love to do. Folks like to get into this stuff.
The Dikra is for consideration. Look inside, you see the actual words of the letters. I'm going to show you now a place in this, and you've never seen it before in your life, you never see it again. Tefillin is one of the people think of the shoe, it says, it doesn't element of
I mentioned earlier, right,
the same field. Harab, Moshe, Bar, Maimon. The only time in Shabbos, maybe one other time in Shabbos, that is green around the places green around. Okay, look at it. Remember, somebody says that you could, I forgot what he said. As I was looking out, he said, that's Membein, goes with Rambam. I see the Membein, the Rabbeinu, I don't know, that's some other way to remember where it is. Okay. They cover element of Moshe. Sing, as we know, I'm thinking of that one of the places. Sing, Tefillin.
It's okay.
One of the elements in Tefillin is something they can see physically, and something that you cannot tell, even with a computer. A computer can't see what, can't see whether or not yeah, Havana Mishma. That's what it's looking at that over there.
Never encountered the text before. In the standard religious version of the Sefer religious version with a bunch of commentaries.
Facility is going to be, you can check for missing letters on a computer, and you come to a letter, nevertheless, it's applied from a professional because the whole box and everything has to be made this month. It's harder when it comes to secretary or you can check to see if there's any letters missing. When you come to the color, since they don't require some Rashi equal to Shema, you don't have to make a clap with Shema. You can buy it from anybody. That's the Gemara with crazy with people. What are you talking about? Or Rabbi told the regular reader about the Torah, singing together. You want to remember the way just remember the word Geshem.
I'm not opposed to Kabbalists doing Kabbalah.
There is a way.
Kabbalists should do Kabbalah.
You might see the Gabriel Eva. You take some alum.
Beginner people pick it up. It's like
you take some favorite juice. Well, maybe it lies in our body and we say urine. Maybe it may reply that 40 days old for Gerard could be from another small stuff from a bigger 40 days old.
Early Kabbalah. We're going to be looking at some developments in southern France and Spain. We're going to be looking at
the longer it stays, the more
the most monumental text in all of Jewish history.
the more ammonia, I don't know what it is. It's different chemical. So we're already talking about Mary's lion.
To get an idea about how important this book is
That's
to
the
be
other
in
one.
So
Keep on
I take
going.
it pretty seriously, and so we'll get to the Sefer so far.
Lamed out space to look
The time after next
I
time,
know, I told you.
the philosophical mystical developments in the earliest stages of Kabbalah.
I didn't want to say welcome back. Okay, so you just disturbed my whole life. I'm trying to be nice about the everybody. Okay, go on your book.
Thank you for joining me as I explore
like a cheer.
Again, I'd like to support my work for providing accessible,
That's all.
free, and scholarly content
I
on
have a better
topics
one.
of Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult.
You might know this one.
Philosophy. Consider supporting my work on
Basically,
Patreon.
before I was like a cheer, I was looking for the first
donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Slavich, and thank you for watching Esoteric Values. We explore the arcane and history,
was doing a long urine sample. Basically, just take every time you go to the bathroom, you fill up. You use this jug, 1 gallon. 1 gallon says this person needs to bring this to the lab in Wilson Tower tonight. Okay. So with that, take the Wilson Tower. Get the Wilson Tower in the hour. Cool. And the supermarket, I guess, I don't know, they're all carrying like these bags. And all of a sudden, I feel something wet running down my tongue. And I look down, and there's this puddle of Nera's lining, and I'm standing in it, and my pants are drenched. What happened was, over a week old. It's all over me. And all I remember is this outrage. He threw his stuff out of his bag and he starts giving me bags. And he says, it's okay, it's beseder. I'm like, it's not me, there's a junk here. And like, no Rabbi, Bevis. Vitari Levi Gavayu, I hope you don't make a short out of this one. Vitari Levi Gavayu, Mi'urta Vatzafu. Sometimes it's yoinus. And then I went, I kept on going. I went with the way I looked and everything. I went to the lab and I said, it's okay. Like, half the things we do, it's okay. He said, we'll deal with it. Like, don't worry about it. Leave it here. And huh? You have to have album also. And I didn't have potatoes back then. Okay. Anyway, the part of the Gavayu more, he wants to know if the potatoes came off. The part of the Gavayu, and you leave it in this mixture from the night to the morning. If potatoes comes off, it starts becoming weak, then you know that it's not real potatoes. It's called, they showed us in the potatoes that put real indigo. Which is which? The potatoes, you cannot differentiate it from both side by side. A lot of it's the same exact look. Low part comes you say cherry. And if it stays the same color, then it's cut. So Rabbi Kameh, the Rabbi for the Rabbi Vira Omar, Maisi Kamira, Artificial Sare, get this hard yeast, like a starter, barley starter. Well, you love the gaveh, you take the potatoes, you put it inside and you bake it. It's not only usage here. If it changes for the better, it becomes darker, blue, whatever it is, the green Sula. Simona, Shini Shakir, Shini. The person says a lie and he adds a little bit of a lie to it, it makes it worse. If you add to the good, it makes it better. Then, when you have two Simona here, you have the alum in there, the lying, and you have putting in the yeast. But what's the mitzvah of a Chassan who was on his way to his own engagement, driving, and he's like, I want to pick up a big mitzvah before go in with the right foot. Sees an elderly person standing inside the street. He says, where do you need to go? He says, don't worry about it. I'm going to get the taxi. He says, no, everything you need to go. Just tell me. The guy says, no, he insists. He says, I got it. So he says, I need to go over there. He says, no problem, thank you. You drive. And when he's about to get there, he sees that if he goes into that street, it'll take him another 3-4 minutes. He says, just get off over here. The guy says, look, I want to take a taxi. I talked to you to go the whole thing. If you're going to take me, just take me all the way there. I don't want to walk now 3 minutes. He says, yeah, but if I go, he's the old man. You told me. You know what? I'll tell you what. Let me take you back to where you came from. He drives him all the way back. He says, get off over here. He gets to his bartender's gate, and all of a sudden, Zayda the cow walks in. And that was the end of the shidduch. You have to stick to your words. Shinu sheker. You tell the guy you're going to take him over here, you take him over here, not almost over here. I said it to my sister Matari, so someone said, no, I read it in my Labdigo. Oh, so sorry. Nothing more. So the question is, you told me that there's no way to check the thing. There's no way. Here, we have two tests, not one. So Zimar, no, you didn't understand. We're not looking to see if the potatoes become off. We're talking about the kavana part, the stuff that has to do with people's minds. There's no way to check that. That you can never check. What does that mean? How does it apply to potatoes? When you dip that into the semer, dip the wool into that dye. So two things happen. First of all, you can't use the actual wool for tzitzis, and also you can't use the dye anymore. Both of them are no good. They're both kima. The actual tzitzis is possible. Why? Because you didn't have kavana for tzitzis. You had kavana to check it to see if it's the right color. So that I'm scared that somebody passed it off. If you found some screens in the street, maybe somebody took it in the screen. And those are possible. Or it came to the second dye, the Marashani dye. Marashani is no good. And that's what it means is no checking. Yeah, you can check it's Kali Ila versus Payless. But you can't check it because Payless is made with the proper kavana. Says the Gemara, Mar Mashki. Mar, it came from Mashki. I see Telko, Mishnei Rabbi. He brought Payless in the years of Rabbi. So, with Menzi, take a look at where it says Rabbi. Take a look in the bottom. What does it say? Read it out loud. That's number 7, I think it is. You read it. Yeah, you read it. You say it loud. Rabbi Hoyam Mirabbanan Sabroi. So this is a very, very important hint in the Gemara. I said it a few times, but here's one example. Rabbi was from Rabbanan Sabroi. What does that mean? Rabbi did not live in the time of Damirai. He lived later. After the Gemara was closed, Rabbi Ravashi finished it up. He inserted it later years. I don't know how many years later. That proves that Rabbanan Sabroi wore tails. A lot of people said, hey, Karkanes' big thing is Nignas. The Medrash says Nignas. The Medrash is written way hundreds of years before. Yet you see throughout the shots that different Amirayim, and over here you see Rabbanan Sabroi wore tails. Did a test. What's your reason where you need to test? The Meragline test. The Ara Kazusa. So on test number 1 is failed immediately. The color diminished. And then they did a test number 2. The Rav Ada, the yeast test, they started. Yusuf became even better. There's a contradiction in the test. One test, it, how do you say it? It became faded, and then the second test, the reverse action, got stronger. Some of them source, they wanted to say, look, you didn't pass the first test, you're out. The place says, you have a contradiction. There's only 2 options, either Payless or Kavila. There's no third option in those days. So what is it? These 2 tests go in conjunction, they go together. First you perform test number 1. After the Rabbi Yitzchak, we made the review that you fail test number 1. If it's good, great, you don't have to do test number 2. But if it fails test number 1, you carry but then you could do test number 2. And what happens? In other words, test number 1 is not a perfect science. If it fails in test number 1, you still have a chance to use test number 2. And if it actually becomes better with the yeast, then you know that it's still kosher. These 2 tests go together. It's a double test. So the Gemara, Rabbi Moni, Daik, the Zobin, the Turin, you would buy based on the prices that we have to understand that any Payless that was used as a sample, like if you didn't cook Payless, all that stuff that he dumped into I thought it was fascinating. I asked him to give me some of that secret sauce. So we can use it, maybe in brothels, whatever. You put white wool in, you pull it out, it stays white. All of a sudden, in front of your eyes, it starts changing to blue. It's really cool. So trying that as if I'm showing the shear, I cannot use that as tape. I didn't have kavana, the same with tape. So Mela, he was not with the bias from a book. I wonder if this is Eliyahu Navi again, because this line is tremendous. This is a line that you could read this line and just go back there, and you can read this line and pause it for a second. This is what the generations before you and before you did. But it's like I've talked from Eliyahu Navi maybe, but when you act like a man, You do the right things. You knocked it on the halacha. Atzlav b'skayu. Not atzlav. You're connected. The two things are connected. The way we act. Mamish yesterday, I was talking to a real estate broker, and they said, listen, you and your partner, you haven't been so honest with me. Well, certain things, like nuances, he doesn't have to tell me he watches my shir just to make me feel good when he doesn't watch the shir. I know he's not watching the shir, Don't have to China. Little things. You gotta be honest. You understand, right? This is how we are. We're like our friends. We tell you this and tell you that. We try to put together. We're shakanim. And we're shakanim, by nature, we have to lie and shtickle. That's what he tells me, straight out. Not on this guy, you do it the right way, you do it, you must see that. Huh? Yeah. And then I want to invest in this guy. This is the guy I want to invest in. He's doing iron and clay, He's at least he's honest that he's not honest. Givaldi. How they get thousands gets this with a show. Somebody goes ahead and he buys since it's from the marketplace. And these all are able to stuff we bought. I'll get pallets and seals with a show. Somebody buys a pallet that has scissors on it in the market. Means all are able to stuff. You buy it from the Jew, you should know that it's good, it's done, it's schmuck. You already can love him. Depends. Nobody in the right mind today would do this. But imagine you buy from an Arab, those guys that sells those birds, those tchotchkes, the things that go like this and like that around the thing. You know what I'm talking about? The balloons that makes us. He also sells tzitzis, a palace. Oh, I can't believe it. So send you a picture. I forgot to put it in. They have a whole bunch of guys in jail, Arabs, making tzitzis. Yeah. Send me the picture. They had a whole article about it. Yeah. Lishma. They're doing Lishma. It says Arabs are making tzitzis Lishma. A whole bunch of them. Yeah. But that was real, the Chinese. This one I'm not sure about. If you buy from an individual, you should know it's possible. If you buy from a guy that's his job himself, he's going to be kosher. Why? He doesn't want to ruin his name. He could be silent on it. We have a problem. I was once in a farm store in Minnesota as a buffer, and a guy came in there with a yarmulke. He looked a little, American. He was talking in English and this and that. Some guy, he says, I want to buy this. He's going to house. This is what I can't tell you. Whatever. Take it. He says, well, what about this one also not? He made him a sure the guy would not sell him the towels. If the Lord says over here, not to sell towels, but ain't a Yehudi. I don't know if he was. He was Jewish. Who knows? He didn't know. This Charlie didn't know. He was trying to look at thousands of years later. Actually, I just see it that they undo all the things. My time. So second shot of Rashi, relax. Second shot of Rashi is that if a person will buy a house, he'll give it to the Zoyna as payment, and she'll take it. And she'll use it to make up some story about a Jew. And that's a problem. The famous message is the Kemet. Resident of Dama, basically, that he was just an average Creole guy who was learning, and somebody was very jealous of him, and somebody paid a cleaning lady to make up a story about him. A not nice story. And there's a big tumult in the city, the whole thing, and her boss came to check it out. He said, this guy, and he fired this woman. Fired the cleaning lady. A few days later, whatever it was, the cleaning lady comes to his and says, listen, this guy paid me to make up the story. I need my job. Clear your name. Tell everybody what happened. Ruben paid me. I'll get my job back. You'll get your name back. She said, absolutely not. That's a tremendous Hashem that a Shem Torah mitzvah is going to pay somebody to make up a libel about somebody else. No, I'm not asking for this situation. But I will get you your job back. She got her job back. He went and spoke to the guy, got his job back. And he says, that's when he felt all of a sudden something clicked in his head. Niftichu Mayonis HaKaira, whatever the lesson over there is, he got a tremendous Siyat Shmaya and Kaira because when you even take this tremendous Messiah, this tremendous act of not clearing your name, everybody wants to clear the name. And you look after that, that's a Kiddush Hashem, and they wrote this thing. Rabbi Yehuda Omar Shemi Islavi Ima B'derech Yargenu. We know the national life situation, Reed Bucker, and different stories that they went into the car because they saw like a Tehillim on the dashboard, the guy, or music, different things. I saw with my own eyes. I can't explain it, but I saw with my own eyes in Chicago on Shabbos. I saw an African American guy wearing like a hat, jacket, tzitzis, the whole thing, getting on a bus in Shabbos. You have to realize, in Paraguay, you see Goyim standing there asking for money, Arab Shabbos, collecting money, because they know they put a tickle on. It's a thing. They say, good Shabbos, different things. Man, they tell you, these guys are Goyim. Don't give them whatever. Slide 26, Rabbi Zerah. Oh, it's on. מזעזע, הסיבים הרבים קושרים ציצית לשמה לפועל הנצלח. זה ארץ ישראל. They might be the Arabs. They sell cars in America. Here in Israel, you have like a yellow vest, and in America, they sell yarmulkes. You get this put a yarmulke, people snap. Something where I can do, Rabbi tell the consumer the issue basic. So we analyze this slowly by skill. Oh, yeah, I did say it. I actually said, I'll say it again. This is why I said that they put the Tehillim on the dashboard. Maybe I just skipped it and I said the story first. I didn't say it. I wanted to say it. I had Kabbalah to say it. I said it, I read it. I didn't say it. He will pretend that he's Jewish. He'll wear a palace. Oh, shkoi for stopping me. We have a first video of it. It's hard to understand. It's part I don't understand so well.
Actually, I do have some here.
Yes.
This is Rabbi coming live. The world famous comedy store. The brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony. Hello, everybody. Can you guys make some fucking noise? I don't know what that
Rabbi Yehuda put up papers on his wife's clothing, her boyfriend's wife's clothing. So stop, think, analyze. What does it mean? Why would you put titties on your wife's clothing? A woman doesn't put on titties. Only if you're going to put your titties on. And then it comes to music and things like Mandela. So you only see hundreds of women are
pretty excited about everything, Ryan.
But if a woman has to wear shirts, something you wear pointed.
Really? Shocking news? I like shocking news.
47. 365.
The brand new first ever Kill Tony shirt is now available at shopsquad.tv.
And therefore, he puts this on his life.
It's an awesome shirt.
Behold,
Says Kill Tony. It's
the
red.
tits is something that you wear
It's fucking
all the
great.
time.
So that's all about shopsquad.tv. Last week I was talking about
Every morning,
these fancy
you would make a
lotions.
drop on the
Remember that? Can I tell you, I
tried something else out
Dollar
this
is.
week
Why would
that
you
is
make a
the
buck
most
every month?
amazing
If
thing
it's 24/7, 365,
Dollar
make a buck
Shave
once in your life. And
Dollar
that's it.
Shave Club
You done.
fans out there, I'm telling you,
As
it's
a
the
side
smarter
note,
choice. You get a
it's
great
helpful.
shave at a great price and
My
immediately
sister
delivered
Ira,
right to your
I
door.
put on my
Oh, I
6 in the
know,
morning.
and it's not the
And
cheap
then,
shit like those
far as I
gimmicky
thought,
things you
so
buy
they
at the
look
store.
way,
You
way,
like with
way
those
in
gel
the
strips.
Let's
Yeah,
put it on.
you give me a
My
break.
style.
It's a
Like,
no-brainer.
I'm gonna, like, a couple things like,
Delivered right to your door.
this
When I
happens.
use my
What? And then this is, I love the picture.
Dollar Shave
I
Club,
was like,
they
make
sent
a
me a
buck, you don't even know
razor
what you're doing.
with
Like,
the
I was
Dr.
tired. I made
Carter
a buck.
shave
I'm like,
butter. The point
it's like, not just
Wait,
love that
Brian.
guy.
It's,
So,
gives
but
me
don't worry,
such a
yeah.
smooth shave. You guys see this?
Make
Yeah,
sure.
I got shaved awesome.
With the Robbie,
For a limited
tomorrow,
time, new members get their first month of the executive raise on their two-liter Dr. Carter shave butter for only $5.
So, I remember for topic, why would you make a book? I mean,
For
what,
only
tomorrow, what
$5,
do you
and
need?
the shipping is also free. And after that raise, you're suggested $3 a month.
There's no hidden fees, no commitments. You can cancel
Now, of course,
anytime.
you don't wear shoppers, so you
But
say,
you
okay.
wouldn't want to do that because after your first month, replacement cartridges ship
But
automatically at the
here's the
regular
value that
price.
even during the day,
There's no hidden fees, no commitments. You can cancel anytime you like.
so
You can
you
get
make
this offer exclusively at DollarShaveClub.com/kill. That's DollarShaveClub.com/kill. How many of you in the audience are going to go do that right now?
Right? So we can't look at the exact picture of it, and we put the tune on again.
It's an awesome life hack,
What about when you
guys.
take off your towels?
It's a great shock shave at a great
That,
price.
you know,
Conveniently.
put on
It's the smarter choice. It's the Dollar Shave Club.
Seriously, guys, check it out.
You guys ready to start this show or what? Cheering out the guests first. When we do that every single week, we have two of our funniest friends in the world on this show. This is one of the few shows ever in which we are having an exact repeat guest. These two guests have been on together before, and it was literally one of our favorite episodes ever. Undeniably awesome. They're back again. Put your hands together for the great Kirk Fox and Kevin Nealon. LA Speedweed, by the way, we love them. I get all my weed delivered by LA Speedweed. There they are. Two of the biggest names and the tallest bodies in all of stand-up comedy. You guys are at subway parties of stand-ups.
This is a beautiful ride. I'm standing much question with the city's ride. It's like this thing. The micro says that you live up to in the saddle call. You should make the proper way. That's murders. Wait a minute. He obviously woke up to learn fire way before the morning. That's the mercy. Why did you make a proper day? 2 hours before sunrise. Yeah, who knows what? That's murder. But you say you hear this. You should wake up to learn fire in the morning.
That's the house artist, Kirk. You've done this.
He made it when he changed from his pajamas, PJs, into his clothing. When was that? That was during the daytime. He waited always. That's when he made the switch. He didn't first put on his clothes when he woke up in the middle of the night. When the sun came out, then he put on his day clothes, and that's when he made his bra. Once a day. This is a super interesting line here.
About
They have a lot of
35
questions.
times with him right in front,
How
Joe.
about having this? Everybody's having this. I'm going to be this way. Question is, who else is there? There's nobody else in flight show besides me. I don't even Israel.
Hey, Tony, why is it?
Gavin, even again, Noshim about him. Here it says, a woman, a slave. Shimon, like the Noshim, nation. This is essentially my grumble. Women are part of the news and research. All of this is a normal subject, right? They're part of the like a shark, Google, Super, all right. I hope I own it since I don't even sure sheep that's anymore. I'm going to give you a theory. There's only 3 categories of guys from Canada and Israel. If they're part of Mamachai, will be nice. Tell them where you're right. I don't people like finish on the point. But even the point is kind of I had to have a meaning that was. So then if I would say we see the shot in Temple Vision Yappa. Okay. Since a coin in certain situations doesn't have to be matching on shots. And the player connects shot is so I think so it doesn't have to I love the shot doesn't have to it's not only history climbers I think the history climbers of value. There's a certain hazard of flying when they wear their predicament or which bag in particular the object. this week's parasha. That's not so possible. That's only we're trying to talk about it. Maybe even after. We're going to say in a second. Let the time come after. Tomorrow, the Yiddish should be in the Avodah. The light is in the Avodah. During the Avodah, says tomorrow, that's when it's smoking after Avodah. Not, we're saying we shouldn't say, does it mean Avodah Hanukkah for a lot of walk around in the
Speak words of encouragement like Tony, it's your show. Let's do this.
It's a special headset they have while
maybe the comedian
and therefore they are kind of good.
all up here for that so bad again. They killed me.
Says women are not kind of. It's not me. It's Rabbi just like
The comedian that got pulled out of the bucket wanted to do it, so it's like killed in front of Tony.
so Tony begging those days didn't have fluorescent lights. Light. Couldn't see. Can't see.
And there's also sort of
When
like
it comes to the sensation of my job,
Dollar Shave Club is the smarter
women are
choice and a great price and immediately delivered right to your door. It's an awesome life hack and a no-brainer. All right, you know what I love about this show is the band, the Loves bands, huh? I know I do. I like to say I have the best damn band in the land. Here it is, gonna form. It's the Kill Tony band, Pat Reagan, Jeremiah Watkins, and Joel Jimenez. You guys gotta make more noise than that. I don't know what's going on out there tonight. I need more. What's up with that second level energy? Energy?
The reason why it's in the
Really, every week they do different characters. Are these cool boys or they're porn stars? Box of pizza. Obviously. Wow. Okay. Porn stars.
Blind person's clothing or night clothing. I see what you're talking about. I mean, it's so much different than this.
You guys see what the baseball has in his holster? Yeah, it was a giant dildo. His first reason that he was Curtis Brooks.
Rabbanon say that at night you are kind of interested. I have been possible, man. What is it? I remember so like Rabbi, we're gonna get to real like out there and say, just hold on.
Stars, how are you guys?
This is stuff that we did already, actually. It's simple.
Yeah.
It says 4 quarters. You might like to use the school. You have a 3 quarter garners. You're not having 6. But there's another option. 4 could also mean that you have 5 in pocket. Who told you which one to take off? I told him I don't really tell you whether you hate it or not. I don't really.
Extra sausage, I'm guessing.
5 quarter garners. But a 3 quarter garment. Really well, every time.
See, when the band's here, looks like we're going to be dealing with porn stars all night tonight. Kevin Nealon, Bird Box, Brian Red, Ray J, all the cameras are on. We're live streaming to tens of thousands right now. You guys ready to start this show? Everything is in position. The bucket of destiny is filled with names. Anything can happen. I pull the name out of this bucket, you know how it works. Sign up before the show and 60 seconds on stage. You do 60 seconds. That's not the beginning. Here we go. You guys ready to start the show? Okay. Here we go. All right. I pulled the name out of the bucket. Your first person could be one of the top no-rising comedians in the world. Could be a completely insane homeless person. You never know what's going to happen on this show. How many of you are fans of this show? All right. Your first comedian going up tonight goes by the name of Roger Lopez.
The white wolf out of the
There you go.
it was white.
Deep in the
Suddenly
back.
part of it changed to blue. And then he said, look, it's white and blue. You have to see the difference. No light. You can't tell the light blue and white. I believe it's people that are, a lot of people, certain 20% of people are
So,
colorblind,
some
right?
nights, when the place went up,
Certain
was
they
like a
can't
flex.
see so well,
It
no?
wasn't nice to have
Sure.
reggae music.
Red, the red.
And one night I was not good.
The red, you're right.
Just like this, right? And then
Yeah.
All of a sudden, I feel these two hands on my waist. I'm thinking, what the fuck?
Okay. Different between the steps. You have to first of all, thank you, though. Reach one thing starts. You know what another guy can say. You see these two starts. Ready to do appointment start. That's simple up. What you're supposed to do. Now, you're not going to next time. It's next year. Right, remember that this is stop. Also, remember that it's the original stop. It's still. It's still a time to study it. You can talk about it. And by the way, yeah, right after time it says Nick. Thank you, bro.
Everybody our watch bar right
So it's hard to hold it for you. You know what also. Here's the side of it. The side of it is second turnaround. You get a second. The first one is 5 minutes slow. Then it's time and over the first. One of the first things he does, the morning, he puts on the first, he definitely puts time and over the first. Bringing them down. A diet global has to find for a year, not just this with Shabbos.com, you have to see this today. You have to find a little in front of it.
So you also dropped the ball 1% tonight.
Remember one that's connected to Shabbos, you know what I mean?
That story was ripping. Guys were having you from behind. I thought, oh man, what's going to happen?
How long ago did that happen?
You're right. I would have done it. That's how I can feel about it. One by one.
14 pounds. Because I tried to order one ball.
That's no,
it's just a regular scale.
Editor for Paul Food and not in the 6:30.
That would have been a good opportunity.
Get it in a jar or anything like that?
So what if the problem, no matter what you do, you jump up and down the rail and block the problem, you never go for body and copyright in this world. Even when you try to come to the show, you don't think you're going to get problems. This is people go on kind of up. This is what you're talking about success. You be off, Even a church, something, it reminds you of something. The Zohar and see
Stage 1 is basically the main room of the campus. It's the stage that you want to be on. Which, by the way, important to mention, this is, you are at the first official full-time main room built on a window for the Bellier Suite. The #1 live podcast in the world.
to protect us.
Shout out to the great Sam
To
Church.
watch over us. This is the and how many is that? Two. So in our head, this is the there. How many is that? Another 4.
Yeah.
Even though we passed it already, we're supposed to one different. We said, one says woman. Another of us is 4 physical things. It's around us. So total 6. Well, this is we have 7.
Oh, hell yeah.
And then when we go to the really?
Well,
Has anything changed with your ejaculation since losing that ball?
But I'm saying 7 things I can give you.
Why do you always look at them when you answer the questions?
All my buddies, they're much always so when you I can't stand there without any bits.
I'll go Pedro Peter my first.
Sorry, it's not the best thing.
And then the other guys later.
Like not going Uncle Pedro and a soccer ball or
one of the things that affects us. Pastor Tom says, I think that I'm not going to feel already when you sleep.
What do you do for work?
That's in your
Well, Roger, can you answer
I'm not wrong, huh? I'm just saying what remark.
for what?
For 10 bucks an
For what show, Roger?
One night, check out Schmiedis. It was from 7 to 8.
What show did you do most recently?
It provides a share that you shouldn't send. So then I put the Swedish living room. You have to have this tool in your hand. One day, because it should soon, but you have to talk over where it's going to go on. I put the tools in there. You know, the way I'm paying off a shame 7 years, the cops are shame 60. You have all these tools around there. On your mail, I just started paying for somebody. Why did I shame pay it blue? Famous tomorrow, we mentioned it. Today, shall pay this over the yam. Everybody's also goes. The yam, double. And the ocean reminds us of Turkey and the heaven reminds us of the Kisi Akabi Shirela Safi Dragon from us and giving us Safi, the guys from gave me this. And in Safi,
Autograph your ball and give it to a little kid
we
after
call it
this happened.
this is what Sapphire. That's what you're going to do. It says that the Kisi Akabi from Safi. Civic Canard hasn't stopped it for somebody wants to have a running one. Serious, my son. I don't know.
Light flip, what's your biggest dream?
I look like this thing. And I don't remember exact couple. What's that?
Oh, well, if I know your cancer history, that's going to be sooner than later.
When you might think you can see a really slowly hanging.
I got a CT scan results today.
I'm going to look at it. That you understand? So what's your head? The time is you understand. So how come you don't have some things to Rabbi Shlomo? I'll show you the screen for a second. This is Rabbi Shlomo. This is when the artist was the world is sugar, okay? This is like the artist is zero. So this is the you see the ocean and the ceiling. This is like the ceiling. This guy lives in a little daydream. I'm gonna finish it off a little bit. Okay.
That's his biggest credit. He's at Roger Lopez on Twitter. That's incredible.
Is it the real Roger Lopez?
There must be so many people that are mad at you, Roger Lopez. All right, I pulled another name out of the bucket. If handwriting is an indicator of this person, then we are in for a treat. Put your hands together for Jeff Rohi.
SpaceX.
Put your hands together for Jeff Rohi, everybody.
It's actually for cheap. Let's go with this. So, favorite
about it.
my favorite one's Goodfellas. So, actually, my house, I have a copy of Goodfellas still on the plastic wrapper. And you know why I like the wrapper? Because I don't respect.
All right. One more. Let's just do this. These 2 lines here. Kanye Oyer Beyoy. Come out of the top of this piece. Oh, one minute's over? Okay. That's what it should have opened up. In a shear. Like somebody else's shear. Like so. Benny, oh. Tanya. Oyer Beyoy. Brother lunches from love and using lunches. Thanks. Mercy and Murdy can say the easier the mitzvah, the bigger the ownership. So it's much easier to get white than the blue. So you get a bigger affair, a bigger eilish for not taking care of the white sisters. Why did you do white? Oh, okay. Most of my go to Deutschland, the milk plus the dog, so much more. I didn't see this. I'm doing this for some you.
It's running away from you.
Made of pure gold. And you, my lad, should fetch me a clay signet ring.
Those who have a level of a holy person should kick, level of the person should zog. The person should never look at it.
I met this guy last week, if I'm not mistaken, this year first time ever being snatched.
Wow.
You would never know.
Man, I never would have guessed that.
But they
Seemed
both
like
think
your
it's
first
really
time
that
doing anything in
I usually look to the roof, we get some figure of public
Tony,
street.
he could roll on top.
They got thrown in the pup. Who has the biggest one? The one that was supposed to clean the simpler one.
So maybe during the rugby minute set reminded me of the weird reaction on popcorn for a second and almost died.
So the Shul Salam says, the Murphy gives out, this Gemara says, that a person's doing tshuva, the first thing you should take care of are the simple things. Like, whatever the example is, let's say somebody smokes a cigarette 3 minutes before Motzei Shabbos, Shabbos. It looks greater up there than somebody smokes a meal a day. It's already there. Something that's harder to do is less of a issa. So it's to learn what the Chavrusa B'iyun is a lot harder than opening up YouTube and watching the shir. You get a bigger audience from not doing MDY. Rabbi, have a wonderful day.
I think Kurt's being hopelessly helpful. To be honest with you, I don't think there's a chance in the world that you're going to actually take that note and listen to that because I don't think they're paying any attention right now. I think the adrenaline's trying to get in That's nobody said.
So you did the opposite. Just that blew all the air out of the
Jeff, tighten the mic. Hold the mic up to your mouth. It's like, all right, there you go. Keep it where you think it's going to be good. And then you see what Kevin does then.
You talking to that?
All right.
Okay, what's happening?
Jeff, did somebody hit you in the head with an aluminum bat right before you got thrown out of the bucket?
Mike, the way help you is to get a microphone. Speaking into
Jeff, you look like the kind of guy to me that drinks Monster Energy drink, am I correct? You see that? Which reminds me of the Monster Energy outbreak tour the entire month of August, all around the nation, every single major city. It's an awesome life. How long have you lived in LA, Jeff? 4 months. From Michigan. You have a job now?
First, you have to start off with a big sink in the house. Radia, precaution, getting married tonight.
You're getting further away from the mic. I don't think you understand this, Jeff. It's like really important.
I've never wanted to hear
So
so much
Stay right there. Stay right there. Just stay there.
Coming to the dock, doing the dock, the morning of, and then worry about the rest of the stuff later. This is a bad day up. With the shoulder on your Walkman. You're the older one or the second one? Oh, okay.
What can you say to someone?
It's like, what is that, like 3 weeks ago or something?
Can you sell us a program right now the way that you're doing?
Really? Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the greatest show on earth. Step on up and get your program taken notes before get an autograph.
Yaakov Egler, how you doing? I think it's good transition word for the word ma'akev is impediment. That's not bad.
Take your
I
program
like that. The hindrance, obstacle, obstruction. River month the Moshama Tiyao, our latest is Jericho Demonstration for the Hidden
Is everybody else
The
ready
Johnson
for a
Jackson,
nap?
Florida, England was a busy sure and only here on one of the topics. Yaakov Egler, I'm under the weather slightly, just cold, nothing major. Michael Spencer Zagman on your bar mitzvah. Look, I'm checking out Peter Ziegler went there to represent, and then we have our one and only Abby's on a flight right now. They'll be back with us. The fits and mountains. The Kipa is unbelievable.
Okay, Jim, so we know you're not that good at selling Ringling Brothers stuff. Let me ask you this. You start on Wednesday. Sell us some Romeo
I want to know if
right
that here
now.
in
Come
Chile,
on, bring
in a
the
small
heat, Jim.
community with the toilet, and if you down along with the big grown group learning that you're in, you can do some watch through the podcast, through the living with higher. To help me connect. Last week, we also have guys. Help me connect more families with Gemara. We've also large streams deep community Ramat Shemesh, particularly Ramat Dalit. We assume I've also had an impact. Because of this, I'm trying to help expand the NDY presence in Chile and inspire others to learn that Yoyi, using NDY, explain that NDY is receiving so far in Cultural Chile. Anonymous, Rothschild, that's soft. This is his name on top, but I'm not going to
How do you try to impress them?
Rabbi said we had a tremendous evening last night. I'm not sure if people told me there's like 300 people per share. Let's call it 200. He said 200 per share. First is English, and then there's Hebrew. Phil Taylor, Phil Taylor is very, very nice. So I'm going to show you a short clip, like a minute and a half when we get to that sugya. It's literally the sugya. The sugya says, how do you charge Taylor? And the guy got on there. It's one of the best hands-on demonstrations that we've done in the year. That the heads, he has this, he showed us different colors. It's unbelievable. A lot of people took advantage. You can still, if you want, the discount is still going worldwide. Shop.taylor.com. Someone sent me an email. I'm going to talk about it tomorrow, maybe. There's another company that also does Taylor. It's cheaper. Okay, whatever. I don't want to ruin the whole thing. Use discount code MDY, it says here.
You've been to 19 countries? Wow.
Okay, what else do we have here? Oh, I got a few emails about this. But I like this one because it's truly. Rabbi said that the Grow War kind of show that it's fitting consensus. It's truly said in a raid fight, the name of Rabbi Shmuel Salan, that it was because he's already wearing his towels goggle the whole day. He wanted to get the rice and the Rabbanah together. So that must be shot because I got this for like 500 people. You know the story. Really nothing. I haven't heard from him in a while. Dear Valley is paying for the free publicity in the Army magazine. After Purim, I'm putting out a big new song sung by one of Kleinstein's greatest singing stars, and also releasing his help with Yeshua. The reality of the article topic is the whole reason I started putting out music. You can imagine the insane amounts of money spent that can't be recouped is because I need a baby healthy object that we are turning. I realized it's a little bit long in my mouth, so I created this title. The music producer, your producer, unfortunately, is really the writing and playing music and I had to take out instead of wasting time on digital content. I'll find it for you to do, and this person finds spiritual healthy happy connection for their downtime that everyone has. It's certainly a very deep thing, and I've seen this over and over. People that have addictions and all sorts of things, the shit really helps them because you have to find an alternative. You can't just drop an addiction and hope that it's not never going to come back. You have to find something to do with that time, whatever. Now the email I got 2 months ago, Zoom said because Ellie travels the next day to Utah. Dear Ellie, Leslie Free, you're talking about Yogi Berry's great line and overlooking a part one. It goes like this. Oh, that restaurant? Nobody goes there anymore. It's always too crowded.
Jeff, do you always dress like a...
Some people like me also feel that way about NDY. 6 years ago, we used to be part of a special group that was part of the fresh new movement of learning. learning the guy with this wacky visionary unsustainability nowadays. Every person they meet plus his uncle is part of the UI in some way. I thought of finding a new smoke token joint where it wouldn't be crowded because nobody goes there yet. But I realized this is how we always wanted it to be. Another growing movement of people who realize that these activities are helping only have it into their day in a way that is sustainable, not just a figure that dies down after a week or two. After that is the and that is the key to all Kabbalah and Rabbi Hashem. If you take it on a Kabbalah that will enhance your life, make it one that is sustainable. Thank you, Rabbi. The great source of giving time to you and a sustainable way to learn Torah daily, just like my music projects that were needed to sustain my YouTube Kabbalah. I'm making enough of Yomi Duffel. But I saw this motorcycle of in the English here. In the English here, what is it? Time out. You say yes. Lawyer, what is it? What is it? No. Okay. You don't know. I'm going to show you.
Please don't try to shake anyone's hand. I like it when my guests come back to do the show again, everybody.
What if I put on scissors? Do I need
It's the first time on stage.
What if I have scissors? Do I need to
It's got a little bit of a school shooter thing about him.
Why do you need a program? This doesn't work.
It's the video I showed of the motorcycle guy wearing the yellow. So he's the real deal. The voice like, how did Hollywood, Florida, satellite location. I already gave me yesterday, he said I'm his helmet.
Hell yeah, you motherfuckers.
Yeah, he's sleeping on the phone. I'm not in this traveling. It's tonight, yes, trouble yes. What's going to be with this Hollywood, Florida? Because I was come for there.
Where I'm from, by God, they like skills a lot.
What happened over there? Hollywood, Florida, satellite location. Maybe they need David Talbot to go there and do something. He's the one that helped them with the renovation. Check it now. Starting this month's Shavu. Hopefully, we can love him out the Hollywood and White English. 9 p.m. MDY English. 10 p.m. Love him out. This is a sponsor. These are the people that sponsored the college, our global Kelly and a bunch of others. Where's Harry? Oh, good. Yeah, you're there, here. I saw your name. Here we go. You're not too Harris. This was post on the new life. All right, we're going inside. Here we go. Let's say hello to the guests a little bit. Sponsors. Oh, yeah, sponsors. We might have to go back. We have to push and go back to all the sponsors. Official edition of New York Times. Stop. Dahlia Waldman. In memory of the Rabbi, from the Shlomo, this is on the rough of the Rabbi, Dr. Irving Jacob. Daily sponsors, this on Wertheimers, the Nishmas, Hakovi, the Field, and Hakovi, Yehuda, Michael Rubin, in memory of the origin of Mental Ben and Melech, Rubin, and Japan was rough anonymous. Roshema, the Ans has very surgery to go well. Surgery to go well and late. Liat Basver. Maybe how you saying all the hell shit in the middle of life. But nobody. Nothing more than any of the full issue of short-handed life before the time was murdered. Visual training like shots and separate by the reminding of families, everything happens. We just was a murder of crime.
I can't believe I already wasted my I saw a lot of months for energy drink. I feel like earlier today he was in like a business suit, clean shaven, all of his teeth. Now that you say that you've done acid and he's like urine acid, it all makes sense.
Here's a question on both sides. The guy go a sukkah. Your sukkah. The guy goes your sukkah. That's it. Gamba. The guy perform a bris milah. there's no foolish moil around. And it's a very dangerous thing. The joy performs this swing. No, yeah, it's good enough. But, yeah, the mama, you'll see, the very close. Might be an argument. The one that says it's very quick, you don't have to do it from the down business. So joy, make your tzitzis. What's this? Right? That's on the food. Okay. Nice. Let's try. It says Gemara, 18 lines from the bottom, remember how from base. Rabbi, I just realized something about it. Donnie, thanks for bringing the chassid to me, so I don't have to go to him tonight. I see you come back. If you don't see me in the beginning of the chasana, I probably won't be there. So I have to do something to make it all the way in the beginning, and then I'll run back. That's the only way to do it tonight. Rabbi Yehuda Moser Leil Katzara. I used it. Time Jordan used to be a big part of the show. He was here day one and here for a few years. He says, you have to put my daughter's class. I said, I'm not even know if there's any fine class. So I don't know now.
So you started driving heavy machinery a week ago, you say?
As alright, so people buy out. Rabbi Yehuda, yeah, it's my nether. Yeah. Nothing allowed. No, for sure not. Rabbi Yehuda, oh yeah, I forgot to bring the piece I wanted to bring. Okay, Rabbi Yehuda Masa Leil Katzara. Rabbi Yehuda would give his palace to the dry cleaner. And this, I have to, even though you guys know the story, most of you, but the new guys don't, Walden doesn't know the story. So in New York, the Chinese were very big into the laundromat. So a guy gave his palace in there, and he gets a bill for $100. $100. $10 for $20 for the towels. It's $80 for you to undo all the screens you had on the corner and put them back. Oh, my sister, so here's the big, this is the struggle that I have. Everybody has a good answer. I'm sure somebody out there came up with some sort of advice. So how do you wash your tzitzis without ruling? Every time it goes into the laundry, the net doesn't work for me. Tzitzis have a pocket. The butt. Hold on, here's the guy that knows what's talking about. Finally, all you guys, you tried all this stuff, it doesn't work. Take the tzitzis, you fold them up into the pocket. Into what? What, the little pocket that it comes with? So, into the net. You have to put it in the slipstream first. But if you don't put it in the slipstream, then they get all messed up. They get free. So I have this thing that has it's a plastic. And you go around, it goes over. Simple like, there we go. You get a new one every time. Yeah. Because it gets clean like that? It gets clean. No. You take the tzitzis, put it in the middle, fold it up, roll it up. You have a sausage. Sausage. Tzitzis. First. Can we get a man stocking? It works perfect. Oh, it was worth the whole shit just for the sake of it.
Joint when you suck to the point with the heart.
Okay.
What other drugs have you done, Chris? Crystal meth?
Okay. Give out.
What
you have to use the helmet out first. Don't talk. Rabino, times will make up. So they had these pockets. These pockets were not invented now. Check this out. Even though she did with drugs. Yeah. See, so hold it up with the ball. Rabino he did something like this. He basically showed the tzitzis. He made a little pocket on the spot. Then he, after the wash, he undid it. Hold her up on it. How many strings are on the tzitzis? The Shammai are above, it's four,
Is
put
anything
them
missing
into
if
the
one
corner,
tooth sort of
and you fold
cancels
it
out
over.
the bow tie?
Well, they still learning shloisha. And they still say 3 strings, you fold it over. Meanwhile, maybe Ellen, send me my towels this way, please. Now, there's a famous story in the Gemara that Rabbi Rothschild saw in Mason Mikvah, those who died in Mikvah. And he saw that they were wearing chalisim with tails. So he figured to himself, wow, great opportunity. You know that I told you so kind of thing. You could bring the actual strings of the tzitzis of the those of the Mikvah. There's no point in be trying to silver. How many strings? I can prove you. 3 or 4. So cut it, put it in his pocket, taking some antiques, going into the cage, taking stuff out. He gets on his donkey, whatever, his camel, and what would he do? So the Arab said, hey, did you take something from over here? He said, yeah. He said, they don't move. They don't move. Put it back. So he put it back. He comes back. He told the story. He said, why did you count them? Count them. Tell us how much. You just put it back and that's it. That was the story over there. Anyways, this is my flag is going back. How many
I
screens?
could
4,
probably
3.
read all the way up to chapter 2.
Says the Gemara.
Yeah.
The conversation was,
They saw what I
how
did too.
much does it have to come off the corner? How long does this have to be? The Shammai is Arba. It has to be 4 fingers. If it's still on your 3 fingers. Sholish should be still, Sholish should be still, a thumb is the 4 thumb. On a papa, right? So the right is about 4 thumbs. She's talking about pinky, 6 pinkies. Thumb is the 5th thumb. But the 3rd finger, the 2nd finger, you're talking about 5 fingers. So it's 4, 5, 6. Depends the size of your finger. Depends what finger, not the size of your finger. Correct. That's talking about average person. Now, you know, my average person says, Shalom. Honorable. Arba, it's like Arba. When it's left, it's Arba. You're talking about 4 strings. Arba, 4 strings. The third Arba within 4 fingers of the end of the garment. When it's left, it's Arba has to hang down for something as so. I'm not excited about this picture. I was going to equivalent. Because he's not counting all the knots. Maybe you have to count the knots. Now, the idea, you get the idea. It's 4 fingers off the tzitzit with the knots. Without the knots, you'll figure it out. 4 fingers. The hole that you put it through is maximum 4 fingers away from the edge. And 4 long set, 4 to this, and 4 straight. So you know my inflation. Like 3 strings, besides each other, within 3 fingers of the edge of the house, and she lets it color, and it hangs down 3, 3, 3, 3. All right, let's mix it up a little bit. It's going to be complicated. We pass in the 4 strings on the tip. This like so, however, it goes like the other people, like Rabbi within 3 fingers. Mr. Lesh is out of that. 4, 3, 4. Okay. So don't go further away than 3 fingers of the edge. So as we see now, the hole that we put the tip in is very, very exact. It's complicated. It can't be too far away from the edge, and it can't be too close. Also, where this is also, it can't be like this. This is no good. It has to be like this. We're going to see in a second. You got to run around. Sure, no. You're like this. You're like this. In other words, it should be aiming straight down as we coming off the side. We'll see soon. Huh? You don't know. You don't know what it is. Right? You can't see it. Oh, you see, this is bad. This is terrible. It's bad. I'm going to change it right now. I did it before.
This might be the last time we see you.
This is this side of the baguette. Oh, so this is kind of on the side, no? Yeah, you guys running around over here. Okay. So the main of this year is tell me tzitzis has a shear, how long it has to be. The meaning of tzitzis, the word tzitzis, 8 tzitzis are like, it means tzitzis, you have to say, it comes out. 8 tzitzis are amounts from even a small amount. If I only give them time to give them cereal, real cereal, the elders went up to the attic, only tzitzis in the shear. Tzitzis doesn't have a shear, you don't have that certain amount. You have to like similar when you rule of English shear. A rule doesn't have an amount. So we're gonna have to show this video first so you can understand the Gemara. Without this video, it might be a problem. I saw a little longer than this at the control. I think I have a picture of it. Kavod Parad is this the loud kasher? Kasher is the loud. There's no shiur for a lulav.
Interesting. You are every show that you had together. Here he goes, everybody.
Look at you missing a lulav. You can't do nebula like that. Of course I have a lulav. Here, take a look.
What in the fuck? The one that called me sir. Wow, I can feel that little whistle right
It's
over
so
my neck.
tiny. The Rab said yesterday that there's no shiur for a lulav. There's no shiur in the moilo. But tomorrow, there is a shiur. Go buy a lulav.
Oh, now that we saw this, now we can understand about it. Lulav is the shear. Well, Lamoila. Remember, Lamoila is the shear. Maila in the shear cloud. Oh, there's a shear. Take a look at it. No. No, in the shear the malo. Yes, the shear the mosho. There is a shear about small. It can't be too small. Because if they off the kids, when you little in the shear, if not in the shear cloud, you can tell shear at all. But nah, we should just place the probably do that there. But caution, when you sit up, you only said place the proper means 4. It's 3 plus 1 for the actual shaking of the. Okay, so you need a minimum of 4 spots. So when you come with this little shear, obviously it's a shear. Minimum what? 4 spots. Hello, in the shear of malo. Let's say, what does it mean? There's no limit. I heard that the touchscreen is not going to have very, very low level. To the point where it's not doing where sometimes difficult because you're sitting in the city and she's doing like.
I mean, let's take a break.
Rashi, since from Rashi, there's a big
Get a great
noise
shave at a great price conveniently delivered to your door. DollarShaveClub.com/kill. Contracts.
in the list. The more the better. There's a malo, there's a shul malo. But I mean the shul malo, there's a shul malo. So
Over there on the base. Look at them.
there's no shear.
Stick with me. You know those toads that they say can get high?
How long
So
is
it's like a
that?
princess kiss
But
one
there
of
is
those.
a shear of how short. It can't be too short. Hold on.
There you go. He's speaking of
Six
Chris
is
Hurst
the
from earlier. Yeah.
What's the honor? Rabbi side. The money going. Well, here we go. Remember the honor.
I knew it. I knew it.
This is the deal. And
Pull
this
another name out
part
of
is
the
called
bucket.
the
Bring it
honor.
for Andrea
street.
Carlisle.
The whole way to make it change the situation is grabbing like the from my head. In other words, like here, like you here. Hold on, buddy. The song is Rudolph. Tzitzil Daramoy. No fear in the world has a picture like this. What's Tzitzil Daramoy? Like
Andrea
the goyish
Carlisle,
here.
ladies and gentlemen.
What's the goyish here? Here. Right over here.
Hey y'all. I started
I love the
microdosing
way you
on
did it.
mushrooms
The mom looks at tzitzis.
because I
There's
told
like the
myself
pressure of the
to
tzitzis. It's braided nicely. But then afterwards on the bottom, it's loose. You see people wearing it, their braids like that. They're making braids. It's braided on the top, close to their head, the skull. And then later, not like tzitzis. And we have a cat.
woman, I can do that. My parents did that.
Right. It's on top. That's exactly what it is.
I had a
Yeah.
really cool nickname growing up.
It goes like that, on top. It means at the end, the edges.
Yeah. It really sucked.
But they don't
I got
really
made
know.
fun of all the time.
People are like parents. If you put the tzitzis on the corner itself, such
And
as
I would say, I would
so,
call crying to my
mom's
mom
on the
every
corner,
single day
you
saying
can give any
ridiculous shit. Like,
room.
oh,
Boy, I like deal meaning.
And she'd be like, oh.
There's stitching on the edge so that it doesn't
And I was like, wait.
fray. Okay, fray is good work. Shave. You put the stitches right here on the edge. It's okay. Leslie says, no good. So this teacher, Leslie is going to go. Mom said, what are you saying now? God says, this is people saying, it's not enough that you put on the corner, but it has to, like touch and move on the towels. Now that's the point. It is. Here, Ariel or whoever's doing the editing, put this into the TV show. So let me have okay. If your sister's hands like this, it's not rubbing on the beggar, it's straight down. But if it's on the side, it's constantly moving up and down it's moving on the edge. And that's so run the test. So run it. So look at your look at Tom's bubble, which I didn't do yet. And yet you should move it up. But eventually it comes down, so you gotta pop it back up. It should be like this. It should be like that. Why? It's possible.
Except our family.
I'll get you there, but I'm favorite day. It should be literally touching the tunnel, not hanging over there. It should be moving the tunnel. The man, wasn't happening. The one that says that you put it on the actual corner, like in this picture. Or, I'm sorry, not like this picture, the one before. Oh, this was me. Here it is. Somebody found this picture. Wow. This is a real Lulu. It was Mary Kay that year, a long time ago. It was like 12 years ago. Wow, it's a serious thing. We didn't have those beautiful things.
So you say you've been seeing them off and on 2013, and then you worked the script when it's
and then what's that? I think that estimate, right?
It started like at the end.
It's not a joke. Okay.
And then
What found out? You did that?
you admitted you're making a point to make sure that we all know
Okay,
that you're
find that exact day.
that act that you do, it's not actually funny, but you're
I'm telling you the content like this. Everything, man, it's easy. It's not the flow signal.
there it is. Yeah, I had a feeling that
So
was
look at me, look at me. It says you can't put it on the corner. If you like the HDA, all the way down to all the way to the you have to do like session Google. Maybe the one that does like the part of the song. Off the, so we have two things here so far. We have the part that says maximum usage, and then we have this sheet that says minimum off the edge, this much, so it can be like it can be touching the fabric. So we want to send it to Israel. There are possibilities of Rabbi. It's like, interesting what? When they talk about it, what is Israel? There's a minimum and a maximum. It's like, of course, I need both. I need a sheet that tells me how far the most I can put it. But make my hole up here? No, that's the thing. Can I make my hole down here? No, that's the thing. So I need both. What do you mean? I don't know if I said that. This is what I'm going to do. Yeah, the things are fun. I'm going to read this. How about me to put shows the rapid fake should be more. Becoming with 190, the more you put into the quarter, it's even better. So therefore, I think that you can put it to manage.
I mean, never mind.
Literally on the quarter like this. This is.
No, I would be
This is
horrible.
the yapper. No, you gotta go at least one thumb to get there. You need to be a guy for about that. You need to
name some of the songs that you and your musical duo
hey,
had.
this is go really close and you won't have a maker. And the man, the more squiggle over the corner, put 20 fingers away from the corner. It's gonna rub the
Oh,
corner.
he knows about it.
I need both. Rabbi is a Samuel story. Have you asked me about Rabbi is a Samuel, the city from Rabbi. How do you have
You know,
Samuel?
that reminds me of the Dollar Shave Club. You did this summer exclusively at Dollar Shave Club. .com/Dollar Shave Club. Great shave.
I don't know, Dave, if you can find that picture of me with the.
Hell yeah. It's a
I
no-brainer.
should put it in. I think the guy could put it in. Come on. They had a whole bag of stick, whole bag of real things with power. Yesterday, last night. So here it is. That boy, take a look at this picture about this. You don't have to, this happens all the time with children, especially. Where the out of that little hole, they come really close to that. They cut here, cut the back.
Andrea, you
Oh,
take all the
this is
stereotypes
doesn't even
about
look like
women in
the
comedy
circles.
and,
You get that? All these parts.
anyway,
Oh,
Andrea, where do you see yourself in 10 years from now?
I didn't have no picture. I left them no phone. I wanted to do this thing over here. Okay, well, figure out how to do it.
But, you know,
On the spot.
like
That's what we
career-wise,
do. There we go.
family,
So I did like
show show.
Yes.
I'm like, mom was one of the anybody have a loose string or something? Okay.
is it about growing up Filipino? No.
No, you want.
It's called Fresh Off the Plane.
All of that, it's all of mine. I love that one. You got to sit down and put next to the corner. That's be a good thumb strap off the corner. Look at this. This is very close to the corner.
It's called, you really want to hear
All of that, you got him real good.
It's called
Just have to see it. Remember, we even said that you should just be this long, but provided that you started out with the regular shape roll, so go over here. When you start off, put into the hole, more than a thumb right away, then even if it slips down, it's good. It's good to go. It's it.
I just didn't want to
He's
do
very,
it. I was like,
very
maybe
down.
someone else.
So he asked me a question. He said, no. Or if I told the summer, what we guys, let's just get more.
Some news
One
about
person
Ron
can make
Sticker.
it
We
go.
just found
Think
out
about
that
it's smarter
did
than
not get picked up by
Don't worry
YouTube.
about it. What's the time?
Oh, well.
Rabbi did so much.
What's the name of my favorite monster truck?
What's the drop?
What's the longest relationship you've had, Andrew?
2 years.
2 years?
What's the fuck? How can it sound like a little shit?
Sorry, Ken.
What's the
Was I in it?
Are you part of that?
we
Has
from?
that to do with what you're
Something
talking about?
different.
Oh.
Oh,
Can you still keep in touch
it's
with
the
them?
potato.
No,
No, I understand.
like years ago.
It says, I hear there's so much. You know, there is no ear.
Do you have any other show ideas? Like, It's Always Sunny in Manila.
Oh my God, I'm just.
You know,
Keep coming.
That's what I'm saying. I'm looking at a whole thing of the practice that came last night to the kids. What you calling her all his friends.
No.
And I said, you're not in something
Do you have
like
like
this.
any
You understand
Filipino?
this. That's why I open up the satellite division in July. I go there all the time.
did it. It's Always Sunny in
Rabbi,
Manila.
Okay, so this is a little complicated to show without, not complicated, but I had my drop, and I left it in no television.
That's wrong.
Basically, what do we take the scissors, we put it through the hole, and then we make a knot. And then we make another knot. It's two knots. He says, no.
Isn't it kind of like
So how many screws do you have? After you put 4 strings through the hole, if I got it on the side, you have 8 strings. No, what I want you to do is, I want you to put 8 strings through the hole with the 4.
Do you have a group of people
I want you to
hang out with?
start out with 4
Or
strings.
like,
You fold it in
or
half.
like rat pack
But once you
joke?
fold it in half, now you
So
have 8.
that's specifically a
You put
Filipino
it through,
joke.
and then you make a slip knot.
Thank you, Andrea. I
If
know
I had
I'm
a
a
clue, I could
professional
do it.
comedian and writer, one of the
Let's
top
see,
young
let's
comedians.
try to do one. Let's see.
Tony, can I ask a question? This is a very serious question, and I'm not trying to be funny, but is there a little
It's not enough, that's the problem.
city in Los Angeles?
Put it in there.
Is there? Yes.
Oh,
Wow, that lady sounds
So
like
don't
she
worry.
lives right next to it.
You see how-
Yeah, it's the worst.
Yeah,
See
like a
this?
Filipino town. I think it's near
now you put the scissors right through the slip
We
knot.
actually have live
Pretend
audio
it's all
of
four
the
screws.
Filipino
You put these guys through the slip knot, and then you pull down, so you have a slip knot. You don't have a real test,
Do
you
you
have a slip
drive,
knot.
Andrea?
It slipped out already. That's how the slip knot
Yes.
is.
I make a
Stop.
bad drive.
You don't
Or
have.
do you have?
I have a mini.
Oh, yeah, throw it in. Oh, yeah.
Have you ever gotten into an accident?
Oh, that's
Yeah,
right.
I got hit twice by they're both Russian.
Thank you so much. The color of
Would you
strong.
want a full-size cooker?
Your mom is, you can't,
No,
beautiful.
no, mini is mine.
Okay,
Is it not for
here we
you?
go.
Yeah.
We fold it in
Russians
half.
just hit carbs.
So we have 8 strings there.
Really?
Now
The guy
you
with
take
the girl,
8
they're
strings,
both texting. It's going good.
They were texting each
and we
other.
put it through the hole.
If it was a black mini cooper, you could be hanging with Mr. Cooper.
Oh
my God.
Oh, that's good.
Mark Curry,
You see,
nobody.
like this. And now we take
Two
it,
for sevens.
we put it through the slip knot, and boom.
Do you date
I didn't make a knot. It's a slip knot. You know, taking like this. But what did I do? I gave that I folded it up before I put it through the hole. So now I put 8 strings through the hole. It says you read it, and you need 4 times 2 is 8. Not after you make it not all 2 have 8. Do the slip knot. Now I'm showing you not to worry. It's the slip knots. I'm going to just go like this. And boom, comes right out.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful. His local loves us. You're going to find out that if boom, he had it, it wasn't going to be in his pocket. What happened? What happened?
I can see that coming from Appalachia.
Wow.
Chris Hurst, your wife's a comedian, has no problem filming his sister. You know that for a fact.
Sorry. Yeah, your place has please stop with these. It's not interesting anymore. That's it. I'm done. I'm done with your. What's it called? No more fun, okay? Please.
Tuesdays in Seattle or something like that.
I went to ton of it and I only went
Oh, shit. All right, Andrew. Well, it was nice to meet you.
Come on. All right, tell me more. Oh, so listen to this. We're not going to react. We're going to our call. We took the floor, bodies came way up, we folded it up. We might have little dream, but we put it right through the hole, folded. The love is made, but then it did a slip now. So some of you know, I'm going to dream up. You hold it when you put it through the hole, the thing not for it. Yeah, you're right. You deal with it. We learned the word deal means sport. And mother still, as you put it through the hole, it's still. Was it still on the one side? Let's go back over here.
They want to, they come back sometimes and they get redemption. Sometimes they come back wrong again. I can't tell you how excited I am.
You start out 8 strings, fold it in half. They have 16. It's a 16 rule.
If you're a real fan of the show, you'll know that I would theory that anytime it's a one-word comedian, it's usually exciting in some way. This is extra special because I'm pretty sure there's about 30 people in this room who fall under this name. I'm excited about this one. We were getting together. Whoever signed up is Tom.
You make a bracha on making sisters.
Was there a human named Tom that signed up and then Broadway scribbled out their Twitter handle afterwards? Tom?
You're blacklisted,
Tom.
Alright, sometimes it's just
don't
like
make a bracha when you make
special people walking down the sidewalk.
Oh,
boy! One of our most recent new favorite guests on this show.
So
Put your hands together for Kevin Mack.
Unwrap. The other assistant to the bracha. Rob didn't say that you don't make a bracha when you choose to unwrap and you don't unwrap. The night we choose by the composite sheets. How do you know that if a non-Jew makes tzitzis is possible? So never daber b'nei Yisrael, but also lahem tzitzis. Tell by Yisrael that they should make tzitzis. If you look at this passage, if you be able to learn from these exact words, okay. Tell b'nei Yisrael that they're going to make tzitzis. You want to learn this? There's another man on says daber b'nei Yisrael. Well, also, somebody else should make you tzitzis. What's learn tzitzis? It's all you ask to learn to get covered, but we learn it simple. Daber b'nei Yisrael, what's learn tzitzis? Daber b'nei Yisrael should make you tzitzis only b'nei Yisrael and not somebody who's not a b'nei Yisrael. Well, my roommate, what's the guy to do? All right, basically, some of our kids become should share, but it's father. Yisrael and start with us. Any mitzvah that a non-Jew can perform, that the Jew cannot say after the show the mitzvah. You command me to do this mitzvah. No, anybody can do it. No problem. So somebody can come. When a non-Jew does it possible, you saw something there, a Jew makes it problem. As the tomorrow, one little piece of that very strong rule, directing you on the chair was the public. Listen to this.
Welcome back to the show.
Chris Milo, which is ushered by God. The sign your future real estate for one of the cities. The registrar. The export and volume is not good. Is not true.
For those of you that might not know,
now, there's a plug
this is the Kevin Mack that is famous on this show for having the douchiest Instagram posts we've ever heard of in our entire life.
The beginning,
The
it
king
became
of the
very Korea,
hashtags,
not
Kevin
just give
Mack.
the
Now,
line.
you guys, Kevin and Kurt,
You know
was
what
not
I
last
know?
time you guys
We
were
don't
here,
want
right?
to see. If you have an
You
app,
wouldn't
no one
even
is
point
watching.
the
This is going to have
what
back
the
to
fuck
Havana.
is that?
He's
It's
not
something I
using
wish I
anyway
didn't
to
say.
his family's home.
That's almost
Havana
like
family
too
started.
cute. I like it when
The
he's
whole
too
of it
cute.
started back in the day.
You not notice anything strange?
And then Layla, he might use kavana during your son's prayer, not a good idea. If you're like there, you are my God. That is a confusing there.
Yes,
So
no,
don't
no,
do
I
our
know
money.
it's
Don't
your
do
my
that.
wine. Taking a shit. That's sort of good. I don't
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we
there
got
you
all
go.
three of
There's
those.
one. All right. Let's start here.
Once you have done that, you does
So
something
we have
with
new
it.
hosts.
We'll
So
be slow
last
talking
time
about
you
it.
posted this. You guys ready to play a game called King of
We
Minutia?
know that you ever get this race. The father makes
I
it
think
wrong.
you're gonna like it. You're literally not gonna believe what this guy knows, but he says on his Instagram post.
So this
This is a new one from June 17th. Now, I like to read exactly what he says. You see the picture here, live audience. I always like to let you know exactly what the caption exactly says. I'm gonna read it to you. I'm gonna read it to you, and then we're gonna rap, right? And I then rattle off the hashtags afterwards. But look at this picture, everybody. Here it goes. Original Kevin Mack says, those who say you can't are hoping. They want you to fail so that they don't have to face their lack of motivation. Hashtag motivation. Hashtag motivational quotes. Hashtag man.
You want to say real quick,
Hashtag
we
believe.
got somebody, what's your name?
Hashtag word. Hashtag drive.
Today?
Hashtag no days off. Never. Hashtag grind. Maybe you're missing the ER at the end of that. Hashtag dream. Hashtag dreams.
What's your name?
Plural with me.
From where?
Some people have more than one.
Oh, yeah, every time.
Once you close
Okay,
that,
I'm trying to remember. What's your name?
think
From?
of another one.
Yeah,
And then there's an edit option.
Anybody
So
else?
you just go and people say that. Does it change everything when you add
Hey,
that?
that's
Sometimes,
okay.
yeah, sometimes it changes. Hashtag.
Okay, it's in the slides. Okay, I don't know, we're not there yet.
I'm going to be editing tonight.
Evan, what was
I
your
got that.
childhood?
Okay, I got it.
Yeah,
There's
was
a
it
video
hashtag
coming up.
bully?
Rabbi, this is a
I
big
grew
one.
up in all black and somewhat Asian.
But you just took it out. What happened?
No, but like
Oh,
really, what was your childhood?
You do a little bit right.
And again, I'm going to say nice things for you.
What's left? What's left?
Kevin, last time you were on, we read some of your Instagram posts, and so there's an influx of perhaps new fans or comments. I don't know that I would call them fans.
Where is he? Where's the Mohammed? You want to start the race already?
Did anybody leave any comments?
I'm
You
sending
see
you
them
my
like you see them in your nightmares.
You said your son that's me. And if you guys have sushi there, he'll make the freeze for half price. What? What do you mean?
Let's see some of those toppers. Hashtag dies.
Where's the little yingele?
Is your mom alive? She is. She is. She's barely hanging on. Thanks a lot, big face.
Where's the little
Hashtag
email at?
yourself. Hashtag taking the ass.
That one was me. I said you did.
No, not for the proof. But maybe proof. Maybe proof.
All right, Kevin.
You came with them all.
I think the best one was
Something proof.
Kevin, I'm here from Kill Tony. I just wanted to let you know that I followed you only so that I can tell you every day how much I hope your face gets burned off by some man's herpes.
Wow. Jesus, you too vividly remember that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's one more King of the Douchebag for you. Look at this picture. I mean, fake face tattoo on this one?
Yeah, that's from a movie.
Oh, wow. Just when you couldn't get any douchebag job, that it was the movie. Temporary tattoo that says family on it.
Look at
No
this, yeah,
hashtag.
like,
I'm actually
doing that
surprised
with
the tattoo doesn't
I'm going to
have
bring you
Right,
right
make
from
the first
Sukkah.
one do it.
You're wearing a
Fox
fedora
question
and
from-
it
How
says
do you think
movie
the ceremony is
swag.
called? A
And
good
little camera.
lasagna.
And what?
Sukkah.
And this is all true, by the way.
And
We're not
also, as
making
the
up any
prophet
of these
said, John
hashtags.
Baptist, famous John Baptist.
All it says
So
is
the one
movie
example.
swag. Yes, please
A
follow
Sukkah
him and
lasagna is
leave
very much
comments.
Sukkah. See, it's not women have like a certain, they need shades.
That's all that
So
it
it's
is.
the aim of animals need to shave.
There is
It's
a
sticky.
Asian dude
But
who's
it's
never
made
posted.
for
He has
pussy.
no followers.
Sukkah lasagna is any type of cut that gives off shades. Shade is perfect. But the match is because as long as it's made for shade and not for privacy purposes.
he doesn't post it.
Yisrael can talk about it. And a Jew doesn't make a bracha on a sukkah. This is perfect right. Since a guy can make a sukkah, he's first letting him a guy. He can make a sukkah, so there's no bracha. The man is putting down a rope, sign it, it's sukkah, last thing, person. Talk about those things like the other,
Here's the big difference is movie swag hashtag. Hashtag hashtag
well, they should probably come to sit in the circle. They should have simple. You last the circle, let it go. Nobody ever made a broke on it. The circle is perfect, right? The problem is still, you say, the problem is right, too. It's still, but the problem is, if a guy makes you feel, oh, I forgot to put it in. What? Then he sent me last night at 1 in the morning. Okay, so you send it to the editor. When we're in the factory, it says everything you do should be the same. You just fill it. The good stuff is all good. Get it off. Hey, the road up to the page of the face. Say the place, soon, some of you. Shit. Happy Thursday. Right. It's a Thursday. Over here, it's supposed to get right? They're not real. Even a 4-year-old child, the right to a no to over, two no. Whenever you try to talk to yourself, there's interior, you see what? You can pull it out, you can write it through. But then you see what you're looking, you don't write it through. Burning up and down. A dark woman had to find so a year, not just the small.
Sometimes. Are you looking at yourself?
Rashad.com. Who's read the shit of today? I'm going to hear nothing about the video, like hopefully not something right. There's some players who really think it's because of good.
Hashtag grind. Hashtag hustle. Hashtag no days off. What did you do today? Hashtag work. Hashtag set life. Hashtag drive.
Because I was in my car.
And the last one is hashtag bad boy. Now, when somebody's searching for a bad boy, Kevin, why do you feel like you're the one you feel like you're a bad boy?
Because I have a tattoo.
You do?
Yeah, that might be another negotiation.
Where do you have those tattoos?
I got a bad
Do you have bad boy tattoo next to your boy penis? Oh my god, you have a tattoo on the inside of your lower lip. Why?
The best is that no matter what the people made in China, what they're making it doesn't hurt them. That's what you made in China.
There you go, a red band. Very good.
If you show it up the bottom.
Red band. Well done. Did it again.
Did you get that done by a dentist?
Whoa. He was there. No.
That's true. That's true. Right?
Stop calling. It's the third. Close to your area, the cheer and the sequel. We'll be slowing jump the bottom. The song of here, greater of one of the trigger of you. I'll tell you, I don't know. I'll tell you, right? If you're Ashkenaz, you will say, despise not to the you have to fill in the bottom.
Cambodian. It says,
Not in the hurry, and the drop, I'm making it fill. This is a problem. Why? Because the guy cannot make fill. And if the guy can't make fill, the Jew should make a bracha. I'll make it fill. It says anything you go to the Jew makes a bracha. On the sukkah, it's good for you. That's why we don't make a bracha. The right time we call mitzvah, that's my mitzvah. So the reason is, now we have a new style. The mitzvah that's Yosef, my mitzvah. When you go down and no more mitzvah, you're going to get no power up to the mitzvah. It's a one-time thing. You cut and that's it, it's done. I would have to care about the problem. Even though
it's
oh, the boy could perform the meal, it's so hard as the body. That's like
if someone doesn't believe you're a bad boy, just
that's what the Jew makes about. The whole mitzvah that's supposed to love your mitzvah, but any mitzvah that's not the end. You don't feel it, you don't feel anybody. I think I'm a food when even though God cannot do the fill, you throw in the tongue of the Jew will move it. So what's going on in this? Oh, that's exactly what so it is. Myself, I play this out of tree. Woman on the whole that the mitzvah's on the couch. And once you put the titties on the tip, the mitzvah's over. It's finished. If it's over, then you have to make a bracha. Myself, I play this guy rule. No. every time the person wears the tzitzis, he's clean. So there's more like a extra mitzvah, sort of. All the way around more color about actually not like law and not like believe it or not, we have a completely different way of doing the possible like a pointed out of the mouth. All right, remember that. And I don't mitzvah, and I don't think what it comes to terror. How do you know that when a blood makes tzitzis, it's kosher? And then like a elderly straw, stop. Well, also, what tzitzis? It's right to make it the tzitzis.
No, you are, Kevin.
That's what I'm saying. That's how we do it. The what? It's mutter for good to make it. Therefore, going back to the original. Any kind of blood can make you perform the mitzvah, then there's no bracha. That's why we don't make a bracha on last year's what? Like super. The blood can make it super. That's why we don't bracha. All right, we go around. So just as a question, according to everybody, since this must be made to shema, you just have a question. What does it mean to make? Does make mean to put it into the hole and make the two, or does it mean weaving it? Says the Gemara, I told me that question when I'm leaving my closet. If you make the strings of the tzitzis from leftover strings that are on the side of the, they hang off the fabric. A lot of times you buy your shirt, it's not, it depends on the company also, like little threads hanging all over the place. And you take them and make tzitzis out of it. There's no straw there, and they're not even. Just cut the threads on the floor. Like my tzitzis, I gave it to so what do you call it? Seamstress to do something to it. It came back with all colors of thread from, I guess, on the table. There was a lot of thread, and my tzitzis picked it all up here and here. I was busy pulling them off. Yeah, my tzitzis from that. No small. We're gonna brothers. Like brothers this. Oh, perfect. These guys. And what's up? Yeah, these guys.
Wow, while the other girl was riding you, this is something you could get a commission.
Make tzitzis out of it.
The other girl was
No small. This wasn't made. This is the same thing as having women also eating it.
The other girl was laying underneath.
Says tomorrow.
Were they professionals?
Too long. Okay. But I see if you have like ready-made thread, share it. Even though it wasn't really small. I made it small. I'm going to say too long. You can't make the ready-made thread. You didn't see it small. Everything needs to be done. Says the market on that.
That was too many girls.
Like my point is, keep them job. Picture yourself if President Trump had children, what color would they be? Gold. Everybody, they're gold. A little shiny. Know that I saw a guy in Austria. Everything about him is gold. He wants to be an equal. He's a classic guy. His body, pure gold. Gold. His glasses, gold. He's like a car up, pure gold. So it's up to gold. He's like a security. He's crazy. See what's up? But you know, remember, we have pictures of it actually. You can show it.
Have you ever done anything with another man?
Yeah, I didn't even
These are the kinds of said this a bunch of times. I'm going to show you what it looks like in writing, so maybe you'll remember it even more. I mean, I'm looking at people. There's a concept that when it comes to the first soul results, that actually something that's edible, that's kosher.
Well, then explain yourself. Then explain your side.
Not kosher anymore. It's not kosher. Yeah, that was a shoot in Warren. I had that shit. Yeah, but this means it's not a. Yeah, I get it. People the job, yeah, metal is kosher. All metal is kosher. Yeah, it's not a. People job is you told Ali more than him. You put on the back of not kosher animal, so it's no good. Unless you move to the people. Or maybe it's hard, but if it's the height of a kosher animal, it's called fakir usually. Which one is no? You do that's the only like there. I thought they would tell you actually I'm in the smoke. You need the smoke. So this is my point. You need to do the smoke or not. So they love films like tzitzis that you have to do the actual work. You have to do the shoot. Here we go. And this is the sugya that this is why we went to the Pelas, which was, I'm going to say this again, a crazy Kissing Hashem, the whole thing that my niece got decided, my brother-in-law decided to do a Shabbos
you like? Is there someplace I can see? Nah, they're finishing.
Third brothers in these cities. Turns out that
Are you hoping that they greenlight another Bad Boys movie so that you could audition for it?
my wife said we're going to go shopping, and I'm like, right now,
Well, Kevin, it was nice to meet you. We spent
I think I'm going to shopping. It's still
we needed to. There he is, Kevin Mack.
Probably
It's on
2
Twitter,
hours away.
Instagram,
We're
original Kevin
going to
Mack.
run up the shop.
We have a
Turns
regular.
out,
We have a regular that performs a brand new minute every single week. She does not get pulled out of the bucket. She does it every week in front of the public, in front of all of you. You guys know her. You love her.
4.5 feet away.
Put your hands together for
It's
the
not.
great Allie
It's right
McCoskey,
there.
everybody.
Anyway, so the words
Here
are
we
great.
go.
So here it is. All the way up high. You're a Shmuel Barabuda. Abai tells the Shmuel Barabuda how tell the Hated Tzavita. How do you
People think I'm high all the time because I talk
on the lake,
slow.
my sin and puzzle to somebody. You bring the blood. Basically, it comes in a pouch.
Last time
The
someone
snail
told
of
me to
philosophy,
calm
to
down
someone
was
and other
2013.
chemicals. The Rina will be Yaira. You put it in the
I
pot
don't
and
know,
accumulate
because
and you boil it off.
because people
You
think I'm
shakina
high, they
put
don't
it in the
expect
also.
me
And you
to
take a little
like
bit
be
in the
good
egg.
at
Why? It's
anything.
explain
They
last
just
night.
invite
Egg
me
is
to
like
things that
today
I
the
don't want to
equivalent
go
of
to.
a paper
I
cup.
got 12 text
Apply for cup.
messages
It's
today
possible
telling
it's
me
started.
that it's free
And
Slurpee
you have to
day
toss it away because
tomorrow.
this is, you don't want people to use it because
I
it's
don't
for
want to do
checking
that.
purposes. Why do you have to
Stoners
check
always
it?
think
The
that
way
they're so
Cronin is
chill, but
fascinating.
there's nothing relaxing
This,
about
this,
alien
what
conspiracies.
comes out of this is a yellow substance.
Whenever I
Yellow.
smoke weed, I just think
So how
I'm
do you know
shitting
it's
my
going to die
pants.
You must put white
And all the stoners are like,
semen
just
in it
push through
and
it.
pull it out and see if it's going to be blue.
I'm
Here you
like,
go.
I don't
You have a
want to
video of it.
actually shit my
The mama's
pants.
turns colors. Very, very cool.
I feel like if I did shit my pants high, I would be
This
like
mom's
super
fast.
chill about
Don't worry
it.
about it.
I'd just be like, I think it smells like someone shit
See
their
the yellow?
pants. It definitely wasn't me. Yep.
There you go. That was all good. They're clearing the throat thing. Is that like when you calling card or something like that? Just kick off your side.
And I just had a lot of mucus I was expecting to come up.
Hashtag mucus. Have you ever really shit your pants though?
Oh, I have, yeah.
On purpose?
No, not on purpose.
Pooped your pants.
I have, yeah.
Big scare me.
No, I wasn't scared necessarily. I was just surprised.
Shark.
You don't put them in the sun.
Well,
It's not
it was freshman year of college, and
one's positive, one's crazy.
and
14 after you shit your pants.
Sorority.
no. I just thought it was gonna be a nice simple fart, and you know how the story goes. It
Okay,
wasn't.
so that's the one right over there.
It got
And you've
real
gotten more
messy.
stuff in that diary.
Do you remember
Close
why
your
you
eyes,
got
it's
this?
awesome. So,
No, I mean it
the
just
little
happened.
girl,
It
you
was
dip
funny,
in
you
the
know.
wool.
I
You
love
shut in the
Taco
little
Bell.
egg, so you have to throw out that egg. You shall leave the little you have to burn the wool that you tested. Why do you have to burn the wool that you tested? Because you might use it for fails. You can't use it for fails. Why? Because it's a test product. And when you test, it's for testing. There's no schmuck.
I don't know about that. It is
Shmamino
free
box,
to
I
just
see
put
three
wherever
things
you want.
from it.
But I don't know about
Shmamino, let's stop over here. No, we have a few minutes, right? We're only at 56. We have 4 minutes. Okay, so we can keep it going. We learned 3 levels from here, which the Gemara says is really key. Shmamino, when you test the fabric, it becomes that fabric that you test. You cannot use for tzitzis because you didn't have no shmo. Wasn't done for you. You didn't say it's a shame. You see if it's blue or not. Now, even if you had the shmo for that, it's not enough because part of your mind was to test. It's not 100% for tzitzis. You shmaming on, you need to be the shmo. You need
How
the
did you let
dye
him know
of the
that you
shmo.
did it?
It seems like the same thing. Who's shmaming on to Amapasa? So, that once you use that dye one time, you can't use it again. No double dipping mamish. That part of it. You can see that's called what's the word called it? Marriage shaving. Thank you. It's called marriage shaving.
Yeah.
That's the Gemara. Kind of feel of Sula, kind of feel of smoke. You tell me 2 things that are
No,
the
I
same
don't
exact
at
thing.
all.
That what?
Me either.
Imo Sula. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just trying to see.
everyone here
For the Imo
knows
Sula, that's what you
what's
dipped
going
in.
on.
The original one, the test is no good. Why? Because you didn't smoke. It's the same exact thing.
Our
Well, I'm
brains
actually right. My time called my business code. My time to Sula. Why can't you use the fabric that was dipped into the original
Easy
dye?
maintenance. I just wanted to see if I could look beautiful.
We're just gonna
despite
go
all
3 more
odds
lines.
in the
What?
morning.
Tired? Yeah.
No, I mean, I
Tired.
just keep shaving
That
it
part
until I
is
get sick of it, and then I'll go back to
So
being.
then I have employed this Imo Psula. The leftover dye is no good. You should have absolute
Yeah,
playlist.
but I
That's be
don't.
clean. That's to be concentrated playlist.
Yeah.
And not you doing it for the meal. He said, one of his questions on Rashi is like, why not? You do 25 times and it comes up beautiful blue. How could it be that
Right when I shit my
you can't
pants,
use
I was like, I
fluid?
can't do this anymore.
It's concentrated.
Anything else happen this past week in
There was
real
law,
life?
someone was trying to give them a second to use a double dip because
Yeah,
they'll say
I
it's on the
went up
money.
to San
You're
Francisco this
going to
weekend.
the other is my shit, people culture. He says, no,
I went to
this
a
is why
Pop's Comedy
you
Club, and the guy working there knew who I was from
and you got a double dip.
Kiltony, and he
Your
says he
whole
watches it
side
every week.
have a wonderful
So, shout out
One of the hundreds of thousands.
Merry Christmas, spreading joy throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. When do I
According to Dollar Shave Club,
This is not a medical.
no, it's
I'm sorry.
So you went to San Fran, you do sets up there?
I just did a showcase, but I didn't do any shows.
Was it fun being up in San Francisco where so many women at the same time at a show?
Yeah, and their armpit hair was so long, like longer than on my hair.
How's someone like you get to San Francisco?
I drove, and then I camped in my car one night. Yeah. I do have a Subaru to match the haircut. Yeah, everyone keeps giving me a hard time that I say like No, I brought
Food
I
outside,
parked off
ice
the
cream.
highway, and I went to Monterey, and
A lot
I
of,
parked off the highway, and there was
show
like
and
a
tell.
beautiful
Right next to me,
ocean,
you have-
and then I was like
This is
freezing
the
in my car.
regular
It was
Kentucky
great.
level. It's Taylor.
So in the morning,
And everything you'll see in just a few minutes.
I did. I had a water thing, and then I just dumped it out, and I,
Having died, Taylor.
you say water.
It's actually.
I know I just had like a gallon of water from Trader Joe's. I haven't really
So I
got
want to
the
thank
experience of the water.
Taylor.
They have the best water there. Where did you shower? Where'd you shower?
Oh no! At Hudson, San Francisco.
Rabbi
so
Moshe
shower.
Stavsky, director of the center. Judy Sturman, thank you.
Yeah.
Another good minute.
Okay.
Allie Bukowski, everybody, there she goes.
There are a few people that told me they're interested. They're on the
Magical
train.
Allie Mac,
They're on
Magic
the-
Allie Mac. It's Magic Allie Mac
Done
on
then.
all social media outlets. Oh, that's fucking right. One more time, she's 21 years old.
Tell me about
Everybody
this, yeah.
brings and performs a brand new minute every week on
If
this show.
anybody's interested,
You guys want to go to the bucket
Taylor,
one more time,
a lot of
huh?
whiskey and
One more time.
Baruch Hashem.
I think you guys want to go to the bucket one more time, huh?
First item, 50% off. Everything else,
Okay.
45% off. I
Your
think.
final
Second, third
comedian of
item,
the night,
all the
one
way
of our
through
favorites here
February.
on Kill Tony, one
So,
of the funniest
without
comedians
further
to
ado,
ever even sign up for
what's
this
your name?
bucket. Legend,
Ari, come. Tell me what you
Mikey McKernan,
want to
everybody.
say. You want to
Finally, thank you all for joining us.
Here he
This is
comes,
not to give. This is
making his way in.
the Yemenite favorite Torah, Parshat Truma.
Last comedian of the night. I think you guys can make some noise for him. It's Mikey McKernan.
All right, good. This is for you.
This is a
I don't have any dick
this is a
jokes.
500-year-old
Try my
Parshat
hardest.
Truma. Yemenite Parshat Truma, really studied Peshitta Rambam, and it's Matzi that it should be here tonight next to you while you give
One more
the
time
share.
for all the great
Give it
parents
to
out
you,
there, guys.
No, that is not.
That's what
That's why I said that is not the
Thank you.
that is not the
So,
So you can grow here, just do words.
Yeah, okay.
You have the 300-year-old one that you can have, but not the 500.
Wow, so the tzaddik is not like
Well,
that.
you're smart, aren't you? They say smart things. Like, oh, you're perceived right now. The 5 senses, what's back? You know, the 6 sense. Sense of humor.
Ooh, wow. Yes.
So this is handmade.
I look like an idiot.
And it's made to hold you in
I feel like an idiot too, because every time I eat, I gotta put my hair clean.
Wow. Wow. Beautiful. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Wow. Thank you. All right. So now you guys want to do the demonstration? Who's dying for? These people are gonna die for to see it. They're gonna come to the street just for this. So let them see it and then see it out. They won't have to watch the whole thing.
Mikey, you're a hilarious guy. You're always funny. And that was funny too.
That's the thing, though.
Every time you come here.
I asked the school by Yehuda, how do you make favor?
Wow.
Why doesn't Abaye know how to make
I
favor?
can't help notice you have something in your back pocket.
Where's Abaye live?
It's a sticker that says I'm not funny.
Where's the famous name? In the United Kingdom, the snails that we believe is authentic to our government in found in the Mediterranean Ocean, 1,000 miles from Dublin. So what does the school by Yehuda say?
So I'm bored with it.
First we take the
Mikey,
donkey
you've been on
ozone,
the show. We pretty much figured out everything about you.
and then
The
we
Milk
take
Sugar
some of it,
Factory.
which are chemicals,
Ironically,
like feeling level,
being like
boil them
Lieutenant
all
Dan.
up,
I also get
and
all
then,
my
so
custom.
what I did for
Of course,
you,
I got headphones up because I have legs.
unfortunately, the school by Yehuda doesn't give us enough
Unlike
information.
some of your jokes.
How warm, what is the temperature, what's the pH, nothing in the Gemara about any of that. Nonetheless, this Gemara tells us many
Anything
things.
happened recently that we haven't talked about in real life that you find interesting?
Well, last time I was on here, I said, I'm tiny. Seriously, they want to stick it in me. I got this set out for 30 stickers. 30 people.
Comes from the animal.
I buy it by the thousand.
Right.
So it's like $170.
Everything else,
Rabbi, why is your camera shaking?
I will
any
see.
other dye came from a plant.
How much does it cost to ship one of those?
Guys, you can have a shaking camera.
What's
40 cents.
I see just a few
So
seconds.
you spend a
If
lot
they
of
want
money
to
on
take,
a
I have to talk about that in a minute. I saved you the trouble.
yeah.
There are at least 7 or 8 different
I was
recipes
like,
that we have
people, when I
for
started
them
doing
to
comedy,
select
you guys
natural
stop saying
ways
you're
to
fun.
today nowadays. It's a little bit more sophisticated.
Really? You should also
What
make some
happens is you take the cilantro, you break it open, there's a little gland inside, you cut that gland out. Afterwards, you dry out the glands, which are yellow by the sun.
I don't know if
It's
I've
kind
ever
of
been
a
bigger, but it's always been like
rock
that. You
hard
gotta stay
for
pumped
that.
up.
After all of that, take all of that, put it in a blender, put it on a bucket of Shabbat, and then grind it up into powdered potato. Potato, by the way, was worth at one point.
Above this.
All right, Mikey.
Oh.
You've done this show
At
a
one
lot.
point, potato was worth 20 times its weight.
Did good again.
So this is very, very, very
You maybe go
expensive.
back to the bucket.
And you can have it with food before you
There he
know
goes,
it,
Mikey McCurdy. He's on Twitter, Mikey McCurdy.
what that would cost.
You guys ready to go to the bucket one more time?
$20 million.
This is a good crowd. I like you guys. This looks like a new name for your hands got for Zach
According to the
Kirby.
recipes of the Romans,
Here he comes.
unfortunately, we don't have to know about each recipe. It takes 7 to 10 days. You add a little bit of wood ash, and this is what you're going to do. Why is that? Then what you do is after you get this, you want to know if this is real potato, you want to know if it works, if your dye is ready. So you take a little bit and you put it into an eggshell. Why an eggshell? It's the ancient world version of a paper cup. Take it, because what you're going to do with it, you're going to take a little bit of wool, put it into the eggshell, and just email. See if it works. Now, just these things already tell us many things. Number one, you didn't use any kind of the glue on the Gemara doesn't talk directly to the vat, the dye vat. This is it. Boil it up. Most of the dyes, you don't oil them up with somebody. We don't take everything. You boil up the wool. Like, for example, in Kakalasa, you boil up the larva. It turns red. You take the wool, put it into this glue.
Do you always dress like a divorce mom?
Already we're getting narrowed down. There's almost nothing that can be glue. There's nothing that can be glue except for Taylor Line. It doesn't need a mortar. It comes from a living animal, and it needs chemicals, and then it needs to eat. Ema means it eats. Whether this is real or not. So you actually do the dye with it. Whatever right to do the
right.
giving the wool.
You've seen
And
it.
from this moment on, all the preparation,
If I can make one
all
switch,
the preparation that we
part
do
where you're like,
doesn't need any kind
in
of
the midst of something,
Havana
you say,
from
just remembered something.
now on.
Yeah,
We
remember the killer.
really small.
Somebody was saying
You
in
have
the
to say the
beginning,
same as
you needed
that.
something. Is that what it was? Was that thing?
Put it in, and tip it into the dye. The dye is all ready. And when you take it out of the dye vat,
You don't?
after you take it out of the dye vat, then you're going to see what the color is. Because when the color is this is obviously not the color. Baruch Hashem, we're able to see that we have real live, beautiful tailors.
Wow.
Now, while this is changing color, let's put it in a second. We're going to elect you to take
Like a burger and grits. What else do you like to get sometimes? You get the 2 for $5. What else? Come on, tell us how to do this. Yeah.
I grew up eating Whoppers. Like, I wait.
again, we shake this up, sisters.
Is this hot?
No.
And are you still in high school? No.
Shame.
That was like 10 years ago.
Now,
You stay
this is
pretty
actually
low
a
in
reason so
Burger
you
King. You got your In-N-Outs and all that. You like that?
we have here
I noticed you got the.
tailors como le llaman, tanto me lo aquí como dice acabo. This is
You just said no, but you do
if I
indeed
really
have a
put it in the sun, which I prepared it,
Who did that to you?
I didn't know.
Zargama.
Yeah.
So just very quickly.
How long ago?
You get that at Burger King?
This is all 2 minutes, right?
Did it come with a crown?
The filosofo produces 3 different colors. Right? There's 2 purple and 1 blue. If you dye straight from the filosofo, you get purple. What the sun does, and this was only discovered 40 years ago, the sun will take some of this purple and turn it into blue. This blue is the same color as Alainat. So your eye, and this is very, very high, and this is very, very low, your eye can only tell that it looks like indigo, but the other chemicals are present. So, if you wanted to look at it, and
Do you
tailor,
wear anything else with your girlfriend?
Which
Like
is
her boobs or tits?
can't tell them. One of them is Kalahilan, one of them is Taylor. Nowadays, under very special way of analyzing it, we can actually get to see if many of the other molecules are present. Taking the second out. Is this kosher for this?
When you go in there, am I right?
Why not?
This is kosher. Oh, no, this is not because we used it already. The base too.
This is
The
a
best of this.
according to Tosfos, a few me'atam, as long as you said this. According to Tosfos and the Rambam, this is perfectly kosher too. According to Rashi, it's not. La focus that we learned is this.
Most.
But can you tell the difference?
No.
I think you're almost there.
That's why the
It's
Razina
burn.
Rebbe said Rashi is the same.
You just want to be a
And
king.
the Razina Rebbe said Rashi must be talking about when the dye gets much, much more diluted.
Was there ever any deals that
We
Burger King had or anything like that with McDonald's? Because the whole monopoly
don't
thing,
have to
you know, it's like maybe McDonald's or get excited about the times or any promotions or anything that
And
Burger
we
King's
only
done that you
use
got
dye
pretty excited
initially,
about or anything like
even
that.
though with your eyes and even with chemical analysis, you wouldn't have a difference. Rashi is against Tosfos and the
I've never in my life seen anybody so excited about such like a basic deal.
to allow us to use
Like, I mean, even Arby's, like when they go all out, they do a 5 for 5, and it's pretty much.
Oh yeah, beautiful. So, what do we see over here? So if you want to look in that aquarium, you have
It
muzzle,
doesn't make any sense, Brian, because you two are shaved
eggs, muzzle, and all types of muzzle. And that right over there, that antique picture, what is that?
Zach, how did you lose the weight?
That's part of the reason why they see knickknacks, because the claim didn't allow the use of views. Say this is very reserved for royalty, and you can see the doctors that are here to understand that. Okay, here's the proof. The Zoinas, the Zoinas in the aquarium. Rabbi Sai, we have another shirt coming up, so we have to make some progress on it. Rabbi, first of all, tremendous display of Remy Cohen for many hours coming early. Friday was here Friday setting up. Here Monkey Shabbos. Where's Woody? I thought Woody. For all the AV stuff, he gives us the Pinam, he's part of the Hebrew Cheer, very famous sound guy here in their show. He's part of our Hebrew Cheer. Yishkoyach today, Sharpman, who just set everything up.
I'm into music a lot.
For me, Yishkoyach Kobe, Yishkoyach to Betty. Setting this whole thing up and really working hard. I was gonna forget you. How could I? Special listen to White Shas. Italian Shosh Waldman, in honor of my father Chaim Waldman, who introduced me to Eli Shoya. Daily sponsors anonymous in memory of Zariester Bat Mordechai, Jeffrey Haskell, in memory of my mother, my teacher, Sarbelo Bas on the 30th yard side, Moshe University, who gave me 2 custom-made suits, MDY suits, using Nishmas Chaim Lev and Moshe Yaakov, and Shomki Evan Aliyah. Michael Wimpheimer, using Nishmas Yaakov and Plenimith, Jack Wimpheimer. The gross children and grandchildren in honor of my father and grandfather, Alan Rumi Gross, on his birthday. Mazel Tov, Alan. It's like almost every week there's something from around the in the other car, the definition of supervisor of the said, my mother color and starter in the oven. Chaim Liebtag. Anybody know who Chaim Liebtag is? He used to send me these emails. Mindy, what was it in the emails?
Is there anything weird that you do? Anything weird? Anything that you
strange? There was nothing more. Abraham passing NCLX and becoming a registered nurse. I'll be married versus real than a cover our mayor on his 45th yard today. Down other. As real human. The wedding today of just tongue twisters. All his names. Rabbi Shimshon, Rabbi Ephraim, Rabbi Rabba, Rabbi Yaakov, Chaim, Ben Moshe, Susan. So I'm thinking, yeah, she was like, what I'm doing here. All right, yeah? Go ahead. Shama should have an aliyah, thank you. You're real. Very nice. So yeah. The voice I Adar Global big sponsor, Kakao big sponsor, Bill Taylor, our sponsors, Yaakov Natural Song. Where is he? Nacho! Otherwise known as Nacho, Yishkoya, Yidishmas, my dear mother, Rona Bela, Basra, Amir, 7 yard sites tonight. Show should have an aliyah. She's very proud of you, Nacho. Especially you should do that satellite location, Lilu Shmosa. Yidishmas, Rus Basiako, Valea Show. Shrimak Gil Harris, supposed to call me Stop Andy White, Shkoya Gil. And Uri, Uri Marsha. Where's Uri? Shkoya. He's the one that's this, that, all the audio. Shkoya Galamar. What's this? This is right below me. There's a pit in the floor. Where they find these? You just put it here. You transplanted that. Drum? Close the door. Is it true that they're selling millions of things in a pile, or it's not mounted like that? Sorry, yeah, Lebanon.
Look at how excited you are when you talk about Burger King. When's the last time you went to
All right.
Burger King?
I do want to say, we're here. It's a chutzpah for me to say this, but I have to be fair to both sides. There are people who say that it's not the real thing. There are people who say maybe went to Israel and just said it's actually. I couldn't find a real issue with where it is. You have nothing to lose. He says, no, there is something to lose. You have a few reasons. You need something to know what they are, but you can ask as well. I'll tell you. What? Send to me in the email. I got 2 emails. There are opposition, obviously. So it's not the most touchy thing in the world. If it was, then everybody would be wearing it right now. One of these things that's to make your decision or ask your local rabbi. But what is that? Oh my, you're the same. That from them, and it's exciting to hear. It is. It's a marketplace. It's cool. There's a lot of excitement in there. A lot of people on Shabbos, people ask me to come and say, no, it's sold out, you can't come. Homer and Israel, Homer of National was we're holding 5 lines from the bottom of minimum rate. Is that what we're holding? The Payless. This is Hashem. We're here. Guys, man, starts up. Payless. Unbelievable.
That's dollarshipclub.com/kill.
I'll tell you what is the thing for Hashem. You're not going to believe. How long ago did we decide to do this over here?
Live audience,
2
thank you
months
so
ago.
much for coming out. We love you.
My wife tells me it's bad
We're in
news.
the main room full time
My
now, so
niece got
anytime
married
you
on
ever want to
Thursday.
come back,
We're doing
there's going to be a
Shabbos in a
seat
hotel.
available for you. We love you.
Shabbos in a
We'll see you
hotel.
on the front
And
patio after the show. We're going to be
Unfortunately,
hanging
we
out,
have
having
to
a
do
drink.
Shabbos. And
Oh yes,
you're going to have to
the
make
great
it to
Joel
wherever
Jimenez
you're going
on
to
Twitter
feel better.
posted
It turns
sorry.
out
Pat Reagan
that
has his
when
new
you come
album
out of
out called
the hell,
Bad Chat. And
but where it is,
Chris
it's called
Dillon.
D
Chris
City.
Dillon, go ahead.
And D City has a gate.
There he goes.
To come in, you have to go through security.
Live audience,
The gate.
thank you so
And Phil
much
Taylor is by the
for coming
gate.
out. We'll see you guys again
It
soon.
can't be any closer. I'm not making this up. And this happened afterwards. It wasn't. They decided to do it sure. So then Yummy, where's the Yummy? He's here. He did a phenomenal job. What's your last name? I forgot his last name. Oh, that's right. Young Goldstein. He was the one that did the whole Shabbos. He's a party planner. He did it with us all Shabbos. He started to love it. My brother was very, very happy with it. So everyone wants to do a thing anyway. But even in D City, it was the first one that he did over there. Beautiful rooms, actually. Very, very nice master. So, Yummy, go ahead. So the Yummy goes and tells my brother-in-law that I should pay for the whole thing. Why? Because the friend wanted me to be right next to the school. So they said, look, I have to pay for it. All right. There we go. All right, they don't know how to do it. They were able to confine it. So a lot of the stipulate voice, I said this again, and we say it again and again. When it says payless, sometimes it's not like that. When it says payless, what in the Hebrew shirt today, when like he described, how do you die payless? Over here, payless means sitzes. Payless, ain't no mishum lying, bafilu paus to lying means shatnez. There is no problem with shatnez when you're dealing with tzitzis. Even in a garment that doesn't need tzitzis at all. What garment doesn't need tzitzis? My Torah, what does it mean? You're going to tell me it's one of these garments that's very, very small. You have a talus that a little child, a 3-year-old, that's the shear of tzitzis we know. It has to be a beged that covers your head and most of your body. If an adult walks out with that garment, the famous message just to explain the Gemara. Famous story where you see a couple of stories of this. You walk into the basement with the arms tight at the back, and you're undershirt. I'll give you $500.
Yeah, give it up for me.
Undershirt. You're a sheepish guy.
You're the number one
White
live
shirt,
podcast in the world. Make some motherfucking noise,
$1,000.
man.
Back
Comedy
forth.
star.
He takes off his shirt and he walks to the undershirt. The whole place is swinging, and he walks back.
You just saw Pat Reagan, Jeremiah Watkins,
He
12
said,
minutes.
right there, I
Right,
said, in
Brad
your
Pitt,
undershirt.
house.
No socks, no shoes, nothing,
Ryan
in your
G.
undershirt.
Eagles is here drawing tonight's episode
Why
where
am
we
I
all
saying
sit
it?
there like lazy bums. He's
Because
drawing
the
the
little guy
episode of
points
blank
out
sheet
there
of paper in front of him right now.
that if a
And
goggle,
that's when he does all those
if
great
a
stuff.
goggle,
Including the
you want to
Tony
be
Buster,
tired, one thing.
RyanG.com. Support the
You
great
stop.
artists. Ryan G. Everybody in the motherfucking
It says
house.
over here that someone goes out in the tzitzis. It means he's going out with the tzitzis. That's it. He's not wearing anything but tzitzis. It says he truthfully here is that we wear
First
today.
ever and brand new Kill
That's
Tony
our belt.
official merch.
I would have loved to walk outside
It's awesome. I'm wearing
with a
mine
couple of
inside
tzitzis.
out
It
right
must
now.
be. Have you ever noticed like the Kankanievsky, my father, they wear tzitzis all the way to their knees.
Don't touch me.
Because that's the real shit. In other words, the
Fine,
longer
thanks, you never have to touch me 'cause
and
it's
wider
a
the
podcast.
tzitzis, the better the mitzvah. I don't know why exactly we wear the short one, because it's not really Russian. Maybe it is Russian. I don't know how it works exactly. Let's be, don't go with the small ones. Go with the larger ones if possible. The baguette. The baguette has to be, we're talking about a baguette here. What kind of baguette? What kind of garment is not required
We love you. We love marijuana.
and that if you put tzitzis that are shotguns, you're okay, even though it's hot. Yes, we're talking about a very small baguette, that of a child.
Like this good. Oh, I know what's up. Thousands and thousands listening to the hundreds and hundreds in this room.
Hey, that comes
I
down to
am
the
Money
Russian
Monster
music.
Energy
If
operating
the
for the entire
young
month
child
of August
doesn't
and
fit in,
years.
a piece
And
of
rock
the
venues
even
all
though
around the
on
United
the
States
boat,
of
once in a while,
America.
we use it just to
So that's a
go
lot
outside
of
for a second.
special
Zero,
taping in
you
September.
don't need it for tzitzis. Depending on your clients, and perhaps it's a shot, when it comes to shots, there's no
Are you guys ready to start the show? Every single week, we bring two of the funniest human beings in the world on this show.
No, you're going to tell me that means
Put
you
your
don't
hands
just
together for the great
at
Russell
all.
Peters
But
and
that's not. We
Steve-O.
learned. Hey, not ready clients. It'd still be awesome. No such thing as temporary
Holy
clients.
shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit!
Well, no, not ready.
Steve-O!
The thing and something between.
And the
We're
great
talking
and
about,
powerful Russell
anyway, we're talking about a garment that a young child would wear. Yeah, so if he wears a tie the tzitzis, it's very simple, right? If you
You were
tie the
scheduled to be on the
tzitzis,
show 2
no
weeks ago,
shot.
and the day of your
Pucker.
appearance, I got a text about an hour before the show saying,
Yes, shot.
Steve-O
You
tried
get
to
it?
do a snow angel on
Tzitzis.
fire, and he won't be able to make it here tonight. Yeah.
This is no shot. So if you have to wear tzitzis, there's no shot. If you
Fire Steve-O.
you don't wear tzitzis, you don't have to put tzitzis on them, then there is a crown shot. The pain is on the chicken. So Ella, my viewers, we have to understand, what does it mean that there's no shot when it comes to a baguette, a garment that is puffed with tzitzis? What kind of garment? Says Gemara, we have this case yesterday. People will tell it. Oh, yeah. Maybe not. I need that bag. Unless, do you have any strings and any some garments?
Is that true?
I need that.
Oh my God.
Okay. I'll use this. Oh, yeah, we're gonna use it. Perfect.
Fucking
Hold on.
zombie, bro.
We're gonna make it work. I have it, so just put it in Benny's car. Okay. Fine. No, it's fine. Good. Good idea.
45 seconds.
Send me more.
So I'm telling you to breathe and listen, Brian. Just keep breathing and
What
listen.
happened? People will tell.
Hey, Steve,
That's what I was
question,
talking
are there
about.
any black people skins
You
on
already
your
have
back?
strings. This is like Kindle will tell us big time. You already have strings on the corner, and you add another set of strings to the same corner.
It's like, maybe it's like
Now, when you put the
maybe
second
it's
set of
all the
strings, you don't need
skins,
strings.
put them in like
No
a
point in
blender,
the second
mix them
string.
together, and you have a nice like Russell Peters shape to you.
So that's the challenge. Even though you don't need strings, why? Because you already have strings. There's no issue flying.
Russell,
There's no
welcome back to the
that's the
show.
shot you bought from the shot.
You're one of our favorite guests.
Why?
Welcome back. Everything good in your life? No fire
You have to
angels on
understand
jet
it.
fuel or anything like that?
Because each one can be used.
So you tend to use
You
jet
can tear
fuel
off the first
for
one
your
and the
jet.
second one. You
Much
just
better. Much better
tear off the
use.
second one, the first one for kitzur. They're considered one tzitzis for this purpose, and one tzitzis doesn't have shot. As the Gemara, Amar Zera from Zimmer, that is yesterday. You already had that love. I want. But if you add another pair of scissors to the same corner, and you rip the first one off, the second one is kosher. Why is the second one kosher? You already explained yesterday. Because when you rip off the first one, you made the second one. Not that's women also. You're creating the second one. Okay? So when we ready for the halacha, I have to say twice. So tomorrow, also the talk about everything. Just two of the halachas. We learn one from the halacha number one is that if you saw when you had a second pair of chips in the corner, it's still good. Second of all, you know how you got Louis after I learned the first halacha. Rabbi. College kilo, I found this as a prop, maybe many in those days. It was my prop folder. I don't have to get a prop. What happens? The guy has, this is Polinar in college. You still have one of those? Massive, they sell these talaces that are massive. Things get weird. He wants to wear it. He's a cheapskate. He bought one towel. What's the Polinar? No failure. She folds it over. Like Esso. And that's it. Now he folds it over. Now he has four corners. He puts the tzitzis in the four corners. The problem is that when it unfolds, look at the tzitzis are. In the center. Yeah? And they're all stacked. You're over here. Now you have 6 corners. 1, 2, and these center ones used to be corners. 3, 4. And over here, 5, 6. What do you think?
Motherfucking Tyrion Lannister, ladies and
How
gentlemen.
is the look at every tzitzis? You have to put the tzitzis.
Of season
When
7
you
of
fold
Game
it,
of
where you
Thrones.
fold it,
The
this is
cast
the
of Game
folded
of
area.
Thrones.
Put it on
Three
that corner.
podcast listeners, Jeremiah
I love
Watkins
people.
came in on the back of the
Rip
bass
shouldn't
player
like
who's
this.
dressed like a
Rip shouldn't
dragon,
say
and Jeremiah is
He
in
says, do not put it on these
Queen
20
of
corners
Dragons garb right now.
because it's more than 10
Perhaps
seconds. It's
slightly
problematic.
bigger
What happens when
tits
you open
than
it
the
up?
actual Queen of
Put it
Dragons.
on the main corner. Like the palace of Polinar. We sell it. Till Pela. We sell this, not here. Michigan Pela. We sell it. It's a giant suitcase. It's once a year. It's 4 colors. And unfortunately, me and Ari are the ones that always stuck holding it on our shoulder. You're over 6 feet tall. You have to develop special muscles. It hurts.
And it is impossible
Put it in your
to
head.
walk into the comedy store with your name on the marquee without everyone thinking I'm fucking weaving.
Huh? Oh, look at that. That's a good idea. Man, they didn't tell me that in engineer, okay?
Yeah. Some people were very disappointed. They're like, oh, no, we went to.
I'm
Like,
sympathetic.
no. And like,
No, Rabbi.
fuck you. Like, they
That was
literally
cool. That was the
said, fuck you. Like,
If
no,
Shimon
you're
says,
dead. Like, you can't be
if
a
Shimon
midget and
says
sleep on
you
the
don't
same
put it
building
on the
and have it
middle
not be
corner,
waving.
sit on the head. Just solve it. Everybody agrees. You
Where
couple
is he?
the bar up.
Check
Yeah,
the bottom
but
of your chairs.
everybody agrees that if you made a nice stick right over here, after you folded it, it's not going to open up. So now you created brand new corners. These are perfect. These are Shimon says you
Everything
put
is
it
in
on
position. The band is in
the
its place. So
folded
yes,
area.
sir. Here, let's get to the motherfucking thing. I have a bucket called the Bucket of Destiny. Get into a smart frantic about a few weeks
So
ago.
tomorrow,
This bucket
you know
is
what?
filled with
I already
needs
sent
of
the probably the
comedians.
nicest
Sometimes it's people trying it for the first time. Sometimes it's some of the best up and coming comics in the world. Sometimes it's a completely crazy person. You never know what's going to happen.
Simon sent me the Baltic
Mice.
Mice from
Like, pull your name to perform.
Ellie.
You get 60 seconds uninterrupted.
Play the
You do your
Mice real
60
quickly.
seconds of something. You
It
get the
has to do
sound
with
of
this.
a
I
kid.
said this the other week, and they made a
That's
short
what
out
that
of
sounds like.
it. Anyway,
That means
involved.
wrapping up that Earl Sugar
You're gonna love
bring
the
us the
story.
angry was Hollywood Bear.
The whole. You should know about this. The whole South is like, please don't ask me to speak. Please don't. Of course. No,
There you go. So do your
I don't
time.
want to speak.
You guys ready to start the show or
So,
what?
otherwise, I have to say the story.
Yes.
There, and then there's like these
Into the
3
bucket
people
of
from our
destiny,
team
my
guess
man
it.
goes.
Okay, anyway.
Wow.
Sort of the thing.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You
you'll
kind of
never
say, yeah.
believe it. The drummer and the
That's right.
legend of Kiltony,
Sam is-
Joelberg,
he's-
Joel
he's-
Jimenez.
The Menard Hero. What we say to make a bed with you make a cocktail, pair out, make beans, punning. Rabbi said, show them how to do it. Moshe had a problem doing it. Show them how to do it. So why did he say Theosa? Rashi said Theosa. What's your Rabbi didn't do? Put the whole keeper, put the fire, how come he didn't learn it? So why did he show him? Show him that he did it. Doesn't make any sense.
It was him once.
So the word is,
I'm so
here's the
broke.
word, here's the
I
story.
refer to things that people just do
True
all
story.
the
Guy
time.
in Miami, Quail guy.
Lifetime opportunity.
Is like Caruso or something, found out that he has to go pay shipping call. It's all the way to the shipping. It's all the way to the shipping. Happens all the time. I usually find out the day after the shit is over. He managed to he was able to, he has 1 hour. He found him, he has to be back at 9 o'clock to give a shear. And he has 1 hour to get to the guy's house. 20 minutes away. Doesn't have a car, he's a fellow guy. She has to rush. She give a trip and do it in late. What's the gap to do it? So he goes outside with his streets and he needs to get a He needs a yellow cat. Sure enough, yellow cat shows up. Wow, nice. Jumps in, 20 minutes later to the guy's house, pays him the shipping call, and then it's over. Guy hugs him, takes him, tells him that he made a big impression. Now he needs a yellow cat on a side street. Now, they're going to go to yellow cat on a side street. Make it thoroughfare 5. The yellow cat on the side street. No cell phones, no Uber. What are you going to do? 20 seconds later, a yellow cab shows up. Now pops the guy. And he asks the guy, he says, yeah. Goes in. He says, I told you. This is mama, she tells him. There's more percent. How do you just stop right over here? Taxi driver says, you don't even know. Let me tell you what happened. I picked this guy up at the airport. And the guy says, let's go. I say, where? He says, I don't know. Wherever $20 takes me. And this is where the $20 got him. Right over here in front of this house. But it's more than that. The guy gave me a 50. I says, keep the change. No, he had money to go over 50. He always said, I want to go for 20. And so put it in this guy's head. That's the shot that you have to do your job. You go to the shipping house. Are you going to come back? I don't know.
Whatever. All right, moving on.
You didn't tell him that.
You know what I thought about
You
this?
do it.
If you're going to get back, already, so I just give the time back to
This piece of gold. You tried it.
I got it, Joel. I got
And then
it.
you took it from the beginning to the fire and again, but you have to try. You have to start. Do something.
You get to host the show, by the way. You get to. I thought that
You have to be nice, you know?
Do not question the unsolved.
Remember.
That's me. I'm
Oh, yeah.
sorry. I
Don't
think
get
it is.
This has everything to do with
Joel,
change.
what's your love life?
I'll explain later.
It's good. Yeah.
It says tomorrow, sugar, soda, then it's one piece. It's sugar that I can see. We have today, these the safety pins. As we call them, we do. Sika safety pin. Safety pin. But they look at fine. Let's see that I can see it. That's not really sewing. That's like a temporary thing. Nevertheless, you put the stitches on the new created corners, not on the original shape. Says the word Rabbi story time. Rabbi went to Rabbi not full of. Literally in this case, he's using the Paul and towels he saw. Massive. Hold it up. Rabbi put in the big phase on, and he put the stitches exactly like over here on these corners. Shita also I come out the range. Oh, all of a sudden the stitches came out, popped open. And now his head is looking in this hole right over here. And also his stitches right by his shoulder. Instead of up here. Because it's just
7 forces on their body.
came undone. Omerle, Lavhainu Kano. What you have right here is no good. Because of one of our eyes, so. Sorry, Lavhainu Kano because of one of our eyes. This is not the curse. This is the curse is Kano. That's going to be on the head. It's not in the middle. You look like a swear. Smacking over the towels. Also, shocking. It's super awesome. Constantly not feeling good on the face. This is going to throw us into a nice sugya of something that we're kind of familiar with. When you have a pair of scissors laying in your drawer without you bought it from the store, it's in your drawer, do you have to put scissors on it or not? What do we know? For whatever reason, it's not so partial wise, but we go by Chavis Gavra. It's when the human being wears a beggar with 4 quarters, then he's chayav and scissors. There's another shita. So when you put it into a drawer, when you buy tzitzis, you have to put tzitzis. I don't understand. You just do it like that in the drawer. Misabris comes Gabriel. You think it's only when you wear tzitzis you have to put on tzitzis? Comes Taosis. You have a garment that has 4 corners. Make sure it has tzitzis. Still rubbing them. Go ahead and put tzitzis right now. Says Gemara, let me say, I have the right because I'm going to show you. You can show you. This paper over here. As you're weaving, they couldn't wait. They were so excited that they had 3 fingerprints of garment. Even though it's not Rosh Hashanah, they put the tzitzis in right away. What do you think? That medium is not on the person. The person's not wearing tzitzis. It's in the machine still. It's my possession. I own this garment. I'm kind of tzitzis. Shine if I see this in the Shine, don't bring any right from a chassid of those days because they are super machmir. This is great. He argues with an angel, a malach. What happens? The malach actually told the Rabbi the Mikasas Dino. The malach found what time is that? No idea what time it is. 5 to 10. When is the Hebrew Shir started? Okay, he was direct here. But look at the malach. What happened? The malach gave Musa. The malach actually told the Rabbi the Mikasas Dino. Rabbi had a talent on a leg. Dino Kadino. It's like, when you yell at your son, double usher. Kadino. Look at you. Kadino, the Kaitas. When it comes to the summer, obviously you're wearing cotton. And, let's go back. As we said, Rabbi Kadino was wearing cotton. And yesterday we said, you're not allowed to put clothes in the cotton. Oh, right? Like it's Lila, you might go to sleep in it. Even though the Allah is like we still say 0, you might go to sleep in it. No sales. Tailors is shocking. Why is it because it's made out of only one big wool, 7. And cotton is cotton. And now you have wool tailors, cotton bag. It's good during the day. Now you're gonna wear it at night. Okay, you didn't wear it today. What's this little trick? In the summer, when you want to wear something that's nice and light, you wear cotton. You say, oh, I don't feel it.
Charlie Newhart with exactly 60 seconds.
This Arbolo, this is the, and I wear one of these straps that has a round corner, around 4 corners. Also, you guys can just feel better than loving this video. I'm going to do excuse why you're not buying Taylor. We're going to get there. Hold on. This is a Taylor. Mom, it's the line of the Taylor. What's going to be with the blue colored strings? How come you're not wearing those? Now you got water. The heavenly mala. Overlay, people are asking, I don't understand. You're upset at me because I'm not being kind the mitzvah of tzitzis. I'm not going to. It's if I wear it, and I have to wear it. I'm not wearing it to be clear, so I'm going to get it later.
Right now? I think people are interested in a price right now. No better time than in the middle of a live show to buy a price.
You're not overeating up a you don't have a towels. You're not paying the tzitzis. But I think Baruch, honestly, when he's upset, behind the glass over there.
Do you provide pedal extenders?
Okay, Baruch punishes when he's upset. There are people that don't really deserve an einish to get an einish. Why? I didn't say this in the Hebrew.
Schulberg in the house seems much better back there on the drums
correct.
than he is.
Baruch doesn't want you to do mitzvahs. He wants you to get closer to him through mitzvahs. And you're wiggling your way out. You find every heter not to come close to him. You have a son, and he's trying to get away from you the whole time. You're going to beat him up. No, but he doesn't want to have a relationship with you. That's the problem. I gave you a mitzvah playlist. And in the summer, you have this excuse. In the winter, you have this thing. Very good. So you're not over anything soon. On the my side, I want to have a relationship with you. When the Yonah says it a little differently, he says that
everybody's here.
Because Baruch was upset that you don't want his mitzvahs. How come you don't want my mitzvahs? And after that, he goes,
Charlie, what was
hello,
the name of your dad's
sorry. I should have really said it a little later.
car dealership?
Hello, sorry. If you hold that it's a mitzvah on the person, she's upset at him. How come you didn't wear something that you should have, that you tried to wear? With the garment. Look at Chayva. At the end of the day, the garment is in the drawer. It's not Chayva. Hello, Mike. What are you going to say? That, okay. Hello, Mike. It's the reason why the Malach told him that the thief is on you. But the Chayva, the Chayva Rachmano, you have to tell about Sriva. It's only when you're wearing something that you're tied to wear. Sittis on it. Tails on it. You guys don't know what's moving. But
Charlie, if you were going to sell
no
us a
deal.
car right now,
The one with the
how would you do it? What car would you like? Give us a pitch. Pretend like we just came on the lot.
Practically,
We're
Mr.
like,
Nafshokin Sittis.
yeah, we came on
You're doing all this shtick. I don't know if there's a better word in it. You're doing shtick to get out of a mitzvah. There's a lot of ways to get out of mitzvah. You do this, you do that. Don't find excuses why not do a mitzvah. Don't go on a solid call when it's time to do this daf. You know what I mean? That's a shtick. That's coming up. Oh, it's a great reason why I'm not doing it. And that's, you insert that chat over here. Like Baruch, no. Again, I'll say it again. Baruch doesn't want you to do mitzvah. He wants to have a relationship with him through the mitzvah.
How would you respond to his saying that your shirt is
Hi.
blending by the outbound?
Real. I got it. Okay. Smash. Look me though. Omer Achovi Barkisno, Omer Shmuel. With Kufsa, you have tzitzis inside the drawer. I love the tzitzis. See all the things on the palace, not on the person. It's in the drawer, you pass it. You don't pass it like that. You pass it down. Or this world is also just on the corridor. You have an old man who's getting ready to pass on to the next world. He's making tzitzis for Tafrika. I heard Tafrika is like $130. Simple white thing. Listen, John is a whole thing. Okay, I don't want to get into it. But he's making Tafrika just thinking that probably those days is a hard thing to do. It took a long time. It's getting ready. It's fun. My time, my wife, but you put this in something that you put yourself for. And this is not for you to cover. This is for that person. This is more like a shotgun. And this is interesting thought. So people are all going to be surprised by this one. At the Rabbi Rabbi, you should put this on. You should like the law. Parents say the concept of you don't want to mock a poor person. You want to eat a chocolate bar in front of somebody that can't afford it, or to, eat steak on your show. Or like the Levaya of famous Rosh Hashiva, who's a big smoker. Not heavy smokers. They said they asked the Oilam at the Levaya not to smoke because it's like L'Rosh to make. Yeah.
Did you beat the shit out of her after my shirt?
It's a, you know.
So how did it actually go down? What was she shooting you?
You're wearing tzitzis, he's not wearing tzitzis. Today, he makes it first. We go in, we fuck out tzitzis.
Child support payment.
It's because of like L'Rosh. We do that opposite. We don't want to show the dead people that we have tzitzis and they don't have. But over here, but our minute today is by Levaya. They put the tzitzis, but they cut it. They make it tougher. You know, it's a story. This go to that color. You said straight job like that. You said in his tabak, I want tzitzis. I said, no. Rabbi said, he says, we're talking about tzitzis. On the way, as we're putting it in, it's ripped. Okay, Omer Mudo, house should look at 6 is following. It's a house with above 3 of the. Here, let's pretend this is our beged. This is the beged right over here. So 3 is over here. somewhere over here, down here. You let it sew it up. Punch up like this. If you sew it up here within 3 fingers, yes, 3 fingers of the edge, because you might sew it and leave a little thread, and that thread we discussed is a problem with constantly else. You might use that thread for scissors. And then I'm all the attention to all the controls. Because controls may or may not for the summer. We from a place where the shop and everybody agrees. So you'll be a people amalama. Imagine if they had these made in China, little square, the size of the square in our installations. It's just like iron on. You know, you put it, pop, on any bag you want, you put it right. That's not good. Why is it not good? Price of lemon also. This is already made with a little patches there. But you want to see a little bit? Everybody agrees. Even if you bring a giant patches, 2 feet by 2 feet, no good.
Guys having fun out there?
You call it stainless. What is stainless mean over here on my side? Since it's the title ball, no good. You should make it crazy when you come out the title ball. If you undo your sisters,
Here we go.
another baguette. I've done this before. A boy said if you wear real payless from Phil Payless and your garment goes tight, you don't fold the whole thing and put it in the Giza because you're talking about 200 plus shekel worth of things. So if you're like me, sit there. Oh, which reminds me. Okay, that's another. I'll say it later for the next year. Save that joke for the next year. Next, you have to go. So your ladder removes sits from one to the other. The problem is, why is it a problem? Don't you? Depends on the market for the so the ranch, like that, moves set. Make sure it's not, you know, so prices has tortillas. My peers are nice real, of course, but the screen's ripped. Of course it's no good. I tell you that the screen's ripped, you shouldn't use it. It says the chicken conventions over here, if you have it on the side, I have it over here, it's about someone's strawberry. It says the parrots. We learned that if you have screws that are long and they rip, so if you have 2 fingers worth, or some people say if you go around your finger, not 2 fingers, go around your fingers, or you can make a knot, a slip knot, then it's okay. Says the Gemara, that's only when you start out with a long string and it snaps. But you're not going to start off like that. And says the Gemara over here, you're starting off like that. Just because it was good on your other second, that was good because it snapped off. But when you undo it, now you're starting all over again, and now you cannot use the short string. That's the thing. So, you know, I'm not feeling the beggar. There's a thing to go like that. Says you're not going to take from one beggar to another. Why? What's the problem? It's a zilzal. You're putting down a mix of things in here for this. You want to not a zilzal. I'll tell you why. It will be bloody. We're talking about a beggar that is worn out. And a worn out beggar is not a busha to take from here and put over there. Prepare it. You're saving it. Now you're giving it a new life. Burning of the dark. A dark global. Happy clients all year, not just the small. Mishagas.com. Who's read a shit today? Honorable. How is the shul payment? Oh, right over there, a boy said, I'm sitting next to the couch. Can you imagine? Wow. I like this. Maybe I should wear it. I mean, a lot of words. I'll leave it for them this year. Okay. Put it on. But I have the microphone. I don't know if it's possible.
Michael, holy fucking shit. Wow. I mean, wow. There was a period about 3 minutes into your performance.
You have the right to tell me I'm allowed to wear it.
In which I was thinking I would just let you go for the rest of the episode. Just go for the
Style is just for the Payless.
It's a period of time for those of you listening. Audio of this podcast.
I don't even know where we're holding.
This is most famous.
12 minutes of Vita Piper, but our voice out. The luck is, yes, every census needs, two colors. Every garment, you need 2 colors. So you need typically blue and white. put, everything will work on this one. Put the color in. If you put loose strings, it's no good. Now you don't have two colors. May stay polished. I just see you wearing the eyebrows here. Let's get schmuck. A little cold in here.
Okay. But you don't like volume.
I might be the only person that ever knows.
I watch motocross on
Tony, can I take a guess?
Yeah, I'll give it to you. I let you walk behind me. Okay. So do you care? Go ahead. Mason, Palace, and by the way, let me know. A Palace, let's say you have a red garment. You need red tips on it. If you're in the army and you have a green shirt and you need green sleeves, that's what it says over. Palace is blue trailers, but if it's blue, maybe trailers is over after the color. You have to take another color. You have to take blue with another color. The color you love, and certainly you shouldn't use polyethylene. Where's this polyethylene? Okay, polyethylene. The Navy kosher. It's okay if you go back. You go back to that. The Navy kosher. It says over here, it's okay if you use all four strings blue. Use polyethylene. You shouldn't. If you did, it's okay. And before it said it's kosher. All right, I'm ready to look past the $100 by side plus, put the $100 by Schmeider. There's a difference between 4 strings and 8 strings. In other words, what's this? Oh, we're going to say 4 strings. See, 4 strings. 2 are blue and 2 are blue. Now, Yoshi exaggerated. Hey, do me a favor. Give me that cool. What's this? With the polygon thing. Okay. In reality, Yoshi just did it so you could understand what the Gemara is saying. So one is lighter than the other. But in reality, they look pretty much the same. And the Gemara says you and I can differentiate the art testing to do. And we'll see the Gemara's dot on the bottom if we get it. But in Yoshi's thing, it's a little lighter but dafka. Just to show you that one is polyelon and one is and that's possible because now all 4 strings are the same exact color. Thank you. But if you have 4 strings, 2 are stainless and 2 are white, just like this, plus you added 4 polyelons, so the price says don't do it. But if you did it, it's kosher. Now, it's kosher. Why is it kosher? Because you did it the right way. You have 2 colors. All you need is 2 colors. Blue and blue. Blue and white is great. So why is it a problem? The problem is not because of our places. That we said, Rabbi is going to translate again. If you're putting all the strings together in one, it's not about places. For instance, there used to be a minhag of having a bunch of arabas or came up. On him, so it was very daily for 50 adasi. No problem about places. Places to take a whole nother lulav and that's great. That's my place. But if you just adding more strings in that one thing, it's not my place. If you add another deal, another whole thing, that's my place. So what is the problem? The problem is you might open it up. You might use the polyelon, the fake stuff, the indigo. You might use it on another tzitzis. And that's a problem. Shotguns and everything else. Trust me, no. Wait a minute. You're concerned that someone's going to undo it and use the 4 blues and see if this guy comes with big couples. Wow, there's 8 strings here. I got a freebie. I got 4 free Taylor strings. Why should I pay the Taylor? 50% of 240, 1990. Out of this now. Let me just undo this and have 4 free strings. But guess what? He won't know. He got it as a gift. He won't know it's polyelon. Now he's going to use polyelon somewhere. When you see that you're allowed to undo it, no, do what you other. Stop shutting. Did it? Shut it. Oh, you're ready. It's me. Rabbi, my name is Rabbi Begging. Are you permitted to go from one take it to another, a letter under your tzitzis, as I mentioned before, Rab says it's also, Paul says it's more. Rabbi, I mean, there's another element Rab says, you're not allowed to light one Hanukkah like the other. Shmuel Omar, you permit. Rabbi Omar, in Allah, oh, this is an original picture I said on Friday, and this is the upgraded version. Can you imagine? This is 2.5 years ago. We didn't do it. I found some guy gave me permission. And this is the same exact idea. Now, what's the problem? The problem is you're not going to make a groove in the ground. It could be pirate, it could be other stuff. Let's call it pirate. Literally, you can see the bench. Now, obviously, if you know for 100% certain that it's going to happen, even if Shimon says you're not allowed to do it. But if you don't know for sure what's going to happen, yes, whatever, it's solid ground, but that's called Dover Shenim Mistab. And the famous with Shimon, Dover Shenim Mistab. He didn't have intent to make a hole in the ground, especially in this case. Look what his intent was. This kid had an intent not to plow the field. Slower. He had a good reason. So the halacha is like that more than all my jokes and everything. Shmuel Amar love here to send me Gerira. It was a good one. When I was in Rehoboth. So the island was, I don't know, I'm not gonna call them stiff, but they were very excited. They were shocked. Like, they didn't. So I had a joke regarding another joke. So then I had a joke on Friday. I remember one of us, and I said, even with Kobo, no. So I think it was in Kobo when it said, what did he say? It was in Kobo. I said, what's going on there? I was very, you're not laughing at a joke. So Betty said, you call it on the Zoom delay. On the regular, that was like the best joke of the night. That they got, they laughed. Oh, they liked it a lot. Yeah. Because they are on Zoom, and there's always like 10 seconds delay. So it takes me 10 seconds to pop every joke. Okay, anyway. Not only I love your Shimon Guerrero, I love your Shimon Guerrero. Famous when we get to the Seven Shabbos, happening sooner than you imagine. The Seven Shabbos like in 2 years from now, not even. So, yeah, think about it. The Seven Shabbos is 16 months from now, and a month and a half after that is 2 months after that. 2 months after that is okay. The Israelis are starting to pile in. Great. Left the concept, pizza, for Shama. The mitzvah. Rabbi told me to do my Ovid to Rab, my master, who's his master, Rabbi told me. Rabbi, the famous Rabbi. Told me to do my Ovid to Rab. Rabbi did everything like Rab. The barman in class, but the school, besides these three things, going to do like Shmuel. Now what? Matir Begadi holds like Shmuel, you're allowed to take things from one garment to the other. Matir Begadi, Chanukah, you're allowed to go from one candle to the other, to another menorah. But I love your Shmuel Megrira that if you're permitted to schlep drag a bench across the ground, even though it might create a ditch, whatever it is, it's not on purpose, that's not business. We're not even clear on the piece of the side. We move back to the Shabbat story on condition that don't have a mind to make that group, start for everybody coming all the way out here. I put the ball. Thank you so much for both sides.
Meredith Scott is spreading joy throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor MDY.com.
Next day I saw my roommate and he was like, I slept great last night. The irony is, now that I live in Los Angeles. I can't get anywhere near an ocean without getting wet. And I don't swim. What's up?
You got exactly a minute for Kelsey Johnson with her new high five tags that she's had in this event. Hi, Jesse. So, you've been here a couple months now?
No.
It's going good.
Good morning, Rabbi. Oh, wow. Some energy in the room. Fine, I've been waiting 7 years for this. How about you today? The boy side. We have some very special guests here. The Nephi Overlander, the guy that runs the whole Staten Island school over there. Amazing. I was there. I gave a shoot there. He does tremendous stuff. He's stuff with Nephi. Who did you come with?
Just trying to connect with the crowd.
That's
How you feel? You just fine?
when there's a room that's 300 people, just high five the person.
The empty wine.
Then they're all immediately connected to
Look,
you.
you got your mirrors now. From Orlando, Gedalia. Tell me, after the game, before, it's always before. The whole today, did you not unbelievable? Check the Nashville, play side. Who else? I mean, Scruggs back.
That makes it sad. You would make sure that
Scruggs. You made it happen by Mayor Funk Wisconsin, who represents it. Someone to the guest. What's your name? Someone bro. No way. You're not related to my good friend. You're not related. I knew it. You're involved in it. Who else? Someone, what's your name? From Boston. How many people live in Boston? What? You're getting out of hand. Every 2 weeks is another guy from Boston. I thought there was like 4 families there. Crazy. Wow. Okay, well, everybody, someone, what's your name? From?
I recommend if
Oh,
you really
listen,
don't
yeah.
want to bother your roommate, if you really
Okay.
want to have phone sex,
Oh.
met the guy Michael Crawford that was on
Gregory. You spell out in there.
just before your roommate.
No, yeah, no, you said that.
Your roommate will
Oh,
sleep like a
so
baby.
what's your name? From? Someone like, nice to meet you.
You've been here a few months. You have a job yet?
Okay.
Yeah, I have a job and I just started
Listen
doing
to
a
fire.
studio audience for
Oh, Simcox. You got the bleacher seat over there in the back.
that's your
Plastic chair. Someone like them. Welcome,
some other
welcome.
name jokes that I
Then
can
we watch official edition of Sevens and Enough is officially,
yeah.
the Dapper officially available right now. The Puffin as well. So far, in the first day, this is what we did. 6 Puffins sold. Lana Mary Vividivici, plus the Politic family, and a lot of anonymouses. Check out how many people bought Doppin. It wasn't for sale, it was only for people that already bought Doppin, so 35 Doppin was gone. It was 142. Yoga Dallas, East Theory, Digi Prairie, Marcus Canaz, James Realize, Aaron Landy, with a hat, Aaron Marino, recorded in Charleston. Emma? What a gosh? Hey! Wow! Leon first time Levine, what is it, Posnick? The Eisenstein, Daniel, I never guessed, first time Levine, what got to the pick? Take that, no, come on. I don't know for sure, we'll go back, we'll see, you know what, let's go back. Take that, what do we see? Take that, so, we'll go there, we'll change name, but that's it. Go back to here. Yeager, Ronald Mandel, Yoda Willie, Igor Zilberman, Jacob Dindy, Joseph Stern, Lance Soler, Mark Furman, David Hurst, Dalia Waldman, Akita Krause, Moore Schuster, Yoni Kagan, Ellie Engler, Tito Lego, Howard Engler, Cheyenne smiling. His apple granite. Small Eisler. Mark, check it out. I caught it. Touch today. The fourth from the bottom, the sixth from the bottom, right? Identical. Wow. Is Josh Zeller in the house?
What do you like to drink?
Josh, where are you?
Now I like
So I zoom in on Josh for a second in the back inside the door. Josh, say hello to Norton. When you just got off the plane?
Alright. After you watch the show, fuck.
How many dots did you do on the plane
Jesse,
yesterday?
how long you been with this guy?
3 dots. There. Check it out. Somebody took a picture. Hey, woman.
When you got
It
here,
says almost the entire time. It says 3 dots. You're doing the same 3 over and over.
is there
It's been a long time. She's doing it.
just with another
Dude, slow eyes back.
spit out you in some way?
Oh, this is the cover of Nothing Shelter on Voice-Side? No, very impressive. Very impressive. What? On the custom and custom. On the custom and custom on Voice-Side. Josh Zell is learning 3 dots of Gemara, but he spent a lot of time learning it. By the way, for me, 3 dots of Gemara on a plane would take me like 40 hours minimum. My head works in slow motion. Okay. Rabbi say, if you're over the age of 50, do not bring your phone into these libraries. It's very hard for you to find the buttons for off and on. It's not to that, please. There we go. Put up the volume. This is Toronto. Sobeys? Is that what it's called? It's Toronto? I gotta stick to what I know. Yeah. I recently joined MDY in office, have joined and stopped a few times, but this time I want to keep going no matter what. In order to keep the speeds, I have to listen to while I was driving. And I like to figure out the speed. I listen to while driving. I stuff around and love all the AI videos on driving. About the Yoitze. This Yoitze is learning to be better. It's better for you. Now, there's a guy here yesterday, one of those guys. He came up with the student. He put the video on his windshield. On the windshield. And there's a Tesla. The Tesla thinks that he's driving. The Tesla shuts you out. You're not looking at the road, it shuts you down. If you do it a few times, it just locks you out. You can never do self-drive again. Or whatever, it comes to you for a while. So he puts the screen right over here and he's looking out the thing. So Tesla's camera thinks, oh, this guy's a great driver. But meanwhile, he's watching his ear.
There you go, Jesse Johnson, everyone.
I hope you're well. Thank you. No, he had some schmack fish. I'm not going to say it around. He came over to me afterwards. He has a whole thing. And this model is like this. And with sunglasses, they can't be recovered. Okay, fine. Thank you the whole everyone camera for what you're doing. Besides, I really love the videos and content you put out. You always have the fun for everything that everyone. I was wondering if you'd like to do free advertising on your platform for a great cause. He wants you to advertise this thing here. I think it's a great thing for an advertising. It's similar to what you were talking about, not only the products, but you're more talking about schools. I give out free, beautiful acrylic signs to schools that say, please do not use your cell phone during diving. Specifically during diving because it's something that anyone can read on. Sounds like a year ago, gave out 350 signs that costed $50 each. What's this cost? A very nice sign. So that, thank you, a good credit, much love from Los Angeles, California. Brother Moshe. Here are the signs. Here, something like this. And they have all sorts of things. You can not use your cell phone, you get any style you want. I didn't have our editor put the link in, so there's in the email somewhere. I thought it was an interesting story with the public other. There's a story about a story connected to all of them. The original story goes away. I just wanted to drive to this Shiva, in order to choose a distinct buffer to the esteemed order. He asked a bottom-level question to these people. All the time the top students tried to answer it, but were unsuccessful. After that few days, the rising part of the get sounded away by wagon. Suddenly, he saw some buffer running after him. He's not the right answer. You have an answer? The bucket reply, I don't have an answer, but I want to know what the answer is. Rise said, such love, play up. That is the one to play that is subtle. And that spirit is a reverse version about the great trip of yeshiva. That's the yeshiva I went through when I was 10, 11 years old. But what the non-religious man wanted a non-religious subtle law. No, not a non-religious. That's a modern subtle law. Not really. It's AI. A modern subtle law. AI translated from Hebrew. For a distinguished daughter. Wow, that's a big AI mistake. But he wanted the boy to come from an excellent yeshiva. He wanted a non-religious bacher from an excellent yeshiva. He asked the students, who's Bibi Netanyahu? No one knew. He began driving away in his test, and someone saw a bacher running after him. Yes, you know who Bibi is? The bacher said, I don't know, but please tell me who he is. He replied, you're the one who's worthy for my daughter. All right. Yesterday the shit is stuff about the gay shit and stuff in this Torah. Okay, you want to know where it is? It's a geek, I don't remember the data. You look at Sergeant Martin Super, you're not gonna play with oh, we have time? No, we don't have time. This is so please, whoever it is, put it in the next one. This is great. The one with the twins. Yesterday I was at a hospital. My niece got married in Messiana. So in the middle of the wedding, doctors and staff. I had to be there for the couple. And in the middle, there's another individual who doesn't stop with us, Yo Fialto, and he drove me to Republic, which is right nearby, 2 minutes away. They have, it's one of the 34 satellite locations I've ever known to show. And there's 97 showed up, almost like 40 people there. They own Mekila for this thing, MDY, beautiful thing actually. And you it's massive, you didn't know anybody. Every time I'm going there, I just showed up there. And Buffalo worked out well. The ones in the official week and MY shots, love it sour, in honor of my children's school, Shimon, Yitzi, and Sorry. The title sponsors for the day, Israel and Stephen Herlich, in memory of Levi Life. Well, I am going to be strong on his nurse of Jimmy Walden. AJ and Ace, with incredible words of Zami Smith for happy 70th birthday. We talked to Kalita and Alam. Abrumi Leowitz, remember my father, so just something to slip. If you say the morning of Abrumi, and if you stop, the other people are watching. Then, oh, you are going to watch it. Remember my father-in-law, Real Berry, Sholin, Yortek Gimel Elder, Joe Berry. On occasion of the first time I could say Kaddish from my great-grandfather. There's the deal. Even this was my grandmother. You can pass the stroll on the creek. Maybe Sigler. Maybe I can shut up. Lefort Sayaldo, listen to this. Lefort Sayaldo is 10 years old. Son of Rostak with the Connor Ruffle. During the 5-hour brain surgery today, you have a report. Lema! Ellie Weiss. In celebration of my son's 7th birthday. Anonymous was easy and fast labor and delivery. To his favorites, they tell me. Dedicated memory of every mother, small farm, tiny sheep, raw puff. The separate sponsors, Golden Dollars, and Father Jackie Dollars, anonymous. I talk about the looking to the guys who help the family foundation, and witnesses that are avoiding psychology. The message to Eloise. Anonymous, it will claim a Moshe Ben Zah. Anonymous, it will be for claiming a reason to the way about Tessie. Throw him out. The play with us, keep him out. He's all the Tessie. We're so proud of you. You have to mortify society, any growth and family. And the IOUK and honor of rebellion, faith, and meaning of life. Plenty of money. Yossi Mark and Benny and all the victims of MDY from the Kofi Town Torah. Official edition MDY shots accepted by the Iranian Levy family, Eric Anonymous. New Israel will be murdered at the time where the Jewish people are called Islamic Congress Substance Day. The money sponsors, I cite, will claim will be murdered both for Miriam, Jamia Zulai, who claim of Esther Bass, Luna, Mr. Aaron and Miriam Landry, Hoyt Russell, because people are constantly anonymous and murdered who claim of all the part of all sides, so we need the full claim of Fisher in honor of Rachel putting on children, anonymous and murdered who claim of Malcolm Askaya, Sentence.com, anywhere worldwide, years was control and the Salem Weekly sponsors. Left other staff therapists. Full Senator Moshe Ben from an hour of Lev Owens for something related to Italy. NDYR, Monk, Yorkshire Highest Stars for Hanat Bereva. For Slema Yonatan Eda Mevet of Rafa. For Slema Mordechai Ben Esther. For Tayela Daniel Ged Ben Ayela Esther. The website is solid and cemetery.
What is the weirdest response you got?
So, we're going on a few weeks later. It's going to be a couple more. Fucking Shema. Just remember, fucking Shema. No. I said the first one. Did I not show the first slide of the rocket that's available? Of course I did. No, I showed this. So maybe you can go on the screen. I showed this. Yes, I showed it. Did I show it? I don't know if I showed it. I did show it. Okay, I did show it. Okay, so now I'm going to call this. Marty, do you see it? Okay, good. Now, here's the problem. I know I'm going to get into trouble. I said, I don't put yeshivas, and, but since the guy mentioned Zerach, and this, a bunch of people went and donated to my son's at the Sanson, the two people. So you don't push lawyers, but I have a law firm, and maybe you could just say that I know I'm going to get into trouble. Okay. Right. By the way, Matthew, every day, 3-4 comments to this here. It's not about it. It's always in the beginning. Comes loaded. He's ready to. We're holding my beer up nothing. Rav Nachman.
Yeah, you're probably taking it in the ass. Yeah, I know. It's pretty fucking obvious what that means, Tony.
Hey, lines in the back. Manifestos very good lines in the back.
Off the hook so fucking easy and you don't even know it. You ever get equal line?
Rav Nachman is part of the very small. Rav Nachman.
It can happen in there. You know what?
She says that a beggar that's not made out of temple crystal. We're talking about silk clothing. Multiple things.
For example, that would be the gayest thing you ever did.
Where did he get this from?
It was on an
They're not moving. It's very small. It's very small. Audio Hanonians that weren't in the Hebrew small. This one said the opposite. One says, Hoyle Benemu Batoiro, Hoyle Benemu wasn't Batoiro stop. It says the word beggar, the culture type is like 16, it's enough. But let's say what a beggar is clothing. We'll find the fact that says that was and some repetition in one of them. It describes what it is. What's the whole spot? Think the word of hot beggar.
Talk about wild.
What does hot beggar mean in this culture? The first word in this culture, what is that? The hot beggar. What does it mean? It's a plow. What does plow mean? Any type of beggar. Polyester, cotton, spandex, whatever it is. Silk, everything, wool, good stuff, linen. And then all of a sudden it says, the beggar sender, the beggar chicken. We're not even, this is it. I'm going to say one because we're over with that city. So if you have sprouts and stuff like that, it's called a plow and then a prat. It's very general, bad beggar at any time, and then there's a prat. It describes exactly what it is. What are we saying for abundance every single day? Plow with rods, aim back, plow, tell him how she is. In other words, the prat describes what the plow is. There's no way out of it. Now we know what beggar means. Beggar means semi-ruthless. Okay, now we're done with that. Done with plow with rods. The rest of the day, the rest of the session. Who knows? So it's a plow with rods. Oil the number is about 30 stuff. Now, other places don't say what beggar is, but here it describes what a beggar is. Semi-ruthless. Now what is this? This is another one of the rules. If I learn something over here, I take that idea from here and I put it over here. What is that called, Rabbi? Mementino, what else? Very good. What else? Binyanah. Now, Mementino, let's call Mementino. It's easy to remember. Mementino, just like over here, but it needs some addition. So too, by sisters and by everything else. So, okay, great. And the man walk, so what just came out? Everybody says, it says in the prayer, so it means you have wool or or linen or clothing, then you have tzitzis. You have silk, your parker from tzitzis. Parker, or Rabbi, the high time is really before, not the other time is before. There's another kind that looked in the same sheet, but it came out with a different shot from David. It says, like, hey, the name of Rabbi is now, what is wool? There's only one wool. One. And that is the wool of a sheep. If you take wool of a goat, it's not wool. There is no sharpness if you take wool and mix it with the wool of a goat or the hair of a camel. It could be called wool. And today it's not wool. It's called Semer Imam, the wool of a camel. It's not wool. It's the hair of a camel. The Semer Imam, that's what we make our felt hats from. The hair of a rabbit. The night for reason. It sounds like a feather. It's plus. You don't shear it with some device. You crush it out of the goat and you make wool from it. By clock, by sweet mushroom, right? These are the three things that we learned yesterday. There's different grades of. So, how do you know they type the sixes? Come remember, all figures. She comes out with the whole root shot, down the root shot, comes out. According to this, kind of really small. You tie the sixes on any type of garment and the story, and that's the end of that on the second page. Now, all the new slogan that man coming out. The Bible is still here. You have a linen garment. His linen tied into it. Now, don't forget, this blue screen called tailors can only be made out of one material only. Out of wool. That's it. So if you have a linen garment and you insert this screen into the linen garment, you automatically have shots. Says the Shammai, you're not allowed to put this screen into a linen garment. You want to use tailors, put it into your other garment, put it into a wool garment, and not into a linen garment. That sheet is the Shammai. Southern means a linen garment. This is just the thing that the tailor says. Interesting. So I just realized that the whole figure, when it's mentioned, not the whole time, it's just the word tailors. It refers to tzitzis. And now when it's the word tzitzis, it means tailor. Okay.
I love racist.
It's not confusing, but we'll see. But real tzitzis means the tailor spot. Because of course, if you wear a linen garment, of course you have to put on tzitzis. Put linen tzitzis. Do not put on the wool tzitzis, because that will see. So, what's the argument over here? Somebody agrees to the concept called esoteric. Everybody agrees that positive commandment that I say overrides the negative commandment, the low section. The argument over here is smoother. Since the higher part tzitzis and shaman go together, so we should say there is no concept of shaman. Don't worry about shaman. It doesn't exist in this very continue. Don't worry about shaman. If you wear a linen garment, you can insert things made out of wool, even though typically in another occasion would be shot is not today. These good shot is makes it white and smoothing. They're very close to each other. The shot is saying, we don't believe it's smooth. But guess what? Nobody asks you to wear a linen garment. You don't have to wear a linen garment. Wear a wool garment. You're told to wear a wool garment. Nobody's told you to wear this linen garment. Then you're forced to wear the tailor stitches in it, which are wool, and then you have a problem shot. If you're up against, you have to do a carbon paste up, and there's no choice, and you're under an insert, you're coming. Then there's the license or whatever it is. I just threw out a bad example. But in this case, you can't tell me, I have no choice. You don't have a choice. Go to the store, buy a wool garment. That's the shaman. And today, we're going to try to see why. What's the problem? What's the problem with this shaman? Different ideas. What should be the problem? We're still a title. And we still say that in this case, we have smoothing, and therefore, essence, vertical legs, and the layer of shackles gets pushed away because the great mitzvah of tzitzis. What you saw yesterday in Rashi, I think I told you that tzitzis is stuff like the entire mitzvahs. The tzitzis equals 400. That's 600. The cup itself is 400 plus. times 100, 90 times. Otherwise, you have 100 plus 100 plus 1 is 600 plus. The 5 knots and 13 strings. 8 strings plus 8 plus 5 is 13. Boom. You have 613. Great. So the time I love you to still up. You still say you're 5 into this. The halach is every soul. Why do you say halach is every soul? You know, the concept of oh, it's Johnson. The halach is like your soul. Your husband will ever see the word tell you, oh, by the way, the halach is like your soul. You know, because of the upcoming Gemara. All of them, if you wear shackles in Shalayim, you wear the blue screen in a linen garment, you're flying. In the yellow, you're a masnid. People will stare at you, they'll look at you. If you wear stainless today in Yerushalayim, you're not mainstream. They're gonna look at you. They might even throw something at you. You never know. And now Yerushalayim once walked out of his house, out of his head. So a guy goes, oh, what's wrong with you? I wear it out of my head every single Wednesday, so you don't know. He says, yeah, but today's not Wednesday. Today's Tuesday. Wow, that's seriously embarrassing. Wow. Then sneeze. People are going to stare at you. He's flying. You can manage it. It's not even a joke. You could have said Rabbi from the same side. It's like, people will look at you in a weird way. Oh, my Rabbi, I think that's the biggest issue today. A guy at the Casa yesterday, he came over to me and said, I want to tell you something. He pulled out
like Jesse Johnson, I could understand, but
I think years ago, and it's just like, he's in the studio audience every day. So, there are a lot of people out here to consider. Oh, my Rabbi. I think people on this table are sitting right next to me. They wear the shoes.
That's why it's I mean, these guys do music. Maybe not the drummer.
Oh, my Rabbi. Today, so I asked Rabbi, I don't understand something. The law is like this too. Like you wear stainless in your linen garment. Law is weird. What's this? And that's what we're going to struggle with. What's the problem? They still say weird thing. And we constantly use this. We're still. People don't know about it. They don't realize. It's like we take things for granted. We know this a lot for generations. You don't know that you can wear shotguns on your tzitzit. And then rubber by rubber. That's not a very good experience. The living that subtle. The not foolish shukra, but the five solar also. Take 10 minutes off of it. Give them stainless. Let them walk around the street. And people will know right away. People know that it's wicked to wear shotguns in tzitzit. But most things is how we live on. People are going to wonder, what is going on? Like, I don't feel like let me show you the cluster that we have here. And stand up. Stand right over there. So you know the example puzzle. Let me hear you make a bracha. Let's go. Oh, you know. Sit down right away. Wow. And here, this guy's with fish. Because I know you think it's going to stand up.
Yeah, that's why.
This is every why. You never know what you're going to get here. So look, I thought about it for a second. If you're in the future, you only can see the wrong thing. If you're that way, it's something different. Yeah? Well, you never done something that you. No. I'm saying, let's say examines the yeah? You got something that's very learn. What's the first thing that comes to your mind? What's the first thing that comes to your mind? Right. Right. Stein. Exactly. Stein. The Stein. Beautiful. No, I couldn't say it better. I have a lot of friends. You don't understand. He has reasons. He has the same budget on the It's a pariah. I want to bring a rival here. That everybody back then in Volvo was with us. It says over here, you bring the rebels outside, and people say, what is wrong with you? That's if you look at it, you see a parking lot, you do something against the truth.
What part of the parking lot? A spot? Like a parking spot.
I'm done with it. Done. You could have been the guy star for 20 years. Done. You want to walk against me?
It took a while, actually. I was like,
I don't know what he's doing. I don't know who he is. He shook it. How do you go against the Bernard?
yeah, I wondered why.
So, but Mark says, you can tell him about on the outside with sailors. You don't say the truth. Doesn't say, oh, because Verstein, he has good reason. No.
Chasing them first.
So, I think they call it. I think they call that chasing the dragon. That's what I hear.
Oh, so there's the secrets over there in Persia. Okay. By the way, so I have to, before I forget. Yeah.
Phil, you are an interesting guy.
So,
How long have you been on stand-up?
I got to throw this out in the
4
middle.
years.
I'm getting some emails, not a whole lot, and one of the good one that I wrote, I put in, but I have to find it.
What do the rest of them do?
I actually wanted to read it maybe yesterday, yesterday. The guy wrote to me all the reasons why not to wear sex. And then I need to represent the other side also. So one of the emails I got is the reaction says that perhaps, there's an opinion to wear sixes that are the same color as your garment, min color. As far as it's not stainless, and it's good. He said, no, there might be something, I don't know, go into it. I don't understand it 100%. He said, okay, that he's throwing it out as a maybe why to be found. Don't say, what the Italians don't say they have money to lose. There are some idiots, okay, fine. I have to read that email back. When I'm there, that would be beautiful. As they're all pushing, you gotta wear sailors. And these are the 7 things why you shouldn't wear sailors. They're doing, Baruch Hashem, they're doing whoever wants to try. Like the first time it's doing 50% off. So usually it's cruising to 40% off, 120 cents. First time. Yeah.
I'm not sure though. I just haven't been scheduled.
No.
So I called them.
There
I
is a
said,
discount,
hey, what's going
25%
on?
discount
They're
for
like,
everybody.
yeah,
But the
we
first
actually
time it's
hired
getting 50.
someone
They
to
had
cover
a
all
board
your
and you don't want to
shit.
do we push the push
I
better.
was like, so does that mean I'm fired? She was like,
Says
yeah,
tomorrow.
I guess so. I think it might be because of my haircut.
Oh, and the other thing is,
and I feel like it makes
Robin,
everything I
that's
do seem
unbelievable
way
as
more
I the
intense.
speaker that spoke by the Hebrew.
Like I could just be
So
walking a dog
he
and
left me
someone's
a
like,
voice
she's
note.
training
I
that
know I'm
dog
not
to
supposed to
fight.
use voice notes, but this is a
And it's just
little
so
important, but he
personal.
was approached by some people.
I
Greater
get
family
dick
because of
pics
the Talmud,
sometimes,
even
and
though I'm going
I
to go
never
to this
really know
place,
how to
I
respond
should
to
know.
them. Like I'm not
But
good at
those
that
who
like
belong to a
flirty
rich
upon
family and
texting. So I just
they are not
respond to
going to
dick
accept
pics
failures.
like it's a food
They're
menu.
done with failures. I should know
I'm
that.
like, that looks nice.
No, I don't. Zayla from Bolívar. Oh, hold on a second. That's the Gemara of a little bit bigger. So one of the things to get up in a massive setting, you have hundreds of people on the stage. The boy side, you're allowed to wear shotguns. You're allowed to wear scissors that are women that you because the player is not my first time. We're supposed to scissors.
Yeah, I only worked one day a week, so when I got fired, I was like, yeah, I've been fired.
Oh, finally, told myself.
Did I ever work
How
here?
would you want to do it though? Something like this, you know, this is just obviously not.
I have to like help people.
Up until about 100 and something years ago, there's no glue in nature. You can't create a blue dye. The only way to create a blue dye was through indigo. And it's the rubber. And there's other colors were much easier to come by. The red, this, that. Blue, super difficult. So there's like this thing called color blood. So it's very nice. That was making it not very popular anymore. It's really cheap to get a synthetic dye. But this is how they can do blue.
Someone yelled stripping and it came from that exact area where I sat your home earlier, so that's really bizarre.
You would,
Mrs. McCoskey is
instead
in
of
the house.
going and scuba diving and coming up with a couple of designers and making dye, you just do indigo and you paint it. And you sell it off as payments. You sell it for a lot of money. You get 40 shekel payment. Schmack of money. So the concern is that somebody passed off citizens that are dying the faith. And the Maylaw. You're not applying the mitzvah of payments, and you just put in wool into your linen garment. Wool that's not the mitzvah. The mitzvah is payments, and you didn't put in non-payless tzitzis. And that's a big problem. Now you're over attack. So what he said, if you have a linen garment, do not put any payments. It's common. People pass off the Kalila. What's the big problem?
How did we do?
Well, I ended up just swiping.
I almost can see that no one was about to ask me. I don't know. I thought I saw. Oh. What is Rabbi talking to me? Oh, the white could also be 7. 7. That's the most. Who cares? So it's not blue. Pretend this is white. You let it put white wool tzitzis into your linen garment. There's no shockers when it comes to tzitzis. This is fake. You're right. This is fake. So stay blue. So let's call it halachically. This is white. Halachically is white. What's the problem to put this into your linen tzitzis? There's no shackles in tzitzis. And that the Gemara is going to answer. There is a problem. You can only put it in. The colors are not going to tell us when you do the mitzvah. But if you could do it on another way, you put white linen tzitzis. You put white linen. Why are you using wool today when you don't have to? Only when it's payless you're allowed to be over. So I just want to show you how this is what Yoshi did. I think it's one of the classes that I saw a real video of how they do it in Japan. So they obviously, like any other dye, they'll put like a garment in, and then they know that they have a whole table of colors, and they put it in order to get the right consistency, the right color. That's called the bika. We're going to see that in tomorrow. Here we go.
So, how many people here have parents? You call them, you ask them for money. I'll be a liar. I have 2 grown sons that I don't pick up the phone.
That's checking. Mahoda, she wrote my Pilaza. This is straight from the Pilaza. It even has cashews. But it is indigo. We saw it. It's all indigo. Look at these 2 guys that are selling it, because you'll notice that here they are. These guys.
They're calling from the Jeep dealership and said, Look, we need 4 new tires.
You have to check all your tzitzis now. You're getting nervous. Why? Because there is a people on that page on the page that tells you how to do it. You pour the solution on it.
4 new tires is going to cost me.
It'll remove it. Oh, I love this part. Think about it. How did you do a podcast in the years ago?
This is so awesome for you to take a break from thinking of 35 cats to be
There's
here.
a new course, how to be a millionaire in 30 days. Love it. This is smart.
You have in real life. You have
Join these guys. No, there's one thing you can make something in AI. You have to think about the idea.
Really?
It's not
What
possible.
school do you teach at?
Yeah. All right, very creative.
Did you ever bang one of
Give
your
me flux,
sons?
double flux.
Yeah, that was
Yeah. That's the Gemara. Great. What's your concern? If this is fake, this is indigo, this is Kalila, this is not the real Munich, whatever it is. It's not the real philosophy, it's not the real penalty, whatever you want to call it. So it's no worse than white. You're not to put in white wool into a linen garment, there's no chakras when it comes to tzitzis. Says the Gemara, no. That's what the mean on. Since you use linen tzitzis with a linen garment, why? Then you're not allowed to put wool white. You have to put linen white. The only wool you're allowed to put in is real tailors. It's not real tailors. Now it is reflection. Some other elements actually say if you have a conflict between the essay and the lace essay, you know, you have to look kind of shade and look at if there's a way to get around it, and you do both, do both. You know, you only got to say, you do the lace essay. So over here, since you can do both, in other words, use linen strings, so you can do both. Nobody told you to use wool white string. The Torah told us to use blue wool string. That okay, but it's not blue, it's red. As a Gemara, what's the problem with the poor? The urine test is like literally a urine test. Before Meir Gleiman and you know, it's part of the thing. The scene the Gemara had it's basically like ammonia or whatever, you know, it's like bleach it out, it'll come out. That's what one of the rights is, because it come out in the water, so hopefully. That was very confusing. The concern is that, as you saw in the video, that they take the garbage and they put it into the bag of dye and they pull it out to see what color it is. What are you going to do? If you're in the kind of environment, you're not going to use the whole garbage. Garbage is very expensive. Tiny little spoon, put it in. Oh, it's the right way. Guess what? Now I cannot use this as stitches. Why? Because when I put it into the dye, I didn't say it came into stitches. I said l'shtein to see if it's a test, to see if it's the right color. Once I put it in for that, I can't use it anymore. There has to be a kavanah. Alexander Supreme asked the Gemara, the list of the right letters for all the manufacturers and say, listen, not pass off the test screws. Those test screws throw away. The sisters, we need something to take tonight. By the way, I saw a very interesting message yesterday. As like the time of the club. You want to understand why Shabbos is opening. What's the connection? No women, very good. I'm still talking this kind of like this kind of gave a carbon of Zurich Krishna. He gave from the flat from the woman and have a great thing with sheep. Since the sheep and women, we're going to want to mix them up.
Thank you.
Alexander says, listen, we're gonna rely. Get this guy on some letters. On the Rabbi, yes, we do rely on letters. Actually, that's my mom's face. Actually, public defense of the Yom Kippur in this part. Something that just came up. Listen, when you do a double other, so you have to let people in this part know. Send out. Come on, you have to stand over there. Go sit you. What's your name? No, you. The guy's standing over in the back. What? Shalom Aleichem. Where do you live? Shalom Aleichem. Sorry they have to stand over there. If you want, we have a seat over there. Come on in. We have a seat over here in the front. Come. Somebody left early. Betty. Don't tell them that somebody said it. Why the Betty never get bored of the car? Some peanut.
Weird question to ask.
Something at this day. Burning of the dark. A dark moment. Half climbs over years. That's just the small. Rothschild.com. Read the shit today. Oh, so we send letters to Bubba. We send letters to America. By the way, there's a double. Go through Pesach now. Pesach there. And it's a few parts. You eat hundreds of Pesach. The second one. What's your name, David? Where are they from? Wow, it's close. It's close. I like
That is some of the best news I've heard all day.
So you managed to nip that one in the bud.
I don't blame it. Okay. Yeah. I think him a club. For Rabbi now. Oh, got it. Okay. I'll say, you know what? Not even a guy came over to me.
Now that you're cured, you're going to quit doing
Wedding. I had a hard time with wedding.
I haven't taken the cure for
I
that.
had to figure out how to not go to any more weddings.
is the best medicine.
Ben, I can't explain it. I came home, my head wasn't going to explode. I couldn't eat, I couldn't talk, I couldn't breathe. The guy comes over to me, the beard pays like this all me. He says, listen, I gotta give you some muscle. You knocked the other day, you knocked the pearl down. So I said, I knocked everybody. I knocked myself. I knocked Litvas, Seaton, everybody.
Except unless it's in perfect. They call me and they said,
I have a pearl.
you know what?
I used to put it for my own money. I have my father's you got a little bit. End the conversation. I didn't know that. I'm not going to say anything about it anymore. And first of all, I heard. I said, what did I say exactly? Okay. But once I told him that I have a payload, not the diaper. But he wasn't listening to me. He's like, I just, he says tomorrow, like, you rely on letters for the cards. You can tell us when your keepers will pay something. So, can I do this? How can I say about the coach game? So, over here, then we're talking about a voice I say of tzitzis. So, of course, people will listen to you and they won't pass off the fake ones or the tested ones as tzitzis. Where else the voice that we have in Yiddish kind of idea of letters? Very good. Hello. Oh my God. So what's the reason why, according to you don't wear Shabbat doesn't wear tablets in their limit? Oh, I said this. From the flex zombie. That's what the machine does. I used to say, believe in my Rabbi. No, it's one of my most favorite lines of all time. The guy gets up there and speaks. If about both the songs, I once thought, I don't care what you once thought, just say it's shot, okay? Yeah. I once in a shot, but later on I saw it in the sites. Yeah, exactly. That's right. But I used to say it also. Okay, good, fine. I'm not making fun of brother, of course. I'm just saying he's really bad. An excuse. And all my Rabbi, I once said this. Read my Rabbi, the thing that is there, and you should know that Rabbi Shlomo said the same exact thing from the zero, just like what's the problem? Shabbat Koraz, this is I love this city because the city of constant living office. What's going to happen? Check this out. What is that? It's like I have no idea. That was like very AI-ish. But basically, your thing got cut. You're gonna sew it. You're gonna use the rest of the and then I actually had him at the amount of systems that I found this week on stage. You're welcome. Here, perfect. Okay. You see this thread over here? You can see it. This thread, what is this thread? This thread was part of what they sold off this garment. Now, I'm a cop and I take this thread and I make it into I can't do that. Why? Because I didn't insert the tzitzis. This is a thread that's part of the garment. That's called half. So the person you create, but let me also don't use some of those already created. So maybe he said what's going to happen is that this garment, this linen garment you're going to use, the screen. Should be cars with them. His thing was that there's a challenge, meaning towards the corner, be forever in the soul. I don't want you to use, I don't want you to use screens that are there from soul. It says the Gemara, as a side note, Rabbi Zera took out the kalas outside. He took it out of his garment. No more kalas in his garment. No. That's what Rabbi said. Rabbi says, the scrolls, they agreed to me. Here, this is Rabbi Zera. Rabbi Zera agreed to me because you see that Rabbi Zera took out his kalas from his garment. Rabbi Zera, man. So my place right here is the same exact person. It says Rabbi Zera. 3 words earlier, it says Rabbi Zera. Rabbi Zera is the same person. Zera Nami, you should just like, if you wear this shotgun during the day, when it comes to nighttime, you'll forget, you'll wear it. Sometimes you fall asleep with your shirt. Now at night, you're not tired of sitting. Let's say, according to Rothschild, any garment that you wear, it doesn't matter. Any garment you wear at night, you're covered. Even so, if you wear pajamas during the day, you're covered. It's not the garment that you're time of the day. Day or night. The argument is saying, no, this is a night garment. This is a guy who came to the country and we're tired. We have this player, we have a night player. And the chosen says, what about this flap? Flap with the titties on. He says, it's just light with buttons and titties. You only need a flap for the night. You call it titties. Anyway, huh? We saw the whole thing, the whole video. Why? No, because of rubber. Because maybe we have to be conscious that you leave the exam off the screen. You might be disturbed. No. He said that in Yerushalayim Masmim, everybody's wondering. It's a whole thing. Why? Because it's zero. Big Sill's right. You could. Technically, they're right. You can put it in, but we have a zero. Oh. This is the thing you think about it. Why don't we put this? So, like, now if it's a night garment, what? Oh, so it's not a baguette, but it's something you can wrap yourself with, you don't wrap yourself with, because it depends on what you're trying to. If you say that during the day you're tired, so if you take a nap on Shabbos, then even though it's not considered it's a slider, it's the same thing. But it's not something you wrap yourself. I saw a guy, it's like a shibboleth of a minute, like a shawl, a little shawl, not the running around shawl. So shawl, you have to wear tzitzis. You have to put tzitzis. What? You like that, Miss Neat? Zogimar. Gomarova. I said this once. If your entire garment is fabric, which must sound so large, something like reinforced with corners with leather, Ishalar of professional begging. What if it's the reverse? You had a guy who used to sit right over here, who's in a motorcycle game. He gave us once a whole speech for 45 minutes. Here I have in my house, there it is. You gotta hear how he says stop. For boys, you have to hear how he says stop. You have to do the diet. And how he says it, it's very easy nuances. This is that. Go on. Hold on. He's waiting. So he has a leather. No, it's one of his leather, but on the bottom is corner of his fabric. This also. So if the entire thing is leather and the round in the corners are fabric, my time out, it could be the main part of the garment is a beggar is like linen or something. They're not called hard part. There's a whole new garment. When you take leather and chop it down and mix cheese out of it and make it clothing, that's the whole thing the place. The play also busted comes. When the play argues, says, no, we don't look at the garment, we don't look at the motorcycle jacket, look at the corner. The corner is made out of regular fabric, kind of it. Oh my rubber, check this out. Beautiful picture. You have a garment that only has 3 corners. Right now, it's possible to you first, then you made it, you sold on another triangle, whatever it's called, and you made it switch. They have 1 corner, what happens, constantly, why? Because you inserted the 6 before the tight. Now that you added it, you can't tie it in 4 corners, it's too late. The 6 is already in, and you have to put the 6 after it becomes tight. That's what happens also. You should know, you should ask your local rabbi. It's meant to sometimes the part of it is ripped. So you have to sew it. In order to make it kosher, you have to sew it. But guess what? When it's still in the other corner, Passive elimination could be what happened to you? Yeah, but I'm saying this becomes a practical because it happens. Something just becomes so hard. What do you think about so this thing? I ain't seen it. Passive elimination. I see the word trying to be in charge of us. Check this out. You're a customer, meaning you're a person who does sorry to this is so you're holding over here. He's in the middle making tzitzis. Yeah? He gets the 3 fingers wide. That's already like a baguette, but it's not a baguette that's running through the sound. Right now you're not having the wide. You can't wrap yourself in it. But here's the beautiful thing. Listen to this time. How many corners are on this thing? I see 4 corners. So Rashi, he only sees 2 corners. Why? Because the top corner, the top right corner, is about to disappear when he keeps on going on with the baguette. He's in his mind, he's continuing on. He's watching the battle that corner. So Rashi, he put on scissors on the 2-corner baguette. It's a riddle. How do you have a 4-corner baguette which is really only 2 corners? The answer is because he's about to continue. He's going right there. Check this out. He continues. In this case, look how much he did already. She said, tomorrow I'll have it. Let me show you what I'm doing. So we're beginning in this case. Right over here. It's not also. It's possible living also. You can charge him. Charlie show you what you do. Look there, see the little possible living also in scissors. They put it in there and they continue right there. And his mom is puzzled. It's not right for scissors. Yet they still did it. They're not camaradeing. We must say that what happened was that it was this we were almost finished. It was this far away from ending. So that's why he went in and put the tzitzis right away. He couldn't help it, but he's so excited to do the mitzvah. He put it in, and it's only missing that much, and that's okay. Because this month, he's bringing it.
Why do you want Bill Cosby and Donald Trump to
So
switch
then,
positions?
it's already considered. The baguette is done, and Mamela, it's okay. By the way, it's a kind of the long well, we are meeting at the Gemara, possibly also. Is there a concept of possibly also? I just remember when I was a kid.
I've never heard the entire audience ring like this before. We've done about 230 episodes of this show, and I've never seen the whole audience of what the fuck yeah! We don't want to do
and he creates a subject.
And I never would have guessed that somebody would have hacked off of Michael Crawford's performance.
The whole file was there and just created a vacuum, a hole. That's you put the stuff on, not
that is incredible.
the stuff is there before.
I'm curious, how long
Same thing over here.
sex?
So do we say this is a passive and also but 6 days? Or is there equally Ellis trade this is about what do I have over? I have tzitzis already sitting there. So what do I do?
What an episode.
I don't like these tzitzis. They're not very good. That's why I'm using this. It's already frayed. You see over here, and it's probably puzzled. But whatever. Let's pretend that it's 100% kosher. I go ahead. I'm taking a new string. I put 4. These are 4. You see one of them. No, here I do this. This how it's going. I have this guy. I have brand new strings right over there. Brand new. What I just did. Let's think about it. This is kosher. This whole thing is kosher. So I don't need new strings. Not only do I not need new strings, it's also we need to put new strings. Why? Our price. How do you put this priceless? The whole price is only to do a brand new one of these. But let's say I did 5 strings instead of 4. If I would have asked you, you won't hold about price. It's not about price. This is not about price. Yeah, it does ring. I didn't know this. Oh, sticker. That's a fight. Go to price. That's something else.
Episode 200 and something of Kill Tony.
I have.
From the main room.
I insured these guys right over here when I should have
You
done.
sat there and did nothing. He drew that.
So this is
You
not
can
even
check it out
6.
after the show on
And then I go like this.
video.
Look,
We're
I'm gonna rip it off.
I'm on the Monster Energy outbreak
And now
for the
I'm
entire
left
month
with
of
my
August. And some of
second
September,
tier.
we go all around the country. My awesome
It's good.
agents routed it
It's not
for
talking
me
about why.
beautifully.
It's not
And
talking
I'm
about
really
us.
excited
But
about
this
it.
was
Tickets for
on
that are available at
before.
TonyMitchell.com.
Beautiful.
And
Now it's divided.
Jeremiah
Listen to
Watkins
this.
is going to be featuring for me me on all those
This is
dates.
as you added a whole other
Theater,
system.
Hawaiian Theater from Portland to New York City, all the way. We're having a blast.
Something
What else, guys? What's some stuff? Steve-O, go ahead. The great Steve-O was here tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
No massive limit on no problem. No. Robo, my Robo.
And you have that ton of awesome merch and
Nice
stuff
way out.
available. I've actually checked it
Run,
out.
give out the
I
longest.
was about to buy
Check
a
this
pair of
out.
Steve-O sunglasses. I think I'm going
When
to.
I inserted this brand new one, what did I do? Nothing. Zero. Because I wasn't allowed to. So I didn't do a nice one. There's no
Thank you so
mixed
much,
up
Steve-O.
sisters
Thanks
that I
for
did.
coming on. So fun.
When I
It's
ripped
incredible
this
that
wall,
someone who
I created, I made a nice on these sisters.
truly as funny as you are. It
It's
is
not that
surprising.
that moment. But when I add a second pair, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to cancel the first pair. Why am I adding another pair? What's on the head? You just gotta go on the head. So I decided to add another pair. Then I was
The
supposed
great
to
Brad Williams, everybody. Tyrion Williams Atlanta.
okay, I add another pair, then I did zero. But then I was trying to do the box on the first pair, then I didn't do zero. Then I did something important. But
Thank you
then
guys for
it's
having me.
about
Please
placement,
check out my
like
podcast.
nice
You
to
held last
and
night
you like
podcast.
about
All
placement,
three
but
of
I
you
did
and guests on that
what did you
podcast.
do that?
And
I
yes,
did that.
CityLive.com. City Live in a city near you.
Oh,
That's right.
here we
Make
have
some
it.
noise for the great mother of dragons, Jeremiah Watkins.
Oh,
Jeremiah's got
yesterday I
everything
looked at
going on.
Kobe.
Go ahead, Jeremiah.
Michael Harlow Davidson got so on the spot, literally within 2-3 minutes, our grandma was there. We gave this Kobe Gold show. And at the with the headphones that it's wearing everything. Okay, well, let's let you nice to that boy side. Monkey Shop is here at 9:30, 9 o'clock until 9:15 at Bill Taylor. If you signed up, great. If you didn't sign up, there's a second room, but please sign up because you won't be able to come in without signing up. Have a good Monkey Shop.
Joel Menace.
Hey, I want to give a shout out to Wade Harris from Brooklyn for Tony Penguin. Just rough times want to send a run from the squad, guys. Let's give him a big round of applause. I'm mostly sorry.
He's at mostly sorry on Twitter. I'm Tony Mitchell and Brian Redband.
Hey, I'm in Toronto next week, and then next month, Minnesota and Edmonton.
Live out of Toronto.
27th, 28th,
Live audience, we love you. Hey, you are part of the biggest audience we've ever had here at the Comedy Store in our history. Thank you so much for your support. We love you. We'll see you next week.
Oh, put it around for the side. We have a bunch of actually, I don't know who they are really, but they look good. So I said it's not this camera out here. But that's how you pronounce it. The Magachia. Working from fuck. So, what's your name? Shalom. Also, from Muncie. No connection to the today. No connection. Just fit right in, though. Have a mistake. That's the way we like it. The way we set it now. There's a guy that's here. You saw him also. They always come after the traffic. I'm with you since Shabbos left. They didn't do work.
For a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony. It's
Not that I don't. I see someone at the field. I was here yesterday. Can't explain it. What's your name? From? Oh, Shalom. Do you have stuff? You know how to explain the item? You bring a circle with you today or not really? Yeah. Okay, so maybe in the middle you'll be able to tell us something, please? Okay, you see how it goes. You'll remind me? Somebody remind me.
Hi everybody, how are you? Good evening. Welcome. Make some fucking noise. It's Monday night. And you're at the #1 comedy club in the world. You guys excited? I know I am. Right, Redman is here to my left. There's a buddy. That's the guy that talked first.
Really?
On Soundwax all night, we have the house artist Ryan J. Ebelt is in the motherfucking building. He's the artist that draws all the Cotonou posters, all the prints. Those are all available at RyanJEbelt.com. He's trying tonight's episode while you all sit there enjoying yourselves, drinking, having fun. He's literally working the entire time. He's refreshing all of the episodes that he's drawn are available.
Oh, you're every day?
He's actually wearing this new shirt.
There you go. He's wearing he tried to ask listeners. He's wearing a shirt that he drew.
All right.
And for those of you in the house that are sitting behind him in a place where you definitely can't see his shirt, if you check him out later, if you look at the artist who acts out on the street, maybe on his walk in his car or something like that, and you see his shirt, you'll know that it's a shirt that Redman talked about.
Speaking of shirts, if you want the Kill Tony shirt, you go to shopsquad.tv to pre-purchase
It's not a
it.
good
So
story,
there's
but
a
it's a
limited
good
amount
story.
left. So go
What's
to
the NDY at
That's Josh Martin, everybody. You know me, how he wears his key on his hip. One of my biggest pet peeves in the world is to wear their keys.
The morning radio host, Sid Rosenberg, on ABC News, they spoke about the doc, NDY, Sorrel.
Rabbi, we are here at Amsterdam, Industrial Force. The reason that I get to go start doing the job, and we are watching today's year at the camp show. That's right, we're watching it at the camp show right now on the screen. Come on out, check it out. Everyone, shout it out to God. It's about to go.
I always say, I told you, Zanzibar is here with us in December, and this is a song who gets a big milestone.
And I've been complaining to
Exciting
him about it for
stuff
years,
ever
and it never changes. Every fucking step he takes drives me crazy.
Janitors molest a lot of people too, so like if you're a kid.
Sure, yeah, they do that. But it's like some dog with bells or something.
Big fan, this guy does not know that.
Stepped in a peach.
But I want to remind you,
A lot of stars in the audience. Ryan, I'm gonna mention something to you. Did you know that Kill Tony is supported by Casper? What's Casper? It's a mattress that offers an obsessively engineered mattress at a shockingly fair price. But you know what Casper is.
He showed me the other day his calendar every single day. Puts in a couple of hours, 3 hours a day, and at the end of the week, he's up. He's got 18 hours of Torah. Has started Mishnah Yomi, Tehillim Yomi, this Yomi as a whole, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. It's consistent. You made a time to make offense. You have time for Netflix. You have time for YouTube. You have time for Shtusim. You have time for the news. Put another few minutes, doesn't matter how many, just another 5-10 minutes a day. Don't you know, you don't have to be in a public answer. Right. running late. Further actually to know. Furthermore, I like this game because it says there is one. It's written in an interesting way. Let it be known in the heavenly archives and in the heavenly ones of the chest that I was for years anonymous devoted family member of the Rabbi and his name.
And I opened it up, and it just unfolded in like the boy was handed into this crazy mattress.
We're over 20,000 reviews on Casper, Amazon, and Google with an average of 4.8 stars. It's quickly becoming the internet's favorite mattress. Casper mattresses feature supportive memory foam for award-winning sleep surfaces. Got just the right segment, just the right balance. Free shipping and returns to the US and Canada. You can try sleeping on a Casper for 100 nights risk-free. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up and refund everything. It's a win-win situation. Mattresses are designed, developed, and assembled. Anyone want to guess? USA. USA. Special offer to listeners of Kiltony. Special Kiltony listeners get $50. $50 towards any mattress site. Visiting www.casper.com/Kiltony and using the promo code Kiltony. All one word. Kiltony. Terms and conditions apply. Who's ready to get a Casper mattress on tonight? I think a lot of people are. You know what I love about this show is the band. We have a band every single week. We always do something different, commit to a character throughout the episode. This week's no different. Make some noise. Okay. Well, then we'll do guest first. Lux comedy. You know, every week I bring some of the funniest comedians in the world on this show. This week's no different. Make some noise. Brody Stevens and Stephen Kramer. Stephen Brody Stevens and Stephen Kramer. Movie stars, comedians and movie stars, television stars. Glickman from The Big Rush, Brody from Chelsea lately, Glickman from The Storks, Brody from The Hangover, movie star, comedian, friend, like all characters. Welcome back, guys. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show a few times. Brody, how you feeling? I love it when there's nothing I love more than when my guests tell me that they took a sliver of their bipolar medication.
Shout out to his best friend, full name, Goldie Schwartzman. If you tell me fucking with Evan Hashem, sign,
That's just one for the anxiety.
his name out, it's the under the bus.
Oh, come on,
This,
guys.
I'm not even
Who's ready for
anymore.
Kiltony
This
Mania
is,
tonight?
Let's ride the wave of mania tonight. We're on the Olympic Dome, not my backstage. Brought out magnets. Let's go. apparently we want a big present that was
We have a play drum sometimes, Brody, right?
so it's the mother said
I love it. Well, we have a band too. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen, for the Kiltony Band. It is Pat Reagan, Jill Jimenez,
okay.
and the bass player, whose name I always
This guy
forget,
says
like a real dick.
Georgia, and up the half of the mountain, Georgia's country, right? That's ski. That was your friend. Yeah, big time. The other bird was in Georgia. How many people? Oh, it's your birthday today? Then we get Yaakov. I knew it was a while. Yaakov, how old are you, Yaakov? This thing comes every day. How many people were in Georgia? Yeah. Make a trip to 200 people to the first time. Money. Big time. Venice. When he goes backcountry skiing on a ski with helicopter, or no, not the helicopter, the snowcat. Go up fresh soil. We need to go up snowcat. Yeah. So this guy says he was in Georgia. He's got the morning on one side from the literal next point over the snow. Just like that. Two people connected by a train in the middle of the mountain in Georgia. The town is composed of days. Each had Nicholson or Nation Road. Okay, we gotta know much more about
Welcome, guys.
the second sponsor. Then we have another Welcome back, Irish Simon. We set the sponsors, local guys, we didn't trust the five guys, and not the fucking rules. The gas is the power of the nation, the business around the great, great politics, the evil. Set the sponsors, now people say the nation is all, announcement, we can go children, and we can see them go out of culture. Throw them out, don't pray, take them out the door. That's it. We're so proud of you that the work has tried you. Celebrate the family island, pay honor the belly, change my meaning of life. What about Marty, Justin Martin, Benny, and all the first consulting and wife.
And it's true what he's saying. His mom is in it, and that is his real mom. The woman playing Pat Reagan's mom is his real mom. I feel like it makes it a lot funnier.
John Solomon. Josh Solomon, the monthly sponsors, I decided, which may not be very important. Miriam, sorry, but all with America, means father here, make a what? You're here, you're in. It's a tough one. They just want to go well. Jamie Azulai, Fushlewa, Esther Bass, Lona, Luna, Mr. Aaron and Miriam Landy, Hoyla Shempikai, Kilo Kanslai, anonymous for the merit of Fushlewa, for all the fact of all Israel need for Fushlewa, saw Fisher in honor of Glacial putting on Kilo, anonymous for the merit of Fushlewa from Malcolm Eskaya. Oh, put up there, loud for Momo. Sentence.com,
We are in it. 2 minutes. Also, before we start, I forgot to mention, I'm on tour the entire month of August. Middle of September, the Monster Energy Outbreak Tour. It's going to be crazy. Jeremiah's coming with me. He's featuring 4 of these crazy rock venues and theaters all around the United States of America. I mean, everywhere around America. So, it's going to be anywhere in the United States. But I'm tweeting with that. You know, I find out that the night of the great city here in New York City, Chappelle is performing around the corner at Radio City Music Hall. And Floyd Mayweather is fighting Conor McGregor on the same Saturday night that I have to film. My agents are like, hey, good luck, buddy. It's a big one. You got the Gramercy Theater, New York City, August 26th. And then, Floyd Mayweather and Conor McGregor is maybe as a fourth. Are you doing the tour bus from city to city, or are you flying? We're flying.
They were sponsored Scott Richards in honor of Avi and Sarma. Hashem blessing as much Joshua and Romans. I can see things that Shimmy Leibowitz, the fighting strong, with Yoli, love of the famous. Well, I thought Shimmy was doing his brothers. I don't know. Shimmy works for us. Dark Global. Happy. Oh, that's turning. Wow. Now you know why I don't do the sponsors every day. Okay. The boys side we're holding by 20 Rabbi.
Driving words.
From the bottom of the bottom test.
The milkshake place.
I was wondering how many jumps of grease you could have. I feel like that's a big one that you just sacrificed right there. Okay, let's fucking do this. You guys ready to start the show or what? I have a bucket. We have Ichabod's bucket of destiny with a bunch of names. Over 50 people signed up.
If you put cotton scissors on a polyester bagel. Yes, no, yes.
For the show, for the opportunity.
Okay, but what kind of scissors do you have? You don't know what scissors they're doing. Okay, so that's what we're going to learn today. And then we have something I mentioned yesterday. We have Rabbi Boston has a shul next to the Merkaz over here. And the lady walk by a shul and you have like when a human's son, but since he's his ankle, he grabs you in his office. And it takes this special pair of scissors that bought the scissors wasn't these
You
are
get pulled out of this bucket like one of those people's names. One of those comedians over there. They come over here. 60 seconds on the stage. You know, you're 60 seconds. It's like when you hear the sound of a kitten. That means wrap it up there. We're going to bring up a bakery. Listen, all the way there.
I'm so excited that it's scissors and he thinks that it's Chicago. For him,
That's how it works. You guys ready to start this show or what?
Don't go into the short.
You never know what's in it.
Says the Gemara, Boy Ravash. And leave me to let me out. This is just a reminder. I'm not going to show you the whole thing, but it's something called Bidule. And that's, yeah, just a reminder. Now, we're not going to know the new guys that weren't here today. But it means that if your tzitzis snip all the way to the end by the cancer, there's different ways that happen. That was the video. I'm not going to show you the whole thing. Just show that spice. Okay. So, but the question is like, that's why we finished off saying that if you could try, make a little slip in the tzitzis, which is like about 6 fingers long, then it's okay. As for Rashi, I'll give you an angle. You have a pin on it. It's very, very good.
60 seconds, uninterrupted. Goes to Arthur
Had they
Hamilton.
been this, you're right. You can make it now. Nice. That's a good. How do you figure it? You need to have a 20-inch piece left over in order to make it out. So you don't fit it like a you can't make it now. What do you do?
What up, y'all?
Says, over there, about to do over there, Rashi. Oh,
Bet you guys want to make a flag, maybe not.
it's perfect. It's so thick that everybody sees them behind you.
Like this thing.
After the
Actually,
test,
yeah, y'all. Today we kind of been, you know, because my job applications always put out.
you have this part. You have the whole, the folios, you have the whole, what is it called? Let's go back. Excellent. The folios, you have the
So we got to be real
the
sure.
fall.
And that was pretty easy.
So you have this whole deal, and then over here you have a small piece that's hanging out, it's very thick. So it's great. You're right, you can't make it slip now, but it's very thick, and everybody sees that you're wearing tzitzis, it's perfect. Well, mankind is the following of the Rebbe. Yesterday we discussed Rebbe. Rebbe says that in our generation, nobody would be wearing tzitzis. Why? Because without tailors, without blue, or else everybody would say that you put this is tailors, I don't know what they would say. But it's very difficult for a lot of people to wear tzitzis. Without the blue, you can't wear the white. That's the red. Without the white, you can't wear the blue. What is not your dog? Who argues on that? Somebody argued. I found this argument. This is very mature. Nothing wrong with this. That you show up. I'm sure this is right.
It was also a transaction that I actually did.
That's what we get. It's so right. Sen jetzt Leute, wir schulen das, schauen uns die Leute, die schauen uns die Leute in hey man, you don't have to marketing bubble. You don't need one is not market the other. Oh, I had to get those emails. What's the word market? You have somebody here that says market means to hold back. And somebody says comparative, crucial. Okay?
Yeah, her name was barely had a deal. I was like,
hold back.
Arthur Hamilton.
Very good. In the fishing shots,
Is there really a place called the Red Shack?
it's not. Doesn't say we want to do so yeah.
Is it good?
it's delicious.
Oh, you know what? That's
It's not contemporary. I got it. Yeah, that's
To
really
look
good.
like this.
Oh my God, mommy, no. Sort of,
Listen to that fat laugh.
you know, today, looking at
I love you,
you,
Butch.
5 times. 1, 2, 3,
Arthur, is this where you're from, LA?
Yeah.
So,
How long you been on
10
stand-up?
times. So, 5
How
doubles.
old are you?
In order to be a knot, it has to be double. They help
Did you really have a fucked up too? Because I admit it, I have a fucked up too. Like a little baby nail is now it's so soft. This is only one half of socks on.
So you have this little dirt through it.
That's what you do.
So we all know what happens. You got a little string sticking out of a knot. What's going to happen? Eventually, it's going to pop open and the whole knot is going to go. And if that happens, then right now it's no good. It's already good. It's considered a real knot. And your six
Would you like basketball? Socks?
don't have knots, they're open.
You mentioned
I want
socks.
you to
You like basketball?
see them here. If I tell you that their teammates are playing with this small pieces that stick out, this is what's going to happen if you only have one knot. It's going to pop open. You're not going to have any pressure. And no pressure means up. So I see the way that additional knots backing me up, and that's why a small piece remaining is there. Two is okay. Trying to not make sure I completely with it. This is something I can do sort of, so I don't need to create additional knots. Hold on. I said yesterday, something with your hole, that the leftover pieces, and again, for my life, we started off with kosher tzitzis that had the right shape, but later on, they have to find fucking seal, whatever it is. You pull it by mistake, it's from very weak. Washing them, you have a certain amount. Also, I don't have everything I love on. I just mentioned this. The only puzzle in other words, one whole string is just only the catch. If it's only one, then it has the backup, the other string on the other side. That's what we learned. I don't know how it works. All four on one side should be okay. Exactly. All four on one side should be okay. That's not I don't want to pass it.
That you have in your life, those are the jobs that
yeah, that's to make sure here. I'll show you. So when you try tzitzis,
so talk about that shit as much as you can on stage. Because you will find
I agree with that.
like so much of my
you make a pie, a slip knot of four, and then the other four are not part of that.
But you can be positive about it. Nice little t-shirts. You see how much you take a job where you get to talk.
That's what
I
it
was
is.
at Two Radio City Music Hall. I was the marker for the comedy cellar. Never got past. I was intimidated by Mitzi. Not Mitzi. Whatever. Public speaking matters. You know, it's like you're having a job. You know, everyone says they want to complain about. Say having a job. You know, you can be negative too. But it's funny to be positive. That's what I found that I'm doing. But that's what we live in. For the value, you go to San Fernando High School. No, what's the song?
That's the case. You only have one knot. Wow.
Wow. Automatic rodeo, I know it's one of your skill sets. I know it's my mind every single time. I can't believe you know everyone's fabulous mascot.
Again,
high school.
It didn't say
Like that is
one
like,
glimpse statement.
I'm not saying that you are, but I'm saying I would expect that some of the top athletes in the world, like knowing every high school's mascot, you know what I mean? You know, I'm sure you're handing a girl, oh, you're gonna give a point of ponies. How did the Mustangs do this week? That's how you sport. I gotta go. I also know I know a lot of stories. Hey, Brody. River walk.
Let's hear about it for a second.
Yeah, and we had a mascot.
Okay.
That pigeon.
If I insert sixes like this, just like that, if I go, I don't know.
Oh my God, I love it.
It says you have to make it.
All right.
I'm not quite sure.
Arthur, you
have to make it.
leave it open.
Also, you learn the whole idea of essence, playfulness, essence. When there's a positive
You ever
scenario,
taken a chicken with
do something, it over.
No.
Right. The third says to put in painless and love it, kills the real fact is has to be holy.
What's the best RV out there right now?
seven. That's the rule. And the beggar usually is fish plate. That's what they had in the time back then. The Lord says, look, senses that are seven, things are very that's fish plate. But they're shocking. But the says to do it. You see that the positive commandment, the mitzvahs are saying, yeah, positive commandment. We're putting official edition there. Essa doicha loisas. Now what? The question is, this is not chocolate. If I go like this, I'll just punch.
If I were to get one of those, how many calories?
Chocolate is two zero. So why do you come out the whole so why do you have to tell that Essa the loisas says the mitzvah since pushes off the top, there is no chocolate. There is no chocolate. I'm going to play this. I just go, oh, it's all right that I'm not going to like this. All the way to good, you have to make it catch. That's a tie. Oh, once I tie it, now it becomes shot. It's part of my name. It's shot. And then the third says, it's okay. You're allowed to have shots. So, right now, first, they're right. You said that they're up on all. I'm particularly why that's something that I'm using. Oh, really? Then with what it is, I think it's the whole, it's not considered a connection, it's considered so good. You know, there is, you know, you must make it special. And once you make it special, a lot of people become to the point, let's say, you're wearing only a whole sister's top off, this off, so now you're left with the, and you're thinking with it's hard.
I have a question. Would there be any chance I could take one of these RVs and try it for nights risk-free? And if I don't love it, you'll pick it up and refund everything? Oh, no, small Asian
right over here.
Is there in the RV business, do you guys like sucker a lot of people? Like maybe it's normally a bang and winch, for example, like
What did it really say? That's not really calling off, right? Basically, regular
as long as they want to take families.
This one really is lost. Lost over here, the little ones. That's what it means when you listen to it.
They don't realize that it's
Why are you making this stuff out of the side? You are, you get a lot of people complaining afterwards. But later on, you make the decisions and everything is supposed to be over. And the order is like the price you use. So we'll try this over. Is she riding? They're good. Well, the first thing is two separate things. There's no one until now we are waiting in the little tiny piece of paper out the road. And now we're really the
I like the red shoes.
She's not even with me. Absolutely not.
Hey, you know what? So fucking ironic. I had my first audition today. It was for a black gang member in his blood. So I was like, okay, I know my name is good. I got some red shoes. So I rock the face on my I get the bro.
That there's a little bit left over after all the knots, after the police and everything. They're doing what you gotta do it. That got ripped over in the top. You see from here, that's okay. Law, other part. They're doing she right with one sentence. One unlawful. She got the wrong culture. We have leftover. They're doing it, even a little bit, okay. So later they're doing she goes on. So what happens to the sergeant? Automatically, even if you're going to do what they want, discuss before, that is right. It's not enough to have a little bit. That's right.
What was it for?
But no,
It's called Michael. So what it is?
what's it rather than orange is rather? It's a simple story. Rabbi said, and later on, Rabbi said,
Oh, no.
what's the better? You know, this is a lot like
You can't get respect for the streets as a person. Do you have any special hobbies or anything fun that you do for fun?
whatever
What
it
do
is.
you do at the beach?
Then you take
More weed.
maybe take up another school.
No,
Start making a wrap it around, go around the circle, take 5 minutes. Who told you that you're allowed to use one of the 4 schools for that? Gemara. What's it better? The one that goes around, they call the shop. So I don't know what's called shop.
Grease bombing over here.
I'm very
millions of sand. I'm not crazy. There's like millions of sand. Somebody go to the beach, tweet at me. I've never heard of
this case, the street. The street. Rather than the package. Instead of saying the package is the actual target, and then the trailer is the street. Shekara, Rubak Shera. So it's very, very simple. As the Gemara is going to say in a second, the best way to make your tzitzis is a third still and 2/3 on them. Meaning here, we'll take my tzitzis right over here. 1/3, I'm going to go down like this. That's another 2/3.
Shout.
Uh-oh, sticking out a little bit.
Short. Some of the worst podcasts in the history. Alright, this is your first time on the show? My first time. We hope to see you again. There you go, sir. Everybody, Arthur Hamilton. He's on Twitter at Comedian Earth. Good job, buddy. I got a bad hand. Good job. Rudy only has a bad hand when the comedians are black, by the way. We don't know why that is.
No, what people do, they put in a plastic bag and put in the dark. You don't do that. Better. Not in a public environment. No good morning. Look at the morning. Let's meet you. Which, like I said, that's our luck.
Am I right?
Let's put it in the
Your hands go. I am Mayo.
So, what he's saying is, this is Makapura. This is what do you do that? Not like this. 2/3, 1/3.
Make some noise for Anna Mayo, everybody. Come on. We're just getting started. Anna Mayo.
And if you only did one like this,
Sorry for the that's how I make a living.
they can tell you how many you have to do.
The only thing I probably want to portray to me for no reason is losing a fist fight to the person who called me.
However,
So I'm fighting this white guy. I'm fighting this white guy. Now I thought I won the fight because I felt Malcolm X's hand on my shoulder. I felt Malcolm X hit me like a civil rights straight. Now at this time, UFC wasn't as popular as it is now, so I didn't know he was related to a fist fight. Luckily, on my back, I got beat the eye. Now I thought I was going to teach this white guy a lesson. Unfortunately, he wasn't as popular as he was. As long as he's able to beat somebody. Unfortunately for him, though, he died in an off-road accident. On his Facebook wall, I saw his RIP post, so I posted it. I'm cool keeping him even though he's got to call me a nigga.
I didn't know that my brother had 4 legs and 3 legs on the same. I never thought that before.
Wow.
Everybody knows. I didn't know. That's really too much.
That was awesome.
I'm not exaggerating what I'm saying. Between 30 minutes.
Is that true?
About this, let me show you real quick.
That
I couldn't believe it. I have fucking good news.
Remember, I used to
best friend of mine, and I didn't have a happy ending, that's why I was like, oh, I'm sorry.
maybe you should shave your beard is really scratchy. That's since when you're part of my
Okay,
life.
if you say you died in an operating accident,
Well, the second we learned, since when a year ago, since shit.
right. One little, I would definitely just change the car or whatever.
I do it on.
I don't think maybe it's just me, but I didn't get off the accident. I didn't hear that. And I was taking a second try to think about an operating accident.
I'm not joking. People out here, the way the editors did it, and because we had mess ups during shit, because I'm supposed to ask a question, I'm supposed to answer. But like, if 30 people go in, that means it's hundreds that didn't write it, and they're different. There's a guy walking this year. So
Right, if you're gonna go,
when he spoke to him, compliments, like, you weren't nice enough. The voice act's not real, okay? It's AI. Okay? Here we go. I'm already swimming stuff here.
So if it was, then you gotta make a punchline to make it like more
or maybe something about that. He was always on the right track or something like that. Something stupid. You have to figure it out. It's your shitty joke. I know, it's great. Somebody actually did find the N-word. Where was that at?
And with the white curve, and you make one knot.
I think that's the one with the Bakersfield pumpkin pioneers, right?
Oh, and then you make a slip knot over here.
Just that was my improvising of a high school mascot was the pumpkin pioneers. Really quite.
And then you take, let's say, this guy, this will be my shaman, and I go like this.
What was the situation in Bakersfield? Exactly. What's it at?
2, 3. It's a shaka shaman. Look at it. 3 times. Now, what's interesting, I saw in Kaikanesi rights, and nobody knew about this. I don't know.
I sing in the valley.
It says, depends on how you wear clothes. Ashkenazim, they wrap their tzuos counterclockwise, and Sfarad wraps their tzuos clockwise. I was going confused yesterday. I was going with this, but I really feel like this. Figure it out yourself, and that's how you're supposed to wrap the tzitzis, either clockwise or counterclockwise. Your wife is going to see you going like this, and then like you'll explain to them that you're not in the sugar, you're just trying to see how you do the tzuos. Okay. So, tomorrow, so it happens to be that's what they want to do. And I noticed that's what like the law is famous has. Only rewind based on what does everybody do? 7A, 11.
What do you do for work, Ian?
Some that do 7, 9, 11, 14.
Really? Like the post office? United States Post Office? What do you do for them?
7 going around.
It's sassy with people.
That's why people start to
There's a
set
ton of material on the post office. Ton
the
of
next one,
material.
13.
To write jokes about the post office is great. I would.
And you should definitely do it because you are really, really good at it.
Yeah, so you don't have to better laugh or I'll go post.
I feel like lickety split. That's the way they did everything with the post office. Did they have the post office? Yeah, all right.
What?
When you were growing up
Oh,
in growing up in Bakersfield.
oh, like this 7 does. What? Anybody else? Who?
I'm from Nigeria.
Who's that part of that club? Who's that part of that club? That's what I'm talking about. Rabbi Willie. You should go to Rabbi Willie in the back.
Hurry up, starts at Super 13.
Nigeria?
Go all the way down to 7. I have no idea how to do it. Maybe, who knows? The shooter should have refused the shoe shot here to be named. I think this whole Southwest thing, so I thought maybe this will another one that could possibly go over the gate. Remember, I didn't know the 7 refused. So, since I'm here, he's a 7 refused. Those who don't know, Mendy has no idea what we're looking at. What? Right, it seems like, what is that? You know, how many stars with it? How many stars with it? Oh, who's that? Hold on, not to love. Oh, so once again, that was the question, I guess, what's more important to do with the white?
I think the post office is a raw material, obviously.
Start with the white. You see lights exist. I don't know if you can see. But they start with the white. Start with the white.
For those of you that just joined the show, that was a
Well, start with the white and then the white.
Yes, for Bakers, the
It's very important for Alaska's places.
West Nigeria.
Look
What is
at
your favorite?
places where it's different routes from different places. Since screw up the negative, hold on, since this is all the since this oil puff rate, you do the math, very simple. Start thinking you have 90 plus 10 equals 100. Again, tell you it's 0, another 100. Oh, 600. So you have puff rate, that's 600. That's a good puff rate. And you should chart it. Otherwise, that's how you get the high listeners. Shisha beer, today sugar beer says Rothschild says that it is doubling up. The young double Shia. This is the thing that's happening right now. This is
He's got a point.
one thing reminds me of
Like when Frankie held you up as a baby and I don't
That's why I really like and this is short here for 2 seconds here. I don't know if you noticed as the drone comes in, it's fast. So this meant you see on the wall, you see the ceiling tonight. That's part of the stick over here. That's why the way to space. Okay. So yes. There you are. Yeah. So from now on, the other is gonna have to remind all of it's AI. So it's not existence now.
I've been to Bakersfield.
Okay.
Sorry, Bakersfield.
Okay. Nothing.
Ian, where do you live now?
Hold up. I'm not the road. Right. I started the color the right.
Oh, yeah.
I like that.
Did a solo scene in the open.
They're already there. You guys having fun out there?
Yes, they are. Look at these guys. Pushing. Yes. Couples, disposable income.
Okay.
Ian, what's your love life like? Are you on any of the dating apps or anything like that? How'd that work out for you? So what kind of white chicks are you looking for? It doesn't sound like you're into much, man. You
It's like this.
Oh, wait a second. We have a call coming in. Everybody, the great Jeremiah Watkins is calling in from Montreal. Everybody, make some noise for Jeremiah. Here he is. What's up, buddy?
I don't like the tits. The folks that are watching this see nobody. And one argument says, no, it's perfect. This is great. This is great.
So we can hear you. Hi, Jeremiah.
You have a bunch of nuts. What's this all about? It's beautiful. Michael, look at my face.
Yes.
I don't know, kind of saw by it. See it? Feel. There we go. You didn't pass the love. Oh,
Yes, it is.
Das ist Wort in Fairport. And in Bamidbar, characters well, the Rathma, Pisakara, Simple, it's everything. So on the one hand, it's called Gil means to weave. And this is kind of a weaving piece. To weave it together, to make strings come together. Gil means a string. So which one is it? It's contradiction. I do it. So this is perfect. Says Rabbi, I like it. You found it. He's kind of it's a deal. Doesn't have to be both. One or the other. Grab some of those. He'll be love, you need strings. Bound, but why do you say
Oh, wow. You've only been in Canada for 1 day. You did so
you have a weak part, and after that, but still because they have burning of the dam. A very global having points all year, not just this small. Lishabit.com. Spread the shit of today. I'm all for it. You gotta make something has to change. You know how to? I had someone like water. Right here. She has all things.
Yes, I am. Hello, Jeremiah.
They sit in rooms, girls sit in one room, boys in one room, back and forth. They basically take out the whole process of, you know, go through the information that they come up with something. Anyway, credit to the people.
Yeah, we're doing
What's about? True words, thank you. Very shot, bro. Yeah, what do you got there? What do people, what do you notice?
Tomorrow night, right? Montreal, the stand up on the spot. That's where he is. Montreal.
We're talking about these tears down here. Sometimes they pop out. I've never seen them. So look at your tears. Make sure they have a stitching over here because it's perfectly square. This is Allah on the Muslim.
Jeremiah watching.
Okay, next.
Love you, Jeremiah. He's got 2 shows for those of you listening live in Montreal.
That's what we got in here. I had a guy stand up here. It's going to be
Jeremiah's show.
There's a bump in your skull. It should be a butt bump. At least part of it should be touching. Right. Yeah.
What have you been listening to? I noticed your earbuds are hanging out of your shirt. Oh.
No here, girl. They don't like that all. We spoke about
Like the
that.
Prophets, right on track. SOS by Go West.
Oh. The color showed up.
Oh, yeah, it's very cool.
To the left, and the left ear, whatever it is.
This is interesting.
Before the bottom
What do you think it is? Do you think hair?
the whip. Where's the whip rolling in? Hold on for a second. Look at your whip. I'm serious. Show it to Rabbi right now. You might need to show you Rabbi the pound that you gave me to there. I'm sure, yeah. Yeah, go on.
She like wandering like her.
What do you smell? Let's go. Pretend to get milked out of you. That's a good time, though.
How about the first date?
Yeah.
Did you kiss her at all or anything?
No. The smell of Mishayat where you pull it. I want to.
Yeah.
What? It's their problem. We're both
You
private.
gotta go to a private.
We're private. Ask them to come to your show and show them. No, show them your show. Show them your show.
You take her to a movie, you get a large popcorn or small one.
Let him do it. Let the pro do it. Take it up. Oops.
You do that, Brody?
Do it fast.
Ian, when's the last time you had sex with a girl?
It's okay.
Don't worry about it. How did that go down? Where'd you meet her at? And then what happened?
I want to put her in the show. I don't know if I was good.
Experience.
The one time I wanted to be wearing the time.
Lions King, my friends. Lions King.
Okay, no, he said it's good. It's good. But,
Really?
Same thing.
oh, Chester has to be close to the fact that they're speaking about that. That's nothing like that. It's the guy that's going to eat it. Or random point.
Nigerians usually have huge monster cars.
And then everyone else supposed to be in the right direction.
That's not. I respect that.
It gets real the pro.
So she wanted to hook up with you. She knew you were black. And she's like, I want to hook up with a black guy. Are you down? And you're like, am I down? Nigerians do this shit. She comes over to your place.
Run down what we're going to learn here. It's super easy. And then the stuff the goes in and out. But at the end of the day, what do we have? You all knew this basically, so it's not a big finish here. The Semer strings, which these are Semer wool strings, work on any single beggar, even polyester, cotton, everything. What's going to come out from the sugya is that linen strings also work on every single beggar. What about silk strings? Silk strings only work on silk, and cotton only works on cotton, etc., etc. And that's the whole sugya. I'm going to show you the lady. Wool, like it, so it's good enough even for linen. The question is, the pistol mouse is still 7, and what times are going to be? The pistol works, really works for 792, yes.
I don't get it, but it works.
It's only 2 things that work. 7 things that work.
Dirty about it. You're right. You think it's simply on the side around the room.
Oh, that's the video. This is sitting here, the sisters that rip.
Well, how'd that go down? All of a sudden you're there, and what she starts intensely missing you.
First watch
It's a nice video. I don't know
what do you call it? Spanish TV? Was it TV in Spanish?
What we need to show is that one sheet that we saw, rather than the timeline, it's just cut it over there. That's fine. We accepted that fire.
I guess it goes back to you got a good attitude. You just said that watching Spanish TV
And then what
was
happened?
waiting for me to move.
Yeah, what happened then? Give us more. Keep going. What was the move? Yeah, she just. What do you mean? What did she do to you?
She started grabbing my hand. And the music went out. This is.
Okay. Don't think about it. Koshman, don't rush over a few of the job. Before this, so the most you can 7, 7 to 16 and move it. Now maybe the Torah only says wool in linen is okay. The king is popular love, the popular love and non mother. We know that the blue strings over here plays in Spanish. There's Fondro. The blue strings are wool, and that's okay in love and non mother. Maybe
At the time.
when the strings are severed in white, it's also fine. I'll make it white, or maybe it's linen.
Yeah, we're trying to get a date out of it.
That's severed.
I'll give you my
I never get to see the shot and say,
Meet my sister.
you're not with me. And then the third give you a head spin, shot and sits in
She talks about your curly conspiracy theory, you watch Spanish television.
And we already said that's not the upper rap.
Everything comes off at once. And you guys like talk about it. Are you like, yeah,
What is with that?
so all of a sudden you're both naked, then what do you do? Your first move
Most
is
states send a physical point to the bottom line is the extremes that are real. Portland is good in every single type of situation.
and then what?
So here we have a quick video. So I don't know if we don't have time. So I'm
He
going to
reciprocates.
By the way, just real quickly, I want to point out while you're watching this, that this animation, like, when I was a kid, I was there.
Patty Reagan.
Watching the food from off.
With the
So some
timing.
Florida has what categories and live in his backyard and
Okay, so you were
anyway,
pressing her breasts with your hands.
Lord says that if you raise your mind to real,
And
the
what
world
else?
begs. So I ran and I bought a wood begging. And then I realized that the gun says, we're going to not wear.
I like that.
It's better to wear wool. Then if I want to shop, I have to wear it in the house. So if I really not to wear all the time, what? Yeah, but you raise your mind to wear seven. You strung it out there. That's what.
By the way, every time you're wondering what my next question is, it's going to be, and then so you can just keep going or you can make me say it.
Okay. So tomorrow.
There he goes, everybody. Anna Maya. I put my dick in her.
Nothing says.
Raised your breasts. Just your neck. She was
Not
gonna put my dick in her.
it's a remote. And Robert has a bachelor, not going to see right now.
It's good for Tierney Michon, not cool enough.
So, cool up, I love it.
Michon, not cool enough.
Oh, no, that's what I'm
Tierney Michon.
So how in the world do you put sisters that are shackled on?
It's good for Tierney.
They can put seven additions together as sisters. You have linen white and blue seven, and that shot is in your silk garment. How do you wear shotguns with something that's covered in scissors? If it's the rice, it's like the rice, it's fine. But if it's covered in scissors with the rice and you're putting a marker, you have no right to put shotguns in it. What is the answer? Yeah, so the rice, so how did you recline? Oh, that was the Rabbi, told you Rabbi, it was recline. How do you allow? Oh, hey, but I said, it doesn't really put the screws that are woven and linen together. Either or. So there's no real shotgun. Stop, bro. When it's safe, hey, the silk is pointed by the sun. In other words, silk screens are pointed to silk cotton. Look at they're pointed, but silk screens are not good in cotton products. Yeah, because we're up on all you don't need seven around the right.
Wow, this is about to get interesting as fuck. I have so many questions. And you make those other questions boring as fuck. I'm so excited. Look at you, crazy little one. So this was your dad. We were talking about the water. Your dad's name is Tom.
Okay, so what
Why do you call him a wizard?
if you have wool, we look for every type of dog in the world, even
sex crime in the
She's actually a murder statement. Remember back in the day when they had a lot of holes?
Yeah.
Suspicion that Texas. So this company is making the since it's supposedly
Nice to meet you.
it's okay. Around the world, they realize, oh, I'm serious. Spices are good. Let's use it for the fishnet. But the fishnet is made out of polyester. So cotton doesn't work with polyester. If I'm not mistaken, maybe I'm making this up. Let's pretend. Oh, the whole thing already closed. The bed is fish on September. What if the bed is December? Fish as well. Okay. And all these different beautiful things are there. Okay, develop. Shine in the part.
I've never seen you stand up before.
The world we live in is good for every type of begging. Shamina, like silk strings, work for silk. But July Vivino might find you.
I know. I love it. Where are you from?
Europe, no, we're not going to go to the bottom. We only have 1 minute. Let's see what you want. Europe, not going to the it says in the Torah the word that who part of the car, plus the government, and by the design, it says several people. It means like a billion of cultural Christian. That's why every other segment is several Christian. The first side have a
Is your real father or is he having mother? What is that? Why does she need something like you? Why is she's writing a Minnesota? What? The fall of America. I'll be there next month. Oh my God, Tierney.
No, I can't help it.
Can't help what?
I wish you could.
How long have you lived in Los Angeles? 4 years. What do you do? What is it, Tierney? What do you do?
I'm a surfer at 2.
Are they two private establishments or are they two chains?
Yes, but one and only Smith. Dr. Freeman, Chicago, Chicago Dad. Now, it's like what we thought of. That always is like one of the greatest head and neck surgeons in the world. He's talked around the world in many different immunology. He also trained me back in the day. I'm also a surgeon. I did surgery with him sometimes. But more importantly for me, my mishpacha, my father-in-law is a master lachim. He knows how to learn like you can't even imagine. He gives us a shear every single Shabbos for many years, probably 20, 30 years. On Shabbosim, Yom Kippur, in the hotel, we got Yomi, Shugana. Never misses a day. And he's a very good learner. But he's a master. I think I got to spend Shabbosim in his house. I lived with him a few months at the time. And we come there at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Tomorrow. Always tomorrow. Available moment that the man has, he's learning Torah or spending it with his dad. He's learning Torah. So this year, I think I'm going to invite you a little bit. Public forum. You allow it? I see over the mics about. I'll give you a chance. No, this is seriously. This is a story I said over a number of times. And the problem is here. And correct me on the exact, because it's story business. I know he's not going to like it 100%, but I'll be there. We called it the Oilov in the bathroom. My father-in-law had a problem with his heart. He wasn't doing well in yeshiva. He was, to say the least, he wasn't learning very much. So my father-in-law went to Tzvi Kamenetsky in Chicago, and the Rabbi over there said, "What am I going to do? Much, not learning." So he looked at him very bluntly and said, "You learn. What kind of hashpah do you have on yourself? You're a surgeon. All you do all these work. What about Torah?" So my father took it very, very seriously. And I don't know if it was the next day or tell you, he went and he got a Chavrusa with David. What's his last name? David Oppenheimer. He's talking about 35 years ago, maybe more. How many years ago? 40 years ago. And they have never missed a day of learning in 40 years. I mean, maybe when he had COVID and he was dying in the hospital, David. But in the snow, in 2 feet of snow, he walks into Lincoln, and then my father describes to him that they never missed a day. And he became a huge masmid. And in fact, the son is a famous Rosh Hashiva today in the Sivas, in Yerushalayim, big masmid, a tremendous ton of chacham. So it goes to show, right? What do you want to mean by this story?
The faces of speech, you're right. But that one day.
The one line.
One line. It's true.
What did he say? What was his line?
Instead of you want to run you up there.
Wow.
It's a simple idea.
All right. Shalom Aleichem, what's your name? Shalom Aleichem from Baltimore. Shalom Aleichem. Your name? From? What is Shalom Aleichem? Your brother, Shalom Aleichem. What's your name? From Saunders. Wow, he's a real Manchester. Wow, unbelievable. And your name? From Ghana? Live in New York. Wow. Remind me your name. I missed you. Mati what? From also England. And you used to come every single day with Ari Simon. You disappeared for months. And I asked him, what happened to you? You left the yeshiva. You back in England? So you came to visit now? You used to come every day. What a call. Did you keep up with the dot while you were gone? MS? How old are you now? 15. You kept up with the dot. Good for you. What's your family? So I get to see you on your appointment. Now you're driving the chair around. So, okay, you followed it. Wow. So you're getting watching the shit live. Wow, what a deal. Who else? You in the backpack. You want to see Shalom Aleichem? From Queens. Shalom Aleichem, baby. Anybody else? Go. Shalom Aleichem. What's your name? From? Oh. Shalom Aleichem. Great. No. Anybody? More. What's your name? Yours? Oh, you, yeah. From where? Oh, that's the man. And you're his son, right? So I work with the Rothschild. Okay, give out. What's your first name? David. We're not going to tell the Rothschild you're here instead of working, right? That's what is this? Oh, this is American Planet's Hassan and Tevra, Rabbi Stroh, the Rothschild, the official, not our Rothschild, but we call him the Rothschild in the center. And with Iron Cloud, Bear Conco, Gival, Dev Hassan. FDY Williamsburg, satellite location, Marcus.
Belly, I'm here in Williamsburg, and I'm just passing through, so I figured I'd stop in at Williamsburg Share Watch.
Wait. In Williamsburg, listen, in Williamsburg. That's a joke. Okay. I guess we'll just skip these things now. Oh, I like the beginning of this. Video from Leor Gold. I'm your loyal pal from Bogatia. Ever since I was in yeshiva, when my friend Yisrael inspired me to begin to watch you, even though I thought you were some OTV with Dernish Balabas. I'm not steiging in Somerton, Philadelphia, Mr. Buildings Gym. Made a few see you married. Anyway, here's a video of Milos inspiring you to do that. This video I got it from a bunch of people.
Let's do a eating New York. Monster. Also mal frisch lange Weile. Einfach du mit das so blinde. Du weißt, warum du mit das so blinde weiß. לא אליי נבלה עלייך, אבל את הניגון שרירים, ALS, והם שוקרים שרירים עין עין דרכו. נערת לא מדויק. והם פשוט לא מדויק. תגיד זה בסגרוי של דוקטור, ואמרתי לך, הייתי יוחד ממכם. זה doch nicht davon sind. Ein Juchid Mumche in dem Trend. Hat die Glück von dem Warum du sagen, sind sie schreiben. Und du sitzt und knackt den Lernen, das ist normal. Das ist normal. Das ist schade. Da geht's ja, der Doktor hat ihm gesucht. Ich bin ein Juchid Mumche in der Tür. Kobayam mit Geld, mit der Kagotzig will. Kopiert mit den Jungen Bereich der Zeit. Kobashit nach Fliegerputi. Auf weißer putische Flieger. Aber ich bin nicht wissen. Die kannst du nicht schwierig. Du bist nicht normal. Wie macht das? Die kommen hier mit der Flieger, mit der Fleisch, mit den Jungen. Na, Jungen, der wäre nicht freilich. Die liegt, hat er geschrieben, ein Eisenkerl und ist freilich. Weißt du, zum Ganzen? Mit der Augen zum Ganzen. Die nehmen wir da, die Mutter bekommen. Länger bleibt die Mutter. Ja, man sieht es auf den Menschen. Man sieht es auch freilich. Nicht ja. Ich habe nicht in der München gegangen, aber du hast schon mit einem Leib. Ich habe alle sagen, sind gestartet. Alle Jungen gestartet. Aber lassen wir uns den Blatt gehen. Lassen wir uns mit dem Vater bisschen. Ich bin schon durch. Ich bin jetzt mal und Mama Mama schickt. Aber Mama versteht. Aber Rabbi sagt, Mama ein bisschen. Aber ich mehr, das ist dann freiwillig.
The voice of today's breakfast time that she left with in honor of Shkoide Belly was brought down to speak with Torah. I don't know where you are. I want to speak to you. Give me a call. Zoom in. The Mesepta by the Iranian Levy families, Eric Anonymous, the initials every warrior of time and Yosef, then Yosef, Ron Rafa, Lamed Samos, Public Pay. Daniel Kayla Goldwag, today's stop. Leaving Nishmas. Oh, you knew that you're going to. You even have the Gemara. Let me see the Gemara here. The official MDY Gemara. Here it is. This stop is dedicated by Daniel Kayla Goldwag. Nishma, Nishmoy, Shragami, Shalom, Beramar, Shalom. Here it is. Thank you. Wow, the Shom should have an Aliyah. Monthly sponsors anonymous for the marriage of Shlema from all the qualified so I'm looking for Shlema. I guess we dropped all our monthlies because I don't say them every day. Daily sponsors about Shlomo Kamiyansky on his Anochas show today. What do they call Momo? Momo. Anonymous, the first Yal Simcha Bas Leah. Oh, my mic. Thank you, Dave. Ellie TV Berkowitz in honor of Rabbi Simcha Lauer completing his 2 new Sfarim. Chus for his Refuah Shlema. Oh, I'm supposed to have to say it for where's it? Here, put it, bring it over here. Ellie Berkowitz comes every day with his son, Gishmak. So his brother-in-law wrote this Sfarim. He needs a Refuah Shlema. Simcha Lauer. Look at this. Put this together, unbelievable. What is this? Okay, Gevaldik. Shkoyach, you're back there. Yossi and Michal Rubenstein. Do we do this? But I guess it's another one. Yossi and Michal Rubenstein. Lila Nishma, maybe because I didn't say the name right. Lila Nishma's Rochel about to give gold in front of the Rochel. Michal's grandmother. Michal's grandmother, your is today. Aleph Odor. Shom should have a Coach Mo, JSL, 5 pounds pulse, fine for in honor of my dear friend Nacho. As he knows, I'm the cheese to his Nacho. What's going on, Nacho?
I don't know if you're getting back somehow. I don't know.
What do you got in that bag?
Oh, that?
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. So yesterday he came up, he's all from Los Angeles. Let's see this. No, I'm not.
You can share with whoever you want.
Yeah. Oh, wow, what a thing. Well, here's my father-in-law's a gift. Do you mind?
You have to take it from
Unbelievable. Don't ask. He brought it on his carry-on and got pulled over the whole thing. The visual is by Shaki said to the Iranian league that was paragonal. The English was hard. The much of the spot it's out. Dedicated memory of every marriage, true, born, very kind, Jesus. Sponsors, don't have anybody. About Jackie Down is anonymous. That's all for really good action. The House Down Foundation, the nations that are going to think. House, vegetarian, evil. Anonymous, for saving a wish of his all. Anonymous, for living for some reach over to lay by Sesame, strong healthy. Everybody's people how these all pets that we're so proud of you. That's what I keep steady. Pretty close family. And we are UK and honor, rebellious kids in the meaning of life. Oh, yeah, wait. Just Martin Daniel. All of us in the Turkey and the wife, before we shall smarter. Among the sponsors, Harry Simon, Cool Name, Lucky Berry, for Bavaria. Maybe that's who like, for Shane, that's who which I review landing, for such as the toy, Kilo, Pasta. All the sponsors on this disposal burgers, going and open and field way, field one has back to Leo Hay. So this is a little boy, that's the for everyone, and you know the shit all day. Anonymous, the veteran of the call, and so that's a success and blessing all years of life. But she puts it down, we're going to start up, these guys, don't ask what's here, she'll play. She'll be on the reason she'll go. Anonymous, the veteran of the show, Marco Masaya, send.com, helping get them down to the people who have us known as anywhere worldwide, insurance, time, show, but it's out. Anyway, Rabbi say, good news. Even though it's Rothschild today, but there's no partner because I'm going to be subject by Yitzchak booking homes. I think that's how you pronounce it. Yeah, booking homes. So, no partner. I get some of the cards. There's no partner anyway. What? Man, pushed it off by a day. Something. And I do want to give a personal thanks to all those who donated to my son Luzzie's campaign there. Aberrena gave $1,000. My father gave $3,600. It's a respect to the island. Mark Ashkenaz, Shlomo, all these guys who jumped in, they made him feel great. It made me also feel like that. No. Oh, the 16 guys got a penalty? Yeah. They were relentless. Mom's relentless. Okay, Givaldi. Shkoya should have a lot of tzlacha. Says the Gemara holding by Arba Tzitzios Ma'agwa Zuzu, the Lamed Zayin Omabich. Like 15 lines from the bottom, 12 lines. New Sukkah. Says in the Mishnah that the 4 tzitzis, if you don't have all 4, then you can't wear tzitzis. Arba Tzitzios Ma'agwa Zuzu, Sharbakta Mitzachas. It's one mitzvah. Comes from Shmuel, where Shmuel says all 4 are 4 mitzvahs. That's the Gemara might be nice. At the end of the day, you have to wear a beged that has 4 corners. There's 4 tzitzis. So where's the nafkamina? Whether it's 1 mitzvah or 4 different mitzvahs. It says the Gemara a number of different mitzvahs. Or Rabbi Yosef, something that tzitzis benayim. You have it already. You guys have it? You will not. Good. Something tzitzis, meaning if you have a garment that's made out of fish, and I see. Okay, I'll talk about it soon. Remind me. You guys put it. Dave, somebody remind me. They have to do the cooling thing. By the turning it up, we'll talk about it. So, if a person has only 3 tzitzis, now we know. We're going to be talking with starting today, so I might as well show you. The blue string in the tzitzis is made out of wool. Has to be made out of wool. The beged, the sagan, is made out of fish bone. So what we have here is the problem of several fiction of shots. So if it's the mitzvah of tzitzis, great. But what happened was you don't have all 4. You only have 3 out of the 4. So you have a problem of shots. According to Chacham, you need 4. And you only have 3, so you're walking around with shotguns. You're going to have to take the beged off. According to Rishmon, that each one of the tzitzis is a mitzvah of miyatzma. It's its own mitzvah. So if you're wearing 3, you're also kind of mitzvah. It's not shotguns. The sever, the wool that you have on your 3 tzitzis, is part of the mitzvah. You're kind of mitzvah. That's nafkamina number 1. Rabbi, you know, our talents about if a person has something like this, 5 corners, so according to Tanakama, you put on 4 tzitzis. According to Rishmon, each one is a mitzvah from the half, so you would have to put on 5. Rabbi Ahmad, there's a nafkamina in Rabuna. Over Rabuna, I'll tell you this. It's a word you get caught from some cipher. What happens if you have a guy that's in the process of getting, not sure if he's a ger or not? He didn't dunk in the mikvah 100%. You realize he has a suck. I don't know whatever the suck is. There's always a suck, right? So now he has a major problem on Shabbos. If he's not Machal Shabbos and he's a goy who's not Machal Shabbos is Chayav Misa. If he is Machal Shabbos and he's a Jew, it's Chayav Misa. So what should he do? So Samson comes with a great chap. He says you should wear tzitzis in a Rosh Hashanah. Why? Because the strings of the tzitzis, if they're tzitzis and they have a mitzvah, then they're part of the beggar, the butler for the beggar, then you're not carrying them. But if they're not if they're not a mitzvah, if he's a goy, and he's not having a kind of mitzvah of tzitzis, then they're not part of the beggar. They have a chashivas with ne'atzma. It's not like a string coming off a beggar that will be buckled. It's not buckled to a beggar. And therefore he's carrying it, which is a rabbit. So he's Machal Shabbos. And if he's a goy, Machal Shabbos is great. And if he's a Jew, then it's good tzitzis, so he's not carrying from skip. That's his problem. That's the same side. So that's what the Gemara says over here. Now that we know that, the Omer Abuna Yidru Tal Sheni Tziyas is still chasa. If a person walks out in the Rosh Hashanah, let's say with 3 tzitzis, so now the tzitzis become a masa, they become a burden. He's carrying tzitzis. The Shabbos Chayav Chavis. According to Shmuel, we talk the water because 3 is also good. So you're not Chayav. According to Tanakama, 3 is nothing. So you're carrying 3. It's like carrying a bag of tzitzis around. Nothing to do with your tzitzis, and that's also that's a chatz. Or if you read the Rabbi, the facts really clean. That a person thinks that of himself that he's going to get away with getting rid of the 4th corner, he won't be chayav tzitzis. He didn't do anything. He cut off the corner. He did something like this, I guess. Shavital is God's husband. So by cutting the corner, all he did is he added another corner. Over on the Shabbos, you ever see these guys walking around with frocks? The frock is really 4 corners. So what do? They take a notice to see one of the back corners, they round it out. Is that okay? That's what the Gemara is discussing here. This guy made a mistake. He didn't round it out. He cut it on a straight angle. Oh, so now he created 5 corners. Was that Nami? No. What if he ties it up? He ties up the corner in a circle, something like this. He circles it out a little bit. It's not so much circle, but it was in a circle. Because he tied it, the knot is nothing. My time, the command is shari dumb. We just view it as if it's completely untied and it's got a regular garden with 4 corners. It's not nami. If you have a jug, something like this, you try to make a jug out of a piece of leather by tying it, that's nothing. It's not a jug, it's not a cleat. Cleat is makabel tuma, but a piece of leather is not makabel tuma. The way you try to create a jug was by tying it, that knot is not enough. You need to sew it, you need to do something serious. According to the Shalardim, if they're Arabs, that's the Arab. You use it like this, that's the way it's a cleat. But you're not an Arab, you don't tie up a piece of pie to make it into a jug. Therefore, in other words, what we see from here is that by tying something, that's not enough. That doesn't change the surah of the beggar or the king. Or the person actually sews the corner of his garment and he makes it in a circle like they do in the frock. There's a guy, I once saw a guy in a shul walking with a frock with tzitzis. Has anybody ever seen this? You've seen it in New York. With the jacket? That would be a shtickle. I think it's a shtickle of URL. I don't know what it is. He wasn't mentally ill before, he was mentally ill after. I appreciate the comment. Nacho, you don't have to on your thing? I don't know. On your jogging, no? If Esau delivered what? If he really didn't want that corner, cut it out? Why did he sew it up? So the sew, he doesn't do it much. Rabbi Shmuel about the arguments. So Rabbi Shmuel holds, just going back to the Mishnah, Rabbi Shmuel holds that each tzitzis is a mitzvah with Neatzmo, Rabbi Yulam, or Shmuel. I love Rabbi Shmuel. He starts off saying that we're talking about Shabbos, and we're talking about Shabbos, five corners, whatever the nafkaminas are. The long as you Shmuel, you put on tzitzis on all five corners. You're not over in Shabbos. You're not over in Shabbos. As the Gemara says, the lady Silva's saying, but we don't pass him like Shmuel. And the Mela, the love is not like Rabbi Shmuel, and you need all four tzitzis, and you would be over in Shabbos, you would be over in Shabbos. Rabbi Navakah Azabah straight, story. Rabbi Navakah Azabah straight to my brother, Rashi, the Shamsi, the Rigla. It was on Shabbos, right before Yom Tov, where he's a drasha, and he's walking behind my brother, Rashi. If that part of the Kuta, you notice that one of the tzitzis popped out. Like so we have one. Oh, no. Oh, here we go. This corner is missing completely. You notice it popped out. Now here's a good child. What would you do? What would everybody here do? Think about it. You see somebody walking with just around without this. You see somebody walking with a certain jacket that you know that canali, whatever, the place, what's the famous, I don't know what, has shot. There's certain companies that 100% have shot. You see the guy walking with a brand new tag, and that's shot. You tell him the girl sits around that is shot, and therefore he has to take off his trousers in the middle of the street, or you're going to be a nice guy, let him get home, and as he opens up the door, by the way, did you check the shot in? What would you do? Most of us are going to go. Seems like in the Gemara, you're not allowed to let me go. You got to stop and straight there in the middle of the surround. Reminds you of a story they say about a certain girl. I'm not going to say his name because it's very popular. It's not a story. Not that it's bad about the girl, but I don't know. I think it might be a made-up story. Maybe. Who knows? There was some guy who left, came over to a girl over the neighborhood and said, your pants are shot. In the middle of the street, in the middle of the neighborhood. He took off his pants. He really felt really bad. He didn't think he was right there. She said, no, it's just a joke, just a joke. So he says, once you say it, you don't have a right to take it back, and he had to walk home like that. Come on, buddy. Oh. Says the Gemara, if the part of he didn't mention a word to him. In other words, his word that he's going to have to take off his shirt in public. And this is my bar of Ashi. You don't do that thing. That multiple base say, that always said, really tells him, I noticed 3 blocks earlier, that's when the tzitzis became possible. If you would have told me over there, I would have removed my garment. Now let's ask the question: why would he remove the garment? He has 3 tzitzis. What's wrong with 3 tzitzis? According to Rishmal, if you have a garment with 3 tzitzis, you keep on wearing it. Each one is a mitzvah. Obviously, we don't pass it like Rishmal. We pass it like Chachamim. That you don't. You have to wear. You have to have 4. That's the Gemara of Omar. This is a concept of human dignity. That if a person could be embarrassed or push off even a loisa send a Torah. We have to see what that means. Right away says it's not true. Tigma Rabbi Shvaka made the Rabbi Tahano. Not true. There's only one time that you're allowed to break a doiraisa when you're embarrassed. So a lot of people take this as this idea. They take it for Shabbos. I don't know. I'm not passing a lot. I'm saying I'm throwing this out there. You probably should ask your rabbi, although you can ask your rabbi because the situation is in the bathroom. You're at Shabbos and there's toilet paper and it's not torn. What are you going to do? And it's human dignity. So a lot of people say you're allowed to rip because of covered up ears, and you have to ask a little bit. I'm just throwing out where it comes to the Rashi brings. That's also toilet paper of those days. It's talking about the stone. A stone on Shabbos is muktzah. Muktzah is the rabbanon. So when it comes to Lisasur, what's Lisasur? The famous, everybody in the Yisrael knows Lisasur, they apply it also to the Dolim in our day, or the other things. But it says, whatever the Chachamim, you're going to go with the Chachamim, the Tanoim, the Amoraim, Lisasur min hadavar shegidu chayom u'lismar. You're not allowed to veer to the right or to the left of what they're telling. So Chachamim said there's a concept called Muktzah. Muktzah, a lot of people, when people in Machal Shabbos, the kids say, oh, it's Muktzah. No, it's still Shabbos, that's the Raisa, and Muktzah is the Rabban. Muktzah means you can't touch certain items because you might come to do a malacha. So one of the items is a stone. The stone is like a really bad Muktzah. It's even worse than, let's say, a telephone or something like a device. A stone, it looks like a gufa, it has no purpose unless you set it aside before Shabbos. So one said it's muktzah. Chachamim were Michael on their own covenant. He said, we established that this is called muktzah. In this situation, because you're very embarrassed, we're removing our restriction. You're allowed to touch muktzah Shabbos. You either use a stone for the bathroom. Can you imagine those days using stones for toilet paper? I don't want to go there. But Azoi is, and they removed it. So don't get confused with the Gemara says. You're talking about it. This is the right, so this is the other. You can't wear tzitzis from around you. You're carrying your shoes around them. You can't use all human dignity to cover up here. That only applies by this is the Rabban. By the way, the Rabbi Yonah says that this Isser of Lisasur of Isser the Rabbanon sometimes is worse than the Iraisa. When a person says, it's only the Rabbanon. When a person says it's only the Rabbanon, so now he made the Isser of Lisasur a joke. He made fun of the Isser of Lisasur. And that's worse than any other Isser. What? Yeah. No, I'm saying if a person eats kazir, that even eat kazir, you make fun of the Torah, it's over of the kazir. But when a person says, it's only the Rabbanon, who cares? I'm only making on the Iraisas, then he's making fun of this puzzle right over there. Some people say the story was the opposite. When the tzitzis ripped in the middle of the street, Rabbeinu made a comment and said, hey, my Ravashi, tzitzis ripped. Why are you telling me this? You want me to remove my shirt? Well, I'm not. No, the covenant of is. I don't have to remove my shirt. I heard, this is the Meister Shai. There's a guy here in Bet Shemesh that, younger guys go to him and they ask him Shiloh and Allah. I know the person that said, I don't understand something. Why are you answering them Allah? Did you ever learn Allah? You know Allah? He says, no. So why are you asking me Shiloh? He says, God will cover the breeze. Because they come to me and now I'm embarrassed to say I don't know Allah. So God will cover the breeze. So he said, but wait a minute, but you might be actual in the Dairais. He says, but I have a roy. Most of my suffering are good, so it's buckle of a roy. So Yeah. Go, Rabbi Shavot Hamid Rav Kahana, but wait a minute. And this is just going back, Chazara, we have a little Chazara today on page also. We were just going over the sugi, but reverse. But how can you not remove your shirt in the middle of the street? This idea of human dignity of covered up is only under the Rabbana. But thinking of Rav Shavot Hamid Rav Kahana, the lab is also. It's only in the Rabbana. By the way, Stama, interesting halacha that I noticed. Someone is talking about a certain halacha, like on Shabbos, beware of towels. You'll notice some people have a busha to go around without a towel. I'm a married person, I'm going to be in shul without a towel. It's a busha. So a person like that could be signed upon covered up breeze on Shabbos, or walk around with that towel that's not really has enough tzitzis, whereas the person who has no busha couldn't care less. He's not allowed to wear it. It has to do with human dignity. Okay. Akabani says, in this story, this was area like a field which is not a Rosh Hashanah, and the whole list is carried there with the Rabbanon. So once again, Rabbanon relaxed their isser of muktzah, whatever it is, of carrying an environment because of the pusha that Mar Baravashi had, that Hazan Allah HaKoymet. So starting Perkat Shelas, and it says that Shelas Irim HaKevens, I just want to throw this in, we're talking the whole parak that we just learned are things that are not in one another, things that are important, like the tzitzis we just said, the four is very important, you can't walk around with three, and now we're going to talk about things that don't, are not ma'akiv. How do you say ma'akiv in English? Huh? No, not man. Dependent maybe. I don't know. Essential. So I just want to give you a little rundown. I do this once in a while. Here I have a little bit extra. As you know, I davened for many years in my father-in-law's shul in Newport, and we have a very, very kosher Rabbi here who's actually moving to Israel. If he didn't already, Rabbi Chaim Kursky, tremendous big Anderson, big Baptist. And he knows a lot about science and all math and all the stuff. And he once gave a very, very powerful speech about Taylor's and Shul. And many people in Shul started wearing Taylor's after that, including my father-in-law and his brother and son. And I heard the speech and I was okay. 8 years ago, they asked me to speak here in Bnei Yeshivas. And I said, okay, I'll speak about Taylor's because I wanted to do the sugya. So I read a few Sfarim and books about it. And I gave a speech. The first time that somebody actually got up and made yeshivas, they had charts and pictures and the whole thing. And after this speech, a few people came over and said, I understand. You just convinced everybody that you were tailors. You weren't, so you were five just to one side. You were biased to one side, how come you don't wear tailors? Oh, you're right. Okay, so I start. Wearing tailors. So that was 8 years ago. What was the speech? But then I read it. The bottom line about the whole thing, this whole controversy, is that 99%, almost everybody agrees that if you do wear tailors, you're not over anything. The only thing you're over is about tashkis. You spend 240 shekel on a pair of tailors. That's basically the only problem. So it starts with the Regina. And I bring him in here because the Regina, Rebbe, a huge time of talking about Sfarim, Razin, in Hebrew, Razin, he went on a campaign to find his tails. He figured he could find it. And he spent many months in an aquarium. He looked through all the different fish. And it was the first time it was like a big aquarium in Europe. And he went and he checked all the fish. And he decided, at the end of the day, it's this fish, the cuttlefish. And the problem is that it doesn't have blue dye. So they took the blood, they took the scientists and chemists, and they discovered if they add a certain chemical to it, it turns blue. The Doylem they didn't like it. They all came out, they just threw all and this and that, it can't be. And what happened was at the end, they figured out that if you take that chemical and you add it to the blood of a cow, it turns to the same blue. That was a big problem. And also, the blue, you put it in the washing machine, you wash it, it comes right out. And we know tailors is something that stays in the system, it can't come out. Fast forward many years, they found, the Gemara says that there's a few simanim. First of all, they made it between Sidon and Peipa, I forgot the exact area, but it's by the ocean, it always comes up every 70 years, it doesn't come up, and it's a peep. Lazan, and the kilazin in Hebrew is a snail, which doesn't mean much, in this sugya, it could be something else. But Rashi does say somewhere that it has a shell. Cuttlefish is a regular fish, doesn't have a shell. So it has a shell. It seems like it's some sort of snail. And they go on, there's a lot of circumstantial evidence, a lot, and they go on to say that they found from Lebanon all the way down throughout the whole shore, they found millions of these, and this is what it looks like. This is the shell of the murex, famous murex, purple, whatever it's called, and they found in one situation they found a pit the size of a football field. With millions and millions of these shells, and that rightfully extracted. Now, one of the arguments is, and there's a lot of arguments both ways, that maybe they're just extracting it because when you pull the blood out, it has a little sac. And I was like, the Gemara says it's not the blood, it's a sac. You pop it out, and the color is arginine, purple. I had the thing, I forgot to bring today, beautiful purple. You have purple? Good, so send it this way. I see a bunch of people that already came. Oh, the argument. There we go. Oh, whole box. Whoa. Yeah, this I have. The argument. So this is argument. Yeah, it's a beautiful purple. And so maybe they're doing for the argument. They discovered they didn't know what to do. What do you do with this? It seems right. It seems like it's the right thing. And then they discovered some sort of in the process, and that's what we're going to see on Matzah Shabbos. By the way, Shira Matzah Shabbos in Tilk in Kfar Dumim. The Hebrew shir basically is already sold out. You have to register. The English shir, I never said you have to register, so nobody registered yet. So I'm saying today that please register. There's only room for 200 people maybe, and we have to know how much food and whatever. So in the middle of the process of if you stop it, you bring it into sunlight, it turns into blue. So okay, it turns to blue. Now, one of the fascinating things about this, and this is what really got me, is that the Gemara says there's something called Holy Elon. It exists till this very day. It's called indigo. The Gemara says that the color of indigo is blue. And I have to say this also, there is no blue in nature. There's no blue dye. They couldn't make anything blue in those days. The only way they could make it is from two things. From indigo and from this murex, or what we think from the philosophy, whatever the philosophy is. And that's one of the reasons why the Romans at a certain point said nobody could use, you can't produce pelos. The Goyim stopped pelos. The Amoraim were still wearing pelos. Way past the medrash that says that pelos was mignaz, which Chaim Kanievsky always quotes. It's referred to the Gemara that certain Amoraim were wearing pelos, and it's many generations after that. So, but why did they bury it? Because it was so important to them. All the kings wore pelos, and they didn't want the commoners to have pelos, and they buried it. That's what the historians say. I'll go upon it. This is all circumstantial. There's no 100% evidence. But one of the crazy things, and this is what I showed back then in middle shir, is that the Gemara says that indigo and pelos are exactly the same color, and whoever tries to pass off a pair of indigo tzitzis as if he's selling pelos, because Rabbi is going to give him a really bad punishment, because only I could Baruch Hu to tell the difference. And what got me, and one of the things, is that this is indigo. And everything in this world has a molecular composition. And the composition of indigo is this number right over there. C16, H10, da-da-da. It happens to be that this murex dye is exactly the same composition. It has the exact numbers, everything, 1 to 1. And it's very rare to have things in the universe that one is a living creature and one is a plant to have the same exact composition. Ayin Sham of the other name. But it is a similar color, very and the face that they have doesn't wash out. And the fact that you don't really lose. Okay, so now you have the problem, the big number one China that everybody has. The number one, if it's so true and so real, why didn't Chaim Kanievsky wear it? And why did Rabbi wear it? So there's a story that they like to say over. I have no idea. It's probably not true. He said it, and he went to a reaction. He said, how come you don't wear tailors? So he said, because if I say that if I wear tailors, then everybody's going to have to wear tailors. And I don't know if it's 100%. And I don't want everybody to have to spend all this money. It's a lot of money. You have to give it to your kids. It's 250 shekels just for tzitzis itself. By the way, it's a big discount. I'm up to Shabbos. I don't know what it is. Fine. So they said, okay. So then why don't you wear it? It's sinner. How come you don't put it? And by the way, I know of a lot of gedolim that wear it. A lot, and I have friends that wear it. A lot of people wear it. It's not a thing to do. So he said, who told you I don't wear it? So Cookie was like one of these, like, if you want me to wear it, then you ask me, I can't tell you if I wear it, then I won't give it. Fine. So that's that piece. A guy wrote me a beautiful email today to debunk the whole thing. One of the things he wrote in there, in Hebrew, he says, I want you to know the other Tzadim, and he brought up some points I never really thought about. He says, if it's true that Kali Elon and Kalis are the same color, and that's just a question of the Gemara, why did they use something that's so hard to come by, and you have to dive into the ocean and get it? They ask us every 7 years, you need to dive to get it. Why do they just use indigo? What's the benefit of using Kalis? Has a lot of consciousness. I put it on the screen. You can take a look at the conscious. You have steerers and this and that. I'm never the one to say it's 100%. I'm saying if it's 51%, if there's some sort of, you have no clue, you might be kind of mitzvah, the eraser of Kalis. Here's a question I want to ask Doyle. The Torah says, here's the puzzle. Some of you say it every day. What a bigger mitzvah? What's more important in tzitzis? The white string or the blue string? The Torah says you have to wear blue string. What's more important? That's not the reason, but you might be right. Wow. She. The only one that knew the answer. By the way, Ashi's giving lessons in college, he's 400% better than he was a month ago, and he's giving you the lessons, he says. Yeah? Okay. You're laughing. I thought you were for real. Fine. So, great. Where's my tzitzis over here? Just as a side note, there are 3 areas of a tzitzis. There's the psil, there's the chulia, and the gdil. Anybody know what is what? Where's the psil? Where's the gdil? Where's the chulia? There we go. The chulia are each one. The gdil, this is the gdil, and the psil is this guy over here. Okay? Psil playlist. This is the strings that hang down are the psil. Okay. Says the Mishnah. Oh wow. Now that we have 10 minutes to do it without end of the days. I gotta show you. This is super. Yeah, thank you. To answer the question why I wear tailors but Chaim Kanievsky doesn't wear tailors. So this is super important. I only showed you once in the last 7 years. I'm showing you here together. Make it laugh. This guy made him crazy. Okay, he made him crazy. He's arguing with him about the nigna. You have to wear it. Why? If you believe it, you have to wear it. What he says over here is very, very important to me. Is that he says if you hold that you're if you hold that this is it, then you're Mukhuyev al Pidin to wear it. That's what he says. If you hold, huh? Fine. Yeah, you have to know the background. I believe I saw the whole thing, and then he kept on. He said, "Okay, you're Mukhuyev. Fine." That's what they're gonna say. But at the bottom, he gave the header here for those who want to. You're not over something else. If you believe it, then you're Mukhuyev, and he says, "Please be mighty to you." Because how can I be right to you? You know, it's not possible. If you really believe it, then okay. Says it. If you only have white strings, you wear the white strings like you guys. But halavan and not and the white is not knocking the face. So if you only have blue, put on the blue. We learned this. If you only have one tefillin, let's say you only have Rosh. So Rabbi, we went through this. Let's see if the other remembers. You only have tefillin Rosh. You're on vacation. You're on a plane, so you only have tefillin Rosh. What do? You put it on. How many brachas do you make if you're Ashkenaz and not Sfarad? 2 brachas. Usually you make one, but now since you don't have the Shia, you have to make both. Ask the Israelis, they have no clue. Yeah, you did. Okay. Enough for the Israelis. We'll go back to the video thing. Everything is video. By the way, just real quickly, the playlist says over here, if you don't have blue, wear just white. If you don't have white, wear just blue. Over here, but you have to wear, you have to do all strings blue, all strings white. Over here, you don't have to wear 2 pairs of brush. You do one out of it. It's a slightly different concept, but nevertheless, it's marking and not marking. You're looking to see if the shot over here is up into the actual. And what does it say over here? Yeah, we can do better. Let's see what they say. We advise these guys on the spot. It says that, not ours. It says in Gemara, like a Rebbe. Perhaps our mission doesn't go according to Rabbi. Why? Now we're talking about two strings, 2 types of strings, blue and white. So why did it say you should see it in singular? It, what's it? So the machlokes is how you learn the word it. You should see it. It means as the 2 of them are 1 unit. Look at it, they're Rebbe. So in other words, without the blue, don't do white. According to Rabbi said, all of you guys who are not wearing blue shouldn't be wearing tzitzis, according to Rabbi HaKadosh, the author of the Mishnah. Hold blue, without blue, do not wear white. You obviously don't pass me. My time of water, Chacham say it's not knocking. Sorry, my time of the Rebbe, the Tzivak Kono. My time of the Rebbe, what's the shot of Rebbe? The Tziv, Hakon. No, it's extra. The word Hakon is extra, it says it already. Min Kono. What color were most of the garments in the time of Hazal and time of the Spyro? White. They didn't have the dye that we have today. So that means that the strings should be white. Min Kono, it should be from the same fabric, the same mins as the beged. It also says blue. Baruch reads to my side. Singular. You should see the 2 types of strings, white and blue. You should see it. I think it's a value of meaning it should be like one. Rabbi, reason I saw it. By the way, we're going to do this Gemara all over again. So it means each and every one, the singular. The white is it. The blue is it. So they're not matching one another. Our Mishnah says that Pedros is not ma'akim. It's not necessary. It's not, what do you call it? Essential. What does he say? Essential. Okay. It's 2 words. Ma'akim. Fine. All Rabbi, no. I think we'll take Rabbi. Our Mishnah will go like Rabbi. What the Mishnah says that one is not marking the other. Rabbi says the blue is marking the white. You cannot do one without the other. But what the Mishnah says is not marking is another type of Allah. I bought this. I don't know why. Just for one, just to do this. That it's so simple. I don't know why I had to buy the strings and everything. Need somebody to run to the store for me. But it was interesting. We had two guys from Mishkan Chelek here, the guys that do these sixes for me also. And I asked the guy, I said, he says, I'm not the kosher. He's the kosher. I said, okay, what are you supposed to put into the hole first? He wasn't so aware of this halacha, and it's a halacha. They're supposed to put the white string into the hole first. The kadam. It's called the kadam. The katila, put it in. Okay, all this. White first, blue second. Why? Because white is more important, like Asher said. White is more kosher. We're going to say it a few times. Rashi brings it out. There's a mitzvah to put the white before the blue. And if he made a mistake and he did blue first, it's okay. After the tshuva over Rabbi's side, I've been putting into everybody's head that Shona Allah Vakosha Blahakir. In Koshin, if it says it twice, it's Ma'akir. And what about if it's not in Koshin? Then one time is Ma'akir. I don't think I was so clear about that. In place it says it over here before it, because it says, came with the Mikro, the Shin, Love and Reisha, name of the Ma'akir. The Torah says it. What? It should be Ma'akir. You don't need twice. So if I said it wrong, the entire reception, and it's wrong as well, I didn't realize two receptors, so I apologize. One is Ma'akir in the whole Torah. Hachim is a kula, not a chumrah. It's the old. One is not enough. You need the Torah to repeat it twice in order to make it essential. The Shkizah mitzvah says the Gemara, my piece of mitzvah doesn't mean you missed out on the mitzvah. Daf, on Tesla base. Oh, we have a sponsor. It's Rothschild. Turning of the Daf, Adar Global, happy clients all year, not just this month. Oh, and take a look at this. We opened up Chullin only for people that bought Daf in the office. And look how many people grabbed their Daf because I'm not going to be able to read their names now because we're very, very late on time. But here we go. Joe Vidalius. Oh, Joe Vidalius put a bunch of Dafim over there. Okay. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 people held on. 16 Dafim were held on. Great. So what does it mean? If you tell me, it means we actually have another 9 minutes to go, even though we're late. We started late for the Rothschild. So I want to remind the Olam, there's a mitzvah to have special food today. On Rosh Chodesh, a Sudas Rosh Chodesh. Doesn't mean you should, challah and kiddush and everything, but it means one special item will cover Rosh Chodesh. Ilay mechitza mitzvah every Rosh Chodesh. Ilay mechitza mitzvah the love of the king mitzvah the telas. What does it mean? It means that you missed out. You didn't put the strings in correctly. You only did white, not blue. What do we say? The Rabbi is according to Rabbi, that's no good at all. All Rabbi is going around, Shekisa mitzvah, also mitzvah, like we said before, my piece of mitzvah, what does it mean? That you didn't do the hakudama, you didn't put the string, you didn't put the white in before the blue. That's the Gemara, great. That's one way. But the Mishnah says, the one is not marked this way, the white is not marked the blue, and the blue is not marked the white. Because you just said that the white is not marked the blue, that if you put the blue in before the white, you like it. But how do you do the reverse? If you by mistake put into the hole the blue string, it's not mine. This is a love of my what's the opposite case? This is a famous thing people say about the Doilin. How much should cool it? But it really comes from Kaira. How should cool it? We have a little video here for that. Oh, I want to show you the philosophy that Yoshi did a couple things. These are the cells. You have to dye. You get it? It's not simple. That's why the Gemara says it takes 170 years. I don't want to miss any videos here. It get to the rest, we'll see on Motzei Shabbos. I don't want to give away the whole. There's a little sack in there that has that. Okay, but I wanted to show you this video. First of all, real quickly, I gotta show you this. I want to show you how things changed. We used to do 3D animation. This video, which was a position at that time, it was only a year and a half ago or so, 2 years. And I want to point out how the tzitzis were not flexible in the video. It was so hard to flex every movement. A video like this took 4 days, 2 people, 4 days. Look at the tzitzis, how stiff. You'll see soon when he bends over. Here you go. They remain. Here we go. It's unbelievable. But here we go. This and fast forward to this. This is how full table. This is 5. Because the beach, the ocean reminds you of the heaven. The place reminds you of the beach, and the beach reminds you of the heaven. Blue jeans, blue everything. And you're supposed to put in the blue. Is this case? You saw what he just did? He put the blue in before the white. Why? Because his beged is blue. Since his garment is blue, he's supposed to put the blue in before the white. So Shiloh, what if you're a soldier and you wear green and you have a green undershirt and you want the tzitzis? Do you need green tzitzis? It might be preferred. I don't know. Look at the tailors. Now what? Now you have a reverse. In a white garment, you're supposed to put the white first and then the blue. But in a blue garment, you're supposed to put the blue and then the white. Is not. Only later this world, are you? You're king. Okay, so now we're going to do the same Gemara over with Hazara. Don't sit down, stand on your feet until you can explain this to me. I'm not going to say Allah, Allah, and I'm not going to say Taylor. You go both ways. One is not essential to the other. You can put white without the blue without the white. What does it mean? What if you have a white garment, the mitzvah, like doing love liberation. The mitzvah is to put the white strings in first, my kind of white. I'm kind of it should be, the tzitzis should be the same color as the beggar. We have to place the love on, and if you put it in blue first, let's go, you're not over it. And what's the reverse? If the garment is blue, then you have to put the blue in first. So this is like doing Taylor's Bereisha. Because now your garment is blue, so your tzitzis should be the same. What's the word I'm looking for? The same fabric, the same color as the garment. The act love and duration. If you put in the white before the blue, love and love. I don't understand. You need to sit up the garden. Where in the Torah says put white before blue. But the Torah never said it should match up to the garment. Hello, Marava, it is a hello, the Gardumin. So I have a video for Gardumin also, which I forgot. That remind me to show to the Israelis. How does a person have hair? You have this is that. And then look at my kids' tzitzis. Gardumin means that if you go like that, now it's a Gardumin. According to Rashi, it's after all the knots. After all the knots, you have a little piece hanging out. Is this kosher or not? Well, it depends how big it is. If it's very small, that you can't make a slip knot, then it's possible. How do you get the Gardumin? So Yoshi is going to show you how to get the Gardumin. There's one in the middle that Mendy's not going to like so much, but whatever. I gave him a head to show it. He gave me the look. This happened to my brother-in-law. Not really, but they put his towels back. Remember they stole his stuff? All right. So there's the guys. So there's two conditions here. First of all, you have to have all the other color strings in contact. They have to be whole, solid, and the strings that you don't have that are ripped. Oh, so I don't want to forget this point. Very important point. It's referring to strings that were the right level. They were good. They were kosher, and then they ripped. Because if you start off and where they're tiny, no good. It's almost like they had the extra before and they were tiny. Number two is that even the piece that's ripped, it's not just one string. Think about it. It's not one string because every string has a counterpart. It's 4 strings that make 8. And if one of the 8 is ripped, its partner on the other side is whole, and that's okay. So when it says that it's ripped, 2 strings ripped, I don't know how you know both. In the blue, it's easy. I do blue. By the way, I got to show this to you. Where was it? I'm running out of time here. It's fine. This from the playlist. These are all the shitas of how you can tie it. I do raw this way. If you look at raw, there's also the Rabbi says only one playlist in, so that's 2 strings. The Rabbi said 2 strings, which is 4. You double it up. So from 4 and according to playlist, it's 4 playlists. Unbelievable. So these are all the different ways you can go crazy that people in Mishkan Teres and all do. All these, great. So if you're draw, and I only have 2 strings that are blue, so the only way, if it's ripped, if both blues are ripped, now you know that you got a real problem halachically. And according to Rashi, the rip happens below the knot. According to Tosfos, if there's some remaining over here, it's still kosher. The rip is all the way on top over here according to Tosfos. Okay. Zog the Gemara. We'll just get here and finish up. We have 22 seconds. That's what they're going to do. The guys who Telis, I love him. If there's Telis and the Telis rip, if it's white, you guys love him. But Telis, doesn't it? I'm going to here. They're doing Telis sharing. If it's left over, it's kosher. They're doing Ezek sharing. Ezek is the hyssop that you sprinkle on a tome. It has a shear of a tefach. The shear of tzitzis is 12 thumbs. Omar bar hamduri over 4 today long. To be able to make a slip knot, which is basically okay. I'm not going to do it now. You know how to do a slip knot, but you could not this way. Okay, we just pull it and it undoes itself with one pull, like a tie. Doesn't mean all the ripped ones have to be tied together. Each one is individual. The Gemara doesn't have an answer. Thank you and have a wonderful
Marry this book is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi. Once again, on the road. It doesn't matter if it's Miami or Utah or Athens or London or Paris, or am I waiting in Boston and New York yet again? People would worry that we wouldn't have something for Rosh Chodesh Adar. Don't worry. We just said that we're going to get there. It's going to be a few days late, maybe a week or 2, but don't worry. I'm here. I may be on the road, but I'm still thinking about the Shir, and I can't wait to get back to Eretz Yisrael and give you the Rosh Chodesh Adar that you need and you deserve. So just wait. It's coming soon.
Good morning, Rabbi. Shakul Koide. Marvin, Missile, Mishan, my solo. Marvin is it? What's up, the one? Chevy, guys, be careful not to show on Zoom that guy that hopefully will be able to get your shows. The NUI official edition is set to Spulin. Davening with proper sponsorships opportunities opening soon. Rabbi side Spulin is coming out. The new NUI Gemara, the official edition. So we want to do as follows. Whoever sponsored a daf, we'll give him just a few a day or so to cop that daf again. Some people have an attachment to a daf. I don't know what. I know Mark Ashkenazi wants his daf. And there will be one, so we're going to give that opportunity. Every sponsor in an office, again, the sponsor again in Cleveland, and then it's going to go online. Moshe the Fisher was supposed to be in this mentioned last week for his office film, the film demonstration, Tom's River Satellite. Good morning, Rabbi. I waited a day to write because I was certain that someone else who points this out. But alas, the mashmos of the email of Varns that nobody else wrote it, the mail is decided to write. On Sunday's daf, 15 minutes in, while discussing that films are right, should not be rounded. Rabbi says that the point is to continue with the shear. If Arya was giving shear, it's Steve Shadi would not have pointed out the pun. Okay? One to be Moisef, one extra point. Kuda. He said in the name of Chaim Netzit, the Marvin Simcha of others, even after learning Yosef. I'm certain that when one learns how to Simcha, the high will learn such a Shmak Shul and Shabeli, the Chaim Aleph Deis, very silly comments since Kuda Chababli Notzer, Yosef Robbins, Cleveland. Oh, somebody wrote here in Hebrew, and somebody once gave their statement, Rabbi said, since he feels that he's from the descendants of the Tam, he wants to wear the comes to fill it. So if you're descendant from the Tam, that means you're from Rashi. Oh, basically, this person also the Hebrew says that last Sukkahs, when we spoke about the Sukkah, so I mentioned the halacha that you have to be mechaven. When you go to the Sukkah, it says if you have mitzvahs, they don't say the man, that's a money. So to be mechaven, and it says maybe you want to remind the oil that tefillin and tzitzis, especially when the halacha says in Tzimtzama that tzitzis, if you're not mechaven, then you're mechaven. The mitzvahs say it says you don't realize why you're doing it and how you do it. That's the kayach al shiurim chadiv. It's called kayach and this I thought. I just want to share with the Olam what it means, like, in I need to come up with a shir, you know, the things to learn from this. This is a story amongst themselves, you should stop. Like, Megillah and Mezuzahs, how do they display it? I had enough of it. I said, with the ceiling. How long is it about to make it affordable? Affordable. Can you use affordable? That's the best.
Oh, wow.
Balabaka.
Dankeschön.
Balabaka. She's the best of the best.
Is it Balbakish?
Das ist alles. Das ist section. Was ist noch? Da war praktisch dieses. Sonst scheint die Freunde. The next thing you want is ständig, alles the rafters, the plan, das ist alles selbst. And they have a trick. They have a monitoring system. That's why the whole video is there. So the last one way to play film track, and they help you film track the website. And then I advertise. I'm like, oh, this is wow. Ganz groß. It's a 7 years of battle. That's why it's so good.
This is a lighting on the pocket inside. And the last scheinbar klein. And ich weiß nicht, ob das schwer auf 7 Uhr.
Okay. One last one, I think. I'd like to ask a follow-up question regarding something you mentioned here today. You explained that the inner side of the tooth film may be anatomic red, and so emphasizing pushing the black on the inner side as well. Exactly why? Because it's more like a kilo. Well, I don't know if I said it's more like a kilo yet. What I was saying is that black on black, you don't have the issue that sometimes they flip. The problem with the flip, most of the problem is that if the paint comes off, then you have white and you see something to be black. Black on black. Black is real through, so even if paint comes off, you never see white. You always see black. I never painted white. However, if there's clearly inner side and the outer side, now one part is that the outer side must be faced outward. What additional events is Martin says. That's something you see on the video. So it turns around, flips. The difference between the inner and the outer remains clear. Why is the parallel both has to be black? That's just explained. Additionally, why is the not manufactured gloves without a finish? Okay, kind regards Yossi Rand, Antwerp, Belgium. The guy was asked to please amongst the Shabbos, the Taylor factory. The official edition of White Shots, Shmuel Eidler, in memory of Elio Yochanan, Ben Aaron Yosef, and Hesed Bracha, about Shmuel Karin Eidler, the daily sponsors, Meir Planka, big mazel tov to Meir, mazel tov to our daughter, Sheva Levi, Fortran, on the wedding today. Thank you, Baruch tonight, big wedding, Meir Planka. And the White Durant Chabura, mazel tov to Meir Planka, on the wedding tonight of his daughter, Sheva Levi, Fortran. At the Mark Bergson, in honor of my son Hill Natan, on the occasion of his 11th birthday, Mazel Tov, Yisrael Rina Lowy, in honor of the birth of our son, for Schos, he should be discharged from the NICU soon. Amen. Mazel Tov. Yossi and Michael Rubenstein. Oh, sorry. Yossi and Michael Rubenstein. Yossi Rubenstein. He was here yesterday, I think, by the ship. Shmuel Aryeh ben Rabbi Yitzchak Gold. This was Michal's father, Reb Shmuel Aryeh ben Rabbi Yitzchak Gold. Zichron Levrach, whose 12th yard site is today. Shalom should have an aliyah. Jessica Nachum Dussowitz. In memory of Kaya Dussowitz, whose 10th yard site is today, and Bela Bas, Ruben Shlomo. And my only wife, Yelishmas Malcolm Basitzchok, the Shabbat should have an aliyah. The official edition of the White Shots was set by the Iranian legal family Peric Anonymous. The edition was higher than Moshe. The set was sponsored this down. Dedicated in memory of Rabbi Shmuel Goldberg, Frank G. Goldberg, Rothschild. The set was sponsored Golden House, the edition of College Jacket Dollars, Anonymous. As well as the Ribbons of the National Policy County Foundation, the edition of Rabbi Goldberg, Shem Policy, Message to Kivu. Anonymous, and Moshe Moshe Ben Izah, Anonymous, with the people Shem and Arika Shem, the Leah Pastor, strong multi. Everybody speak on how these all Pastor is so proud of you. You have to work, I keep striking, to the Gross family, and the Island K and R, rebellion, children, and meaning of life. Waiting. Yossi Martin, Betty, and Paul, obviously, the Turkey and the wife, the Kobe Shalom Scholar, multi sponsors, I signed with Porsche, of the very poor Premier, Jimmy and Zulai, Porsche, and Sura. Rosh Aaron, Greenland, the Constellation, Toy, Kilo, Lokasha, multi sponsors down in the school breaks that's going to open and give way to the 100 popular way. The ministers of the movement that disclose for everyone in need of a shit all day. Anonymous, the veritable call, and so that's success and what's in all years of life. But Shkuzi now goes to the Shul, that means that you don't have to continue Shabbat, which is anywhere we were one, these ones have themselves. Anyway, the month, holding that from the bottom towards the bottom. question. Now we're filling Shuliyat. 3 options. You could choose one of these 3 options. Do you have to cover your tefillin Shuliyat? Or it's absolutely not necessary? Or there's an Indian to cover the tefillin Shuliyat? Which one do you guys think? You have to, you don't have to, or it's good to? And what if you don't? Huh? What do you say? If you put a protector over you, they'll have a protector. It's because it's beside you. Why is it different than tefillin Shuliyat?
So you're supposed to see it.
Oh, but it's not beside you. It's not beside you. Beside you. Huh? So what? What, you learned some stuff already? How's it possible? It's not a riddle. How's it possible? A person, it's actually not such a great riddle. Person wears tefillin on his left arm like everybody else. And then at a certain age, he has to switch back to the right. So there's a number of answers. What's, huh? Okay, that could be one. Hello, that's what you're thinking? You switch your tefillin? Or you just wear it full to the top? Is there anybody in this room that puts on his tefillin both arms? Because he's not sure if he's a righty or lefty? Besides my son? Huh? Let's go. Yeah, I went. Yeah, I know. We'll get there. Anyway, fine. So again, that's today's sugya. You came just in time for Naftali Shalom Aleichem, have a seat. How are you? What happened? Something Gemara. Honorable. No. Yeah. Omar Rabbi, 7 lines from the bottom. Chayiv Adam the mashmish the tefillin the whole shah. Every few minutes you should move your tefillin around. Kavachomer mitzitz. The kohen gadol. Just move a little move because it seems like that when you move it adjusts. It's a little adjust. If you just touch like this, you're trying to redo the hanacha sort of. Kind of a mashmish the tefillin the whole shah. Kavachomer mitzitz. It could be just touch. The point is not to have Pesach Hadas. You know that you're wearing tefillin. There's a kind from the tzitz. Here the kohen gadol has the tzitz. But tzitz shein bo yelach scarf is only mentioned in Shem's name once. On the prayer of Hayah mitzvah comes. It should be on your forehead always. And we learned, you have to constantly think about the tzit. Tefillin, and Ascar is hard. How many times does Hashem name mentioned in Tefillin? 21 times. So it's 21 times more chashuv l'chayra than the tzitz. Alakas comes, so certainly you should move your tefillin around once in a while. And that's why I said yesterday, if you go like this, it's even though it's not for the lining up of the nose and but just to move it. Now they ask, what's the connection? The tzitz, Hashem is on the outside. Only comes running for it. That's the case. The tzitz seems to be a lot stronger than the future of, still nevertheless, there is some sort of conversation. In other words, not a serious enough to focus on. Y'all talk, now we're talking about why we're pulling on our left hand and not on the right. Everything we do is on the right. Y'all talk? Well, it's not a question. The person has 2 heads. One head can wear pulling on. Is that right? You're not?
He's trying tonight's episode.
Good. I love it. Well, you just pull a head to the back.
He's literally working the entire time.
So what I done?
All of the episodes that he's drawn.
Yeah, asking for good things. I mean, this will work. Already stopped me. I got an email that had a little bit of a checker in it today. I didn't want to read it. being that you're here, he said that the reason why we wear tefillin is because Rabbi said one word. Says, but Bernard David said one word. He said, let's do something in tefillin. That's why the whole share. He wants to give you all the credit. And I don't want to give you all the credit. I want to give you a little bit of the credit. You say that?
Speaking of shirts, if you want the Kill Tony shirt, you better shop Squad Guys.
Thanks for showing up. What's your name? From? No way, you're the guy. The famous. You guys do the share over there. So what? You're the big father. Get over there for a second. Get over there. You do the share in Dallas, Texas. No.
Janitors molest a lot of people.
Get over here. He says, so first of all, how old are you? 12. And how long was it in Bangladesh? Sure.
A lot of stars in the audience. Ryan, I'm going to mention something to you. Did you know that
Who's up 10 in Dallas?
by Casper? What's Casper? It's a mattress that offers an obsessively engineered mattress at a shockingly fair price. But you know what Casper is.
What's that?
I actually did.
What, from Rothschild?
I ordered it, and a couple days later, there was a box at my front door. It wasn't that heavy. I got the biggest
you need the
one, and it
first
was 90
10 down.
pounds. And my girlfriend
And then what's the budget for you to see them on?
and I opened it up, and it was unfolded
No way.
in like an
Possible?
expanded into this crazy.
No way. How you gonna do it? What's your plan? What's the plan?
20,000 reviews
Wait,
on Casper, Amazon,
Well, you
and
only have 1 year left. You're gonna be 1 year.
stars. It's quickly becoming the internet's favorite
4
mattress.
in 1 day.
Casper mattresses feature supportive memory foam for award-winning sleep service. It's got just the right sink
4
and
a day.
just the right
Like
bed
extra
sink.
3 hours
Free
a day.
shipping and returns to the
So
US and Canada.
you're not into
You can
sports,
try
right?
sleeping on a Casper bar in
Well,
one
that's what
country
I
night for
figured.
free if you don't love it.
And it's not like you go to baseball practice and you have another 3 hours. No. You have to die.
Mattresses are designed, developed, and
Well,
assembled.
listen, maybe I have to find you by this. This is crazy.
USA.
5 hours a day? Get over here.
Special offer
You guys got you stay right over here for the whole shit.
Special Tony
Is that
listeners.
okay?
Get
Let's
$50
move over one. No,
$50
get it.
towards any mattress purchase
You
by
guys move over.
visiting
You won't be. We're
www.casper.com/
not going to move over first. No?
Tony and using the promo code KILLTONY.
I'll move over first.
KILLTONY.
Get over it. It's not there. If he doesn't want to move over, I'm going to
Who's
move over.
ready to get a Casper mattress?
No? In the bathroom?
A lot of people are.
This is crazy.
You know what I love about this show is the band.
Your father.
We have a band every single week. They always do something
Everything is
different.
bigger in Texas.
On the episode.
Yeah, the cowboy hat. One more cowboy. You know the guy? He's a legend. He works for Fire.
Okay. Well, then we'll do guests first.
Okay, What?
Loves comedy.
I do. Actually, we're
Every week
recording.
I have two of the
Yeah.
funniest
All right.
comedians in the world
Wow,
on this show. This
the
week's
voice
no
guy.
different. Make
He's
some
going to
noise.
do the shot.
Brody
He's crazy.
Stevens and
Wow,
Steven
wow,
Kramer.
unbelievable.
Like
Go ahead.
Steven, Brody
What's on it?
Stevens,
Okay.
and Steven
If you
Kramer.
look at center, like, as a man talking to you, you wish to
Movie stars, comedians,
Yeah. Go ahead.
comedians, and
Wow,
movie
what's your name?
stars, television stars.
Well, I do that.
Whitman
No.
from The Big Rush, Brody from Chelsea Lately, Whitman
That's
from The
so
Storms,
good.
Brody from The Hangover.
I thought you were too late.
Movie
Okay.
star, comedian friends of mine.
You
Like the
were
whole
6 other
characters.
people.
Welcome back, guys. We've both done the show.
Developed.
We've both
Okay,
done the
so
show
how
a
is it?
few times.
All right.
Brody, how you feeling?
Oh, right. I mean, it's all that time. Not so, so later. Get over. I can tell. What's going on in Los Angeles?
Oh, great.
Yeah.
I
What was
love it
the
when
best
there's
test you
nothing
had?
I love more than when my guests tell me that they took a sliver of their bipolar medication. That would be
6 7. What's going on? What's going on with Rothschild? We got.
that's just more for the anxiety.
I don't even know. Maybe it's not like maybe if you're going to fear or something.
Here,
Oh, come on, guys.
No.
Like,
Who's ready for Kill Tony Mania tonight?
let's ride the wave of mania tonight.
Keep on going. Keep on going. Don't give up. Yeah, it's going to be style.
Backstage.
All right, we got to work
Float
it
out
If you
magnets.
want, you
Let's
say
go.
it. Okay.
We have a
Hold up.
play
Yup,
drum
so
someplace,
small.
Brody, right?
Charcoal lights. I'll yell for it. I don't know which one it is. Yup is this one. It's the left one. I thought it was small. But you know, let's see if possible.
And the bass
I said
player,
everything.
whose name I always forget, like a real dickhead.
I think it's that one. Yeah, it's mistaken like a man. Your depot is small. You're referring to left hand. Oh, you're small. I don't know what's left. Oh, you know what you mean. Tabalona, Afyodi, Yazdar. So let me just show you real quickly. Just do a quick. Afyodi, Yazdar, Eretz, you need two fish on that. There's three, we're going to see three sheets over here. Kalakana says Yad, the word Yad means what? Every time the Torah says Yad, I'll approve. The Rothschild says, no, I have a head. The Charkom, the Tzafkom, the Chiro, finally return to like the Mezuzah. Mezuzah can be right hand, so too, so you do with your right. How with your right, meaning you have to put it on your left. And if there's a heart that says Yokko, Yad Kaya, with the weak hand. So what are these sheets? What's inside? It says you do street superman. And the book says, my hand created the earth. The meaning good question line. And my right hand, at the same time, I created the heaven. So what is Yod mean? If I could more created the Shemayim with his right, that means Yod means the one left over is left. The other hand is his left hand, so Yod means left. And I'll prove to you again, it says Vayma. Yael, when she killed Sisera, it says Vayma, Yael, and Yosef Shaka. She took, how do you say Yosef in English? The pen, she took the pen with her left hand, the Nino Lahamas Amelim, she knocked it into his head while he was asleep and drunk with the hammer. He can't hold the pen with the same hand as the hammer. The hammer goes to the right. It says Nino Lahamas Amelim. That means the pen is in the other hand, the left hand. It says Yoda, the God by itself means left. And you mean on the right, that's something else. But God means left. Voimer, no shot, no right. Love of social Yod. Therefore, we turn Facebook color. So then we have the Yad and we have the Min. So Yad means the left. Says the Gemara from Zion of Allah. Rabbi Yossi Acharim Omer, so Rashi on the spot says, what does Acharim mean? Acharim meaning, because being also means that his nose was, he didn't have a nose, it was something nose. This place is mentioned says to call a person a double by a derogatory name. Sunken nose is even called. He says, oh, Acharim means the name of the study. Oh, wait, somebody sent somebody online, somebody wrote that place you need a testing. That's not a bad, that might be a better, I like that better than sun. Testing. Okay.
Okay, let's fucking do this. You guys ready to start?
I argue because you call me Yad means the left, and that's why we put out on our left. Whenever the guy was the famous person, let's notice the Yad Ravino switched his head. He also called me Yad means. It says Yad means the right. So once you do that, when the time says Yad means, yeah, when the person says Yad, Yad means the right, then it's the right hand. But Yad by itself, Yad is double the equal. When it says Yad by itself, it means the left. The muscle, no, man, finally have a muscle. And it's started long roll. I really want you to start talk. It says, I need to start talk. Matsiru b'yamin, hafshiru b'yamin. Just like you're writing with your right hand, so too you have to tie your toe with your right hand, like we do. Most people, they take the tie with your right hand. The right is doing the job, but you're still on your left hand. So let me ask you a question. What if a cipher is a righty? He's a righty. But he's not bad with his left hand, and he writes it and fills it with his left hand. Kosher or coffee? Anybody want to jump in here? The answer is kosher. Uksaptam, you have to write in the mezuzah, you're writing with your right hand. You do it with your right, so you put your phone out with your right, onto your left. But cheer the yamin, that's cheer the yamin. You're giving the cheer the yamin enough of this moment if you're going to tie it. If you're right, then we're placing it on your left side. Rabbi Yossi Acharim, Hanocha, this woman, if he argued and said the word yad can mean the right hand, not the left, so how does he know he has to put the tefillin on the left? Not tefillin the hateful, not tefillin nothing. He learns it from nothing. What does the mother say? It's in the red. The chart something sometime. He learns in the hecker. It's like in the zuzah, so too. I'm thinking that we should put a screen over here. Screen over here. Not bad for you, and I just saw the guest coming like this. Put the screen over there. Screen it up a little bit.
There you go, Arthur Hamilton.
Rashi Omar, the Yokfa. Rashi says finally, the word Yokfa, you could split it in half. Yokfa. Sit the hay, something Rashi. Rashi's first study. The hay makes it into the keva, which is weaker than his offer. And then the famous shot, that for me it's famous, so I'm connected to that when I see it in the Shigura, and different times we learned it, is the Yad Keva, the weaker of the two hands. Usually when you're right,
Arthur, is this who you're from, LA?
your left hand is the weaker hand. Normally, Rabbi or Rashi, the Ila Yokfa, the playoff, would have, it's referring to the one that has a strength, is not far, the K at the end could be a fest. So you have thoughts and a fest, which means path, which means strength. And Malay, we should defend. A lot of times the Gemara says that the 8 fest are interchangeable. But that's when there's nothing else going on. Over here, we're telling you shot. Hey, means weak. So why should I stick in something that's not there and say, oh, the hay means a fest, and it means screw on the opposite of the fest. This is the practice. They both practice. So Malay, we see the fest. So this is my focus tonight. Like the focus tonight. Yokpa, the hay is small. So it says, hey, it means the easier one means the left one. I say it's later in Yokpa, and then Rabbi says, do that. I say the name says that Yokpa comes to include somebody doesn't have the hand part up to the elbow. So he only has the upper part. He has a bicep. She should tie it on his bicep. Yokpa. And this is what it comes to. And if you have a pencil, you should just write it in. Halo is Roya, over here, talking about that he has from the elbow up. Over here, doesn't have anything. So think about it. A person that doesn't have his left arm at all, it's cut off by shoulder. So what do you do? So you put on stone or not put on stone? You put on stone on the right arm. On one hand, it should be your weaker arm. It should be the left. If you have a right and a left, and on the left, you only have one. What do you do? So what you would say, put it on the right. That's all the Gemara says. Put this one on it. Hey, it's right. Ultimate up filling. And if it's cut off all the way to the shoulder, did you put on filling? I have to say the joke. It's one of my favorites actually. Back in the day. The pirate. Yeah, the pirate is Marty. A guy punches a pirate, there's no leg, there's no arm, there's a catch on his eye. What happened? He's not telling you. The arm, I had a sword fight with another pirate that I got him good, but he got my arm. Ooh, impressive. What about the leg? The leg of one that's really overboard. And the shark came out, right up white, grabbed my legs. Unbelievable.
I mean, Brody, I know it's one of your skill sets, but it blows my mind every single
time. The eye, I got a piece of dirt in my eye. It's a piece of dirt in your eye. He says, yeah, it was the first day that I was with the Pope.
I can't believe you know every long scandal is mascot. High school mascots like that is like I'm not saying that you are, but I'm saying I would expect that from some of the top pedophiles in the world. Like knowing every high school's mascot, you know what I mean? Hey little girl, you have a point of ponies?
Hey little girl, doesn't have an arm.
How did the Mustangs do this week?
I tell you later, Yokpa, look, you enjoy the joke so much more than everybody put together. And this is really what is working. Everybody in the arsenal of Rabbi said people. There's no, first you have an arm and all, but there, you have to put the filling on the right arm. So something like this. You know, the person was bar mitzvah to put his filling on his left, and he had an accident where his left arm got chopped off. So now at age 20, he has to switch over to put his filling on the right. That was one of the answers to the question, according to Islam Da'amah. Also, my halacha brought down if a person switches, if he speaks, you know, when I was a kid, Baruch Hashem, it's not like that anymore, but I remember my teachers trying to switch the lefties into righties. Remember that? Shaking your head. It's a thing. Oh, lefties are, it's a move, it's something you can learn. Not sports, smack the kids. No, right with your right arm. I had a English teacher, a woman. Yeah, not kidding. What do I told you with your right hand? The poor kid, the lefty. So, so what happens if you learn? You learn how to use the right arm. So the halacha, you'll see in a second, there's the sugya of lefty. He's a famous lefty player, very, very famous lefty.
Take one of these RVs and try it for 100 nights risk-free.
Really?
And if I don't love it, you'll pick it up and refund everything.
Well, if you're really going with your primary, I can't even say his name. Beaton, he was the lefty. Obama. Okay, Caesar. Eliyakim. You want to talk about Dolan? Eliyakim area. Ethan and me have filled the Yemino is smart. Lefty has put on his filling on the opposite arm because to him, the left is strong, the weaker one is the right, so he puts it on his right arm. So it usually goes by Upsaptov. It goes by the most. A lot of people that are lefties.
That's what you tell them. I keep it real because honestly, they don't.
They have the question. I mean, a real lefty, how do I dab? How do I go? Balls. How do I eat? And it boils down to how do you write? Just if you write with your left hand and you do everything else with your right, that's where it becomes a little bit of a problem. So I have that with my son. At least that's what he thinks in his head. That he's a righty, just he writes with his left. Same by you. Oh, you see this? A kiss from Hashem. My father is sitting on my left, right by me, and he's.
I like the red shoes. You know what?
You also with your left. What do you do with your right?
I had my first audition today.
Both boys.
So I was like, okay.
Interesting. So you bat both ways? No good. Interesting. Wow. Got it. So I went to Rabbi Goldstein. We're also like that. I was two guests today. That's very interesting. What did you write? What you write? So we're calling it where you calling on the right. So I went to Rabbi Goldstein. You guys might have to rethink this. Rabbi Goldstein himself, is a big place here in one of the big places in Rabbi Shem. Huge. And he's holding all solitary cool-ups, shots, everything about cash. So, but he has this like one son there, and he's working back and forth. And basically, what he told my son to do, I gotta revisit it because that was his, now that he's living home short, 2 years later, maybe he'll think about it differently. There's also this, I think, with him, I want to put in everybody else, I want to, so he told him he should wear his children like everybody else. But by the way, take it off and put it on the other arm for a minute. And that's what Rabbi Goldstein does. Everybody knows. By later, there's a film that's put it backward. So you guys, you might want to rethink this and speak Rabbi Goldstein. I don't know exactly your exact thing, but maybe it's the guy that unbelievable. On the dot of this thing, two guests. No, is there anybody else in the room? I asked the question before. Nobody raised their hand. Is there anybody else in the room that has this issue?
Literally do when you go to the beach. I'm curious because I've done that a couple of times.
Everything but go in the water.
Oh.
Yeah.
Now they get.
So we're all waiting for that. The drummer nailed it.
Okay.
So we're all locked and loaded.
Yeah. Oh, very good, baby. Very good. Some people just became that so they can get on screen. Eat there, yeah, still be you know, white line. You put it on, still on your right hand with your lefty. But I know you have to put there's a big. Somebody told me, a lefty told me, you know, lefties their life expectancy is 8 years less than everybody else. And I thought they listen like so why? You know, because they have accidents, the truth, they don't make enough food for them, and you know, things it's a right world, so they looked it up and said, no, it's just one of these rumors that went on the media. Everything right is listen, zero truth. One guy came out with it is based on that the previous generation they try to switch righty to lefty. And then there's one, I don't know, a whole thing of that. So, anyway, it's stupid.
Buddy. I got a bad hand.
Bernie only has a bad hand when the comedians are black. We don't know what that is.
You can't get a lefty this time. And everything's more expensive too. They get you everything. But so you know the mindset. The guy came into the store to buy a coffee mug, and he came to the store to buy a coffee mug, and the guy said, "Do you have a lefty coffee mug?" And the guy said, "No." And then the other guy behind said, "You should of course you do." He gave him the coffee. Turned and says, "For $10 more." No, take it. Give it. Look, I am the guy that's smiling. He's smiling to pull up. A lefty should work for like a righty. It's no different. Omer, I'll buy you a need to show you this thing on the person to control everything is over his hands. Every Texas book to the oh, there's another thing I didn't see. Shlomi and Aryan don't not put later risk the leave off lines up for and set on ladies wedding tonight.
So I find this white guy who was white, and I thought I was white because I fall back next to me in my truck. I'm like, man, they can't do that. So I run straight. Now this time, because he was because of his map. So I didn't know if he was Facebook.
I like the way he bends over like that. I don't know how to say that.
I found this white guy messing with me. Unfortunately, the West Side Top was like, he called me from there. As long as he's able to beat them up.
Come on, let me do it.
Unfortunately for him, though, he died in an off-road accident. On his Facebook wall, I saw his RIP post, so I posted my own. I wrote, even though this guy called me a nigga for no reason, rest in peace. All right, that's my time.
Okay, fine. Give up.
That was awesome. I'll leave it at
Oh, this guy. I messed it up. No, okay, fine. You got it a little bit over there. Fine. Yeah, they did say it. So I looked it up. Everybody says it's time to write so it is fascinating. I looked at hundreds and hundreds of people that do that. Yeah. So look on Google. Look on YouTube. You'll see there's a class of 30 two different languages. The whole thing. Yeah. Oh, but he's supposed to something. That's the thing. Well, teach and answer something. That's what he said.
I could definitely.
So, every night after I'm the cop, I looked it up once.
Maybe it's just me, but I didn't get off-road accident anywhere that I just take a second to think what an off-road accident is. It should just be a car.
I love Zoe. Really put the killing on your muscle right over here on the muscle. You can maybe that part. If you bust like you have to put it over there, on top of your hey, I'm going to get muffler to modifiy torpedoes like I don't know if you have you're supposed to have what do you call it? We had a nice when I do something a trap. We had a very, very good trap in Hebrew. I don't know if you have it here. Maybe we'll get it out. Let's see. Maybe we'll come in a little bit. Who knows? We got lucky. I don't see it. I don't hear any noise. I don't know. My crop is good. We had a good crop. What's the head is right first. So it's weird. The soft spot. Now, not everybody knows. I showed this one before. There's actually two soft spots in the baby. And this, it goes like
Never felt that soft spot on a baby's head. It's called the fontanelle, a flexible gap that helps the skull adjust during birth and gives the brain room to grow. Underneath, just a thin layer of skin protecting the brain and blood vessels. Normally, it's slightly sunken, but if it bulges, it could mean high pressure or illness. Don't worry, it closes on its own by 18 months.
So, last night we had a real baby, 2 weeks old, and I asked the father to push in my sister. Yeah.
Is it really?
I didn't. It was very, very cute. I don't know if you just put it on, but okay. It was a good. It was a very good. It was a live crop. I never had a baby here. So now it's a baby. We did.
Really? Like the post office? The United States Post Office?
So,
what do you do?
What? You haven't seen it or no? No.
I get sassy with people.
All right. Yeah. What do I want to say? Oh, so first of all, the very important thing is you'll notice in show a lot of times you could be that guy that yells at people. When people have sweaters or they have a sweatshirt or they have one of these tight shirts, sometimes it doesn't go all the way up to your shoulders, and it kind of hangs out on the muscle. That could be problematic if you're feeling or I don't want to show off my muscles. I don't know. It's strong. So, below the muscle is a big is another. So you're not right. So that has to be on the muscle. Now, when you start to zoom in, the muscle will see is the tiniest bit towards the heart. A little bit. Don't put it straight up on the muscle. A little bit like this. It's for these things. Yesterday, somebody told me that for years they've been saying Laneto, because they said yesterday, Lehonia Phyllis, Lehonia, nothing Lania, Lania means to put down on the floor. Lehonia means to place it properly. Lehonia, little things like this. Who knows? Maybe there are people there that don't put it in the lower towards the heart. We should really get a Rabbi, I think it was Rabbi Sher, make a phone call and really get that, and people should all around the world, we should bring in professionals because small nuances that we forget,
For those of you that just joined the show, that was a recap.
No, what do you got over there? What do you want to tell me? Oh,
Mr. Baker's the audience of the post office.
oh, you're talking more than someone else. Maybe 45,000 people will see this. Yeah, and I used, whose film was that? Yours. Every time, just take a look at yours also. It's a little. Yeah. It was a little bit of a rip in the Ritsua. First of all, the tape was Shmakamai's there also. No, it's nice over here, but over here it's you can see this. Yeah. So check it still with a little thing like this.
What was it like when Rabbi held you up as a baby and the animal kingdom?
I got a good view of everything.
Hold on, like this. I'll throw over here.
What's the nice
See the rip?
Is that really the first note of that song? That's the first note right there. Wait, hold on. That's really where Circle of Life starts.
I was looking at a pretty professional, right? I'm telling you, you have fancy cars, fancy homes, and now fancy with fish once in a while. Like, people have to fish when they're about rich stores. Not about. Hey, once in a while, not like every year, but every 10 years, you know? Right. No,
You're in Bakersfield.
no, but listen.
I think you got
This checking the parachute. You're talking about checking the parachute. There's something. How do you put your tefillin on? Like we saw the Benny, this pressure is below the bone. So the bone, not so good. And this guy puts it here. Let's talk about Benny now for a second. Here, let's look at the Mishnah. The Mishnah. Top line. You read with me. The Rabbi is showing the issue, and many people are over on this issue. The claim by now, you don't realize where you're supposed to put the choke to right. You got this one up on a lot of the things slow it down. Now, if you have to look at your gear line, not where your gear finishes, but your gear line, where it grows out of. In my case, my hair starts over here. So I have to put my toe over here. If my end of the foot, I leave my hair, not yet. Now, if I was has a problem before that was the sign, that very large foot. So, if you have a large foot, if you go back, then look at the right thing, anything that the baby's head is soft, but even if it comes off your line, a centimeter, just a centimeter.
What's up, buddy?
I don't know what to tell you. That's what he says. Voivri al-Kisru Dariais. So the Prophet's Chaim, you're over on the rice. The Kalatzul Tzrichen, the Kolak, the part of the 100%, so the Leos, the Rocket, the Makom Sheish Parka, in a place where the root of the hair, you can pull it out, it becomes bald. That is, you have cuts out half of this little part, cuts out half of this part of the barca. So the Torah, I'm sorry, not the Bible. The Bible is the back. The Torah, thank you. It should be resting on the beginning of the when the hair comes out. אבל אם להשקיע את מי שיש לסורת זלות, אז אני יכול להיות ששוק מהחצי המטה, תקום. So to have your forehead, להניח שם התפילה. יכול להיות צריך להיות that first if you are sad, you can come out. It's over and over and over. It's not an experience. It doesn't go through your hair finishes. It goes through your hair starts. And the super market, and every minute you go to, you find two people in that minute who don't know this halacha. And that's why you bring in a professional. They tell you, hey, you're not wearing it right. Let me readjust your knot. Maybe your knot is too large, so you can force this up. Okay, bye. Whether they blame on the Rebbe. Ask blame of Rebbe. Me, she doesn't. Very well. Person has two heads. Raising the hand, when you're up to it. Which one of those heads do you wear? Oh, my leg. You're so charitable. Why do you ask me such silly questions? Don't go. I love trying to avoid you check upon yourself. At the also, I'm driving. So, what's super interesting is that we noticed over the last few months, is the guy that was covering the screen. It's not just nothing about got the shit from him. Actually, there is such a thing. That's the point, look it up. That's the point. What happens is the side is cool. They're conjoined. Two bodies, two heads. But they have everything. They get two bodies, two lungs, two sets of lungs, two hearts, two this, they do everything. But here you have something else. This is what the Gemara is talking about. Human being, one body, one of everything, two arms, two legs, but two heads come out. So we have somebody that wants to do like that. Yeah, maybe if you shake, your beard is really scratching.
It's hot in Nigeria.
The Calvin brought you some later. You do the job for us.
What do you think it is?
Oh, listen, I really like Reb Shmuley. I personally think the MDY videos are Bittul Torah, but after that, it's my beard is done. All right. Do you watch it off like this guy 1.25? What speed do you watch it on?
I do it on 1x, but he likes doing it on 2x.
Wow, very nice, very nice. You smart. What do you do on the day today? Like, what do you work on?
I'm a Rabbi, and he's a swimming instructor.
You're smart. Very good, very good. All right. The schedule is going on. Thanks for sharing us this stickle, really appreciate it. All right, let's go ahead, guys. Go ahead. Down brother. Go ahead. All right. So,
You do that, Brody?
all right,
When's the last time you had sex with her?
it's not a joke. Central was whatever they are. They got married. But he only married one of the heads. I'm not joking. Look it up. Evan. Okay, fine. He's not going to be over on like married two women. He married one of the heads. Yeah, slim it up. But they're right. So they asked the question. But he pulled him out of the ground and said, that's what he's saying. He's not real. That thing is like Lamal and Asaba. Says the Gemara, ready to make fun of him. And all of a sudden, I got Gabra. I'm like, he's joking me, I had a kid that was born with two heads. How much do I have to pay to people that bed? Never, because his first born. And it's married to his third child. Say this.
So she wanted to hook up with you. She knew you were black.
Double.
She's like, I'm not the black guy. Are you down? And you're like, am I down? I'm Nigerian. Let's do this shit. She comes over to your place.
I'm not saying
El Salvadoran lady and her place is dirty. That's nuts. Smelled like fabuloso.
Also, Saba Tunnel. So the elder person came and told him a lot of times Saba is a yacht. Now, he called him Ice Dirty Essence was the next head. As the mother, Amy, but probably wrote about Mama and pushing them after they shoot the release the car all gone. Now, he had to go to the drug situation. I would think that if the car gets killed before it's 30 days old, maybe you should pay. You're actually have to pay for your when it's 30 days. But maybe that's when you pay it off. You have to pay for it to be born. So if he didn't survive, okay, so he's not a baby you have to pay for. But there's a baby that should have survived. He just was killed. So maybe you have to pay. So the more that she asked me, so somebody with two heads is not going to survive. Maybe, because either it's not about flying because you see the things that are like 30-something years old, they survive, or maybe it's kind of their song of the green Rashi. So what's it called? So you have to set up with them. Anything more, because it doesn't exist. So it doesn't exist unless you have two heads, one extra, so it doesn't exist. If it doesn't exist, then it's a trade. The head issue, I want to be a trade. Not that it's physically not going to survive, but it is a trade or whatever that. You worry, honey. The brother was calling out the mother. When it comes to picking up bed, the prayer says, the fact that Kamesha Scrollum has been great. So each head, you have to get 5 pregnant. Now, it's very popular if the baby is born inside of it. And the male log, when the body comes out, it's a field of it, and it goes like a head. And it's wet. It's up. I got global, you want to talk about financial needs. I was a pastor, all in honor of all revenue I got in South Florida. We go to the let's see how broken to the actions, anonymous, memory, emotion, embarrassment, blood size, anxiety, Overman. Love clause that you guys will just learn that I'm saying favorite time. The hand means the muscle of the device. The no one really gets it. It's not about the love clause, you're going to be added on top of it. The hard part of your art, I thought it was going to be added. If you and I were to learn to talk about ourselves, we didn't know anything about the story, we just fell off the root. We say, love means on your head. That's the Hebrew. Yeah, give me your hand, give me your yard. This is your hand, maybe put your toe right over here. You don't even get the muscle. Put it on your hand and on your head. When you put it on your head, you put it on the top of your head, the high part of your head. I've kind of to go to the end. So too, when it comes to the tools, you guys sit on the high part of your head. The red light made it so. No, you don't need to come out to that. I really only follow ice. The light, la hair light. You don't want to put the tooling on a place where other people can see it. It's for you. It's a private testament. Light. Test. I love the word. Testament. The color is the hair light.
You're wondering what my next question is. It's going to be, and then what?
So it'll come out.
So if you just keep going, or you can maybe
possible you have to hide your filling. So let's see. This is what I hate each other. I really like the something very low about them. The something about them. Put fire on your heart. You try to see more connected away. That's why you come up with this thing and put it on your wrist. Now, put it over here, it's not a see your heart. You want to see your heart. Okay. The action would bring it slightly, a little bit, not a lot. Not straight up a little bit. Usually when you try it, if you're a writer, try to actualize it, you can get it. You can use it again towards your heart. So if you do that, some people go the other way. So those two that go the other way, you should probably try to put them a little bit more. But actually, I'm just coming down here. Rabbi, who I'll remind Oilam, he was the last one that had heard of beautiful Makanapa. The wealthy generation will also be some company wrote the Gemara. Who will offer his shot. How the seal of the other, his sleeve was ripped. Why? Says Rashi, because he had a wound. One of them was born. He had a wound. Now you know that if you have a boo-boo on your bicep, you put some filling on it, then you put your head in your sleeve over it, you know, it never happened. I remember like certain times, like that injured was bad, whatever it was, it doesn't feel good, that pressure. She wanted to relieve the pressure, so you pour his shirt. It becomes kind of thing. And here comes the question that I asked in the beginning of the show. Is it a free to cover? Or is it a nice thing to do? Or it's just something you don't have to do at all? So the man, the colors, and the framework, this is what I'm going to process that nobody can see it. For you to have a testimony to reverse on that problem, and my leg, the motto and the color is the third thing put in your place, the color right the feel sort of. Well, not really, but maybe. To be in the place where you still cover, not that you have to cover. Nevertheless, there is a human to cover. There's something like a application, a t-shirt, whatever, and it's not a newspaper, like nothing in the world. It's better to cover. That's what they call it. It's better to cover. No, that's prepared. You want to show that you have the road on the arm. Well, the road, prepared. That's something that you show. You got it. Because he has a spell on my pussy. I like how you turned the sexual angle to a joke. How do you know the point on the high part of the head? Don't know what I mean enough as you go to the road. I thought you go to the road, so ain't never been enough amount of maybe you should place the ceiling right over here. I was getting a minion and I saw a guy really not like this. Like this. So that guy don't want to say a word to because I think he's a cheater. He's already a cheater. He's not like, oh, it's thick. You know, he was right there without it. And that's how the Karate, so the Kusim man, if they were weird clothes today, that's exactly how they would wear it. Like this guy. He's Shomani, but it's they are, what do you call it? Karate.
Is your real father or my stepfather? What is that whitest you need to be like?
Never can get enough of it. But never allow long, you see the purple in the neck in the mix. If somebody is in a lot of pain, you should rip the spirit out of his head. What do you rip your hair out of your head? Right? This area right over here. Carefully, football. Not allow long to make the Lord. This is ripping your hair out of the top of your head. Welcome to the bottom of God. But let us arise, let us go to so too.
What is it, Tierney? What do you do?
When it comes to food to rush, put in that area. Here's a question of my son. Are your
eyebrows? You are a server at 2 restaurants? Are they, let me ask you this, are they 2 private establishments or are they 2 chains?
Or is it part of your serious head?
You guys,
If you have a terrace on your ears growing, one I love on you, if it's on your face skin, it's another one. What about your eyebrows? What do you think? So this is a question that we asked the shot shooting, and the shot shooting all the answer, please give my right over here. It says like this. You know, it's sorry. I'm going to tell you, I'm not doing the yard, I'm not doing it. Mel, I'll be looking around the camera, so let me show you real quickly. If a person has psoriasis, has a blemish, so over here, the blemish is on a skin. So you need to have, in order to do your psoriasis, it has to have 2 ears. Oh, the blemish grows on the head. Here it is. There, it needs to be yellow.
We're gonna call your lawyer.
If it's if you put it on your hand, it's two ears, two ears. So two, put on your head should be in a place where all you need is 2 yellow ears. That's on top of your head. And then that's all. Let's say you want to put it over there. So now you have both yellow and white. Yellow is because you put it next to your eyebrow. Over there, by your eyebrow, that's yellow. And on the skin part, it's white. So that's different. So you only need 2 ears. No, you need 4 ears. That's how I know. I don't put filler over there. That's similar to your filter yard, which is only 2 ears. We never do the rest of it. We can say it love, not the white. Now we say it. So next, we can't go next. So I guess we'll just stop over here. Rabbi side. Have a wonderful day.
Very prescriptive, spreading glory around the world. Sponsor a share today. MBSsponsor.com.
It ain't the happiest place on earth.
So, I mean, it seems like you're pretty comfortable talking about it. I mean, you sort of stall there for a second. Oh wait, I don't want to say stall around you.
Jesus.
Triggering. Have you considered lamictal?
Sounds like a drug, and I'm always pursuing drugs.
Is that true? Do you do a lot of drugs? What are some of your favorites?
Sure.
Good morning, Rabbi side.
Last time was with my friend
This one time. My Loila is coming with the Shabbos. Haircut tailors. Inspired me.
He took me to his house.
Highland Park, Rothschild, 10 peppers, Snapple, Cooley, the much hot slacha, keep on growing, going to be a competition between you and David Salmon. Who gets more people? Once somebody said to me, it's a tourist production, that was in about a minute. So, just 1 minute into it. Let's go.
What's the craziest thing you think is crazy?
So Yisrael Shalitsky sent this in, and it's a very, very helpful thing. You should do this here now. I actually made one phone call every Shabbos. I didn't reach him. I think it's Rabbi Sheriff. Maybe we should bring him in tomorrow or something. He's my friend as well as first time from our weekly halacha from Belsky. This is still the weirdest practice created by the Dr. Flappers. They check 50,000 clothes. Many people are not the kind of miss a clean properly because it's not placed in the proper place. On the head or on the arm. Imagine someone has $12,000, $2,000 per phone. I just put them in the properly. See the clip, which I did. Also, people need to extra paper with fill and never leave this fill in a hot car. Never put fill on your head while your hair is so moist or wet from the shower. Or going from the mikvah, the chapter, the fill words like told us when we were learning how to fill and during COVID, and many alcohol and running, we checked a lot of fill had moisture damage. Also, before putting away the filter rice, make sure it's not moist, let it air out of it. Do not rest at the back of the head, we're going to see that today. And position the not in the faces, so significant is that it's open the person not good, devout. So if you can, you get a guy that's a professional, go through everybody in full, they always find some issues. Rabbi has mentioned a couple of times the connection between the car you drive from where to your back, took a safe in Manchester, what happened with the bathroom and asked why they coach were puzzled. He said, look, if you drove a $100,000 Porsche, then filling are not ideal. I just bring in my car, you recently valued at 500 pounds. He said, so you filling 100% kosher. I want to thank you, Eli, Rabbi, for the physically inspiring for the Green Council. I'm a pasuk and after my wedding, I used to put on the Green Council, but later I became lazy and left him in the closet. I did that for the bar. And hearing the inspiring story of Netsky is a 90s week, still did not become lazy for the Green Council and decided to send myself this way, but didn't have to put on the Green Council and Shekaf, for you, not from lazy, the name drop. Who has this? I need to put on the Green Council today. You have? I put them on right now. It's the first time in my life in the kind of this one. But I can't, no, I have to make a bracha. I have to do it after Rashi. You know? I was not in cheer because then I can't make a bracha. I want to make a bracha on Rashi, but I want to, like you do. No, because the first Rashi is possible. It's about. Well, about a week ago, people that wear the they don't make a special bracha on it. They use the bracha the original. I just wanted to read this because it says, thank you for giving me life, and buffalo and bar. Thank you for giving me life. Literally, thank you for giving me life, a buffalo and bar. Please keep my name anonymous. For Vasco 1435. Who's Yosef Willie? But the guy, he's a Willie that comes in. It's the money. Okay, props for the group. Thank you for putting all the time and effort. Yossi Willie's welcome down days. For the Rabbi Belly, I'm writing a shtickle personal opinion. Since the island got their hands on the new fish in this monopolis, my learning has taken a very serious turn. Namely, I no longer remember how to learn without it. The clarity of the whole mahalach is Givaldic. It opens up the saving song that thinks he's holding by the sugya. It's not dangerous. The problem is, rules are circling. The next coming up is not fully yet. Yes, it is. It's going to be ready on time. If someone checking cigarettes, like I usually suggest we tomorrow when we finish. So I'm reaching out to that point, but also the real concern is this man, when the next one office is they're ready to continue to be declaring fine for this clarity that even we can follow along. People first are playing a mild tendency is on the east side. Maybe yes, maybe it's real, maybe Mem, Gary sent this to me yesterday. It's hilarious. It's not hilarious. It's a dream. Here we go. The new base measures, Gary has all planned. I'm not kidding. The video is going to be above by the gallery. He's going to have like this whole control system. He's going to be sitting there. That part I don't know about. So the camera is above. That's zooming in. That part I don't know about. Today I have $50,000 worth of buttons and joysticks and looks like yeah. Like how many screens do you have up there, Gary? 7 screens in front of them. Oh, this is very important. Rabbi said, take a look at this email. I combined the picture together. On top, you see the Sefer is writing Rabbeinu Tam Tzulim because we're not allowed to write them out of order. So the space where all at the end, Kaddish, Agat, Shema, Bahai, Shemaya. They do Bahai, Shemaya, and then Shema. But in the Torah, Shema is the first. So what do? You skip to the Bahayim Shema, you write it at the end, you read that blank spot, then you put in the Shema. High rebellion was so true, and as Rabbi taught this pad that I was writing over the council, the day we learned about it, I thought it would be helpful to show this to explain the layout of the Sidra. In the past picture of the Yad, the old layout is going to have Shema, over a place with, I don't know what it says, the place with, the Parsha of Shema is written first in its place on the very left. They even made the chair and went through lens to bring it alive with visuals, hands, and experience of well, the boy said the picture was going to be like shots. The daf says like the Sani Shefter to the full flame of Kana Basdina or Maine. Innovations LC, today's sponsors is Swift, our very close friends, families that have amazing news. ASAP. Yeah. Peter Merker, yeah. In memory of my grandmother, Hannah Bas Eliezer, on her yard side. We're only smack in the middle of the Hummer. All Rabbi the greater of Shmuel, that's what we're holding. And I have a few questions for the Oiler. Is there anybody in this room that thinks that if you put on tefillin at night, you're not supposed to put tefillin on at night? Is there a possibility that if you put on tefillin at night, you get malchus? Malchus. It's such a bad thing to put tefillin on at night. You get anybody in this room thinks so, raise your hand. Huh? And you hold it according to one man. So I'm going to get malchus. You have two people say, you are
55 seconds. Brianna Upton.
Very
Seems
right.
very realistic
Malchus.
and true. You women do that to a lot of men. You trick us.
Malchus. Malchus is if you hit somebody. Again, if you go around more yeshivas telling people,
you don't want guys to know about until they're
here's another kidding yeshiva, or like the video, I don't think I hope I didn't show it here. The guy got upset at somebody who just anything with you in the school, he just started beating him up in front of the children, beating up another guy. And you're very right, so you get him out. So that's that. Hey, just super interesting question that maybe Denny reminded me to tell the Israelis. I forgot to say about that. The person is how the private really. Look at the early meeting.
I don't see why.
Yeah, and he realized, oh, I forgot to put a phone there. It's a great child. On the one hand, he's a child of chop. On the other hand, you're not allowed to wear clothes on chop, but he didn't wear clothes.
What are some things about your personality that you don't know about yourself?
You know, it's interesting. I said right away, yes. Wow. The pleasure.
Sometimes when I'm in a relationship, guys say that.
Yeah, so, but it's not really shouted. You accept the shout early. And you, because of that, you're going to be a captain like one of good. You're going to be a person who's not the kind of their right. What do you do?
Right, yeah.
The fire you put on.
Big around me.
Yeah.
I had a good childhood.
Well, now with the so let's
He was busy doing one work.
we have a lot of good childhood. Over Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda, but Sheila, Rabbi Yehuda, the son of Rabbi Sheila, the Rabbi Yehuda, send the name of that. Esther, feeling fulfilling, Halacha, Ramosha, Messina, Mishnah, and the Filter Rosh. Yeah, not yet. So what? Looks like $8.
For what country?
So together with the shit on the right.
You born and
and the Dalit on the Kesher. This is halacha l'mosh Sinai. Put a Dalit over there. Halacha l'mosh Sinai. As long as we said, put a Dalit over here. Mendy, where are you from? You want to pull them out? Omar, I'm not here. The couch, doesn't matter. Take you a second. In the back. The nice part of the Dalit facing the outside, not the other way around. This is also part of the halacha l'mosh Sinai. But when the knot is reversed, it's not the halacha l'mosh Sinai. The nice part, the bar is out. The Rabbi having else to show me. So the typical way to do it is to make a serious Dalit. Now you take a look at school. Some people have this weird. 11 minutes. But what I understand a little bit is that this is a square. Basically, it's $2. $1 going this way, and then if you reverse, it's another $1 going this way. That's the way to explain it. But something you have to maybe it's something in the school. Are you saying revolution? Look it up. Look at the car. You got the new car. Smells good.
It's all true.
Let's see what else. Let's see what else. Over here's a nice and square.
What are you doing for work to support yourself?
Sold out. Okay.
This improv here on Melrose?
Trying to put that around the So, Rashi Rabbi Yosef Talmidim HaZikro, Rashi sitting from the Zikro, people letting the food is chilling. The Zikro over here, flip inside out. That's it. Omar Lay, the Summer Lamar, now you have to remember, we had a nice and money pocket. We had to fasted for 40 days because the Zikro flipped inside out. 40 days, remember that? It's not, it's a lot more than it's not a joke. Exactly. Some of them are. I like this lesson. It's a new way to do it. I'm very careful now not to tell people are. Even that guy, depends to who. My close friend. I'm not going to go to a guy who's a Talmud and go, hey, by the way, you're feeling a little to the left. It might shock him or whatever. But here's a great way to do it. You need a paskin that the Noriel and Labar, that the beautiful part to be on the outside. On the lane, you didn't say, oh, hey! Jump on him and point at him. I told you to hold like that. You realize, I see you, then you realize. So the Gemara, the road, Kalami, all that, became a third Mikra Olecha. The nations of the world will see Hashem's name on you, on your head, and point to right. The Yarm and they'll ferry you. I heard the story from about the Palestinians, and I heard it about the Zinadjani. But when, why do I dig it? I had our Shabbaton get up and he said the story, saying the name of the Vilna Goyim. So that was my pshat. The Lubavitch is going to say the name of the Vilna Goyim. So that's it. I'm not. The story is that the Vilna Goyim was asked, how come some Goyim came to the father or whatever, and they saw the Vilna Goyim and they ran out. He said it's the Yorim and Mecca. You have food on your head, the Yorim and Mecca have fear. He said we're also waiting for it. And they didn't have any fear of us. He said the next statement of the Gemara is, I'm here, but let's not go to our image. Amy food, Shevaroi. Let me say Alaroi. It says Shevaroi. When you feel it, when you feel it, it's inside your head. What's inside your head? It's not the box that you put on. It's what's inside your head. Real quickly, because we're learning here the story, I want to show you this very beautiful Maharsha in Brachos. It gives maybe another little bit of understanding why we do this every single day. This is the people who wrote it. Sorry, the secret mystery of any Rabbi Kara the Pshuto. This is mamish pasha. This is like logic. He misses in film, just want to be baking boys bar. It's a special mitzvah that gives us a connection or a way to leave HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And then he goes on to say that HaKadosh Baruch Hu also wears tefillin. We see in today's daf. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu is pleading to us, and we're pleading to him through the tefillin. We don't say this about a lulav. We don't say that other mitzvah. This is a mitzvah that has a son's name 21 times in it, and it has the son Sakai, Shin, Dalit, Gid, Yud on the first night. It's a way we should think about it in the morning when, in chakras, the davening is okay. If you're going to daven, think we are square tefillin, become double in HaKadosh Baruch Hu, become to cleave to him, to adhere to him, whatever lashon Vekas is, to become a double in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's the way we do it. We need a tefillin to be one with it. Yeah.
Sometimes it's so sharp from the
You're so funny.
you want the facts. A lot of cases for you always facts.
Period for Brianna Upton, ladies and gentlemen. There she goes. Her first time on the show. Brand new to comedy. Started in July. Yeah, this is.
I didn't realize that Doug Lloyd was something right. What you told me? And I'm talking about Rabbi Lezer, I got it.
Then there's Tierney Michon on
That's the
Instagram.
racist copy of the racist is a part of the famous puzzle that is more propelled. Moshe Rabbeinu. You'll see from behind me. Owner Bizno, owner Shimon Chassidim, a lot of tale like this wonderful the Moshe what is that show? What is that part? The fact. The fact means you'll see from Rabbi Yaakov like a vocal and I'll show you my knot, my kesher tefillin. That's what you're gonna see. Some server says over here the famous word. It's a beautiful word that you're not gonna see my face. You'll see my back. That is that when a person is in a matzav of a tsar, a person has something going on in his life, you're not going to understand it when it's right there in front of you. When you years later, when you look back, you think, oh, now I understand. Yes, that was better. That was the way it should be. Or maybe I lost love on you. Who knows when? Right now, when you're in the tsar, you don't understand. But when I let you go, race is a chayrai, but you will see. Eventually, one day you'll get to see it.
I noticed that all older black women sound like Aretha Franklin. Every older black woman can hit this note. They're just like,
so that he's even cool. He says you see right away.
they might not even be good at
see
singing.
right
They
away.
can just hit that note.
All my Rabbi Yehuda, Cheshish is still such a
They
malum.
just hit it. You know, it's in
here
them.
it comes.
It's the spirit. I just wish that they would use it outside of the
Okay?
church.
So quick.
I want to hear
We're here already.
Chipotle
We got
being
to call you.
like extra.
Everybody's really stressed. So you're putting it on not with some mitzvah, just the
Maybe they
same
work for
learning.
Comcast and they're on the phone. I'm like, hey,
So,
what's the guy coming over? She's
First
like,
of all, a very, very important halacha. Very important halacha. That this part of the film, and you see every time you go to meeting, you see one or two people that are not doing it correctly, and then according to the Shibur, you're not like. If this part of the film sticks out past the hair line, and then if the person doesn't have hair, where his hair used to be, it's no good. So if it's a little bit like this, no good. Not yours, the person needs to do it. It has to be up here. It's another thing to check. Now turn around a second. Is there a problem here with his knot? And everybody look at his beautiful sweatshirt, knot, and the white kids. What's wrong with this knot? The problem is it's too low.
She's wearing a pink glittery
Why
shirt.
is it too low? So everybody take your hands, feel the back of your head. You'll feel where your skull is, and then there's a dip. The knot should not be in that dip. The knot should be above the dip. It has to be touching at least part of it. Okay, now you can go, I think. You say you just do it. Yeah, okay. I want everybody going around for everybody to show. No. But there's a dip. You feel the dip? It should not be in that dip. It could be, half of it could be in the dip, but it has to be above the dip. Some of it's already touching. His happens to be completely below the dip. I felt it. I saw it yesterday. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm a coughing now. I just turned the silver up. Oh no good. I have the right to go and tell him. My first time, I just learned it. I'm already telling people Musa. So The other thing is, I've never seen this one, but it's below the hairline on the back. Below the hair, then you're not yoking. Then you're not yoking. But the kesher should be also straight. Sometimes you see people with kesher going inside. It should be in that groove over there, so that it lines up with your tefillin, which are also supposed to be straight between your eyes. And the kesher should be directly. Sometimes it's a little off. It's easy to fix, actually. So, your things like this, and your kesher is going to be. So you just pull it a little bit. Boom. And then the kesher becomes straight. All right.
Sleeping in bed and you got attacked by a leopard while still in bed, but instead of losing, you won and then decided to wear its skin straight out of bed.
Good Shiloh. You go to Khumra. Keep on pushing your back, Shiloh.
I think it looks like I went golfing.
What have you done?
Looks like you were checking.
This is Lamala. Lamala, what does Lamala mean? Some of you were looking at me and like, what? Oh, that's interesting. Lamala means of that group. Today, you saw Lamala, that we should be on top. We should be above the Iranians, not Shimon. Below Lamala.
Just like in line for the south.
It's on Shia Klapi Party. It should be straight with the face. Interesting way to learn it. If you use throws of funny, a little up, it should be in the front, not behind. Omar Tori Omarat. Another Allah from the name of Rabbi. I love this is my teaching. The founders of the best tomorrow. Rabbi Omer Rabbi Akar, Yikol Omer Rabuno, Rabbi Omer Rabbi Nashem Shmuel. Oh, Villain me Moshe Mevarkalei. So this is a famous sugya. When do we make the bracha on the Tul Shayad? This is Gemara Shas Hanachos. You put them on your hand, and you pull it tight, and you go like this. Don't take anything yet. Yeah, don't get nervous. And then you make the bracha. Ask the Gemara, how can that be? Eini. Rabbi Rabbi Lam Shmuel. Kolav Yitzvish Kulam Mevarach Aleim. Oiver Latziosa. Oiver Latziosa is a very tricky word. It means the way Mr. American would understand it is Oidim Latziosa. Right before we do it. But the Gemara uses the interesting lesson, which means the same thing. It means before you do, think about it. When you make a bracha on a lumen, you make a bracha, and then you shake. When you make a bracha on matzah, you make a bracha, then you eat. So we make a bracha on tefillin, and then we time it, or have it. Another famous one is when we wash our hands. You wash your hands, you wash your hands. You make a bracha before you dry your hands. You dry your hands afterwards. So it should be over last year on the drying. All mitzvahs, not most. All mitzvahs. Supposed to make the bracha first? Yeah, what about it? That's it because it's Shabbos and things like that. That's something else. Yeah, okay. I'm sure there's a few ways to make bracha. Gyros, very good. Okay. Yep. Yeah. I'm sure that, as a general rule, here's a question I had this Shabbos. I think it's a thing that sometimes people mistake when they throw it out. If somebody speaks after the piece of diet, should he wash his hands again? So you see, it's interesting. People don't know. The love is you don't have to wash your hands again. No, after. After the bracha, I said, no, okay. After the bracha. No, you don't have to wash your hands. Okay, you shouldn't talk. Better not to talk. No. Not exactly. It's a minute. Yeah. No. If you receive that, then you have to watch it. Yeah. And what? We're talking about food, right? Somebody was from the whole day. You receive that to the first 4 minutes.
Right by where I grew up in Long Beach, and when I was in high school, I went and it was just opening. So I went
not every coffee is received that.
And so I started training, and then they never called me back.
But you know, you said that for a moment. Okay, look.
But I still love you. Thank you. I would love to work for
how do you make a bracha before, after you strap it? You're right. You put it on your arm. You do not tighten it. You just leave it there. And you machavin that you do vakus in the and then you make the bracha, and then you strap it down. Just to go over, I'm sure everybody knows this because you did it by Rabbi. So it's supposed to be on top of the muscle, the bicep, and slightly forward.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah. But he was so hot. But isn't he just trying to make small talk or something? Like,
over here, not so good. Over here, on the
it's something weird.
of the bicep, tiny bit toward the heart. Make sure that when you tighten it, it doesn't get too much to the heart. Maybe you should start when it's split. Space, and when you tighten it, you try to give a little tug. Also, depending on what muscle you tighten, the food is open. Hold on. Here's a question.
They don't use their hands in soccer. No, they don't.
It's not a question. It came out of things to me yesterday when I was learning this to you. Is there some sort of, people go like this. Well, is there an Indian, is there a mitzvah go like this? Is there, or is this like OCD kind of stuff? Is there some sort of Indian OCD? So it turns out that today's figure is not a big mitzvah to go like this. A real mitzvah. So to move it around a little bit. No, a mirror, you're not making a mitzvah. So I don't want to dive against you. I'm not talking about making sure you feel straight. Touching your children. You're touching mishmush mitzvah, so this is touching. Touching your children is a mitzvah. So let's see. Yeah. So you have the MDY thing. That's another. It is out there. Right. If you're holding it on, it's a problem. All of kids are soft. They can listen to it. Something spiritual. So here's the big flag. Is the voice is the big flag. It's being connecting with Spider. And on the Spider side, I would run it.
I love this
you
song.
Make 2 brachas on Tefillin or just 1 bracha on Tefillin. I don't know if you know, but Spiders only make 1 bracha. Ashkenazim make 2. They make 1 on Tefillin for Yard and then 1 on Tefillin for Rosh. This machlokes is these few lines right over here. Something to if a person spoke between the 2 tefillin, so Yad and Rosh, Konzer and Mavara must make the bracha again. So you might have self-healing and self-learning. Wait a minute, I thought you have to make 2 brachas anyway. Vasholach Rakia, Raider, Rabbi Shvidr, the Tinner, I'll feel to Yad and Bracha, so something. What is Lehoniach doing? I remember it out, it's Lehoniach. Shulin. Which actually explains Lehoniach, Shulin is the beginning of the mitzvah. And I'll still say,
That's polite. It's time to go back over to the ladies.
Which is when you finish up the mitzvah, you say I'll miss it.
I like to say that I'm half gay. I don't like the word lesbian. It's really gross.
Interesting question. Stop to throw this out and maybe
Like to say that I'm half
explain a
gay.
little bit what's going on here.
Mexican.
A person arrives in his vacation destination in Australia, Manila, and he looks at he's going back and he only sees fill-in cells left. So you put them on by themselves? What? Yes. Yes. Anybody say no?
Serafina Rodriguez.
You're supposed to have to say yes. It's in the process. It's in the process. But the halacha is, you put it on. Now, what bracha do you make? If you're Ashkenazi, you make 2 brachas. 1 Yad and 1 is for life. You make 2 brachas on the Shalosh, or just 1? Let's just put it. Huh? You say 1, 2. How do you know all this stuff?
Shit.
Yeah, but maybe, no. This bracha is 4, so right. The bracha 1 is for right. Bracha number 1 is for Yad, 2 is for right. Now I'm putting it right. The answer is you make 2 brachas. That's all right. Okay? So what's going on over here?
Where in the valley are you from?
I'm buying the Rothschild, so we have a crowd here. It says, if you speak, they should make 2 brachas. But it seems like the government says, you should always make 2 brachas. I'm buying the Rothschild, I'm looking at you. Look at this line and tell me what you come out with this line over there. And this is it, right over here. Go, oh my God. If you're not going to shrew, you make one bracha, like the starters. So, if you're a big talker, Rothschild, only then you make two brachas. So why in the world do Ashkenazim make two brachas? No, we don't talk. Don't talk. That's basically a common question. You tell me the only time you make two brachas is if you talk. So, Chachamim, when they ask for the bracha for dumb people that don't keep halacha, really expensive, special bracha, different than the other bracha. Don't make the first bracha again. Make a new bracha. We're gonna create a new bracha, but the smooth is control. Then we have a special package for you. It doesn't make any sense. Don't talk, and we don't have to make a package. You don't sense punishment. You told the Lord to come out to right. If you put on your right and you talk, then you have to make another bracha. Two brachas. Two brachas. You're like a guy going to Australia on vacation, and you put on your right, you have to make two brachas.
27 is my favorite number.
But if you're not, if you're only putting on one, you put on your right, like everything else. You're really talking to me, then we'll make one bracha. That's why Ashkenazim go like Rabbi Tom, but this whole Gemara thing that's right, and therefore you need to make two brachas. Svar going to go with the Rashi. We're talking about Jeddah. You only make one bracha. If you have to choose, make two brachas. I never made the second bracha in my entire life. I don't know what it is.
How long can you stand up for?
So you say, oh, this is super important.
Has anyone ever told you?
The point is, listen to this. Ashkenazim say, Baruch, say, and then if you're super careful not to say it before you pull your still down. Not everybody knows. I see people go, they pull it down. If you say before you pull it down, you just made action, you know, you know how to talk. Some of them drop off, but don't ruin your halachas filling. Okay? You're for sure, but I'm telling you, there's a lot of people don't know these things. No, it's so easy. What you're doing it before the pull it down. So this is the side. This is why we have a mistake. You say two brachas. Not. I'm sure there's a lot of people that know that starting don't make two brachas before the and it's like, yeah, that we see. We don't know what we say. Yeah. Here's a beautiful question. Also, question after question. Not to yourself, the rest not to yourself. When you put on your clothes in the town, are you allowed to talk between the shorosh and shayad? He says no. He says no. No, but what's the question? You're not making brachas now. The brachas are the original. So they say basically you should not. I'm telling you what this question. There's a whole field of the edge. Why this one?
Whatever comes after me when I rub peanut butter all over.
Right. So I'm supposed to be okay. I'm saying you know how to talk. He says you are.
Don't order that
By the way, somebody wrote to me that they are arguing yesterday about the blending of the cars, right? I'm just throwing it out there. No. Here's what makes me I'm serious. You told me the whole subject. You went through all. First of all, the names are not wrong. So you say it's a metric. He's trying to connect us. We heard all the emails. I go to the emails. I go to like the. Oh, something more. This we know. Oh, I did. Oh, no. Something to the field. He spoke between the two children. A very easy of He's a big affair. Oh, you think he told me? The puncher will. The air family from you. What does that mean? It's a very distinct children. Taisa says that Marshall over here from Rashi, show you the places, there the others. The judge fish of Lindsay's master is himself a Pira. Sorry, correctly Surah. Either a mitzvah. If you made a bracha, it's a good thing. Oh, so what he's talking about over here, the like Pira. He put out so and so right, then he spoke, and then he put in so and so right, then it gets an avera. Such an avera, it says in the puzzle.
that's a weird habit. Something when you're
The young flash the daughter along, all the real Ish Hayored Raphael. He's a man who's scared and has a weak heart, soft heart. Yeah, you can't go to war. There's a famous Maisha with the mosquito. They made a show, like a play. It's kind of I don't know, and basically the play was that they had a whole army, and the guy announced he was scared, and a bunch of people left the stage, and then more people, and then the kids, and one of them said the Baal Shem Tov, the girl, like, they were making fun of Christ, and they were going off stage, and like 3 old people remained on the stage, and then it was like boom, and then the show was over, and stood up Mamish, Scholar, and went to Taimoidim, and Taimoidim said, you don't understand, the end of the play is that boom is where the enemy got destroyed. So we decided to make a sequel to that play. Seriously, make a sequel. Show how a slideshow actually destroys the enemy. Here we go.
Oh, I forgot to tell you where you can find
I've heard those stories.
So this is a big affair. They come back. This is an affair that we're talking about. Speaking back, not little shots of the Zara.
You know what this means, ladies and gentlemen. When you see that thick,
first come
that can only be one human being. We are murmurs of her here earlier tonight. Let's see how crazy this was singing for the great.
The city starts telling you how you dep out the high guy, and afterwards it says, well, it's always getting up. First, you put it on your hand, and then you put on your between your eyes. Alex is toilet, because the road is not toilet from the eyes. You know, how do you know when you move, you take the road before the eyes? I'm around there, it would explain to me all my cross. Well, it's definitely getting up. Now, nobody look inside. Look at me for a second. If you look inside, if you can answer. Where do you see in this puzzle? What is the problem in the effort we're talking about food? Where does it say in the puzzle? The top place. The top place. I also thought that until I looked around. But it says the word Vahayu. The Vahayu is the Lashon Adam over here. Vahayu is the puzzle training us. Hold man in there for this guy. What does it mean? You should put double, 2 between your eyes. So we only put 1 between our eyes on our head. So what does it mean? You put 2, meaning as you have 1 on your hand already, then you put the second one on your head. Because man, in there for you, guy. But nevertheless, that's why Shamshi thought, hey, the first apostle, that you cannot put on Torah unless you have Shayad. Nevertheless, that's why it's a chiddush that even if you only have 1 Torah, do not connect 2 separate mitzvahs and put on 2 Torah by itself. I just thought I wanted to throw this out that a lot of things that we do today, we do out of ergo, we're so used to doing things, we're so used to seeing things that, whatever it is, you see somebody doing something that's such a weirdo, whatever it is, and then you think to yourself, if you saw somebody walking down the street with Phyllis, like a weird guy, strange guy. Weirdo. But the truth is, we're weirdos. Everybody wants to kill. One generation, they want to kill like we wish today. What's the worst? We're killing. The whole day we work for is what? We don't know how to keep our minds straight. We don't have, we don't see it back. We don't have to keep our minds. But if we saw it, we was like, wow, it's true, they don't know what they're doing. You look at the hugging, whatever. It's not like that. It's not forget that. I was by to be able to wear clothes and everything. A lot of things are like that. You think 200 years ago they wore a hat, they went like this. Don't wear the hat. Like, everything is like that. So how are you used to? Hold up. Really, one thing about how late. When are you at a start taking the dog? You're trying to fuck. This man is, whatever this man is, to me, when you light up putting on something, I just go to the dad in the seat, you gotta make, you gotta put on something before. You don't have to wait until sun comes out. It's before that. Once the shield, 45 minutes, 50 minutes, whatever it is, you just turn the shield. Someone sent me a video that I forgot to look at it, and then the place of what he did, a bunch of guys are standing, and they go, yeah, it's like the whole nigga, he told me a million shit, he sent me a video. Okay. The kid that went in my office is there. The guy is on his way. You get up early in the morning, 2 in the morning. If you're not a put on a foot and why, you start from the day, you're scared that you're going to get lost. Sounds like a good idea. I was told that a lot of people get lost. It's very hard to find out where the phone number is. A lot of people get in the car, taxis, whatever. Put your phone number for 1 second. Okay. So if you're on the way, you want to burn the killer? You need one? You put on the screen. You're like, yeah, it's not from the master's plan. When the water, when the time comes, 5:30, and a lot of fun in the you raise you go like this, you move it a little bit, and then you use the hanapa, you make a drop. So let me ask you something, just from reading the word. You make the drop off, and then you touch it. When you touch it, and then you make the drop. What's it up to you? Oh, you last year. You have to make the drop off before you put on shore. So touching it is the putting on. You know what it says? That's not what it says. But the answer is, of course, you have to move them. You have to make the drop first, and then move them because otherwise you have to. Huh? Well, why not? Why not? If you're asking us to do it too, you just put on your skin. Look at how it says it's on the skin. She gives my man to your bar. The time there, so automatically put my young son to put your leg. It's something to watch. You don't have to pick up the couch. You're not to the boys. It's not to the bar. The key is your match is one. The couch also, you go like this, you shake it up. Look at the bar. I like these shit. The college food. This is, even though it's different. Listen to this. I just wanted to show you this. Samishmush mitzvah. And that made me feel good. Every time you go like this, and you do it often, every 5 minutes or so, give it a little move, because that's, now you're saying, I'm not going to say that, I know I have to feel it, so give it a move, it's a mitzvah, everything mitzvah. That's why some people don't fashion like things up, but if you know what I'm saying, some people, the verse is you're not allowed to, because you don't kiss things, okay, so that's, yeah, right. There's also people, I've heard this, that some people were weird, feeling it didn't come after the regular spiel, they go like up to the really come. But there's no connection, there's absolutely no connection between the two things. This is Allah for children, and Allah, just because you hold like that doesn't mean, okay. What? Yeah. Moroccans, a lot of Moroccans work through children, children, they were at the same time. By the way, every kid knows about the halacha of also the mattress with piece of the whole for the son, that's another halacha. When it comes to money, then everybody's touching their wallet, making sure. Maybe not so much. That's what's in the Nico. That's just not common. We have a thing of like this here. What do you have to remove it? I have to read that my father is a grown up, right? And since I'm a little kid, as far as back in the remember, he was 4 years old, I remember, maybe even always wore term the whole day. The whole day, his entire life. And he actually doesn't really remove his film the second to be a pub. He's like goes with the Gemara over here, and I saw some Zubberman, and I saw them mom and she was walking around the place, and you see, the
Have you been singing lately anywhere after that?
drink on top, and still with their clothes. Because they go like this Gemara over here. What? Until like the people number one is that the Kishka like the theater is in the sonar. That's the law. Okay. If you have the volume there, I can take a regular minute. Sure. Until people leave the marketplace. Toshi says, I'm not exactly sure what Rashi says. Rashi says that they hold that Lila loves her children. Toshi says they hold Lila is not children. That Rashi agrees with Toshi. It's not appropriate to wear at night. They hold not in the right. So we were upon maybe not on the same floor. So we have Kira, we have until you leave the marketplace, and we have to come and say until you go to sleep, it's much later. What is the point of the there's this really interesting. And it's not such a great market. It may be a little bit stock market. You get the email, buy, or no, sell. Sometimes you have a hold. It's not a hold. Either you're supposed to buy today, you're supposed to sell today. Let's hold it. Time's out. You want to wait till 9:30 at night. That's what people go to sleep. Let's call it 9:30 at night. But you're not supposed to put them on. If they're on, you just keep it to hold. Let's say you go home. Let's say they're off. You took them off because you went to the bathroom at 8 o'clock. That's it. You're locked out. What about following the average of total loss of this accusation? It's American. So got time on it. Someone down. Give it a fight to America. I get up to people going to sleep. You don't put it on. Or not going to let people happen. The lucky is that's a different regular show. When people like Minoira cat, Hanukkah Minoira. Until people leave the market. It's a rare not to the Lord. They haven't married with the children of boys. I'm telling you, you live in those generations, you know it's not go to show. And people are there's a little video here, I wasn't so crazy about it.
Anybody ever been hitting it from behind and all of a sudden you guys just have to it's really good, like not speaking and I'm seeing the church. And you said he literally sucks on your like inhale, like sucks with his mouth on your he sucks everything. He sucks on your asshole too. Yes, I love it all. Whatever he wants. Well, Aphrodite, you're gonna love this because special treat. Give it up for the church, man. There you go.
Hey, I'm serious. I'm not joking. Wait, I will recite the blessing for you. You want to sit with me and eat pizza? I'm bored.
If they don't go down on you, you're not fucking on. In the process of getting the fucks up and all that, if you ain't saying God like 500 fucking times, you need to say God. You ain't confident if you ain't saying God. What the fuck are you doing? If you're not saying
I don't know. I don't know
God 100 times, you're not allowing them to come? No. If you're not saying God,
here's the shot, the upshot, you do a good shot. You put on the story before, and then you make the maskness, and to the brothers, and once you cut that, you just show you the light out, put it on before, if you see that it's going to get lost in the wall, he doesn't have room, he's holding the pizza, he's holding the pizza, he's scared, you put it on, okay. Yes, what?
You're saying there's still someone in there?
Oh, shit, like, Rabbi Sai, those who don't know, those who don't know. I'm sitting here. I want to make a public makkah about what happened yesterday. I've been telling you to act like that. And I think it's meant to us then. It's not important. You know, IYKYK. It's Merachek, Merachek, and I believe it's Merachek Kroiv. So to Hashem, real to Hashem, and that's it. He said you mentioned burning a motorcycle, and they burned the motorcycle in school. When did I run it up?
Me at the top, little Brody Steven.
Perfect. Hold on, let me say.
Wow.
This is Army in a lot of Yaakov. Some say that Allah is not like the Yaakov, that people regulation. That one from the base. Oh, Rapizdo. The Rabbi with Buddha Master Buddha. What do we do?
You're going to be able to see
Rabbi
it
is
after
to
the
stop
show
and
on the
light
front patio.
Oh,
We're all going to be hanging out, giving some high
You
fives.
know, Rabbi Barabuna, Rabbi
The
Barabuna,
airport's going to Montreal.
some
And then Dallas, Texas this weekend at Hyenas in Fort Worth. I'll be there Thursday, Friday, Saturday, fine shows there. And then
Castle and
back. And by the way, not missing any
Joyce,
Kill Tony's the entire month of August. If you like that, make sure you listen to me again so that we're not missing a single episode during something like back to the East Coast every week to do this show. I fly back out again on Tuesdays because I love this show and I love you guys. We just want to plug Perry and absolutely fucking slaughter tonight. Yes, if you love it, I'll call Bad Chat. It's on iTunes. Watch that video. Watch that video. Watch the video and Jeremiah. It's
We're
called
talking
Your
about
Love
Erev
Your
Shabbos.
Liars.
Erev Shabbos is
Right?
different, and then you have to remove your
Bass
So
player,
that's why
what's
I said
up?
before, where's the Halacha comes out
Chris
that
Dillon.
if a person realizes, whatever, let's say he's on a
Follow
solar
him on
call,
Instagram and something, Chris.
and he goes to shul early, every week he goes to the
Is on
early meeting, he
everything
goes
on
to
social media,
early,
mostly.
and then he
Sorry.
realizes he didn't put on
He's
shul.
Joker. You guys give him a good Joker channel one
Put
time.
on shul, even though for you, Sean. We'll see in a second. Microsoft. That's the Gemara understand what's going on.
Little bit later on the guitar.
There's a big connection to the Gemara between Shabbos and nighttime. That is, speak to someone like this month to me. If you hold that you can weird things every night on Tuesday night or Wednesday night, Shabbos time is not good. They're both connected to each other. You're going to see why did you learn from the same exact word that you learned in that you know how to wear tefillin at night. You also learn you know how to wear tefillin on Shabbos.
Saturday, August 26th.
If you hold it, you're allowed to wear tefillin at night. That means you're allowed to wear tefillin on Shabbos. Because sometimes you're allowed to wear tefillin. Right or not allowed to wear tefillin. If you hold the Shabbos is not a time to wear tefillin, watch. And I'm going to learn from that word. Nemo. Yomim. So the middle, so that's a word you also learn that you know how to wear tefillin at night. I'm going to tell you that. Maybe not the Shabbos, but also not the way. What? Simon says, if I'm not the fuck as always, then you have to Yomim Yomima. Take a look at this part of the Shabbos. Let's look at this one. Royal the Hall, this is Shabbos. The first parsha in the Torah. It talks about Torah. All four parshas talk about Torah. That's why they're in our Torah. Royal the Hall, the Oisal Yaakov is a carbon enough to put on Torah in your head. And this is a possibility from my source. I think I was like, keep this height, this image. Me Yomim, Yomima. She really made it red. Maybe Gary can make it red. Me Yomim, Yomima at the bottom of the box. So, Yomim, I learned from the word Yomim, the way later. You only word from the day, not at night. Me Yomim is the like color Yomim, but from the day, not all day. Rather, Shabbos is being played. And Shabbos and Yom Tov. Some of it's the same word. No nights, no Shabbos. You know, they never put the zero over the valley. You got it all wrong. Like talking about the field of current places every single year, the Yom and Yomima, every generation. Not to so how do you know? Not playing, so Milo, Shabbos in the night, I'm not connected. Wherever the Kira gets it, so do we, but only halfway the time. And you're a big kilo in the Yom and Yom and Yom. Oh, so here's the thing for the kilo. That you don't wear tefillin Shabbos because of ice, the same second. And the meal on the night you could wear. I'm not learning in the same word in Yom and night and Shabbos. I have another source for Shabbos you're not supposed to wear. So night, the meal I'm allowed to wear at night. So what? It says, so the article translates to sign. I didn't like that color. The sign to me is a little weak. I was looking at the whole word. Even now the word is translated sign. I thought it's more. I went to ChatGPT and go, it's a living testimony maybe. He says, I understand what your problem is. You need a little bit more Kedusha in this. He tells me. Gives me the whole thing. Divine signatures. To me, ice is a little bit more. It's not a bris, but it's not a sign. It's like it's a connection between me and the Rabbi Shalom. Sign is a little weak. You asking? Yeah, so you have a better word than that? Oh, everyone. It's not. It doesn't show me the connect to me in the revenge list. Some of law. Me. Oh, we should treat him oish. A weekday needs a special ice. Yotzi Shabbos V'Yom Tovim Shehein Gufon ice. They themselves are a sign. There's a marshal, interesting marshal. Chassan buys his Kala a nice ring, and she's all excited about the ring. She's staring at the ring, and the Chassan comes from Shabbos for Shabbos, and he's swooping at her. And she's going like this, looking. He tells her, "Listen, the guy with the ring, he's thinking about me. But I'm here. What are you looking at the ring for?" Say, Tefillin is a sign, connection between me and the Rabbi. But Shabbos, he's here. Like, you don't have to think about it. He's right here. Shabbos is different. Shabbos is the ice. Oh, there's no sponsors here. What? Any guess? No? Who's guess? Look. Oh, so what's your name? From? London. So how old are you? 14. You did that? He is. I see. No, he moves a lot. Cool. What's your name? From what? From where? South side. Those are first. Oh, the Super Bowl. Got it. Yeah, that's him. It's the Super Bowl video on the South side. Huh? What? How do you know your videos? Your videos? Yeah, South side. Yeah, what is that? You like it? That was you? So you do the daf every day during the work, the whole crazy day. What? It's a good video. What? Most orders. Most sales. It's all because of that or the Super Bowl. All right. So, babe, we're running out of time here. By the way, there's a big this is the side of the machlokes again between Ashkenazim and Sfardim. I think also you wear tefillin on Kalamite. Does Kalamite have ice? Kalamite doesn't have ice. So it doesn't have ice, then you need to wear tefillin. The Vilna Gaon says you don't wear tefillin. That's why in Eretz most Ashkenazim don't wear tefillin, but in Chutzpah Ashkenazim do wear tefillin. Okay. Yeah. Now, it's known. Here's a very interesting thing. It is a riddle. The Kankanevsky always asks the Rabbi Buffer the riddle. If you know the answer, please don't answer. It's a tricky riddle. So there's one sheet that says, tell me the one sheet that says that a regular Jew should be wearing tefillin on every Shabbos. Every Shabbos in the morning, right after Shabbos, he should put on his tefillin. Well, who is it? It's a person who cannot have a bris milah because his brothers died because of milah. So he doesn't have that second ice. And because he doesn't, you need two ices according to one sheet. You need Shabbos and milah. I'm sorry, tefillin and milah. Shabbos and milah. So, but on Shabbos, you don't have milah. You only have Shabbos. It's not enough. So you need to put on tefillin on Shabbos. Shabbos, you don't have milah. I'm saying you don't have tefillin, and you don't have milah, so you have to put on tefillin. No. It's one sheet there. It's just a riddle. It's a riddle. Come. No, don't. We don't pass him based on the share. Oh, Rabbi Lazar. Somebody else will not put. Yes, I'm all over. I say, you're over. I'm not saying. Also, somebody asked for shop once. They didn't put on tefillin. Erev Shabbos in the Shmoshes. He constantly should put on tefillin. I don't know if he constantly based on Erev Shabbos. He's just throwing it out there. But if you guys know my, over the line. You're over on the Shomarta. There, the Shomarta. It's a lie. Lema, this is the thing. Gemara, Lema, we're loving. Or we're loving. Maybe we're closing the famous Rabbi and just had his buffing out of you. But these are the other Rabbi we love. So Moshe Shinema Hishomer Penval. It says one of these three words. Any other way says it's when the Torah says, "Do not do this." Hishomer. Be careful. Don't do this. And you do it. The Oiven or Loisa. The Mara is later as well. What's the side of the Oiven that say or a lot? Is it a negative commandment to Shomarto here? It says Shomarto. It's Hishomer. Like, everybody holds the rules. My son is Shomer the Lab, you told me that say, over here, because it's commanding you positive. Put on the tefillin. The Shemayta, keep that mitzvah. Don't say, do not put on tefillin, the Shemayta. It would say, do not do X, Y, Z, and it says the Shemayta, that would be a license. But the guy is saying, positive, do this, and it says the Shemayta. That's only in a say, not a license. My son is Shomer that say, Nami Lab. But Omar, the Lazar, the Shomer, Mutar, that if you're putting it on your head in order to make sure they don't get stolen or something, then it's motive. Omer Rabbeinu, story, 2 more lines. Have you seen this? Have you seen this? What comes up in this story? You put on tefillin after the dark. Very late. Someone told me, is it chat? Why you putting them on? You probably want to watch them and see the lost. Someone he lied to me. He said yes. Because he didn't die, I saw that he's lying to me. The love the Shomer boy. I was able to tell that he put it on for the mitzvah. Why? The Savar Allah the Ein Morin kid. He was the old that you're allowed to wear till at night. You know, I tell people about it. I don't know if it's Shulchan Aruch here. Allah the Ein Morin kid. I know that it's Shulchan Aruch. Rabbi side. Have a wonderful
Right at the school, spreading Torah.
Benji, one of the most ruthless minds I know, one of the great creators, and I was telling you right now, you're looking at the next very name, and it's fucking Benji. Like we worked with him together on Comedy Central. He segued that straight into a full-time Comedy Central ghostwriters position, which is very hard not to get.
Good morning, Rabbi side. This was to be what? This was Rothschild modified. Let me got mixed up there with the name. I got it. Now you're telling me what to go. It's coming about the Shabbos. We have an exciting cheer in Silk Sailor, the Sailor Factory. Those who are against it, those who are for it, those who are on the fringe, those who are not sure. Yeah, I know, everybody's in good mood today. It's a Kfar Adumim. Ari's not here, but Ari donated something nice towards it. The cow and Adar's logo. The Shekoya, it's talking about the Shabbos. So very interesting. For Shabbos, my niece is getting married. Oh, what? He's on the plane. You know, Lado over there, the VPN, the whole chick. I didn't tell you about it. Zogness, all over the city over there. Wow, it's very married. I happened to be for Shabbos like 8 minutes away from this place, so it worked out great. So I don't have to rush once it's Shabbos. Consider, listen, before knocking my face, sitting in the corner there. Doesn't know what hit him over there. Yeah, it's the Cedar Hills location, much the south. I had a crazy set. Look over here. Yeah, the mountains, you know, it's Snapple. There's nachos there. Look at nachos. Look at nachos. He made it over there. Okay. Staten Island still going strong. Old Pirate Baltimore, week 1 of the Shabbos is growing by the week. MDY representing at the pin drop in Muncie a Ada Yehudi's car fit the Muncie Trail Bucket company, the Muncie Buffer, that extracts the guy who was in the middle of the photos. Did an early photo, you know what I'm saying? People drinking over that shit. But look at the guys with the MDY fire hats. Look at that. The boy said, the Maisi says that he met, the one says Rabbi met Aaron Levy on a plane, and he said, that's how you learn. And he said, no, this is how we fly. Unaccustomed and inaccustomed. Yeah, unaccustomed and inaccustomed. Also inspired by nothing else to do cheer. No, I said, like, you were inspired, yeah. What do we have over here? Oh, I'm sure it sounds like this. Is it in? No, it's this one right over here. Basically, the Rav of his Yeshua, the Beit Daniel, wrote to him that he went to visit kindergarten and was talking to the kids about the fucking the mitzvahs, and all of a sudden a girl from kindergarten comes over to him after the whole thing. She says, "My father listens to shiurim about mitzvahs." This is a kid in kindergarten about the Talmid does in his fair, and now he's learning about it for the 60 seconds. So the Rav realized that father comes home, turns over to the little kid in kindergarten. So the guy writes to me, Yosef Savir. And here, I like this email because I don't believe that this person doesn't share with us. He took his time to write this email. I want to share this kid that last week. I went to get here. I local Jerusalem barbershop, same place I've been going for the last number of years. The barber was very religious Jew. It didn't seem like the type to learn it very much. But I expect to hear his cheer playing. This is not something different. I sat at the barbecue chair. I heard the words you said. I heard the sound of that name cheer. I discovered that this wasn't just from the cheer, it was going to be what? Rebelli, you're not being like the doctor. The corner, so many people are getting involved in ways in which you possibly pick it up. And I've read from Yerushalayim, Moshe R. So the Moshe, what's your name? From? I was started from Rothschild. You might know some of these groups in Zara. What's his name, brother? And you know what? This is hard to understand. My son called me up last night. He told me going on. He asked me if I could push the yeshiva, Zara. He's doing one of these therapies. So I don't put any yeshiva. I'm not going to push the yeshiva. You mentioned it here. You mentioned that you learned Kabusa in Zara. The new yeshiva, very small yeshiva. You do a great job with talking there. Very smart guys, but I'm not going to push it. I don't push any yeshiva. I mean, but if somebody really likes me, wants to give money to what's the name of the yeshiva? Zara. Then how do I do it? Post the link for me? I don't usually post links, but if it just happens to pop on the screen, you know what? Last night, my good Ariel, the editor, writes to me this morning. He's on the story note. He says, you gave a cheer. I gave a cheer last night with a crazy amount of props, and he said. So I always thought with these 4 friends who never come up to Shabbos, they didn't see it. So maybe you want to show it to your 4 friends that never come up to Shabbos. He's referring to you, and I don't know who's the 4th. You cannot, Ashley, but you can sit down. You have to stand up for that, Ashley. You're my 4th friend. Here we go. Check this out. This is the head. I'm doing it fast, okay? All the stories active. I'll make them just the skin. And approximately make this about 3 things. Read still enough. They do it. That's all the middle device. They do the highlights. Oh, no. She was talking about today. Oh, you can get on top right over here. The high school today is made out of monkeys. These circles represent the 4 compartments that I'm so much. You have to push it out, and make 4 compartments. And I'll show you step by step. And in each compartment has 1 partition. Kaddish, or the Yaffa, not something. So I'm going to put it out, and all of a sudden, we have 4 parts. This is to be a nice square. That's a nice square, perfectly square. I love when it's going to be exact. The size of the voice takes 5 forms. You have to, after you put this, you look just this area, and you start putting it closer. You go, it's closer. Like that. Eventually, it's like this. And this is all hand done. Yeah, as rather than shooting the hook. One of the things you'll see on here is that you can't have any holes. You have tiny little holes, and that's where the seat doesn't come in. Those are master tools, and not as much as this is a hook. So you will. Wow. Let's look at it. Let's turn off the lights. 4 cameras. We have 2 speeds. Then there's 4 to go. That's metal. The fish are basically in here. And then the bolt. And push it down, but then fall to because it's metal in it. And pull metal out. And at the end of the day, the part is going to be this size. And these parts are still perfectly equal. It goes from this, and now it becomes square. So you'll learn tomorrow, this means these cups. I used to be able to see the group. A lot of times it's 19 when you put a cup. Oh, perfect. You can nice put it down tonight. So you see the sun here with the cup. But eventually, when it still looks very, very square together, but the whole put this thing right through it and see what's left. So then it feels. So that you got issues. You couldn't do it. You couldn't do it. You take your soul and you put it all over. Sometimes it's very hard to do. More than 5 months. 5 months. one of the buttons. You throw that. Here's a hole. The eye cannot see. But you look at it, metal. I don't know if you see the video. Two buttons. And instead of honey thread, they found with a light, with a light, and it goes down. That's why we stopped and put that $1,000. That's how I'm doing it. If I like $1,090, we got $10. So both of them work over to the. Okay. That's part of it. And we shall continue. I don't remember. I'm confused a little bit about what I asked and what I said during the Hebrew show. During English show, back-to-back Purim and Friday as well. Did I ask a question about if you have enough paint? Only I answered in English? No. Okay, so here's the question in English. If you know the answer for 100%, don't even answer. But if you're like, you never heard the question, so you can answer. A little bit of a trick question. If you have 1 minute to paint, or you have one drop of paint, what's more important to paint? Your bottom, your part, or your tourist? Everybody says your tourist. Everybody says your tourist. Anybody want to say bottom? Because in Hebrew, we have a bunch of people say bottom. You say bottom. Bottom. You have one guy who's bottom. Bottom. Good thing you can't see today. Ritzuis. There's a lot of like in Sinai. It must be black. Bottom should be gray. White should be any color. If you want, you can go around places that says in the bottom it, the Jewish first, places that want to hand it out. You can make bottom white bottom. Not recommended, but you can do it. Sponsors. Official edition of the White Shots. Doc. Y.M. Shapiro made the mitzvahs of Mezuzah and film discussed the price roll. Innovations LLC. Perfect. Show how he figured out his daf and he sponsored that daf. Beautiful. Innovations LLC is exclusive great news for our friends, family, quickly. Oh, man. David sponsored anonymous in memory of our grandfather, Meir Ben Menachem, on his 8th yard side, first time in Zahab on the Diz. Mazal Tov, our grandson, Stroll, Alexander Spur, and his parents, Menachem and Tiki Spur, on his bar mitzvah, Mazal Tov, the Parasai, anonymous to the four of Rebbe's catalog of Antwerp, a Rabbanit, Rothschild, Rabbi, to raise official edition of the White Shop is accepted by the Iranian legal family's parent anonymous. The second sponsor, it's out. Dedicated memory of our American foreign friends, people who are welcome. The second sponsor, Golden Housing, anonymous. As well as the rules and nationally, the policy found foundation positions that are going to send policy, message to their viewers. Anonymous, for federal and wishes to resolve. Anonymous, for students who are training and research for live about testing, strong healthy. Tell you guys to speak on how these other pests are so proud of you, guys, your family, and the IUK and honor of rebellion children in the life. Funny how it is. Nothing marking that in the small, but it's in the life. It's what becomes part of it. Most sponsors, I signed with 4 7. I'm very far from here. Giving us new life, we're saying that's my good. What's the higher here landed? What does it? Probably feel like those hot dogs. That's going to open and give away with the 100 popular lake. What is it? You're going to have to swim. For everyone to meet up shit all day. Anonymous, you married them, all things so that's it. Successful, watching the only area of life. Bei Spitzen an, wo du nicht schon da liegen, also die Reise ist schon bei ihm. So stell dir heute nicht schon gebraucht. Anonymous, you married them, schon mal gemacht, das war Time up and get it down to go up and running. Anywhere worldwide, you're just time shown by itself. What? Right? The month is going to so here we go. Oh, Persayan in the Oilam in Slapwood. Same guy. He's wearing his hat, the motorcycle man. He's wearing his hat. Maybe just 2 or 3 months ago, look at the same setup. Ricky the Ziegler is from Chival. Okay. The one side, 8 sides, turn up on 6 months to the bottom of Lamdalad, almost a baby. Exciting stuff. How many bar mitzvahs off them? How many people in this room had a bar mitzvah clip on this top and the top around here? Anybody? Nobody? Well, every bar mitzvah I go to. Tomorrow, even off the $1,000 on the base says, it's feeling. Okay. Come on, listen to this. What is the thing? This is a famous big word. It comes from a famous feeling of Rabbi Tom. Right over here. So, let me say this again. One of the best gifts I got. A guy worked really hard. His name is on the box. Look at this. He made me a filling box. MDY. His name is right over here. His name is like Uriel Gersh. Something like that. And what's so special about this is that when You open it up. First of all, it has a magnet. You go like this. This is great. If you have PVP, you go like this and you'll see Rabbi's class. Because the magnet snaps it shut. You open it up, and you have the 4 type piece of fill-in. And they put a lot of work in here. There's like grooves over here so you can grab it with your finger, but it's flat over here, and they have magnets. And each one represents, and within the plastic, it's printed in. So you see, this is the Hayim Shemaya. The way it works is, but you got to know, Kaddish is first. We'll do it in the Gemara. Here's the Sidra. Kaddish Li, Kaddish comes first. V'Hayim Kiliyacha second. Niyamin. Now, if you read the Gemara, right here, you understand where Rabbi Tam comes in. It doesn't continue and say, Shema B'Hayim Shemaya. It says, on the right side is these 2 parshas. And then it says, Shema B'Hayim Shemaya is small. And so you just continue. Kaddish, B'Hayim Kiliyacha, Shema B'Hayim Shemaya. That's what Rashi says. Says Rabbi Tam, no, why does the Gemara say, Shema B'Hayim Shemaya is small? I think we're starting all over again from the left side. Kaddish, B'Hayim Kiliyacha, Shema, B'Hayim Shemaya. It doesn't say that. It says, Kaddish, B'Hayim Kiliyacha is on the right. And now we go to the left. We do Shema on the left. We start from the left this way. When Shemaya says we're going to Tam, Rashi says no way. Regular, this is how it's in the Torah. Kaddish, B'Hayim Shema, B'Hayim Shemaya. That's the order in the Torah. That's the only constant like that. The famous story, the time the Muslim asked the Rabbi is Rabbi. Why we're supposed to Tam? Just in case. He said it with the years, the story of the time, and after 64 turns of filling, based on all the different pieces of all the train and mixed up together, the combination is 24 to 64 filling. So, any other site, we pass like Rashi. Okay? Now, what's interesting is that according to Rabbi Tam, if you wear filling like Rashi, you're not Yosef. And according to Rashi, if you wear the way you're Tam, you're not Yosef. Why? Because that's coming up right now. What time you in a second? Oh, we learned the opposite. That was it's the reverse. It's V'Hayim Shemaya Shema B'Hayim Kiliyacha Kaddish. So the Gemara Amar Vayla Kash V'Kam Yimino Shofera Kan Yimino Shemaniya. It depends how you look at it. We're talking about you. This is Shema. This is Kaddish. Red is Kaddish. Blue is V'Hayim Shemaya. When I'm wearing my tefillin for right, he doesn't fall out. When I'm wearing my tefillin for right, and you, the person looking at me, the guy watching on camera, that's what they weren't talking about. Kaddish, B'Hayim Kiliyacha, Shema, B'Hayim Shemaya. But for me, my right, B'Hayim Shemaya, Shema, B'Hayim Kiliyacha Kaddish. That's what it says, the reverse and the right, it's the same exact thing. Depends on what you look in the mirror. The person looking at you is Kaddish, but the person wearing the film. By the way, what I was told is talking, my son, who has this really thing, my son, that's really thing, he's been thinking all day long. And how in the world, like, I kind of understood how it works. It's beautiful that it's magnetism, but you don't see that. The machine pauses in the middle after it creates a groove. You insert the magnet, and then it continues printing. And now you have magnet over there, and it just goes boop, and everything's seamless. It's unbelievable. Now, the even has here, coming out of here, the beauty. Okay. Shkoya, Uriel, really appreciate this one. This is a good one. Going to Gemara. I mean, you can sell this thing. I don't know, but would Barista boys and this and that, Barista boys, why not? Maybe a real Lopavich, this time Lopavich size, no? Expo Science, they have the whole Expo Science, too. They have a reason why they make it so large. That's right, the person reading it, that's the order in the fire. Oh, the thing I remember. According to Rabbi Tam, Rabbi says, not to get mixed up over here. According to Rabbi Tam, you must write the parashiyos the same way Rashi writes them, in the same order. So that's the order in the Torah. Kadik, wait for the Alpha, Shema, V'hoyim Shemoya. If you were to write them, V'hoyim Shemoya, the cipher would write V'hoyim Shemoya. And afterwards, Shema, according to Rabbi Tam, also. You got to write them in that order. But the way you insert them in the filling time. According to Rabbi Tam, this is the order. You write green before blue. If you write blue before green, V'hoyim Shemoya before Shema, also. But according to Rabbi Tam, once you write it in that order, now you insert it into the box in the opposite order. Omer Kanano, Omer Rav. This is what the Belzer was telling me. That Kanano is all over this subject because he was a cipher, and you find him here mainly in China, not in other places. That's the party itself. If you do what I just did, you mix up the blue and the green. According to Rashi, this still is possible. If you were to wear a favorite town filling your whole life, you're at the hospital filling, never wore filling in your life. A beautiful story about Rabbi Kamenetsky. I called up my nephew, Menachem Kamenetsky, to find out the details, and he gave me more details I didn't know. And that is, Chaim started wearing filling of Rabbi Kamenetsky when he was 90 years old. And he said the reason is because he didn't want to get up there and have a conversation with Rabbi Kamenetsky, and why did you want to do something like that? I'm not exactly sure that part. So, like a 5-0 and beloved, she wrote further down. Ask the young Kamenetsky, how come you don't wear Torah Rabbi Tam? So he said as an adult. So when I reach sometimes age, I'll wear Rabbi Tam, meaning I'm not 90 years old yet. I'll worry about it then. Sure enough, when he turned 90, because he said those words, he started wearing Rabbi Tam. Not because he held that he doesn't wear Rabbi Tam, but because he didn't want to break his promise. Now, my nephew told me something very important. He never wore them in shul, never in public, and not only that, he never wore them in his house so that people could see him. He never put them on in his bedroom. When it's a bedroom or something, hold the door and put them on because he didn't want people to say, "Oh, you guys don't have to wear it still over Rabbi Tam." Very massive on that. Classic with what they call stab, stools and rugs, everything. Yeah. Literally.
They want you. They want to see what you're. This is your first time. I like 10 years and fucking 3 months ago.
That was like imagine, you know, anything that I could do. I'll be saying shooting you this now. I don't know what. Who knows? All right, now we're on. That's what I did to come around about it. But I'm on, now holding up on the other now. Comes up bio. He says, but let me just say what's called pet, and then we can slide through it inside. Super easy. There's two outer ones. The red and blue are the outer. The green and the purple are the inner. Says that bio, if you mix up the red and the blue, it's not a problem. You take it out of the right side, and you take this one from the left, you put on the right, and the red from the right, you put on the left. It's for kosher. Why? Because they get a view. The whole point is that you should have air. They have air, it's on the other side. You take the inner one, you mix up the inner one's not a problem. But if you take off purple, well, you can be out, you put them on the outside, that's where the problem happens. Says Rabbi, what are you talking about? There's a view and there's a view. Some people have the ocean view, some people see, well, I don't know what. The reviews, ruin it. Inside it, you can't change the single part. Inside, you take the inner one and you put it on the outside. We're going to take the inner one and put it outside. Outside the inside. If you listen to two inner ones, what's the difference? Why is the inner and the outer problem? The outer body and the woman has to see here, he has to have one side that has the ear next to the outside of the he doesn't have that ear, bro. What are you asking, lady? So you know what the cause is because he doesn't have the view. Go hard to wake up, I don't have that view. And the one that has to be inside, he gets that the apartment facing the wall. All of a sudden now he has a view.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining the broadcast panel, put your hands
also,
together for
switch off the outer one. It's also a problem. After the Bible says that really mean so kinds of really small. You're supposed to see the view from the right. Now he has it on the left. So you know what I mean?
If you're watching on 360, check that out.
You switch the
You
parts
can
to the
turn
wrong
around
location.
in VR and see
Rama canal on
the standing
another
ovation
Allah
for the
canal
great
in the name of
Ron
God.
White.
Oh, so
Coming in
this.
fully loaded
So
for you
I don't know
podcast
if
listeners.
you guys are gonna remember this. I had a problem with I asked Yossi to make this beautiful picture right here.
It's the fucking best tequila I've ever had in my life.
There's certain things I remember, now I'm starting to remember. So put the tool right through this, is Allah one is Messina, it's called Hamad Barika. So if it's easier, it's easy to remember.
Level 2 upgrade.
It's Hamad Barika. It's live bars to go through. A pathway. Now, what is this square called? It's called a pizza. And what is this bottom part called? Especially.
Watch you guys do 60 seconds uninterrupted. You guys ready to continue the show with the great Ron White?
This part.
Speed weed. Oh yeah, LA Speed weed.
That's cold. The two of them.
Alright, I think you're gonna like this. Put your hands together for Amy Gonzalez. Yeah, right there.
Oh, you know. This is how you close up the film. Let's close it. This part of the top is called El Yair. Okay? So especially the bottom one is Allah Mission. I've said this before, I'm going to say it again. I said yesterday. You go around the world. Doesn't matter what country you go to, children are always the same. You're going to be a Pekura, you're going to be a Tzitza, it's going to be perfectly square, it's going to have a Ritzuas, it's going to have a Kesher. The type of Kesher maybe is some Kiluki Deis, how you not it, but the idea is you're going to have these Haritzim, which are also basically, I believe, Allah is seen as far as I understand. You have to see the Haritzim, many different things. Cheap ones. Yeah. Yeah. Correct. I just say you have to make it to one piece. As a matter of fact, this thing of one piece, for instance, right over here, where these come together, there's a little bit of a problem that exists for the Takamaka right over here. So to solve the problem, they used to take a piece of parchment and put it over here, another piece of thing, and Rav Hickman, while the video is playing, I'll say it again. This comes off when he learns once a day, he works in his father's factory to make an offer, and he does it how it works twice a day. Straight. Even in English, and he knows everything about everybody. So he was holding in every step open, every person's good, and you know he's going to medical school, and he's coming back to the whole guy. So it's only his father went back and forth in reactions, hundreds of, I don't know, I'll tell you the schools that he made and all the different pieces he had. He has to react. His beer is it better to make it out of one piece and not put this piece of parchment. Niksha Achas, he tells me. This is Niksha Achas. It's the menorah. It's always the menorah. We don't, there's no Niksha Achas. So it's very simple. Next. But Lutzvillin is Niksha Achas. It's one piece. Fine. I'm going to say Nakamo. If you are 30, 40 years old, and your father bought you tefillin, and you have no idea what your father knew or didn't know, you wasn't the biggest machmer, and you didn't know, maybe if you have a $70,000 car and a $1.5 million apartment in Israel, maybe it could die to rethink your tefillin. You know, maybe it came today that you're not playing with your father. Maybe the technology is better today. They're square. There's this. Maybe the couches are better. Whatever. Just throwing it out there. Throwing it out. Big talkers. I didn't do it yet, but I do. My father. I know. My father. I know. That's it. My father spent his last penny. He didn't have. Anyone? sugar, and it made it right on me. The way he, it wasn't just the amount of time and effort that he put into getting me the best artists and the best tone of the time, but he really spent good money that he didn't have. And it actually made a great thing in me. Like, I want to get a better SUV. It's like hitting my blood. Anyway, but there are people, I have friends, that the pop maybe weren't so religious or whatever, and they're walking around with $200 for them. Go ahead and get nothing spiritual. That's what it costs. It's just stick on money. It's not cheap, but it might be good. It's something we do every day. Anyway, so the tefillin, halacha, the Moshe Sinai. This blue part right over here, the code. It's actually, I wanted to play a game with you guys. It's going to come out best. But how many halacha the Moshe Sinai are you familiar with? Here, throw it out. Go. What do you got? The shin. Very good. The shin. There are two, as we said. What part? There are two. Black. What else? More, that's in the fire, but okay. That's on square. Square is halacha the Moshe Sinai. Very square. Yeah, what else? The Eden, very good. That has to have sinews coming out. Halacha the Moshe Sinai. What else? Shin. Then we said. This part, the Torah. This is another square where they put the sewing. See, that's the point one shot. That also has to be. That's the Mabar that we just put on. The Mabar. What else? Oh, the pressure of the tefillin. That's the Haritim. What else? That's pressure. That's Dalit. Right over there, that's a Dalit. And that's two things over there. First of all, you put a Dalit. Second of all, the face is the nice way to use. You see the Dalit, and it's upside down. It's big problem. If you flip it inside out, better say. The noise to be on the outside. Okay. That's what we're learning this week today. There might be more. I don't know. This is what I found in today's studio. Omar, what? Was it to be made from Behema? I don't know. I don't know. It could be. Let's go. Let's find out. I think. Omar, Rabbi. My part of the Shira, this part where the Yeshua goes through is halacha the Sinai, or Rabbi, shin tefillin halacha the Moshe Sinai. The shin. Now, I was surprised to see. I don't know that there's anybody in the field, but there's a famous TV personality who actually interviewed me with Olad. His name. The guy from Kidabruk. So he went to a soul factory and he was shocked. He himself was doing every day. Ben Haru? Or Dev Haru. He shocked to realize, he didn't realize that his shin on the right side is 3, and the one on the left is 4. He didn't know that. Now, the respect say, a father told me this, and, okay, yeah, this one. The respect said that why is there a shin that has 4 legs? Because in the Lupa, which made of every top here, he was stone, he was blown on that yesterday. The Lupa was covered, the shin was carved out. So if you carve out a 4-legged shin, you actually get 3. You can see it over here, if you zoom in, Dave. I don't know if you can see, but he cut out the shin here. Okay, now, let's talk about the shin. This is super fascinating. The shin. Oh. There's a problem called Rothschild. Rothschild means if you have to create a shin, I want you to have a shin. So first of all, before I forget, shin on the right has 3 legs, shin on the left has 4. It says Pisces. Right here on the dot, that if you switch it around, you put 3 on the left and 4 on the right, you're good. But if you put 2 4-legged shins, no good. 2 3-legged shins, no good. 1 on 1. How do you make a shin? This is very, very interesting because the Allah says sometimes, meaning if I take a chisel and I chisel out a shin, It's not a shin. That is no good. Why? Because it existed here before. I removed the material around. If I was to take something, the shin is not glued onto your filling. Pay attention. The shin is part of your filling. The way it used to work is you take one of these metal things that had a shin popping out, and they would go into the filling and push it in. Up until 50 years ago, whatever it was, we always, for thousands of years, we made fluid out of goat skin, out of sheepskin. Very, very thin, like a plastic cup. You can take a piece of metal, of course, and pop out the shin. You created a shin from nothing. But today, look how thick it is. It's super thick. And the reason why it's so thick is we don't have to put our stone every 2.5 years. With those plastic cups going, bump the corner, push the whole thing. You can actually rattle it. It's like you go like this and squeeze it. We'll see from the Gemara. You can pull it, it stretches, right? Not the best quality. You weren't able to make squares like we can make today. But this is too thick to push through. What do? They take this shin, which is inside. Called Simbad versus Yuka. And they put it they squeeze it onto the left. Actually, they put a piece of metal inside over here.
Your hand's going to be your next comedian. And uninterrupted 60 seconds goes to Brandon.
They squeeze it. Now what happens? The shin pops out. That's no good.
I don't see Brandon, man. I don't see movement.
That would be terrible. But at least they get the whole two of the thing. Then they paint the green, whatever. And then they push it in wet. Oh, by the way, you have to wet this leather. And then you just play with it a little bit. And then they push it back in where it's smooth, but it's messed up a little bit. It's like the shin, but smooth. And now he goes, and Rabbi Gitman, the father, developed, this is like one that he doesn't hear so much about, but he developed his own little tool that he went through Yashiv over and over. So his little tool, he basically, he doesn't push away the leather, because that would be upside. He pushes in the leather. He keeps on going like this, by hand, the entire shin, until, here we have a video of him doing it. Here we go. The slow, shame tool. And a bunch of these tools, different sizes and things.
In exactly 1 minute, Florentina Tanase coming in, laying down exactly how it goes when it all goes around the shin.
Now, we're doing the bump, we're doing the middle copy first, in order that we shouldn't have above the angle of the tool. This is a modified screwdriver.
Down to the side, like scraping to get the shin. You don't think that you take the shin out of a box and put it on. Don't think that it's the mold, it's handmade. Yeah, interesting. The ones that do the mass-produced factories, the ones that do not the visible boutiques, only a few fill in a day, 5 months all day. The mass-produced ones, they use a mold that pops it out. They go ahead and they squish in one tiny part of that shit, and now it becomes puzzle. And then that one part they pull out. So they're not, the entire shit has to be from. It's cheating. That's why you pay more money for the. This is the son. I just want to show you. This is the guy. That does the shit twice. And okay. That's that. Right. And right over here is perfect. Your filling also should unless it's, older or whatever. It was once it was a little problematic. If the glue is not, but even though you still look like a square and you're touching, they should. Each compartment should be separated. So you should take a very thin piece of metal. You should be able to. I don't recommend it on your filler because of the. You should be able to go all the way down to the bottom. That's what you want to at your point. But something get harder to look like that. And part number two is that the shin, and looking at the filling, you'll notice that the shin, the bottom, the point of the shin is all the way on the bottom. That's why we're not going to put. That's your shin to get to the bottom of the two parts. Well, that each hurry to be nice and go all the way down. I tell you this. Said that when you look at filling, sometimes because the charufa is not always so even. Like the boxes, it's like sometimes there's a little bit of a. The actual filling must be perfectly square, but the lines sometimes are not. And with the shin, it plays in a visual, like a game with your eyes. And you can look at it and you can look not square. He brought the device that measures to the hundredth of a centimeter calibrator, whatever it's called. And anyway, the ones that are actually options, is it a problem when your eye sees a non-square, but the machine tells you it's perfectly square? So what actually says you just have to put your eye. He wasn't impressed with that. It was square. You think it does with it. Says Lamar. What? Perfect. Mountain. What? You don't see with your eyes? It's perfectly square. Okay, your eyes. Fix your eyes. So you get a button. Look at that. But even that dog, the one story I wouldn't say about Rabbi, even though it's the Gamal Gemaisa, is she used to go to the mikveh every single morning. Every single morning she had the keys to the mikveh. And, this Chutz of the Yerushalmi decided to sneak in with him. So, when we have this in the front, a person that was in the back for another second. And he's coming out of the mikveh. This guy is still, getting dressed. So he locks him in there and walks home. You want to come in? So come in. You want to go? I gotta go. Hello. Bye-bye. I remember my father talking to him. My father, you want to put in. I'm saying, it's that smuggled. I mean, you left the middle of the happening. It's like, okay, goodbye. Smuggle is. Rabbi and I go on my team in the guy and Lloyd started. He said, as long as you see, you can tell that there's a blue over here. You don't need to be all the way down to the bottom. You don't look at it. You can see with your eyes. Great. Or Rabbi, I was going for the filling. Your flop and the filling starts to indicate. You must make sure that it doesn't have any holes in it. I feel bad. I don't want to. Okay, whatever. There's a flop and fill it. You have to make sure that it doesn't have any holes in it. Why? Because really, if you use that little hole, you didn't see the comment. Now, when you write on it, it's not a hole. Right? It has to be a hole. If it has a hole, it has to be a hole. It's a W, W-H. And if it has a hole, H-O, it's no good. No, it's to the top of the letter. Now, people are not going, Mike. Don't worry about it. You have to check it. Who is supposed to go up? The actual pen, the quill, is going to bump on it and see that there's a hole. By the way, the kitchen engine and the other places, they have this higher special flavor or poison that before you put the quill, you're supposed to check the parachute. You're not talking about what they send to you in a box and say, oh, you check with the computer. There's a lot of that you, the doctor might be able to check. So you sit there and they found many mistakes, many problems, and I saw videos. In his place, with guys with a magnifying every word, everything. These two words, thyroid, halacha, the way to the Sinai. The fact that our rituals are black, or maybe three things are black that halacha l'motion is Mesa, Gemara, Chilin, Ain, Koshin, Oisan, Ain, Koshin, Oisan. son, Elabamino. These tools must be made from animal leather, just like the boxes. Vein, but look at this. It says vein rupert, yellow or green, vein thyroid black, vein lavender. Their food could be white. It could be abdullah. One color you cannot do, red. Disney, night. The other apple. Perhaps you have a wound or something, or looks like the blood from a wound, or something which is white, maybe you got stain from that. Look, which is a teller. I mean, you can't wait food. Okay. People will say. So don't use red. Here we have a simple video. Love the storefront.
I understand you have
Look at
definitely
the different colors on the wall. I told you the colors on the wall.
just choose. Wonderful. I'd like to order straps dyed red.
Mr. Red.
That's problematic. It's the hidden side. No one will know. I'm sure you'll find a solution.
There she goes, everybody. Florentina Tanase. I'm going to be in San Francisco at the end of August at Cobb's Comedy Club with Jeremiah Walker. I love San Francisco. And don't forget water. Look how nice she is. And don't forget water. Back to the fucking we go. This is extremely beautiful name of a let's see what happens here. Put our hands together. Gary and Gary and Amanda are so excited to hear it. It's such an interesting name. Is that Gary running away? Gary, get over here.
Oh, very good. Thanks for bringing it up. So, we didn't have this technology. It was very, very difficult to make your tooth run through. They tried it and they just turned it to blue, which is different colors with red. Today, they're able to dye it. I might still in here. I'll show you my store about the tool. If you don't know about it, I recommend it. I think it's great because then you don't have any issues of their look. Black on both sides, black through and through, so you never have to. You know the people I love those guys. The pages, the whole battle. Those from that say. LCD, my friend. Religion, it goes well. So, yeah. Black on black. This is new technology where it doesn't change. It's recommended. I think it's good. What's the problem with it? It can only help you, not hurt.
Here's something else that's up on
What, they were again?
Yeah.
Really? Interesting. Okay. I didn't know about that. I'm not aware. Great. Oh, what's my phone? So the other out. Let me show you what I have. Also, new technology. This is not product, which I haven't for years already. I love it. This protector is the sort of protector I was talking about. We put it over here. I'm not making any money off it. Even if it's flipped over, so there's a grab this. It's plastic. A lot of times fall off, and then you have to always come down and help your friend. It usually goes to the guy in front of you here. You're not yeah. Anyway, good night. Over in the Meister coming to the giver of voice. We had a story that a Talmud would give us. It's quite still of Taylor. Oh, I have these beautiful things. Mishkan Taylor, the Silk Taylor came here and they gave me a bunch of gifts. And this is one of them, which I, the lesson of Taylor. What do you have to say lesson? This is Taylor. What I really like is for the next one, for the next one, this is Taylor. This is what he did. He used these for his good. No, he didn't use his leather, he used wood.
She actually, a couple weeks
ago, after the Sabbath, look.
Is this true?
Look at what you have to tell something and anything. Armor like, hey, yes, when Rollins comes, you gotta see. When Rollins comes, a lot of times people say, oh, if this someone guard let his son do this and that, obviously it's okay. Maybe didn't see, maybe didn't notice. Mind you, we're working on Rothschild over the years, we've been working on it. Interesting. And more Shabbos, like I didn't tell the Israelis yesterday, tell you guys. Rabbi Kiva was working for somebody, turns out it's really legend, and he didn't tell you. And Rabbi Kiva was down with that source. The Gemara about down with that source says, maybe I steal, no, maybe he gave it away. He has this, no, he didn't have it. He was mad. And then at the end it turns out it's exactly what happened. He left his wife because he didn't want his money to go be a root of his son. No. Working is the ministry of Eliezer. Over here it says Working is the son of Eliezer. Okay, the kids are working is over there, and that story wasn't the greatest person. And over here, I don't know what he is exactly, because he's wearing a blue. Okay. I don't know. I can't argue with you now. You have to be later. Mike, we're going to go to the so he pushed two up, go search for Argamon. Oh, no, that was it. That's, yeah, he said he's managed down the first. You're going to go learn. That's how it works. Right. You want to see that that's not because as long as it'll be a huge joke. I don't remember it. But this argument about that, I thought it was beautiful. So whoever comes with Shabbos will see that this snail is what is it called? No, nearest frontal, exactly. This is the color that comes out of it naturally. It's beautiful. Such a beautiful color. Take a look at it. Look at it. It's like a purple, beautiful purple. The trick is to get to blue. And that's what the Regina struggled with, and they put in chemicals and everything. But they realized that at a certain point, if you stop the process and put it in the light or something in the sun, it turns blue. But this is the natural. It's unbelievable. It's argamon. So he was using argamon to level it over. The realized didn't say a word to him. That's why it's starting to know. When you come by the title that the topic was fun, you come in, didn't say, he didn't do a call. I'm like, hey, yes, possible. He simply didn't see Jim Roy. So had he seen him, like, I wouldn't allow him to wear it like that. Agapano, Tanimia, says, very good because the thing they can do, you're Yeshua out of green, yellow, or white, not only black, they got some the jeans, some the hooks, but again, the outside, the hook must be black, the inside could be white. Him is name, but the more I ask if you tell me the inside, Mike and I, is over Africa. Well, what's the embarrassment? Actually, like you saw in the video, sometimes it looks over. Oh no. Dylan, Rabbi, Halacha L'Meshim Sinai. Dylan must be exactly square, mamish square. When I saw this video, I thought about, you see this is David Solomon again sending me videos. I heard that Brisker would not wear his son's wife. That's what I heard. Because the shot it might be tied to citrus because it's square. The amount of people, you guys know. Okay. Give out. Whoa, what was that? Okay. Next. They say, I don't know, it's like maybe it's just okay, I won't say anything. You take a goggle film from 150 years ago, today, we say it's fun. Because we were able to get, it's not square, take the caliper with the beat, caliper, and it's off by who knows what. It actually is little exact. We're able to do it today on a different level, and technology helps us with our tool. About that's what Rabbi told me that they take and they sometimes they just make the box by itself and they make the bottom by itself and they sew it together. You have to be careful when you sew it They don't pull the threads to be glued together. But when we sew our tefillin, don't make it too tight. Without a sign on is well, this is the whole. We'll use this later. Let's talk. Okay, we'll use this for a second. About sign on. The Gemara says that if this is 1 inch, each side is 1 inch, then the diagonal is 1.4. In math, it's a little different, 1.4, 1/4, something like that. But the point is 1.4. So I'm still about sign. When you have 1 inch from here to here, and it's 1.4 over here. So you measure from here to here, if it adds up to 1.4, and over here to here is 1.4. So you know you have a perfect square. So you need the balance also. Because look, you could have something like this, very interesting. Each side over here is exactly 1 inch, but it's crooked. And how do I know it's crooked? Because what do you guys call the balasa? The diagonal is the blue line is much longer than the red line. But every side is exactly 1 inch. Just 1 inch like that. It's a little bit a crook. That's not a good square. That's why I have to check the blue and the red lines, or the purple in this case, purple and red line of the diagonal to make sure that also adds up. Let me say, the Rabbi says, you make a round filling, that's cut off. What? Yeah, it is called around. I know it's called around. I actually, here, I sent it to, but I didn't want to tell them that I got the word from God. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look at Gula, Sakana, Bengalit, and Atrofi, the Hebrew article brought down the English word Rambam. Yeah, in English. But if you look at Gula, Sakana, take a look in your page, right? Right, this Rambam? Yeah, no, it's fine. If I said it, everyone would say, you see, looking all right. If you look at Gula, Sakana, Bengalit, it says if you make a round filling, it's dangerous. And you don't get a mitzvah from it. So you see, you should make round. Over there, we're not talking about round, we're talking about more that it's like a walnut round. But the Gemara also started off, according to the Shanti, the art scroll, the Gemara's question was also that it's like a ship shape, that it's dangerous. But the Gemara is saying that the point is not that it's round and is sakana. The problem is that it's sakana. In other words, it's made like a walnut. You can't prove to me that a round filling this way is possible. The only thing you can prove is that if it's this way, like here, we have a little bit of a. If it looks like this, like a walnut, there's a problem. Why? Because look, you have this guy. So real quickly, running out of time here. Going back to the first one, still, I want special technique. By the way, I went to the place in the old city that everybody dresses like this. I was there, I stole with me and my brother-in-law. They all wear white triangles.
Wow, this is really special. Can I pay by credit card?
Rashi says, the problem is when it hits your head. He's in a good mood. Rashi says, because you're going to hit your head, if you have a walnut, first they're going to right. Well, it says that if you walk in the pipe with a walnut, it can end up not damaged, but your skull is empty. The big problem. Do not walk. Rashi says it's a door post. It's a door frame. Huh? Oh, yeah. You got a guess. He gave you know that his mother, how long? 3 weeks ago? A month ago. Really? All right. And you're not a guest. And who else? We have guests here today. Who's a guest? Oh, you're a guest. Oh, what's your name? And you went to the Lodu, and right there. We have to do a whole. Yeah, we're still on $1. And we have 3 minutes. Oh no, we're only 53 minutes. We're doing well. We have 7 minutes to do all this. Talking tomorrow. No, we're having fun here. Over at Puna. Doing Kozman to Bnei Tabla. Kayamet Shero. Doing that have a hole in it, as long as the inside, the hide of the bottom inside, this part right over here, is there, we're okay. What does that mean? That means all our needs to Stein Shero. Just to show you, I'll show it again. With a special light, when you turn off the light, when you put a special light, you can see where the light runs away from. And they put this piece of wire in, and if it's small enough, if there's a hole there, they toss this spot to work up for 5 months. Very, very safe. So this is like this. If there's this is the time shares. There's 2 holes, I'll show you in a second. 2 holes in two compartments. It's cautious. So there's 3 holes. However, all the other time steroids, this second stage. Do that, my caution, I'm more knows that's like an exit. We have some pictures in, I'll show you a video real quick. These pictures basically come from the art school. We just upgraded them a little bit. If the holes are facing each other, compartment to compartment, is where it's possible. But if it's next to each other, 2 compartments next to each other, but the holes are facing, number 2 is facing to 3, that's not a problem, because number 1 is facing to 2, and number 2 is facing to 3, they're facing away from each other, not a problem. This is a problem. When they face to each other, that's the problem. Here we have a quick video here. I don't know if we need another video, but okay.
Hurry! To the ICU! Get him in for an x-ray! Faster!
Look at the shoes. I love the shoes. Sonny Fine shoes right there.
What about my new tefillin? Did they survive the accident? I'm sorry, the 2 inner compartments are the ones that tore. In a case like this, new tefillin become pasul. Stop yelling. We stretch your tefillin and they snap right back into shape, and that means they are not new. So, despite the holes, they are kosher.
Okay. Listen, here, Zek, can I get Zed? When they face each other, it's always brand new. How about the if it's all, it's not a problem. Why is it not a problem? Why is it not a problem? Because it's not a problem with the leather. It's a little low. It got a hole. If you have new leather, why does it have holes? It's a problem in the hole in the leather. How do you know it's old? It's new. Oh, there's another piece. Rabbi Gitman wet this for me, so it's a little, wow, it has flexibility. So basically, if you grab this and it goes like this and pull it, and it comes back to where it is, then you know that because of it's old and it's fine. But if it stays in one place, then the end of Chadasasa, that would mean that it's new. Looking more that on the day, at our global, when you're one-stop shop for your financial needs. Isaac Castle, in honor of all them who are down in South Florida, who told me Zoicha, let's see how Brooklyn's in the Gashers, Anonymous, and Memory, and Motion, and Paris, for Third Side, for Zayin, Vinani, Kiesha, the King, Mr. Bay, the National, if you were to pull these with sewers like this, you pull. So if you pull an hour full and this doesn't happen, you pull, okay, you break your tooth, maybe you're not going to break your tooth. But if you handle this thing, they pull the retort, it comes back to you. It seems like the whole spoon would come out of shape and snap right back. Is that what made out of? The name of Dako. And if not, then you know it's the older one. Rabbi have you also come to Rabbi Yosef. Rabbi was saying from Rabbi Yosef, his Ritsua snap. Now, we're talking about. It's not after the test of the story. Somewhere around there. Right over there. Boom. She says, Can I tie it? Can I go like this? Just take it, I don't know, make a knot. It's beautiful. Okay. Schmack. Omalei, Sarkovsky, big cheer of Tamo. You have to have it has to be nice. It has to be, as Rabbi says, the whole looks terrible. Omalei, Rabbi, the reason of that, how we different. I'll do it better. I'll bring the seamstress. She'll sew it from behind. But I'll make sure that you don't see the stitches. You look at it, it looks pretty nice. Omar, you always have to look at what is one of our friends that lives in the neighborhood. His name reminds me of Clark, whatever. His father used to watch the kid in England, and I used to say the chicken with the son's name. The guy said the thing. So he wrote to me a whole who Kazim Ahmed about it. But what's Darwin do? What do you do? The building Darwin. What's Darwin do? Let's stop saying okay, fine. If you have the right shear, let's say the shear is up to there. We're going to see strings. How many from this down? If you have the right shear, and then you have something left over afterwards, that's this. Possible. Without no things is money, but there's something that doesn't make sense. With the Amri B'nai Rebbekiah, like you make tailors, you make Ezra chair. You have leftover. Your tzitzis are made out of tailors, also in fire, and you have leftover from. I'm not gonna show you the whole video, but just to remind you, you have Ezra. You have certain times you. Parazumi, take it and you sprinkle with it. You don't have the right shear. Shear. Also, and why? Let's do this real quickly. Rabbi said, this new thing, even people that walk through the shop, you're going to learn something new. The Arshia inside your filling, they themselves are covered. So they're covered. What about the box? Function not covered? Covered. What about the restores? Function not covered? Wrong. Hashmishe, they serve the covered. Okay? Hashia is covered. Box is covered. You have a shin. Even though the restores have the dollar, it's the serve Kedusha. Tzitzis, Rabbi said, what are tzitzis? Well, I just said that. What are tzitzis? Hashmisha Kedusha. What are they? Hashmisha mitzvah, not Kedusha. Therefore, Nafkamina la'alach or Rabbi said. Somebody just, I think, maybe going single and asking nothing. You are permitted halachically to take your tzitzis when you're done with them and throw them in the garbage. Because it's Hashmisha mitzvah. You're not permitted to take your rituals and throw them in the garbage. It's going to be It's a nice thing to throw them in the garbage together with your rotten nuts. Probably not. You put them in a plastic bag and put them in the garbage. What? You put this in the okay. You don't have to. Next. I'm telling you. Halacha is one thing, but that's different. Don't bring me a raya from Tashmisha mitzvah, the tzitzis that pour all the way at the end, yeah? Sometimes the tzitzis rips right over here. They had the proper shear in the beginning, and they rip. Okay. But not by ritual. Ritual is different. Tashmisha is different. Halacha is the original glory. As the Gemara, I'm telling you, if you tell me that a ritual. So it means the shear? The Kamishuraya, what is the shear? Alright, Sluggish, I did the program. Shot number one is the Sarah of the sun. What's the Sarah of the sun? The finger right next to it. Index finger. What does that mean? Some things, the middle finger. The Kahana Machnik couple. Visa, like this. The difference, the distance. The tools have to be that long. From the catch I'm going down, that long. Next shot is loser, like that. You like this. So it's much longer. Let's just do two more lines. Rabbi Puzzle will puzzle the short move. Rabbi would. I had a friend that wanted to do it like this. I'm allowing myself to do it also. he took your tzuas like this. Upon the shoulder, we run like that. He put the tzuas in the back. We don't do that. And then, he had like he did some nice design over here like this. Who knows what he did? Some sort of so that they shouldn't go all over the place. He did a whole little thing. Good luck to you. Stop it. You're like this. Something nice like that. Or, migrated around, all this can be done. Migrated around, like that. You put the two in the front. And so I saw Rabbi. Have a wonderful day.
Merit the scope of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor at MDY.com.
Do you think young people on the road are anything to last for? Do you think I'm fucking on a trampoline? I was in world groundline. I thought this circus would be
Welcome to all the guests. Right now, we're running show with Tony Hickman from the Food Factory today. We'll be a special cheer, especially for boys that are about to come our midst. For everybody, showing you how full our weight. This we have this free cheer. And the Volcana is sponsoring the factory, a boutique food factory. Strong workers, Mouth is sponsored, anonymous, memory bush with parents, yard side, who's the guest here tonight? Huh? That's it? You would be surprised. It's not a ride anymore. We have people that come as guests and they stay. All right. What's this? The learning the dot is brothers of faith. The learning the uses of the commas. Learning about the meeting reviews is placed in the entry to each doorway. Because he says that from the Victor Miller is the main part of the mezuzah to think about Hashem. Say, I love you, Hashem. You gave out these things right on the mezuzah. Put on the mezuzah. Okay, I mean, just like the mezuzah, you should be able to mezuzah, then you forget about some positive view. This we saw. Because we have a very jam-packed here, I'm going to skip a lot of the emails. Maybe all the emails. I'm just going to go straight into the David sponsors like Zara. We because the Israeli, the Hebrew is right after, and there's a lot of stuff here, a lot of videos later on. You gotta move. Zorach, Jack, and Merlin Super. How do you pronounce? On the occasion of our 60th wedding anniversary, Mazel Tov, daily sponsors the field crowd in memory of his father's 50th that Shimon ben Elio, Chaim Rothschild, Anonymous, in memory of Nadara, sorry about Rahman Yosef, Divisions of the Sea, before Shlomo 4, Rabbi Rivka, Baz Rachel Mindel, and Simcha and Rifki. If you know, you know. That's my son. He was Simcha. Rudnick family, in honor of his lady Brody's 75th birthday, may be blessed with community health, happiness, and much nachas. You guys. All the Mazel Tov. Honey College, in memory of my father, Shmuel Menachem ben Tuvi Yaakov, on his 5th yard side, which should have an Aliyah, an Arab. For Shleima, for Yisrael, Arab ben Malchana. The official edition of the White Shots and Septum and the Iranian Legal Family's Parak Anonymous. The edition was entirely the Moshe from Septum Sponsor, David Allen. Dedicated memory of Avi Merch, Shmuel Korber, Frank Seed, Living from the Bracha. The Septum Sponsor, Jordan House, the edition of Bob Jacket Allen, Anonymous. As well as the Rubens of the Gashi, the Policy Family Foundation, the edition for our Gordon Swing Policy, Vegetarian Evil. Anonymous, for Shleima, Moshe ben Zohar, Anonymous, for Living for Shleima, and Ricky Zone, Kalei, Pastes, the Shalom, Malki. Thank you guys to people, Malki, Zohar, Pastor, we're so proud of you. You have to work hard, keep striving, to the Rosen family, and we are in pay and honor, rebellion, children, meeting with life. Funny how waiting. Let's see Martin Betty is small, obviously, the Turkey and the White, with Robbie Shaw, Starter, a monthly sponsor, Harry Simon, the Porsche Lima, Bobby for America, Jimmy and July, for Shleima, Esma Sura, which I heard in Maryland, the Quick Lunch, Kilo, Castle. Monthly sponsor down is the School of Rose, that's Jordan Hogan, and Field Way, it's 100 Popular Way. You listen to the voice, that's the schools for everyone in need of a shit all day. Anonymous, the mayor of the call, and story, that's success and blessing all years of life. By spritzing out, we're going to show out the easy guys. Organizing the team, for Shleima, you're not going to get the Bracha. Anonymous, the mayor of the Shleima, from Malcolm Asaya, send.com, helping getting down to Papa Million, anywhere worldwide, the Ishmael's time, Shalom, and South. New York. The month of Shlomo, I think I'm Shlomo Kachavei, Shlomo Esther, the course I yelled at Esther. So, wait a minute. What's your name? How old are you? And this week, do you do the job every day? For how long? 2 months. Shmak. All right. What's your name? From? Borough Park. You live in Yerushalayim, right? What's your name? From Borough Park? Staten Island. You were there when I was in Staten Island? Okay. What's your name? You head down over there? From? Tutorials. Why you want to do like that short receptor thing? Report them down? And cut you away. Oh, also Lakewood. So, but now you're into the other extraneous. Thank you. What's your name? Bro. Monty. You Yeshiva here? Which one? Don't say anything. What's your name? From? Is it related to another Kramer? Is it a Kramer that comes like in the morning? Where's the Kramer that comes in the morning? Okay. What else? Who's the guy sitting next to you? But you didn't raise your hand when I said, is him? I didn't see you. Okay. Who else? What's your name? From Baltimore. What yeshiva? The Mir. You guys in the back, you want to say hello? All the way to the door? No? Okay. Shalom Aleichem, guys. Who else? What are you pointing at? Who? Oh, Shalom Aleichem. From? Never heard of it. Pina, you say a killer. Pina. Devalvin. All right, Rabbi side, we got to move over here. Hurry up. 6 lines from the bottom of Daf Lamed Bay, and Be'ez Hashem, we have to basically make our way all the way to Lamed Daled. That's where we have the cool AI videos. Did everybody see the Chaim Kanievsky video? Everybody? Okay, we're not going to show it again. What? It's worth showing again? Okay, we'll show it again. Real quickly. We don't have time, but we'll show it again. Oops, not this. This. You like this one? But you're like such a enzo.
Hi, Yankee.
Those who don't know.
I need to come back for something.
You know about Yankee,
Yes,
you know. With the kids, anybody laughing means you didn't see the first time.
הבאתי את המשקוף של הדלת כניסה לווילה שלי, שהרב יוכל לעשות מצוות קריאת מזוזה.
מצווה משהו. Alright, fine. This is the Bechus and I can start. Base Shar Legino Ulikitoinis. If you have like some sort of guard room before your house, and it opens up into a nice garden, is it chayiv in mezuzah or not chayiv in mezuzah? So it all depends, on we learned yesterday, it all depends on the swing of the door. And we have machlokes. Rabbi Yossi Omer Nidoy Koinus, he Koinus connecting to the house on the left. So therefore, it's chayiv in a mezuzah. The red door is chayiv in a mezuzah. Nidoy the base shar. No, it's potter. It's just like a room that the guard sits in. Potter. Rabbi Shmuel the Amrit Arbayu Megina Labayu is fully amalek bigger the chayiv. If the door swings from the garden into the house, like we see right over here, if it swings towards the house, it's part of the house. It's chayiv in mezuzah. My timer. You can see that the door is meant to come to the house. Oh, if Ligis, where's my flight? It's my bayis Medina. But the swing is in a different direction into the flowers. Do we view it as if it's directed towards Medina? The main thing is the garden, or do we say that it's meant for the house? Rabbi uses Amit Arbayu, but Rabbi is supposed to say my bayis Medina the Kulayamalik Ligis the Papa. If it goes from the house into the garden, it's obvious that you pop your why because the ikir is the garden. It's the you see, it's just a way to get into the garden. It's not a way to get into the house. There's big sefer. Mezuzah goes on a house, not on a garden. But when it swings, so we're all talking about the swing of the door, of the hinge, swings into the house. Myself will be the bayis too. Myself are kula daitu beginu davido da lamadalum our machlokes whether it proves that it's going into the house, it's for the house, or no. Why is there a garden there? You have a garden, you have a door to get to the garden. So it swings in the house, okay, it's fine, but it's really for the garden, it's not for that. It says tomorrow, Abai Barobo, I'm very excited here because Rabbi Gitman not only runs that whole thing over there or works in the film factory, he actually does that with us every day twice. Once in English and once in Hebrew. I'm a call has responded the whole time. Very geschmack. Thank you. Twice. All the jokes. This is the third time he saw that video from time beginning. No, and how do I know we went there? He told us about it. He knows Shop 6 Cohen, he knows where you live, he knows your at everything. He knows Shop, everything, right? What do you know? What he tells us about Shop 6? Abai over there, Abdi Karabba Rav Yosef. Rav Yosef said that when it swings to the garden, exploring into everybody's potters, he said, okay, it's potter. Rav Ashi over Karabba Shmuel Chumra, that when it swings to the house, everybody holds its tire. So they said, okay, we're going to go like Rabbi Shmuel says that it's tire. The other thing, Rabbi Shmuel Chumra, we're going to be machmir like Rabbi Shmuel, that when it swings to the house, according to everybody, tire. Itma. Lul Pakua Minapais Nalio. In those days, especially, that's something like this. It's just a lot of see-through here so you can see what's going on. But you have a two-story house, and you had a different person living on the second floor. And in order that the person living on the second floor shouldn't walk into your house in the middle of the night, so you have like this a wall and a door and a lock. People have like their basement. They don't want guests from the basement come in, so they have like a door. So is that door kind of mezuzah? Yes. Now, if you notice, here's the door going upstairs, and here's another door for the upstairs neighbor. He doesn't want the downstairs neighbor to come into his house. He also has a door. The Gemara says, "Move a two minute bite." Now, if it only has one door, you type in one. If it has two doors, you type in two mezuzahs. Mama number the Ravuno, Haim Runo, this way our bar above it. When you have a room that has four doors, like from a vino or something, Tayyib Arabah mezuzah. The Tayyib four different mezuzahs, each door is Tayyib in a mezuzah. Cheetah, why not? The Tzricha Avagav the Ruggle Bakat. Even though you only use one door, nevertheless, the Tayyib in four mezuzahs. What's the kasha everybody's thinking to themselves? Huh? Who said Rabbi? Why? What's the problem with Rabbi? Yeah. How come you're the only one that remembers that though? Yeah. Yeah, what happened with Rabbi? The what? Yeah, his own little door coming in, a little Rebbe door. And the Gemara says, since he's the only one that used it, you don't need a mezuzah. And now you're saying if the other doors nobody uses, you do need a mezuzah. So Rashi addresses this question, and he has two pshatim. He says basically, he says that over there was Rebbe, the only person was Rebbe, and everybody else used the other doors. So that's why you're not tired. Over here, it's the same person who sometimes uses all doors. But he goes into another pshat that buckle, three doors are both the kids are okay. I am around. Omar Amena. I piss for that Karno Kaibuzi. We had a door. We have a lot in America, like in Brooklyn a lot, but you have a store in a corner. You know what I'm talking about? You have a door on the corner of the street. Is a Kaib in the Zuz or not? We view it as a mashkoif, as a here. There's a picture. I don't know why I did this. Okay, let's do something like this. But it's more like this, yeah? Door in the corner. So you don't have a frame. Oh, so it says, you are Kaib. Well, let's make teaming. You don't have that frame. They teaming. If you look at the red, so this whole thing we're going to do red now. The red is what acts as the frame. It doesn't need to be a physical piece of wood, but the width of the wall lines up with the other wall, and therefore it's a complete frame, just as so. Yeah? Great. Papa, equally being Marshmuel, Papa went to Marshmuel's house. Now, if you look in the article, it's hard to understand this one. But this way, it's a lot easier. It's the same picture, basically, but we have red. And what you see over here is that this doorway only has one frame on the left. Because the one on the right doesn't act as a frame. The face of the wall, the width of the wall is facing us. The wall on the left is facing that way. They're not facing each other. The two reds are not lining up well. And in Mela, something like that, even if they're not, he didn't put them as his up. Oh my leg, come on, Remain. What are you doing? Why are you putting in the business there? You're acting like Remain. The problem over here is that when you walk into the doorway, where's the frame? On your left. It's the wrong side. The frame, if you're going to only use one frame, it should be on the right, not on the left. Over here, when you're approaching the house, not when you're leaving the house, when you come into the house, the frame's on the left. And that's, even a mayor would agree that you pop it. There's no mayor, me, it's mommy, Oma. My, where's this mayor? The sign of a sefa. You have to put mezuzah on your house. So we're going to take the word sefa and use it slightly different. Not just the house, but be a sefa. Entering. Now, where does it say it in the word? Who told you how you enter it? It's from the left. I'm a loyal of itself. I'm like, how do you see it in the word? Oh, Rabbi, there to be us coming in. If you are Yiddish carry, what's the first thing when you're writing? Most people, when they walk, the first step that you take is with the right foot. You see from these puzzles that the phrase must be on the right side, not on the left. There's another, this is a kiss from Hashem. I got this aliyah, I read this up today. This puzzle. And I made a funny tune in the middle. Just because I got excited. And like, I did like a yisig in the middle of the thing. I did. But you can't hear that. I don't know, like, what? There's no yisig over there. Just calm down. But I couldn't. But you got me, and I wrote down and said, this week's Torah. I wrote down, but you took a closet, he made a hole in it. He put it by to the right of his death. So you see over here, when you come in, it's on the right. And all the kind of put their money in there. I'm over Beis Hashem. We have a little bit of a video here. I'm actually going to skip one of Yosef Shafar's videos because I have to start being mocked a little bit. It's a little bit more on a level. This is the Shlomo. So this is the Mizbech. You can see the side of the Mizbech and you put it on the right. Before he did that, I did my own thing. So it was a little less schmatz. But here, you see a person walking in the red arrow. He comes in through the Ezra Snashim, to the Ezra Yisrael, and the Mizbech is right in front of him. And I put a red box over there. The red box is that Zucker box. Okay, so to your right. My resume here is the sign. So this is what we're discussing. If a house only has one frame, am I going too quick? You sure? Do not watch in 1.75. It's slower than what you listen. What do you listen? 3.3? What do you listen? Let me tell me. What? I'm going 1.6 for sure now. There's no Shiloh. Listen, you're new to this year. Everybody says the same thing. You sound slower than this. You're taller than I thought, and the room is smaller than I thought. They all say the same three things. Keep it to yourself already. I know. Not all. My times are up, Anon. Mezuzah is plural. You have to have two frames. How do you say it in English? How do you say a mashkiv in English? Okay, great. My times are mayor. The sign of mezuzah is if it just said the word mezuzah, it means two. You need two door for it. Shomer mezuzah is the Parsha Shniya says it twice. The word mezuzah. It's already four. Shein down the loyma. Now, those who say Rabbanis know this is only one line, so don't fall asleep on me here. When you have, in English, we have something similar, two negatives. A double negative is a positive. So in Gemara, we have the opposite. Two positives is a negative. Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, right. You got that from me. That joke you got, I said it in Shir. One minute, you're new. You're not from me? Come on, Grossman. That's what it was. Yeah, that's all. You threw me off that story. Okay, what? Well, I asked you for your name. I didn't ask you for a Okay, little what? Why? Yeah. Yeah. Are you serious? Wow, you made my life. I've been dreaming about Yvonne's updates. The next cycle, I'm gonna do tshuva. I'm gonna do things differently. I'll tell you why I was bad. Because I went through every one of the 15 cases and explained it was very dragged. I should have just done one case as a sample and read everything quickly, and then the Gemara is going to address all the cases. No need to whatever. And we didn't have the right characters. And Avi Kamiansky, Noam, and I called them Ruben and Jimmy. I called them. I had different names. People were upset. Okay, but you should have. You have no idea what we're talking about. You did? But not that page. So we're talking about a specific dab, the first dab. I blew it right here. Okay, whatever. Sorry. Okay, those who understand know, those who don't know. So Gemara. We have a double positive when it comes to negative. We have the apostle in Zuzacham. The Torah says Rameir, it says 2, but there's a negative. 2 becomes 1. You take 1 off, it becomes 1, and even if you have 1 doorpost, the time of the Zuz is small. Kiva Omer is sorry, Omer Alamashkin, since by Korban Pesach, on the doorpost. Bashke Hamizuzos. It says Shtei Hamizuzos. 2. It's double Lashon. Mizuzos is 2. What is it Shtei? Why does it say Duzebonav? And this teaches us the rest of the story. It's counterintuitive a little bit. The rest of the Torah over here is today, but anywhere else, in other words, by Parsha Mezuzah, not by the Parsha of Mashkit of Mitzrayim, even 1 doorpost is the high of you put up a Mezuzah. Did anybody come up with that doorpost needs a mezuzah or not? No, you didn't look it up? Good. Meanwhile, these treasures we don't put up. So Mogam Shenem Mezuzah in Elachas, at your part of the Pakos is Shtayim, unless the Torah is specifically Shtayim. Torah, Bonon, Uksaf, Kom. Now, think about it, Rabbi side. It says in Shema, we say it every day, it says in the Torah, Uksafkom al, Mezuzahs, Beisecho. Stop. What does it mean? You should write it al mezuzos, on the doorpost. What it means, just literally, it means take a pen and write it on the doorpost. Where in the world does it say you should write it on a parchment paper and put it in a plastic box? It says you should write it on the doorpost. That's what the Gemara is going to discuss now. Maybe you should put it on your doorpost. Literally, in those days, stone, bricks, whatever it is. Never can see it says by get the same word. Malalon al sefer, Aftan al sefer. No get, that's be written on a piece of parchment. Or Glapper there to do. Perhaps you should learn it differently. Never can see it, never alone see it. Moshe Rabbeinu, Yeshua wrote the Torah on. So it's actually this is special also a little bit. Wrote the Torah on a stone. Malalon al avanim, Aftan al avanim. Maybe the Torah means you should write the mezuzah on the stone like the Torah is written on stone. Okay, so we can compare the mezuzah for get, which is on parchment. We can compare it to the Torah, which is on stone. Who's it saying? Pay attention. What does the Torah mean over here? Somebody made that mistake in the Hebrew share on Friday. I don't want you to make. Torah over here doesn't mean that the get shall last forever. It means that get happens forever, every generation. Then I went into a whole discussion. I'm not going to get into it. But for some reason, it seems like that this generation has a lot of divorces. Not only that, I know a bunch of people that got divorced during the Shever Brachas, and we tapped the Shever Brachas. It's like, okay, when I was a kid, we had like 1 kid in the whole school that was trying to divorce. Like, oh, where is this? We're in like 5, 6 per class. We're like, okay, 5. Am I wrong? No. TikTok. TikTok caused that. What's TikTok? You can't blame it on one thing. It's an interesting generation we have. They want instant gratification. Everything's instant. Maybe that's. I don't know. Right? No, Shalom Sivan Oyesh L'Doris and Sivan Oyesh Shedoi L'Doris. The Torah is on the stones, and it's only one generation. It might last forever, but it was a tzivui just in that generation to write it on the stone. We had this fucking the other day that Baruch was writing over from Yirmiyahu. Literally, I write with ink on the Sefer. I don't understand. Rahmana Omar Al-Mizuzah is the pashas of the puzzle. Pashas of the crow. What does the puzzle say? You should write on your doorpost, literally on the doorpost. Now, what's interesting is Xer Shava comes directly from the Baruch to Moshe Rabbeinu. So what do you mean, Adam? Yeah, it's Xer Shava. So, the application doesn't. We don't know. There's something going on. There's a Ksiva Ksiva says Baruch Gimel. We don't know where to put it. Do we put it in the Zuzah? Where do we use this Xer Shava? That's it. Okay. Omakro, Sab Kom. It's two words. Siva Kama. It has to be a complete writing. But says Rashi, when you write on stone, what's going to happen? It's not going to last. You ever try to write, take a pencil, a pen, and write on a stone? It's going to get erased. You want something that's going to last. That happens to be on a piece of parchment. Doesn't mean you chisel it? That's the next question. Very good, yeah? You're saying stop, like you're going back to that. Oh, you're getting ready? Hold on a second. What stone is it? Oh, I just got sausage from the place. Where's this for? What are you showing me? You think that you should put the seal like this? But it's not etched really. You just wrote it. You gotta go like this or something right off. Let's try. Why? It's not coming off. All right. What do you use this Xer Shava? What are you going to do with it at then? Instead of stop home, we're not even using Ksiva Ksiva. Maybe you should engrave it, not write it. Maybe you should engrave it on the stone and put it in. You write it on a piece of parchment, and that's how we use it today. New sugi, here we go. Rabbi side, here we go. It says in the Mishnah that you have to have the 4 parshas of Tefillin. Even one letter missing out of all 4 parshas. Again, why do we have these parshas for Rabbi Zai? What's the significance of these parshas? Because every single one of these parshas has the mention of Tefillin in it. Shema, Kaddish, Voim Yaakov, Shema, Voim Shemara. Says Gemara Pshita, missing one letter. It's missing one letter. It's not a good film. Omar Rabbi Lomar Rahab, Voim Yitzchak, Elo L'Kuta Shiyut. We had this already. The spitz, the little piece of the yud, according to Rashi. That's sad. But every letter, missing part of the letter, half the letter is no good. Therefore, the Rebbe says the Kuta Shiyut is on the left side, the little piece on the left, right over there. Okay. And then I said every film today has Rebbe Tam in it. We go with Rebbe Tam. Great. But now she's also if you're missing that, if that's how you write the letter and you're missing it, no good. Another Rabbi I'll remind you, remember this word over here, the lam is touching the kum. Like says the Gemara that Rabbi sponsors our global when you're one-stop shop for your financial needs. Isaac Castle, in honor of all them, who died in South Florida, we will be Zoika. Let's see up Brooklyn to the Gashmi. It's anonymous in memory of Moshe and parents for Surdside, for Zayin, Cover up. Oh, I didn't do the sponsors this week. Let's do once a week. Here we go. Arya, leaving the covered Arya. Sponsored by Dark Global, your one-stop shop. All right, Rabbi Isai. Here goes. Says in the Apostle, 3 times the tachos, but it doesn't have a vav at the end. The last one also doesn't have, but I guess they used to have a different way of writing it. So singular, plural. How many is that? 1 plus 1 plus 2 equals? Well, I can see you guys didn't go to fun of it. Unbelievable. Advanced math abilities here. 1 plus 1 plus 2. Doesn't get any harder than that. Harekan Arba. We know that there's 4 parshas. Rabbi Kiva Oimer, any sorrow. Oh, are you guys still up there? Gershon? Okay. I don't see anybody here. Don't look up there. Any sorrow. Everybody's going to turn around that way. Tak, bitak, bishtai. Rabbi said this is one of the interesting things in the Gemara. The Gemara does it sometimes. There's a language called Takti. Interesting people, and they say, when they want to say 2, they use the word tak. And also, in Africa, the word pas b'Abrikishtai. So, that's why we have 4 parshas. The word to tefes, which we translate to what? Tefillin. But tefes is tefillin, the papa. It means tefillin, that's why we say tefillin. In Africa, pas is 2. In Kasvi, pas is 2. Pas, 2 plus 2 is 4. Rabbi will have to give out the video for this. I just want to point out another thing, that if you go anywhere around the world, you go to Morocco, you go to Yemen, you go to England, you go to Italy, and you look at tefillin from 1,000 years ago in Italy, same exact thing as the Moroccans and the Yemenites. Maybe Rabbi Gittin could give you a little, like that. It's a pella, because our halachas, the halachas of Moshe Sinai that we have going on, the black, the square, you'll never find that it has 5 compartments, a different shape, a different color. It's always the same around the world, all the time. Rabbi say, here's a little video so we can get into the sugi now. And we don't need it because there's so much other interesting gishmak stuff, but here goes. It might not be appropriate for children.
Not just. Who go on here? I don't understand. Who go on here? Not just. Now I get it. You meant a tiger.
That part.
Hut. What are these words? Pat? Tent? I don't understand again. Pat. Dot. Hey, wait, why are you going? How could I forget? They meant there were 2 tigers, not the Katfi, but the Afriki. Right there in the duck morning.
Okay, pat. There's only one problem. You can see the guys in Amaret. You never went on safari. There are no tigers in Africa. There is no thing. There's lions, maybe, in Africa. Okay, great. Anybody who's not young, you knows that, no? I say that all for kids, fine. My voice out here goes. This is the head of a cat, a baby cow. All tefillin boxes are made from just the skin. And approximately, to make from this head about 3 pairs of tefillin. 3 bottom, not 3 pairs. By the way, there's going to be a lot of corrections going on here. And I'm ready. 3 bottom. I was wondering how. Now, here we go. Now we use this piece. What they do is they have a special, actually, shablona. I didn't say shablona in English. A mold. It's a metal device They put the hide. Then I brought the hide the other day. You saw that was. Oh no! Yeah. I'll put the gloves on for this. The Rothschild. They brought me the big ones. But this is I think this is like Israeli style gloves. Let me see. All right. This is a piece of. Okay. What do you make out of this one? Make sure yeah, it's a little. Oh, you can see over here. I don't want to touch, but right over here. Okay. They take this piece. The entire tomb today is made out of one piece. These circles represent the four compartments that on the Shulrosh, they have to push it out, press it out, and make four compartments. And I'm going to show you step by step. And in these compartments, each compartment has one parasha. Kaddish, Oy Kiriyata, Shema, Oy Shema. Starts off like this. Then it goes, they push it out, and they make some. You can give me, if you don't feel comfortable over here, give me the next one. Push it out, and now all of a sudden we have four compartments. This needs to be a nice square, not just a nice square, perfectly square. Allah from Sinai is going to be exact. If it's on the millimeter, they use like these crazy devices to see that's perfectly square. To get from here, this process, Rabbi takes 5 full months. They have to, after we come like this, they wet just this area and they start pushing it closer. They go, it gets closer, like that. Eventually, it's like this. And this is all hand done. They have hydraulic machines that push. One of the things we're going to see over here is that you can't have any holes. If you have a tiny little hole, and that's where the boutique places come in, the ones that are mass produced and not as market. Ooh, this is a little soft. Oh, you wet it? Wow. Let me see. What are you doing over here? I have to turn off the lights here. It's lotion. Yeah, I see. So, right over here. You see the hole? Where are those metal things? I want to show the inserts that you put in there. Okay. You have these metal pieces that fit directly in here. And then the mold pushes down but doesn't close completely because these metals are in there. And then they pull the metal out. And at the end of the day, the compartment is going to be this size. And each part of the film goes into each one. It goes from this to now it's becoming square. See, one year from now, you're going to have to know what this is. As we're going to learn the Gemara, this, in between each bias, you have to be able to see the groove. And a lot of times you take a knife, even when you're pulling a gun. Oh, perfect. Take a knife and put it down the bias. Let me see if I can pull it out. Yeah, no, they put it, this is not square. Oh, yeah, so you cut it out. Here you can see it's a side view of the cut. But eventually, when you feel it look very, very square and together, but you could always put this thing right through it and see that it's not. The better the tefillin, I guess. They used to have issues, glue, and you couldn't do it, and you could do it. People faked it. So, here, they just did it on the other one as well. This is a cutaway. So sometimes, because it's very heartbreaking, you work on this for 5 months, pushing. And I'm going to show you a little bit more. There's some very low price to make the shins. Then when you find a tiny little hole in any one of the compartments, they throw it out. Here's a hole that the eye cannot see, but if you look, there's a metal. I don't know if you can see it on video. You see? Oh, I'll put it in my suit. And that little tiny thread they found with the light, with the special light, you turn off the light, and they throw this out. That's why these boxes cost about $1,000. By the time I was two of them. The showrush cost $990, and the Shalyad cost $10. So most of the work goes into the. This is Tikaya, right? This part right over there, Tikaya, we're going to learn about is this is you close it down after you put the bottom, the parchment in, you close it. So it's very interesting over here. It's hard to see. I don't know if you can zoom in on this. You see the metal pieces here? They leave little metal rods in here through the whole process. And later on, they pull the metal rods out and they have to put the this is made out of Eden, right? So here, against my suit. You're going to see in the Gemara, I had argued with somebody told me his film don't have it. I said, they do have it. I looked up, I showed him the Shulchan Aruch. It says you should have it. Although the halacha, we don't constantly must have it, but it's kedai to have. You look closely over here, your film probably also have it. 3 strings on top, you see? That white. Those are not metal. That's already made out of a gid. Gid is made out of the sinew of an animal. This is the sinew of the leg. And then when you start going like this, it becomes ready. And eventually, it turns into this, which is very, very strong. This is what a lot of people, if you want to have the yud of your shoyad touching the bayis, it should be touching the bayis. And the best way to do it is take a gid and have a sefer do it or whatever. You can do it also yourself. You know what you're doing. Find what else do you want to show them. Yeah, they believe it. It has to be down to a tenth of. Well, we don't. They say we'll get there. They say that if we had the times tefillin, we'd say they're not kosher based on today's standards. That's what I heard this amendment. I don't want to. It's a muffin. Like in those days, 100 years ago, they weren't able to produce such square tefillin. They didn't have to, based on what they had. But we're able to with machinery and hydraulics. So our tefillin, 32.27. 32.37, and you're gonna ask Arya, he'll tell you exactly where it's off and how many. Do you know, Arya? Well, okay. We'll talk about the review a little later. Okay, so we can move on from here. Okay, good. Go ahead. Maybe you should write. So I have here the parshas. Another thing that they do in the boutiques is it says in the halacha that before you put the parshas in, you have to check them. So they have a special guy, not them. They hire a guy to go through and they actually find a lot of different stuff. So if you look over here, for instance, I don't want to ruin my. This is shoyad. You see the line in the middle? Upside down. Anyway, yeah. Okay. These are the parshas of shoyad. Shoyad is all attached. But shorosh are not attached. Shorosh are like each parsha is by itself. Like this, a little one. And then you fold it up like in a square. And you put it into the bayis, standing up. Boom. A guy gave me a great gift. Great. He invented, created a tefillin box. Unbelievable. Look at this. A 3D printed tefillin box. I gotta show this to my son. My 2 sons are big printers. On the bottom, it has MDY. Wait a minute. Donated by Real Jersey. And check this out, everybody. Pops off. And here you see the 4 parshas. Each one says Kadesh. And you could, when we're going to learn tomorrow, the machlok between Rashi and Rabbi Tam, so you switch around the parshas, big lunch. Right? We're not going to get it. Shema. Right, even if it is Israelis, yeah. And you put magnets, built magnets into the mold, so that it just like snaps on. Has here over here, good value to give. We're gonna use this. I'm gonna give these parts to you because it's probably a moment folding and thank you. I don't want to destroy it. So this is something. Okay. Oh, it's 9:30 already. Rabbi says, let's put on some gas over here. You also use them our boys, we need them our boys, back to our boys. Maybe you should wear 4 tefillin. Each tefillin gets 1 parsha. It should be remembered between your eyes. Zikaron echad of Artilacha. Zikaron doesn't Zikaron remembrance. Plural is 1. Zikaron echad of Artilacha. L'shnayim u'shloshim Zikaron. Okay, so how do you do it? Place from our boys. Umanichem ba'arba batim ba'or echad. 4 parshas, they go into one thing. Now, just something that Rav Abada told me, that they went to Rabbi Yashiv, because when you fold this over, back in the day, they weren't able to get a good seal, and they would have to add a piece of leather in between. And they said, is it a special mitzvah to use like we're doing today? Just go back. Up until a few years ago, so all the generations used to use the hide of a goat, of a sheep. It's called Nemadaka. It's flimsy. It's literally like a plastic cup, sort of, I'm assuming, something like that, where you can go like this to it, and they don't last a very long time. With the technology they have today, they started using gasa of a cow. Not just cow, of a calf, and the sources of the cow. But what we get from that is tefillin that can literally, my tefillin are the original that I had from my bar mitzvah. They're nice and strong, mostly square, da-da-da. Maybe I'll say it now, I'll try to say it again. People should revisit the tefillin that they have. Because you don't know, maybe your father didn't know much, maybe whatever the situation was. You're older now. And maybe it's time to revisit those tefillin because we have better types of tefillin today, better batim, better parshias. Maybe your father got you a $200 pair because that's what he felt like getting you, and you could afford a little bit more. You have that $70,000 car, maybe you could afford a nicer pair of tefillin also. So I'm throwing it out there. Yeah, imagine. And I'm not trying to pump Rabbi Gitman here because I'm serious. He's full for over a year. So even if you want, you're not going to be able to get from him. They don't like advertise. It's literally whatever they make, they sell. So he's not looking for the business, but has to be that, he's not taking orders today. Very good. Okay, so very small. You put into the 4 batim in 1 letter. Where's my piece of paper here? Here we go. Let's say, I'm going to try to do this quickly because people are coming. Let's say you did not chop it up into 4 pieces. This is food for rice you should chop up. But you didn't. You forgot. You didn't know that halacha. And you took parsha number 1 and it has space over here. Let's pull this parsha number 2 right over here. Parsha number 2. Yeah? You move space, parsha number 3. You think you're chacham. Instead of snipping it in the middle, you decide to use 1. You go ahead, you insert it right over here, and then you insert this one in the second. Let me show the camera. You put it into bias number 1. Here's bias number 2. You put it right over here, and then you take this guy and you insert it into bias number 3. You get the idea, right? Now we're good filling. You close it up. You go to the rabbi. Did I do good? No. Do I have to open it up? It's already painted and the whole thing. It's okay. Leave it as is. What happens is, I just want to point out that if you do this, the parsha, instead of going this way, it's supposed to go in like this. The only way to do it is this way because you continue on and on and on. So it's actually laying down instead of standing up. And you see from here it's okay. Says the Gemara, how many doing so far? Not a lot of hours? Vitzor Shir Revach, I want to tell you that the Wilpana and his brother spent over 2.5 hours this week. Showing me the whole process and the factory, and then he broke to my house. Later, everything out on the table, went through very slowly, and the things is Shkoyach, bro. Thank you for being a big part of this series. Shkoyach. You did what I just said. Put all four parshios, even though they're connected. Shading Yopta. Better not forget. Obviously, between parsha and parsha, you're gonna have to have some white space so that you can get to the next bite and insert it. You don't want to put the word. You don't want to have words dangling over the line over here. You want to be pure parches in each one. So this Rabbi said, where's the Chut Shiva? So here, it's important that you have a string going from here to here between each compartment. You see the 4 compartments. Maybe you can see it better on my giant one. There should be a string going from side to side, as I showed you in the beginning, and not like the guy that argued with me. Oh, but you can see the metal piece right over here going through and through. And if you look at your film tomorrow, you'll see that it has those strings. I argued with everybody on Friday, said mine don't have it. They pulled out my film. I might pull into that. You take my stuff there a second. No, under your Gemara. Just want to make sure they're there. Anyway, it was there. Those 3 strings are there. Shows you like the little machine with the glove. The name Charita Nikos. If you cannot see the actual dividing line between the compartments, also. How do you write it? As I showed you before, the filling of the hand should be on one part with all 4 parshios. And they have to be written in that order. You cannot jump around. It's possible to jump around. And if you wrote this 4 different parshios, and you wrote it onto one, this is a side view of the bias. You see why this is so simple. There's one box. And there's no shin on the outside. The shin we're going to talk about. How super complicated it is. Rabbi said, did you ever notice? I couldn't believe it. There's an Israeli famous guy who interviewed me. What's his name? From the video. No. He does the book. But he didn't know that his own film, he works on every day, that there's a difference between the shin on the right side and the shin on the left. Does everybody know the difference between the shin on the right and the shin on the left? Everybody? 3 and 4. He didn't know. An adult, 40-something years old, didn't realize. That one shin has 3 legs and the other shin has 4. And you have to take if you wrote it in 4 different patterns. Or just to cut, you have to glue them together. Just like this film Shaliat is one box, it's not 4 separate. Beautiful. One box, no slit. So therefore, 4. That's why it's one parchment. One long, 4 parchments on one piece of parchment. If you always say it's not important. All Rabbi Yosef wasn't even Rabbi Yehuda Berevi. Rabbi Yehuda Berevi is like the name of a chacham. He's a chacham. She'ein lo yitfilin shel yad. Yesterday, today, filter runs. Listen to this. This is crazy. When you're not using your phone, little problem. When I said if a guy, you approach a guy and he has filter yad, filter right, better buy filter right. Well, first of all, that's more feature, but also it's much more valuable. I don't know if that's a consideration or not, but okay. 3/4 of the price. Filter right, 3 times the price. Hey, do you want to say something real quickly? You have like a minute or two that you want to? No, better. Anything to be nice? For sure. Okay. Shkoya. You want to say something about the shir? Enjoy the shir or something? Shemela Tushi out here to stay culture right. Listen to this. You're stuck. Never. You're out of the what? You're out on the battlefield. All you have is 2 rights. What do? You could wear them. They have the same parachutes inside. There's the compartments of it. They have the same parachutes. So, Shetoila or Alakazman Umanicha. You know how the people have that plastic box that goes over to protect your stone? Yeah. Take a piece of leather, something, put a piece of plastic today, put a piece of plastic on top. The thing that protects your stone protector. Which, by the way, I'm very happy with my stone protector. Somebody invented a silicone piece that goes on your stone yad. It doesn't fall off as much. The plastic always used to fall off. Putting it on, the silicone one, it grabs it. It's a little slightly smaller than it goes. To pull it, to sell it in the film, in the Mishkan Taylor, exactly. All the stores. If you only have 2 rice, you cover the fact that it has all these groups. As the Gemara, this kind of value. Didn't we just have this argument? Can you put 1 part and 4 parts and not good? Yes, good. Or all of them, the review that you see over here, review that actually retracted. Go ahead. Thank you. I got the. Okay, we're just going to do this little piece in 1 minute. You ready? You could go from the lower Kedusha to the higher Kedusha. You cannot go from the higher Kedusha of Shorosh down to Yad. Why? Because you see the Marina Kedusha come for the Kedusha Kala. Why is Shorosh more Kadosh than Shayat? Because Shorosh has the shin of Shakai, the name of Hashem. And in the back of the Tuas, it has a Dalit. The Shayad only has 1 letter of Hashem's name, the Yud, that we have over next to the back. So 2 against 1, it has more Dusha. So you cannot go down, you can't drop a level of Dusha. When you're talking about a brand new pair of film like this, it doesn't have to be even this, but straight out of Gitman's factory, it doesn't have the Dusha yet. You didn't wear it. Just because he made it doesn't make it covered. So that's what we're referring to. You, by mistake, Rabbi Gitman gave you 2 shoroshim. We'll never make him speak like that because we know it's 3 times. But let's say, okay, Mike Shahaya, by the way, this looks taller to me than the and it's better to be the same, right? 0 even, it's not a problem. I know, but it's better. I saw that they talk about it. Someone might be, nope. Really? Wow. Cool. Okay, because I was a little worried about finding tiny tefillin, and they usually taller. Okay, Vivaldi. Anyway, but a used pair of tefillin already has a dusha. I said, Gemara, but even if it's brand new and never used, it also has a dusha. Why? Because in your mind you decided to make them tefillin, or you could prepare something and say this is colors like we had about a bathroom. You say it's a bathroom, and that's it. You're done, even if you never used it. As one will see. That's not lying in the car because the guy made a condition that he could switch it from this to that, so maybe even though he plans on wearing it, he'll have the Lucifer of both sides. Have a wonderful evening.
Merit the Schutz of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a shir today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor at MDY.com.
Rabbi Isai. We have a Gewaltige email lineup. There's a lot of mazel calls and a lot of visuals. First of all, mazel tov to the one and only Joey Lee becoming a grandfather. New satellite location. Rabbi site new satellite location. Starting in Edison. It's going to be every night. JJ Reader is at Shabbaton. JJ every night at 9 p.m. Rabbi site. You live there. And his name is Ali Kamala. Go be Hazatem. It's a burger. It's a wine trout. There is country. Also, Fishy Son. Ma'agukos. Moishe Fisher. Do you remember him? Hashtag MDY couples. What I say? Oh, Sapio. Let's go back. I have Sapio wine trout. Sorry. Maybe I hope Mark throws in this email. I don't have it here of this coming video, but I'll try to get back to it. Rabbi Isai, here we go. So there's a lot of schmucky good morning, Rabbi Isai. Here we go. This is one is super unique, and it's like there's a lot of it's taken by Stroll Goldstein. I love the lighting on top. It's one of a kind. Rabbi Isai, here we go. The colors that I charted plane from like Prague to here. I don't know. Also, we have this guy. Oh. There, Belly, I'm a 6th grade Rabbi at MDY, Magen David Yeshua. I think there's a kid. This is Mag and David. They had it first. MDY. Who said there's a receipt for you? There has to be a receipt somewhere, no? Wow. Kind of, come to the front. See it out? Over here. Next to the guy with the green yarmulke. Who's that? The next video, you'll see why I believe there's a tremendous amount of brothers. I just stopped now. I'm a 6th grade Rebbe at MDY, Magen David Yeshiva, Brooklyn for 13 years with Anhar. Recently beginning enough to start to join my other part of MDY in my life. As a rabbi, for me, I can say, very grateful I can cheer purposely doing the long cheer with you every day, because that's what makes the opportunity to start with you. Can't wait to start today with that video. The picture spot with my wife, Ninja Kids Miami, last Shiva week. What does a person do in Ninja Kids Miami? We're seeing a second marriage. She's to be married to Rabbi Simantov Janet, Queen. Here we go. Magen David. There he is, learning fire while his kids are having fun over there. Yesterday, I went to visit a school, not next door, to visit the Manal. I had a meeting with them. I had to go see them. As we walk in, Noam and Benny and myself, one of the rabbis was in the hallway. Said, "Oh, you're here. You got to come into my class." Okay? It was not planned. What happened? I was so shocked because you'll see the amount of kids is crazy. Check this out. So this is spontaneous. As I'm walking in the hallway, I said, "Okay, which class?" Happens to be 6th grade, and that's the email from the Magen David is also 6th grade. Okay. Hold on. I asked them how many kids come here to this service every night. Which part? Yes. Which part? part of MDY? Who's really from MDY? Who's not part of MDY? It was crazy. They picked the sixth grade. Anyway, Baruch Hashem, we fell to the right class. 6 years of Neil Weiss gets someone to join the Shawl competition. His Ellie Weiss and the Shawl, what is it called? Oh, this one. I think it really goes. Yo, you might not want to read this. I don't know why. I always wanted to do that, but I nearly always keep on listening not to do it until you got the market decided to listen to this small set of my son. But obviously, once I started, that stopped. But even if I wanted to, been doing it every day since. However, during the summer holidays, I actually do it on my own. I have access to the internet. I have a smartphone. Then when I realized that I'm enjoying it so much on my own, I've never been able to do a pulled up from my learn. And then I realized it'll take me too long to finish shots 2.5 years. Can I have time? I'll do 2 daf daily. I still do the daf plus another one traveling backwards. I want to say that maybe I don't call you daily, besides the jokes with the AI with the kids, but each day I learn these 2 daf still in the sports to give you some enjoying some learning. A few days ago, I felt the burden, the paradise solved. It was tough. As soon as I thought of you, just what the love is that for me. You evolved it. Common apart, but you are my backbone. Thank you. Kind regards. YY Salam, Manchester. There's one more I wanted to show. I don't know if this comes to the email or not. I don't see the email. Anyways, I forgot this guy's name. He sent me a bunch of messages. He was in a big sorrow when he was in Miami. The other day, he got out of his sorrow, and he says that a lot of people from NY, including Mark Ashkenazi, was in constant contact with him, to give fizzle.
Good morning, Rabbi. After 2.5 years, my case is done. I'm following you from the Roda Zara every day. And I just have one more thing. Good morning, Rabbi.
Lawyers and everybody. I don't know who those guys are, but Shkoya, beautiful. Comes with some email, but I don't have the email. It's not inserted here. Okay. Official edition NY Shots, the doc, Yogi Efreda Moshinsky. Read, oh, Yogi, what's that stuff? What? God. How'd you get in here? Somebody has a time on the you were, yeah. Zegenish Mat Moshe Ben Peretz, Yud Aryeh Ben Yaakov, V'kol Mishpachtoi, Hashem Yinkam Lamoy. Slide 3. That's where the email is. Oh, here we go. Show or tell. I was doing the test that I wasn't sure if I would survive. Just for October 7th of my life, I was taking over and turned around. I was so fortunate to meet so amazing people to help me get through this today. A free man after 2.5 years on house arrest, multiple times wanting to see you when you're in Hollywood, Florida, but I can't even go. 2.5 years of wondering if I'm going to have to break Shabbos because of my monitor. I've been following you every day without missing a day since I've been Zara. My marriage, my ability to be a great dad was so difficult. You gave me life, back, and thoughts. Now I'm so committed to learning with you every day, and now I'm free. The tears that I've had the last boy side, what else we got here? Oh, Monthly sponsors. Oh, we have a new monthly. Saul Fisher. Fishy, otherwise known as Fishy. He did a monthly in honor of Moshe's putting on Tefillin Mazel Tov. He's supposed to be here today, but I think he got stuck in by the hospital over there in Morocco. I don't know if he got stuck, but anonymous. Ladies, let's look at the layer about the Shaya Koyin Kofe Shvat. Beth and Matthew Friedman and honor for the Bar Mitzvah grandson Arichai Paris Orlando Mazel Tov for his time Levin Yaakov Cyril for promoting MDY to millions of people. Will Riz Hashem join you at the Queens League Networking Expo on February 18th? Recruit new members for this year. He was on ABC News and he spoke about MDY. Yaakov Yosef and Mini Ashkenazi 30th anniversary. Mazel Tov for Mark and Yaakov. We do so much for MDY in the Bible. Wow, 30th anniversary. Unbelievable. Official edition of MDY Shop is sent by the Iranian League title Parent Anonymous. Legal edition of the Harry the Moshe. Sent to Scott States Hour. Dedicated memory of American School for over time. People know blah blah blah. The sent to sponsors growing houses and about Jackie Dallas Anonymous. I thought the river actually the House Down Foundation position that I run the policy. Mentioned to Eloy. Anonymous, Muslim, Alicia Ben Zah, Anonymous, Muslim, Muslim, and Rita, to live at Tessie, Shalom, Nati. Everybody's keep on how we go, Tessie. We're so proud of you. You have work, I keep striking, sleep, close family, and we are in pain, honor, rebellion, treatment. We need a life. Money, I'm waiting. Yossi Martin, Benny, in the fall, but we see the Turkey and the wife, the coffee shops. Order, sponsors, Harry Simon, full name, Happy Warrior, Power Bavaria, Jimmy, and two lives. Jimmy, and two lives, but I don't know, Randy, I'm going to tell you, you know, Catholic. You will go into exposed for anyone and you don't shit up all day. And honest, you married them, all day, so that's it. Success and blessing, all years of life. But you down for the instruction, down to the guys. You don't have to see what you're playing. You're showing us how you can show it off. And honest, you're showing us how to say it. Set like I'm helping you down to see how to learn. Every worldwide, you must control the tower. You know what? You must control the tower. We're holding down. Oh, I have to go back a little bit. I forgot about it. Hey, where are we holding? Sava, we're having a bunch of halakas now from Shmuel. The Sava Ugeres Sula, if you write a mezuzah, we're holding like 6 lines from the bottom of the front base. Huh? They said, where? Oh, 2 lines from the bottom. Oh, okay, good. Okay. Another Allah. Mitzvah, Lahanicha, the mitzvah to put the mezuzah inside the doorway and not on the outside. Unfortunately, I did not transfer that. Okay, so we saw the shading, right? This is in the doorway, but not flat like where the light is. See, like on that part of the stone, not over there. It should be inside the doorway. Shita. Inside your gate, inside the doorway. It says, as you learn, it's a mitzvah to put it 1 step away from the street. So the further away it is from your house, the closer it is to the street, because as you're going to see, it's supposed to like the first thing you touch, the first thing you come in contact with or see is the mezuzah, so maybe it should be on the face of that house, not in the house, not under the door. And no good if it's on the face, it should be in the door. Here, I have my door closed. It was a Castell thing. This is for code. So it should be over here and not over here. I think over here it's even closer to the street. You come there, you come into the mezuzah right here. No, it should be inside. Okay. Yes, you can could buy doors now in Eretz Yisrael that have this cut out for the mezuzah with a piece that you can have with the shin on it and just flat in the mezuzah. Yeah. I don't know what that is there, but yeah, I use that. Not in, I'm talking about no. In meaning this is the doorpost over here and not over here. That's what I mean by in. I don't mean in, not like this little. Not over here. Sometimes people put it over here. Not over here. In. Underneath. It should be covered by a roof. By this roof. To be within the doorway. What? We're going to talk about that too. Yeah. It's good. Ashkenaz's door has to be this way. According to you. Let's get there. Okay. Another Allah. Top of Lamigin Omerah. The Omar reviewed on the floor. We said in the name if you wrote your mezuzah on 2 columns as so, no good. Basically, they have a question. So about 3 documents if you wrote it on 2 rows and you actually inserted it into 2 separate mezuzahs as so, what's that law from? But it's mashma. Hope it's not that. But clear. It seems like if you wrote it on 2 columns, but put it into the problem over here is 2 mezuzah boxes. But if you put the 2 rows into 1 box, it's question. More no. The problem over there is not that you put it into 2 boxes. The problem is you only understand people from it. The reason why it's tough is not because you put it into 2 mezuzahs, it's because you wrote it in a way that you could put it into 2 mezuzahs. The actual writing is what causes that. In fact, he wrote a sound that Rabbi is small another one. The mezuzah, alei, achar, heker. This is very interesting. We have a situation in our office. I didn't really check it out, but it might be even worse than I think. We have 2 offices below the basement. Both of them have doors facing outside. Access to 2 offices from the outside. But they also have a door in between them. Connecting door, like in a hotel room, sometimes you get a door so you just could share the room with you. So the question is, in a door like that in a hotel room is a big problem. You might have the same problem downstairs. Go check. But let's say there's only 1 door. What's the dominant room? The one that Yoshi sits in outside? Or maybe it's the other guy or whatever, you know? So how do you figure it out? They might be equal. Then why would I put the mezuzah on the right side or on the left side? Maybe I'm entering from this guy's office to that guy's office. So the halacha is that we go by the hinge. So we're looking to where the hinge is. In other words, what it really means is where does the door open up to? And that's how we're going to finish off today's sugi also. We're going to go through other things, but at the end, we're going to see this idea comes back. Where does the door open up to? Oh, so it's pocket door. Some even say you don't need a mezuzah. Like sliding doors, there's a place whether you need. We say you do, but it goes by the tzir. So it's very interesting. Omer Rabbi, oh my head, what does it mean? What do you? I don't even understand what you're saying. Tzir, recognize the thing. Omer Rabbi, after. We have a little bit. This is not going to help much, but you see, in those days, we're like this. What it really means is the swing of the door. So let's take it off. This is called the big tree path. Let's say, every typical house has 2 rooms. One is for the wife. One for the husband, one for the man, one for the woman. Try not to Bingo. Bain Bay Gabri, the Bay Nashi. Here, the Gemara says it. I didn't say it. And here it is. Here's the house, the typical house. The king on the right, that's the woman's side. And then the guy has this thing. Now, once in a while, they want to visit each other. So there's a door. No. The house. She's in some. Yeah. It's a Marshall office. It's beautiful. Look at this. Each one has a doorway. You get access. You don't have to disturb the other person. Facing. Anything's very good. That is special stuff for women. We're not going to go. Okay. So, in the house, she's busy cooking, doing her thing. He's doing his thing. So that, like, he goes, the whole house is probably 8 by 8. Okay? A little bit, so you have a little privacy. But there's a doorway in between. Not like our offices. This is how our offices look. So go, like up these two doors, I didn't want to go into. That's why it's very complicated. Once you put the second door out, then I don't know. But over here, it's very obvious. The door swings open into the woman's corner. So Mamela, you're going to put the mezuzah, leaving from the man's side, you put on the right. And that's under the hinges. You see where the hinge goes. It opens, swings up this way, so you're going to put it on the right. Now, if it's swung into the man's side, so on the right side of the woman, from where the woman leaves out, I don't care what side the hinge is on. It could have been that the door all opens into the woman's side, and the door is actually hung on the opposite side of the frame. You could also swing it the other way. But the mezuzah will be on the right side of the man. Always on the right side. It doesn't matter how the swing. It's where a door can open this way, it can also open this way. But the point is, it's always going to be on the right side, leaving the man. Hold on. This is the door. I'm going from the man into the woman's side. The mezuzah is going to be right over here. Now, sometimes in our depiction, the door opened this way, but the door can also open this way. That doesn't matter. The mezuzah is always going to be on the right side of the man, leaving the man's room. On this side, it's not going to be on this side. It doesn't go by the door, which way it opens. It just because it opens into the woman's side. So that shows that the man is dominant. It swings open into the wife's side. So he's going to put on the right side. Don't get confused by how the door opens. What? Oh, so that's like an arrest. Right. We have the problem. But yeah, I don't know. Again, by the way, let me just say this. I'm not a frog, and I'm not passing any Allah, because nobody should pass him based on the shear. Just throw me out, just talking the way we understand it in the Gemara. How it is, how I don't know. Give an example. Last night in Hippie, during shear, and it could be it's not an issue at all. It could be an issue at three. I once brought a guy, Rabbi Friedrich, his name was, brought him to my house, and he showed me that I need a mezuzah in a certain place I never knew I needed. I don't need a mezuzah in a different way that I didn't need, and oh, if you put the mezuzah on the wrong side of the post, it's good to bring me in a professional. For instance, if you look over there, does that need a mezuzah? It doesn't have a mezuzah. Coming into the base right. We don't know. Well, we passing it through. At the end of the day, so the spread so okay, but let's say, does that need? It has a little piece coming down. I don't see a match strip, I don't see anything. It says fine. It has a nice suit of best. Okay, but I don't know. Fine. Something to be done. Those are typical issues that you have in health. Fine. Oh, so when he says, in his house he has something very similar to that, and he says, put it on the without a problem. Fine. Yes. No, it's not an absolute not. Reish Galusa, the head of the community, the Reish Galusa, Bonaparte, built the house. Omar later of Nachman, he tells of Nachman, and we know Nachman was son-in-law. Probably was just a son-in-law, Go put them. You're talking about them. Put them. This is a little bit of a problem. Overlay, only saturation first install the doors. You can't put this the mezuzah on the doors when they're on the construction site. First you have to install them, then you can make a bracha. There's a frum guy, two frum guys that I know. First, when I changed the doors in the house, a popular thing here. So you get these flimsy doors a lot of times. But the contractors later on, after a nice heating, change all these doors. So the guy that comes to install them, it's a gishmat to turn off your energy. You make like $1,000 a day installing doors, and it's like a long, like it's good for a Haredi guy that didn't have less, didn't go to college and stuff. It's neat, it's a job. It's a good job. Throwing it out. I know another guy that got into it. I don't want any business. Nobody really heard this. Oh, where are you looking around? All door to door. Oh, where are you looking around? Omarav, Asok, in the Negev, Tilo. Oh. By the way, what is this called? This is called, we're going to talk about it later. I can show you the video now or later. What do you guys want? Passive elimination. Passive elimination is the concept of, let's say I'm sitting. We're going, by the way, this is just a reminder, there's going to be a shear in Silk Taylor. That's what's called? The factory, Silk Taylor, I don't even know where it is. They're going to expect a bunch of people there. It's going to be a nice match of food, and they're going to demonstrate how they make the design. Mostly shop, next month of shop. Next month of shop is get ready. So, I don't know if you have to ready for ready? No, no. All right. Oh, down. I know what it is. I'm going to America. Yes, okay. Got it. Okay. Wow. He's been prepared. Wow. Never read. How long? You've been up? Yeah. So, now we I don't know if Prince is this, but I'll tell you one thing. Short Prince. Something tomorrow. Wow. Oh, I wanted to show the illustration. I think you're going to like it. But there's one problem at the end. Because every matzah in Israel has children running and watching. There's nothing going on. I told you that's just right. It's just literally a mistake in AI. Because you can't have a matzah in the neighborhood. A kosher truck coming around and not a single human being. He stayed up till 2 o'clock in the morning. Also 2 o'clock in the morning comes in. Because also the guy's neck wasn't so kosher. Looked like a little cross from the other. So anyways, then if you do this, here we go. Let me see where it is. It's a beautiful piece. I think you're gonna like it. Oh, we're going to explain. Yeah. It doesn't matter. I'm going to explain passive limit on something. You don't put a mezuzah on our doorpost before it's hung. Here we go. Come there. Hello, it's Yankee.
Hi, Yankee. I need to come back for something. Yes, okay. בגלל שהרב יוכל לעשות מצוות קביעת מזוזה.
Cool.
קודם בונים את הבית, ואחרי זה עושים קביעת מזוזה.
Okay. All right, what's your name? From? Illinois. Thank you. You know what? For voice side, learn from Rabbi Gindi. People come, I ask people, so where are you from? What's your name? Moshe Gutman. After shir, I've been with you for 8 years straight. I've been for this. So say it in shir. I'm from Chile, and I have 46 guys that doing the doctor. So say it. Go ahead. Thank you. Thanks for teaching dialogue. That's how you do it. It's unbelievable. And what? You missed? You didn't miss? Never missed. Unbelievable. Oh, that's how you say it. Anybody else? What's your name? Shalom Aleichem. Oh, since Marcus. Oh. There we go. Shkoya. See, now it's going to be a thing. And your son is there also. Shalom Aleichem. What's your name? First name? Moses. Shalom Aleichem. You know, I'm a wise one from Massachusetts. My grandfather's a big robber. The Marcus Saditsky. All right. Oh, Shalom Aleichem. You, yeah, that's right. What's your name? Remind me. Shalom Aleichem. Who else wants to say Shalom Aleichem? You? You were here yesterday? You're from Stanford Hills. You gave me a lot of physics. I'll tell you why. One of the things I dislike, one of the most, the people that come to me, do a video for so-and-so. You ever been lying? I don't like that. He told me that he asked me to do it in Stanford Hills 2 years ago with his brother. And his brother is not Mr. Doc since he got the video. And he said he's a bigger fan of the shir than him himself. So he said, go ahead. All right. He gave me his okay. What? Yeah. Wow. All right. I took the Muslim. Now it's gonna be. I know you don't like taking videos, but it would be very nice if you took one for my son because his mom is a big fan. Where are we? I saw him in Negev Sula. We have Givaldic art today. Beautiful stuff. Explains the sugi Givaldic is a Negev. It's basically you put the mezuzah laying down, almost like a nail. Like I forgot what it's called. The bolt. The bolt of the door. Negev is the bolt of the door. Amy, when we were in London, and we were in that hotel, I forgot the name of the room hotel, and they have a shoulder. There used to be the pillar. Thank you. They have like a shoulder, and they have a door that's a couple hundred years old. And I took pictures. I couldn't find it yesterday. It had a negger. It had the mold, the whole thing. Also came in negger psula. Amy, but it's always nice. Very good tomorrow. But also Rabbi by using Omar. In Ram's house, all the mezuzahs were laying down. By this Chodayel being Rabbi being Rothschild, they have a mezuzah. And another Allah. Second thing, you know the Shivas, the Moirim, they have like a private door that comes right by the Orange Credit, so you sneak into the beverage. So Rabbi had one of these, and it didn't have a mezuzah on it. We have two problems. Like that. Oh, David is Oh, Davido Kistaviro. The sikta means like this, okay? It's like laying down like a sika, like a pin, or like a nail. And look at this interesting one. Stavira is like bending the knee, which would make it very interesting. Bending the mezuzah. This is like so as. Well, why would the face? The face means the mezuzah is that part. I'm not making this up. The discussion. Now, what's interesting is that why do we put our mezuzah on a slant? Because, exactly, there's machlokes rishonim, Rashi and Taisus, Rashi and Tam. Rashi holds mezuzah should be straight up. So Rabbi Tam says, laying down. So when we do a pshara, we go like this. Okay? A lot of people don't know. Why do we go slanted? Now, Spartans, you know, standing up. You go to Taimani's house, standing up. You go to Ellie Stefanski's house, standing up. Because the Gra go like Rabbi. I started understanding why yesterday. Like, why would he do that? Do pshara because it's nicht dahin and nicht daher. It's like, but the pshara. The girl says, listen, let's go with Rashi and finish standing up. Okay. And you see, I mean, I asked the look at Kappa, the money go straight up. No, that's the Messiah from this. Yes, I'll move this one. You can be so that's a rat. But we go, you don't want to make me on the play. But here's something very, very interesting that I think is very important for everybody to know. Is this. How do we make sure that our requirements don't fall out of the requirement? Like, if you're aspiring, you have a nice round ball thing, put it in, it's not going to go anywhere. What do Ashkenazim do? They lean it. That's what I thought. Then we lean it, but we lean it for the halacha, not for the safety. And now when you look at, a lot of things we don't learn, things we don't know. Because look at Tyson's over here. It says Tyson, Bela Pirja Kuntu, Bela Pirja Rabbeinu Tam. This Vira, the Shera, Hainu Balakson, was Shoykar Lezak. Inami. So here he's bringing this Shara thing, that it's on an angle. Or Inami Minun. It's like a half a nun, like in the picture. Mechza Shoykar, Mechza Zakor. Half of it is laying down, and half of it is standing up. But then because it's B'lashon Achas. Aber Shar is just the Almas is place is Lav Hopi Avino. Elevation from Jinna happened to you show because movement. According to Rabbi Tam, it's completely laying. According to Rashi, it's standing. Remember, says Selamat, the Maisa Koyoy. We do this every day. So the prayer Oymed al Alabima, Hakoloimdim, Shliver Meshiva Hakoyoy. The place is that when it's on the bima standing up, and then someone is laying down. Now, Rabbi Tam holds that this idea of laying and standing, why does Rabbi Tam say lay down? Because think about it, the Torah in the Kodesh Gadashim was laying down. It was in the Aron. It wasn't like this, it was laying down. So it seemed like something, another interesting thing. Never noticed our bimas go like this. Now you think it goes like that because it's easy for Balkar to read. With Torah, it goes like this. To do the pshara of the mezuzah, the same idea, because the Rabbi Tam said it should lay down, and Rashi says you stand up. So the Torah, talking about the Spartans, it stands up, they read like this, and Ashkenazim lay down. So there's some sort of pshara, and they say that Rabbi Tam wanted to make a show where we had that beam of those flat. You know, Corona, we all did it on our classic tails. We didn't top. That's even an issue. You go like this. And the show is just convenient. Like my stender over here has a little bit of this. It's better. No. This is what they're saying. So the Bells-based measures, they decided to do something special for the Rabbi Tam, and they filtered bima with less of an angle, almost no angle. Like a flat thing to be able to down. What do we learn again? It's they discuss it over here. This is based on the Rabbi Tam, based on this, That's what he's saying. That in Kodesh, this the whole sharp. The Rabbi Tam doesn't come with the sharp. He says flat. Rashi says stand. We come later with the pshara. So, but the same idea, you take this, transfer it from, say, the Torah. Look at this. That's true. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not true. That's what I say. I hope on him. Says the Gemara. So 80, but still we have a problem that Rebbe is like a little door. A lot of shows have it. I've seen it a bunch of times. But the Rav has a special entrance. He doesn't have to go through everybody and people have to stand up, but you know, you just walk in and go. Oh, my old principal, what do you do? You did have mezuzah. This, Rabbi, you're not going to like so much. And who going to like? You go around. Mezuzah, I live higher up. There are other people that used to sneak in through that door, and the main it requires it. But by Rabbi, that he's the only one using it, it doesn't require mezuzah. That's the Gemara says. Yeah, I don't know that we're talking like that. But it comes out two major conditions. Condition number one is that on a smedric, you need a mezuzah. Let's try on that. We're talking about a smedric. Rabbi, Ravuna, there's a mezuzah. It's just because he's not Rothschild, so Rebbe no one, there's not so many people. Another, tremendous. Not everybody uses the door, you know, in the mezuzah. Big, Omar Zero, Omar Mason Shmuel. Mitzvah, Lani, that's why I brought this. Well, I don't need to really bring it. You take the door post and you divide it in thirds. This line over here is a third. And then you put the mezuzah right above the line, above it. A few weeks ago, I was in one of the Gdoilei Adar's houses in Lakewood, and he had doors that were, I want to say, 10 feet tall, maybe 12, crazy high doors. Yes, that's what I meant. Yeah. And I noticed that his mezuzah is super high. Is that the right thing? I didn't want to say anything at the time. It has to be on the top third. And he's not going to be on the top third, but your kid, nobody can reach it. I'm talking about it at least 6 feet up. I don't know if you have to reach it. You're right. You don't have to kiss me. You don't have to kiss. But is that the right thing to do? Yeah, so what Isla says, look at this. When my kila shlisha elgi, they're going to the top places on the page. She yoytz the loyach again in that thing. We shall be marked very late. Give it a chapel. The boy high, very high door. You can make it safer. Put it by your shoulder. Our Shah says that regardless of the size of the door, that gadol, he had the mezuzah in the right place. Look at the Gemara. Also, the shlish lower down. Okay? They go. You see him flying. They do like you tell me. Or there are not so much Shmuel. We have three sheets over here. Third top, that's basically what we do. Put it over here, by this line. Now he's saying, you can go do it anywhere in the door. Just make sure it's not by the top and not in the bottom. Don't put it by the ceiling, don't put it by the floor. Anywhere in between is okay. So that's another sheet. Rabbi says you can put it on the whole entire doorpost, provided it's not very close to the ceiling or the floor. There's a heck. Tying your tefillin and writing in the mezuzah. So just like you have tefillin for right around the top part of your head, of your body, so too, the mezuzah should be all the way on the top of the door, right over here, as close to the ceiling as possible. Just as a Hakdama for tomorrow's shear and Sunday's shear, it's a test based on what Rabbi Gitman told me, his brother. If you want them to have Ghana, and it happened, the famous story, guys, he's a Ghana, he's a pure tefillin, Obviously, it's not Jewish. You walk around clean. So, don't you want to go? No one cleans the cup. Let me try it out. And he puts on the yad and he puts on the shirot. And where's the third one from my other hand? So I said, that's what it has. He said, oh, that's nothing missing. It says missing. I can only take 10, 15 bucks. That was not. So if that happens to you, and the guy is asking to sell you one out of the two, let's say they both have the same juice. They don't. One is more colors than the other. But let's say they have the same exact juice. Which one would you take? Which one would you buy from me? So yeah. Why? What's the yad? Anyway, based on what else? Real giving, you'll see this. That just have to go. Come on. To the state. He said that when you buy a beer fill and you pay for the shorosh, you get the shayat for free. Because the amount of work that goes into shorosh is 100 times more than shayat. You have to make 4 boxes versus 1, 4 and tight, and you have to make the shins, 2 shins. So the amount of work is 90% of the work goes into the shorosh. That's why, I don't know if that's halach, I didn't ask him. But I would try to get the shorosh. It's much more valuable. The pine, but talking about in terms of value. You got to think about money first. Money first. It's easier to make up the shayat. You just go to a place, you get a shayat, pay quarter of the price. Anyway, talking more additionally, Rab. Huna. Where's Rav Huna? Oh, Rav Huna, who says that you can do an entire doorway. Ooh, don't make Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda says the entire door. Elo is Shmuel. Shmuel says it's screwed on the upper third of the door, like we do. Don't make them out. Where did he get it from? Like Rabbi Yehuda, like Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi says put it all the way by the ceiling. Rabbi Yehuda says the entire doorway. So where did Shmuel come up with the third? He goes like Rabbi Yossi said was that you should put it by the ceiling. Gilon Bay, sponsored. Further than that, by our global, when you're one-stop shop for your financial needs. Isaac Castle, an honorable Emmy White out in South Florida, which will be Zoicha. Let's see that Brooklyn's Regations, anonymous, in memory of Moshe and Paris for Yard-Side, from Zayin, what did he mean, Shlish? The meaning that there's a maximum that you can go down. Not it says put it over here. It's okay. If you don't put it over here, but you have up to here. That's it. This is the max. This is the lot. It's not like this is where you begin. This is where you begin. You go down, you can't reach up all the way to the ceiling. You put it over here. But let our peak more than this is the max that you can go down. Omar Mitzvah Rabbi. So that before it should be close to the Rosh Hashanah. My time up. What's the reason? Rabbi Nami could achieve them using the out. We come home. First thing we bump into the mezuzah. And this right there. You want to have protection. Protection is you put the guard as far out, close to as far away from your house as possible. Over in Hanina, we had a kid here. I might have said I just heard it again from somebody. I don't know if it was in my house or doing here. What? Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's not the same thing. I didn't say put it on the outside. Put it in the doorway. If you have a very wide Yerushalmi door post like this, so put it closer to the Mizrach. There was a kid that came here once in South Africa, and he was shocked. So what? You guys don't have like gates around, like electric gates and 10-foot walls up, and a lot of the houses they have guards sitting in, and they're made. The walls are made with like a little guard booth, and that's how it is. And he came like, look, just walk around, walk into buildings. He's going crazy. He thought the whole world was like that. There's a very familiar Gemara. You're all gonna have to know where it's from. There's Baruch like differently than you. He does what's the dog, the king, like maybe whatever he's Shemoy is in a bunker right now, right? With hundreds of those guys watching him. Means that the Baruch Hu and again Hashem acted with me. About the Yeshua Muslim, who was shouting the food, the mezuzah. There's like a Lahavza, he wrote himself, watching us from the outside of the door. Shnema Hashem Shem Rebbe, there must be a good song here. Hashem Shem Rebbe, Hashem Tzilcha Yad Yiminecha. We had this Gemara in Avodah Zarah, where the both of us became a ger, and then the king sent to bring him back, and everybody that came to get him became a ger. And then he said, I don't remember which one it was, but at one point he said, don't talk. Like this, don't get into the conversation because it's dangerous. And then he said, you know why we have this mezuzah? Why? Because Hashem watches us. He's not like a regular king. This is the I want to just show this real quick if I can. This is the remote. The remote brings Cousin Mariel, I thought it's fascinating. Because this guy sent me an email where somebody mentioned in the email that it might be guy with the word famous. And I stopped that and said, what do you mean? If they're right, then you include. If it's when you're doing shtutzim, okay. The question is it a joke or it's real? If it's real, it's not guy, it can't be guy, it's something third. So something similar that it just gives us a little bit of background how of history. So in Mexico, Europe, is it gaiva? The marble mezuzah base. Whoever has a mezuzah in every room, it's gaiva. Even it's fashion minhag. Hasidim like to say this. Minhag, what do they call it? What? Minhag Avosayim Daini. They take minhagim super serious, and it became a minhag. The Roiva Oilam Shemno mezuzah achad b'eskim b'dayim. There's one mezuzah in the front door, and Shalom Yisrael. And you going and buying more mezuzahs, you're about gaiva. They should meet him. It's a terrible thing that they're doing. Shoiver Magoy rice, so they're being around the rice. The Loyoida Mainer Gilim Shemati Mezuzahs Kokach, when the Dinis Halal, where did he get this silly minhag? And then he goes and maybe that the houses are dirty, and there's women, and this. He comes up with all these, he roots them for them, tries to find the thing. Probably at the end, if you just look at the last line, the thing title is running, this is the Kala Hadar. He's put a mezuzah in every room. Okay, no, I give him shower out, so this is how we go in all the other countries. Bashing Mishi, Kai, Tikna, is there a there's certain you go to places that are not so certain, so you didn't have one mezuzah on the door. Not a minute. Go to the raise the rock, finish the rock. Hemik Lokeva, Sula, check this out. Beautiful art. Out of this world. I keep on hearing this over and over now. I'm getting a little bit of a understanding. A lot of Arabian codes that are being cultured are using the shir now. It's Zvakim already. More like what? Started with Zvakim. Yeah. Anyways, what does it mean? The mezuzah is deep into the wall, one time. Awesome. Later said, perhaps I can bring a riot from this following statement. And then what I was going to say, it's not a riot. What's a riot? Later say that in each of the oxen, you put the mezuzah into the beam that's around the door. Or you should call it a malvin. You put the mezuzah, and then on top of the mezuzah, you smack. You can do that here and there, so put your mezuzah. And then they come with a stick, every Yerushalayim, like this stick, and they put a nice limestone or whatever it is, a mantle, whatever it's called, inside the. Is that okay? It's not okay. Why? Because now your mezuzah is covered by a thickness. It depends how thick the rock is, the stone is. So follow them out there. If you put a stone on top of your mezuzah, the thickness of a tefach, you need another mezuzah on top. In law, it is a mezuzah there. It's not a tefach thing, you don't need it. It's a great raya that was it. If it's a tefach inside the wall, it's not good. So you want to know, the door that's behind, the opening that's behind the door. So look at Rashi. I just want to do Rashi with you for 10 seconds because I think your head will start spinning. And then I'm going to show you a picture. On the corner of the house, that's what Mitzvah means, just to understand that word, there's a stationary beam. And there's two doors cut out, one to the south and one to the west. Now, you know that me and south and west don't get along so well. I landed on the wrong runway one time. I have no idea what's going on there. Okay. And he put the mezuzah inside the opening of the south, which I don't. Okay, anyways, I just will show you the picture and tell you the story. Here we go. The door is the two doors on the corner. Is that considered one doorway or two doorways? Very simple. If that beam that's directly in the center, on the corner, is wider than a tefach, then it requires two mezuzah. If it's narrower than a tefach, then it's one opening. And one opening requires one mezuzah. He did a thing like if. Okay, very thick. Now you need two mezuzah. Then one. Actually, the article has a picture like this. Our Gemara does not. Mistake. Here's about to go. Oh, sorry, we're married. Oh, thank you, Gemara. How can I be the shot? In that price itself, it brings the space. Hello, that was said before. I was not understanding this word. Opening that's behind the door. If you're something is a parrot, love the pictures around the old truffles. You're some something is a parrot. Love it, something is a parrot. Mom says that halacha in that price. The more okay, it's funny. It's not two separate halachas, it's one halacha. The end part is explaining it again. Oh no. Let's say you have this. You go to Home Depot and they have a door frame made out of bamboo. You cut into the bamboo, and you insert the mezuzah into the bamboo. That's the video that we saw with Tankanievsky because we have a problem of fascism also. Oh, the milk telling you. I now realize that I ADD'd out of there. We're going into the silk tailor. Why did I say that? Because they came to my house, they came here, they brought me a box of gifts, which I'm going to use maybe like the snail and this. But they have one, like if you go to Mishkan Taylor, you want to buy tailors, they have a thing with all the types of knacks. There's a lot of different types. You grew up, right? The right is like you grew up. Anyway, right 1, right 2. The Rambam, crazy amount. You have restless, you have thin, and it's all hanging beautifully. I'll show you one thing. What if I took it off? It's ready made, it's perfect with all the knots. I snip my tzitzis, I put it on, and then just ask my wife to sew the edge, and now I have a perfect tzitzis. I don't have to do the whole thing. No good. Why? Kasa, blame it also. If I already have schach built in because I have a pile of hay, so the schach is there, I just don't have where to live, and I take a shovel and I cut out a whole suit. Underneath, no good. I need to first build a wall, then put the schach on top. I can't have schach and then build a wall. So there also, I cannot put the mezuzah into a door in Home Depot and then hang my door in my house. It's not living also. So we'll take him but put it out in the lumberyard. And then you put water, time to live it also. That's no good. And if this is Shimai, Turman and mezuzah, you have like really bad openings. Turman and mezuzah. Those are bad openings, Tom, like, that's bad. No. Let's say I broke the wall. They don't have a nice doorway. Huh? Oh, my position was. Limo, Rabbi Kume, Rabbi Yosef. You ever heard these names? No. Because they say that these are Rabbonics of Roy, they're not even Roy. They came in the later generation. Very rare. Tikra would mean this part of the frame, and Shkadr means this part of the frame. You don't have that. In the name of, you don't have to put a mezuzah. Or let you learn please go. Absadro, put in a mezuzah. Absadro. They used to have this like pergola business going between, these are doorways from houses coming into the yard. It had a cover. If you notice over here, it doesn't have a tourist outside. It doesn't have a frame on that. You have the walls of the building. You don't have a frame over there. You follow from the mezuzah. You don't have the side post. That's the Gemara. You should see it. Look, it has side posts as so. Take a look. Boom. Side post. Again, without width. Tell me that you're higher. But can you figure out that? This is not it's not a doorway. It's just to hold that pergola up in the air. Even if it has those side posts, the mezuzah, why? In a surah, if it's made, if it's a beam that holds up a ceiling, that's not a door. Rabbi, Rabbo's Absadra. This little it had these side posts mounted like this. And he held that you don't have to put a mezuzah. Why? Because it's just there to strengthen it, to help with the ceiling. Base shot. The shot is like a guard, like mine was like in South Africa. You have a little guard group. What was that? What you showing me? This is it. Anybody wants to haircut tailors? We call haircut tailors. Ask the tailors back to Phil Taylor. Okay? You put house. You got from the phone. Okay. What's the last thing? Yeah, 36. Oh. Leading Ishmael, Moshe compared to our father of Yogi Nishinsky. So we said that. No? No, we didn't say that. Oh, we said the daf. Oh, breakfast. Doesn't say that. No, breakfast. When? Today's breakfast. Leading Ishmael, Moshe compared to our father of Yogi Nishinsky. Okay. Taking everybody out. Rabbi, so we have to hurry up. It's 8:10 and Dayel is piling in. The base shot. Rabbi, so here we have a little guard house. Absadra. We saw the Absadra. This is the Absadra, right? Umir Pes is in a porch. How come you're telling me? How come you telling me that Absadra is cut from mezuzah when it says before the Absadra side? It says more about Absadra. Here we go. Not 36. Yeah, no, I did 36. That's cool. Yeah. Next. Absadra Beirav. Here we go. Absadra Beirav is a little like this is like in America. You have this everywhere, like a front porch, and it has walls on the bottom that are more than 10 feet. So we have to consider that area a room. Even why not? Because you all look the walls go with acid, pit stuff, whatever, everything. It's Grasik, I said, not Achas. Grasik. Absadra Beirav. More Absadra Beirav. In Bruno Malisi, he's managed a regular room. No. Absadra Miyasa. It's the other type. It's like this. I would take out the glass. The glass probably I left with the wall. It means that the walls are very low to the floor, and it's all window. So it's open like a sunroom without the glass, minus the glass. So it's not a real room. It doesn't have walls. It has more air than walls. So that's what's called. Over Yudo. Oh, okay. Chayiv, even though it's very open. And you think that it's not a roof. Bears. That's this thing that I showed you. It has an opening to the houses and opening to the yard. There's that little thing in the middle. Kind of kumzu. My Zigo Rapop. What's happening further out? Beishar Sulukotzer. It's a small little. How do you say it in English? No. Like a watcher pal, a guard booth. A guard booth. Because it goes to both sides, you kind of do it. Should we stop over here? Yes, the boy side. Have a wonderful day.
America's book is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today.
Good morning, Rabbi. Welcome to all the guests. We have a guest. I've been waiting for the entire week. He sent me an email a week ago, and I put it in my chart, and it doesn't show up, and then I put the next. I can't. I have to go like this today. How you doing, Rich? I'm gonna read your email. It doesn't embarrass you. Rich wearing February 5th. I keep hearing about people having more problem. I'm definitely sympathetic to that. I've met many people over the years. In fact, some moved on and some continue to struggle. I wasn't so lucky. My parents forbade me to go to yeshiva, and I was jealous of people I met who did. When I was 7 years old, I knew I wanted to be a religious Jew, although I had no idea what that actually meant. I was fully shomer Shabbos and kosher by age 15. It takes personality for that. I had the Yeshiva College DSS program at the age of 17. They took me on tour from campus and saw this measures for the first time. Hundreds of people in a gigantic group, all very animated in groups of 2 or 3. All you could hear was a very loud hum. It sounded like everyone was meditating together. I walked around a bit and it became clear that they were passionately trying to understand what Hashem wants from us and what our ancestors already figured out. I wanted to be part of that magic. Unfortunately, although I had great experience that year, I was on too low a level to learn Gemara. In 2021, I retired from the computer program and was looking to find the Chavruta, but it wasn't working out. My bookshelves were bent Gemaras for Gemaras that I wasn't using. The man came to give an estimate for built-in units. He asked if I learned Gemara. I said no, but I wish I could. I didn't know how. He suggested the 8-minute dot. Try was good for more. Found him be wise. With Hashem's help, I haven't missed the dot since. I graduated from 2 Shabbatons and I'm headed to the NUS headquarters for the fourth time next week. Thank you for all you do, and thanks to Yossi Klein and Mark Ashkenazi for their support. The written word is very difficult for me because of my, what's the word? Thank you. Those words you leave for official exopropria. What does it mean? Oh, what is it? It's a condition. Yeah. That's mind of the soul. How do people understand that? Yeah. So I'm an extra pro. appropriate kind of guy. So I'm essentially grateful for the artists and the AI specialists who make my dream of learning Gemara come true. Rich Marinelli, Pomona, New York. Shkoyach Red, thank you for being here. How long are you learning about already?
I started with Megillah.
Megillah. Wow. Haven't missed a day in 4.5 years. Beautiful, beautiful. Oh, with the apple and the onion. Yeah. Very good, yes. The very Mary Cohen. Shoulder Valley. Usually we've been counting, this is from the Yaakov, they have 30 people a night. How many people a night? Maybe even more, you'd say. Recently we've been counting a beautiful phenomenon. Groups of boys from excellent local yeshivas, Kanas, finish learning yeshiva, perhaps sticking out in the middle of fire, and come together as the word to learn and share the Yaakov Viewing Center. They enjoy the refreshing drinks and of course the learning experience with all the visuals and AI videos. At first, I wasn't sure if these entirely appropriate. Maybe the students wouldn't like the idea. After all, screen AI videos, etc. Yesterday, middle of this year, the Rosh Yeshiva spelled Reish Vav Shin Yud Beis Ayin. Rosh Yeshiva. It's a word. Rosh Yeshiva. Suddenly appeared, dressed in his frock coat with a dignified presence, and began surveying the boys. I approached him and told him how happy I was to see how sweet Talmidim are learning on their own free time, and passionately chat and stuff like Menachos. They were certainly excited to see him, catching in the act, doing such serious time. They're really excited, but mostly out of fear. Afterwards, I explained to them the structure of the share. They come, have something to drink, snack a bit, and then the public begins to summarize in clear and okay, this is in Hebrew. Illustrated videos and plays with culture concepts inspired most of thought and special atmosphere and stories that almost happened. My Shmakoyas, the dessert. I don't know how many different shivas and students will remember, but the joy and experience next to the Gemara will never forget. He stayed for a few minutes and you see exactly what it's about. He watched the video about separating Pumas and Maestros. It was very impressive. And said how happy he is that they are connected to a place that leads them so positively to Gemara Yiddish. Truly, downloaded warmly, told me how accomplished and outstanding they are in yeshiva. But beautiful to see how they know how to create for themselves an added sense of enjoyment and connection to learn beyond the formal yeshiva schedule. I thought to myself, what is supposed that our boys are seeking to growing their knowledge and fill their souls with spiritual enjoyment? What is supposed that they're distinguished from yeshiva understands this and appreciates the community so deeply? In short, the share the viewing centers are creating small tsunami waves over time will grow stronger and more powerful, strengthening more and more learners and young boys and path acquiring through the Shema from learning tomorrow. Thanks so much for everything. You're changing our lives and there. Your comment from the Yaakov Viewing Center with appreciation of Femi Cohen. As a side note, the next day, not a single fucker showed up. I'm not joking. Well, they put them on the screen. They put the Yaakov on the screen last night. I didn't see a single fucker there. That was maybe during the thing. But, Hollywood, Florida. Rabbi side, our viewing satellite center in Hollywood, Florida. They went up for $10,000 to support the sheer watch. There's a big show cook-off. If anybody has any tips. Tom's River, our boys at Tom's River. It needs tips. We gotta go. We gotta go to Tom's River. What else do we have here? There's one last one. I'll say this real quick. Sorry, not so much to say that I didn't open his March 25. In fact, he's been in the job since 19, 28 years. He gives shiurim, he fills it from I give shiurim all over the place. The one shiur nozer, while preparing, I realized it would be difficult to explain. I usually grab it from here, gave credit and DY of the shiur, but never asked permission. I like to be put. It's okay. Yes, we use it occasionally and this and that. The other thing. Just give credit to me. Just say it's from DY. Wow. Somebody now wants to print the book with all our art. That's a good difference. Sure, why not? Well, Kids Shonora has a favorite Kesset HaSofer on Hilchos Stop. Let's know. When it came to the Sam Sofer Haskama, you saw Petrus Dorodin, some Safras, he proclaims in Haskama going forward. Any Sofer comes to me, says Sam Sofer. Concerning Sneak of Sabbath, we'll have to study the Pesach Sofer as a prerequisite. I only suggest to say, from now going forward, don't make it sure the doctor do. Thank you very much, Rabbi Anonymous. The official edition of the White Shots was sent by the Iranian leading family's parent Anonymous. The edition was hired the Moshe. The separate sponsor is out. Dedicated memory of Abu Mary Shmuel, Border, Tennessee, the Rabbi. The separate sponsors, Golden House, the edition of the Bob Jacket, that was Anonymous. I saw for the rulings of the action, the Policy Family Foundation, the edition of the Rabbi Gordon Slim Policy, mentioned to their keywords. Anonymous, Muslim, Moshe, and Zohar. Anonymous, with people for Muslim, and I read some for Leah Bass, they strong mouth. Let me guys speak on how these other pets are so proud of you. You have to work at each Steigin, City Rose family, and we are paying honor and rebellion, changing the meaning of life. Plenty of waiting. Justin Martin, Denny, and all of us in Tosi and UI, the Kobe Shop, Smarter, monthly sponsor, Harry Simon, Full Name of Abu Dhabi, or Bavaria, Jamie and Zulai, Full Name of Masmura, Moshe Aaron, Miriam Landy, Constellation, Floyd, Eli Paslo. You listen, you the Lewis, that's supposed for everyone to lead up shit up all day. Anonymous. The merit of the call, thank you for your success and blessing all years of life. Let's rinse it down, Grover. This rush rolls out, it's surprising. You know, next one's here, Champagne. We'll show you how to make a Bracha. Anonymous, the merit of Moshe from Mount Rasaya. Studies that time, helping get it down, see who pop up and young, anywhere worldwide, each one's time show, it's out. You know what? Rabbi, the official edition of MDY shot. Today's stop sponsored by Joe and Rachel Gedalius. Joe Gedalius. And Rachel Gedalius. On the first verse of Jack Gedalius, Yaakov Ben Arya is a prayer of Bracha and Shomshan Avin Aliyah. Daily sponsors, Anonymous, in honor of Zevi Feller's engagement. Oh, Rabbi said big mouth of an MDY. Donnie Fine became a grandfather and a granddaughter. Check out his status, I'm sure it's full now. Nishmas for Mordechai, for Zermansky, Zaycha Tzadik of Rock on his yard side. Please go to his cave if possible by Abba and Rene. Eitan Weiss, unbelievable brother. Eitan Weiss, for the special occasion of the birth of our daughter, Aliza Rojo, Rachel, Aliza Rojo. Mazel Eli Pernetti. The married my mother's yard side, Dardina Bak, Liliana. Huh? How do you pronounce it? Parienti, where I say something in Eli Parienti. The Cantor family, the merit of the Shlema of Hansvi Ben Leah. The Ship family, expedient complete recovery, report from the Sano Tanto. A Yehuda hamburger for the merit of the Shlema, so Rivka Bas, Vega, the Shlema. The boys, sad. I'm sad to say that we have another very, very difficult stop of a Gaza. You have to bear with me. We're holding the bottom of Lamed Aleph on the big. Omer V'Telboy. Chazina L'Dilah Kuno the Parakula Me'efad Papishma. This is your mezuzah. You roll it this way, or you roll it this way. So, the way we roll it is you roll Shema. This is Shema. I don't know if you can zoom in over here. Shema is what you see last as you roll it in. So you go from Echad, go from the left, rolling it to the right. So, we're going to be discussing Sasom and Psucha. You should make them stumas, says Ravuna. What does stumas mean? This is an easy one. Let me see. They moved it again. Here we go. Stumas. As you can see, basically, Sasom means that there's no way to run away from the left side. The left side is closed. So if we zoom in over here, between the parachute, it says Ubisharecha, it says V'chayam Shamat. Yeah, it's closed. Actually, it's closed to both sides. There's a space in the center. That's the easiest way to understand stumas. There's another sheet that says that these are stumas right over here. This is not this. Septum. That's also septum in a different way. So over here you can see that this is live, right? Hashem Shemaya is ends all the way at the end. The Visharecha ends at the end. There's a massive machlokes here between the Rambam and the Rosh, and the Sephardim asking like the Rambam and the Ashkenazim go with the Had, which is like more like it's in here. So this is Ashkenazi. If you just look at it real quickly, you can see that it goes to Shorecha is not finished at the end, and it starts open over here. And that's the sheet of the Taz, but according to Sephardim, this would be possible, right? According to Sephardim, this is possible. It's like a pshara, but they hold this is no good. Okay. So let's just say sasum, whatever. Sasum means for us, for argument's sake now. Sasum means that it's all the way to the end of the line, all the way to the end of the left side. It's just closed off over there. Mesvik, how do you tell me that it should be sasum, it should be closed? Omer B'Shimon Elazar, the last line on line alpha of days. Rabbi Paisva Al Sustus. Oh, so I got to pull out my gloves here. I had an opportunity yesterday. There's a chashuv in your mouth. Guy who grew up in a remote, heavy dude. The beer, there's the whole thing. And he does the shear on his 11 and 12. He's coming over here with the challenges and stuff. His name is Okana Hickman. And his brother's there also. I didn't realize. He said, you want to come see the factory where they do the leather? I said, yes. I didn't realize it's something special. It's a whole massive. We have here in Teva, the only factory in Israel basically that produces hides for fertility. Anybody that wants to use, there's a lot of people that do factories. You don't have to come into the Teva. They have giant vats. I'm talking about giant from the wall to here, made out of wood, handmade. It's a washing machine for hides. Massive, big motors that you turn it and go and stuff. And there's people there, Yerushalayim, that there's no halachas and very machine on. Anyways, I took the floor there. This is kind of not the most pleasant thing. The shear, it almost looks like a mouse. There's a fresh piece. They get these hides, they get these pieces. They're only, I'll show it on the shop, only the heads of the animal. Let's look at these. Look at just the head. Get it from America. Because they have different types of hides over there, just like that. Different types of meat. The hide is different, beneficial. What you see over here, this is here. The Sayar. Right after the here is something what we call cloth. It's very, very thin piece of leather. And then you have a very thick piece of leather that's called the susku. That's right over here. I don't know if you can see. We're talking about all this area from here. Now there's a really thin part. If you can zoom in, it's a different part. Alright? And then there's a machine there. All the machines have Yiddish names, but it's an Eretz Yisrael and the Yerushalmi, it's a sculpture. Spalter. Spalter in Yiddish means to divide, to separate. And then they throw these hides in there, and it somehow gets the sustus off and the cloth that way. But they're doing something else. They're doing, not to confuse it, that's probably a different machine they do. They're doing the bathing. It's completely different. Another thing that's interesting, just to mention, it's very sticky. I don't know if you can see it. It's like it wants to stick to my glove. So if they boil this down, they reduce it into glue. That's the glue that they use for stitch filling. A lot more I have a lot of props. They spent over 2 hours with me, both of them, with two brothers. But I was fascinated that he does both shearing. He knew everything about everybody in the shear. Noam came back from America this time, and I went this way, men do that. Oh yeah, he said this. Every joke, he does both shears. You'll see him on Rothschild, you know what I'm talking about. So Rameh used to write a mezuzah on the sustus. The sustus is the inner leather. There's two layers here. Coming off the here, layer number one is the cloth. Layer number two, the thicker one, is the sustus used to use. Halacha number two, coming down. He would, let's see if we have something coming down. But basically, not unlike, I'm not going to touch this ball now, but maybe a little bit. Okay, so let me leave this here for a second. Where's my ball? I'll pick up these gloves. Yeah, I wash my hands before shear. This is tefillin. The tefillin are very narrow and very wide. What he's saying is the mayor used to write it like this way: tall and narrow. Even down. Down to the tefillin. Voice the reva, you have to put some sort of distance between. You can't go all the way. You need a margin. You need a margin like we have today in Spartan. So it's a small margin. This one, you don't see crazy amount of margin, but there's a little bit of flop over here, enough to grab it, so you can grab it nicely without hurting the side. Voice Now here's the problem. We just finished discussing that it should be sasum, as so, let's say. For me, my brain understands better the flow from the right and the left, and there's a little gap, that empty space a little. All of a sudden, comes from Meir and says, no, suchay. It's open. You can run out of there. If you're stuck by Risharecha, you can get out on the other side. It's open. Martin Law, your Rabbi, Matam. This is a contradiction to what we just said. Rabbi says it should be something when you say talking as well. Rabbi Rabbi Matam, what's the reasoning behind it? Our two parshiyot of Shema, V'hoyim Shemaya, are not next to each other in the Torah. And I want to show that they have no connection. And by making it Pesua, it shows that there's no connection. By making it Sasam, that's an indication that they're connected. They follow each other. Rav Hanano Amarav, the those who pointed out to me that Rav Hanano is not mentioned many times in Shas, but mostly he's mentioned here in the office in the last Dapin, the Kami Dapin, because he was a cipher and that was his professor. He says Rav Hanano, the name of Rav, Halacha Kishim in a Halacha. He says Halacha Kishim in a Halacha. So what? You write, he said 3 halachas, the sustos, write it narrow and long, and put a little bit of a space on top. And that the parashas are pasua. The dalam is like it. My love of sukkah. Doesn't it mean that the dalam is like him, that you should have it open at the end and not closed? Why no? What he meant is that the dalam is like it. However, leave a little bit of a space on top. Don't put the shema all the way at the end on top. Leave a little space. To me, this doesn't look like enough space. But who am I? I don't know. I guess every musician looks like this. Fine. The Kama Reva. No, I really heard. So now I just realized our surgeons that we put a larger gap and they charge more money. Everything's about, more machmer, have a nice gap, and this, that, you're gonna pay me double. More the Kama Reva. How much is this space? Over of an Asher Yaakov. It's interesting. Yesterday, all this Israelis, I was trying to tell them a postman, and they're like, Akmi, how do you say it in Hebrew? I'm like, never heard the word. It's like, you never either, right? Never. I live here, I thought I speak here, I give a share in Hebrew, but every second day there's a word that everybody knows and I don't know. It's like, I'll never be the fluent speaker, that's it. No, it's not that. We didn't have that at home. We did. And my mom, I remember then in Ramat Hanan, we all lived, everybody had the same porch. So when we hung laundry, I don't know why, we had a dryer, but